Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, Chebukati exit office finally once and for all as he rolls out his election fake results and final in the sense that his term and tenure at the IEBC with his uh, commissioners, their term ends and therefore they have to go. Well, as they go, they're leaving behind Kenyan society that is divided in the sense of their credibility and their delivery of elections in the past three elections that they have been able to preside over. I don't know what is your take on the same, even as we start out the conversation. Of course, the other part is the anxieties that is hitting every parent as back to school beckons and Kenyans must release their children back to school in a week or so time. Anxieties, dilemma, and confusion seems to be the order of the day at this point in time. What is your take? Is Kenya Kwanza up to the task? Will the parents be able to foot the school fees burden that is now free of government subsidy? Would love to hear what you think about the whole scenario. And of course, I want to appreciate everybody for your faithful followership and continued support from Tembe TV. Appreciate each and every one of us. Even as we start out the conversation, we continue to urge you to invite as many as you can to join into the discourse as Kenyans air their opinions and their thoughts about the whole scenario. Well, on that note, want to look onto the heavens for supernatural intervention into our affairs, where we can't help ourselves. There is a God in heaven who can help us and bail us out of whatever that is beyond our capacity. Well, let's all believe and pray together as we start out the show tonight. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we appreciate you for your goodness. We thank you for your mercies. We thank you for your uh, being true to your word and to your promise. Thank you that you can be relied upon, you can be counted upon. You are the Lord God that changes not. When men change, when the people change, you remain the same. And for your being constant and faithful all through, we are not consumed. We look to you for the salvation of this country and for the total deliverance of the Kenyan people from bad leadership and bad appropriation of the resources. We decree by the authority of your word that there will be a turnaround of events into this country for the profiting of the masses. We pray in the name of Jesus that the blood of Jesus that speaks better things and that of Abel speaks for this nation, speaks for every community, speaks for every county, speaks for every minute segment of this great country. We sprinkle the blood of Jesus over this entire country and pray in the name of Jesus that let the evil cease, let the confusion cease, let the anxiety cease. Lord, we pray in the name of Jesus, bring our strength back, bring our understanding back, bring our wisdom back, and help us to shoulder the responsibility of this great country and deliver it to the place of your expectation. We want to thank you that you are the Lord of all, and to you all things are possible. We pray in the name of Jesus, relieve the Kenyan people of every oppressive leadership and every form of blood sucking organizations that are focusing and unleashing their tentacles within this great nation, causing our lives to be unbearable. We pray in the name of Jesus that you alone, who is the Savior and Deliverer of us all, you will rescue us from all strange gods and all strange voices that are unleashed to cause life in this country to be tough for the Kenyan people. We command all the strange gods to cease their operations in this great country. Let them not have expression. Let them be frustrated in their efforts. Let them all, oh God, be turned into madness in the name of the Lord Jesus. We appreciate you that you are almighty and able to save us. Make us what you want us to be. Deliver us from what is not of you. We give you thanks and bless you as we open up ourselves for the expression and establishment of your will that is good for each and every individual. Have your way today. Reign in us. Cause us to understand and flow by your wisdom. We give you thanks. We bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen and amen. Well, thank you very much for being here as we start out our conversation. We pray that everything will be all right and the expression of God's wisdom will find its course in the country and in our interactions as we flow, develop, and become all that God wants us to become. Well, thank you again. As we start out, the link to use to get in the studio is now available in the comment sections. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to converse as the Kenyan people. Well, thank you. As we check out Chebukati'S final IEBC fake election results are out. Final in the sense that Chebukati is out of office once and for all. He will never be the IEBC chairman again. His term and tenure is finished. We only wait probably to hold him to account for what he has caused and the heartaches, the pains, and the the tears he has caused in the hearts and in the minds and in the eyes of Kenyans so far. And of course, the consequences will always lie there. His predecessors have first-hand experience of what happens when you mess up the people and their choices in terms of their way of leadership. And so let's all get down to business as we converse and look at this keenly. Thank you, Fatma Abdullahi Muhammad. Hi to you. Kuna General Isaac Mavenge. Thank you for following. Kuna Colville Duncan. Fake IBC. Okay, thank you so much. Who else? Kuna Jacqueline Getuba. Good evening to you. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Of course, Yufin, thank you. Our own sister, Karibu Sana kwa show. Boss lady, thank you. Hi to you. We appreciate your company. Due diligence, hi to you. Thank you so much. Tuanze kujumuika kwa pamoja. Karibu kila mmoja. Tukamakinike kisiasa kwa pamoja. Amato Makndets, thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Asante kwa kutekeleza usafi na kuhakikisha kwamba tuko tayari na kusukuma gurudumu la mazungumzo ya usiku wa leo ili kusikue na yeyote ambaye atasalia nyuma. Gitonga, karibu sana kwa show. Elizabeth Anyango, hi to you. Thank you so much. Amen. Of course, Gloria, a longest time. Thank you so much. Welcome back. And let's continue. Ken Daniels, Chebukati will go down as the worst chairman of IBC. May he never know peace. Okay, thank you so much. Nani huyu mwingine? Evans Omondi. Karibu kwa show. Of course, kuna OB Jack, karibu sana. Okay, wote tumakinike tafadhali, karibisha wawili watatu, wote tukaandamane tunapojadili masuala yetu na siasa zetu. Chebukati ametoa mkururo wa results zake za uchaguzi wa 2022. Haya mambo yote inafanyika kwa sababu muda wake wa kuwa kwa ofisi umeisha, na zile result kutaka kina Cherera wahusike, basi ndio hizo ametoa, ambazo zimepingwa na sehemu zote ambazo zilihusika na uchaguzi huu, from the NIS and to every other person that tabulated the results, came out with different views from that of Chebukati, and that is why we are talking of fake results. And this time round is final, in the sense that his tenure is done and dusted. He can't vie as chairman of IBC again, and he may not be chairman of IBC anymore. And so we can only call him for accountability, probably, which I definitely believe will one day take place, because you don't get away with messing up the masses. Of course, anxiety on the hearts and the minds of parents as back to school beckons. Sijui wewe una maoni yepi? Masomo ndio hayo, alafu Kenya Kwanza imekaa kwa fence, non-committal as usual, and it looks like there is no concrete plan on how schools are going to operate, whether this CBC will take place according to schedule or not. This is our experimenting government in not being sure of anything. Sasa sijui wa Kenya mnaonaje? Karibuni tafadhali tukajadili mambo haya kwa kina, na of course mambo iko mingi tu, lakini tunaamini kwamba tutapata suluhu kwa masuala haya, na of course elewe kile ambacho kinaendelea na tutekeleze wajibu wetu ipasavyo. Thank you so much. Nataka tuandamane na tukatekeleze wajibu wetu, ili wote tukatekeleze ili wote tukahusike katika uongozi wetu, na of course everything that pertains to all that we are experiencing. So karibuni wawili watatu, tunapoanza kwa pamoja na tukaangalie mambo haya. Serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, mipango yake, mikakati yake, tunaona michoro inayochorwa ni mambo tu ya siasa, mikakati ya kufanya whatever, kutengeneza ajira, mikakati ya chakula, mikakati ya cost of living, hatuioni. Tunaona tu michoro ya kuzunguka Kenya in the pretext of Thanksgiving. I've seen one billboard of Owalo welcoming the president in Nyanza and say Karibu Rais. So I thought Owalo is one of the officers of the Kenya Kwanza government, officers in the sense that he's a CS. And so does he have a stake in Nyanza to be the one to receive the president in Nyanza? And what is the project that he's coming to launch in Nyanza? Wale mko na hiyo habari mtuletee, ili wote tukamakinike. We thank God for everything. To harakisha, wala mama mnakuja studio, msicheleweshe mambo, njoo tukajadili moja kwa moja. Tukaanze kwa kuangazia mambo haya, na tutaangazia tu masuala ya elections generally. Uchaguzi wetu utaendelea hivi mpaka lini? And then we will see how to correct it or learn to live with it, and everything ends where it should be. After all, this country has come a long way. There is a lot that needs to be done, but we all need to arise and be counted. Some of the things we have allowed have gotten us into a bad place. But all in all, let us all arise and not quit until we have achieved what we must achieve as a people. So tuandamane, tukajadili kwa kina ili kila mmoja amakinike katika siasa zetu. Okay, karibuni. Get into the studio. Let us carry on with the conversation with all this. And of course, you tell us what you make of the fake Chebukati results. Ni muhimu kuangazia haya mambo, tusiangalie kwamba this is wherever. Are we supposed to accept everything and not question anything? Is Chebukati results a scriptural a scripture? Okay, tunapoanza mjadala wa leo, tunaomba tu tafadhali tukajitahidi. Let's all come in, let us all talk, and let us move even as we start.
Sasa Biblia unajua iko na Injili. Si Biblia iko na Injili. There is the gospel according to St. Matthew. Ukisoma gazeti leo wanasema wale ambao yanafanyika kule Roma na Sokeni. Kuna gospel according to St. Matthew. Mbona yetu St. Chebukati. Kuna gospel nyingine according to St. Mark, ambaye ni St. Cherera. Hasiyo. Alafu nyingine gospel according to Archbishop wetu St. Sapit, mwingine yuko ndani yake. Lakini bado imebaki ile gospel according to St. John. According to St. John itatoka, itaonyesha vile mambo yalikuwa, mambo yale yalikuwa. Ndio Wakenya wengi wanakosa tu baba aongee. Baba anasema nangoja kwanza St. John aseme kwanza, ndio mimi nitaongea. Unaona vizuri? Wakati huu Wakenya wako na shida nyingi. Njaa imezidi. Gharama ya maisha ni panda. Pande zingine mifugo zinakufa. Pande watu tufarijike kama Wakenya. Nyinyi mzidi kuombea sisi. Sisi tutazidi kusimama imara ili haki ifanyike katika taifa letu. Na haki itatendeka katika taifa letu. Wakenya wawe na matumaini. Wakati Afrika, baba kama Mkristo, Mwanglikano ataongea. Lakini nasubiri kwanza Yohana Mtakatifu aongee kwanza. Baba ataongea. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki.
Ndiyo, baba anasema anasubiri Yohana Mtakatifu aongee kwanza ndipo ataongea. Sasa tunasubiri huyu Yohana afike, atoe maoni yake, alafu baba naye apeane mwelekeo. Sijui wewe uko tayari kwa upi, lakini hii nchini yetu, we are not visitors, we are stakeholders, and therefore we have a say on where this country goes, and we have every right to determine what that happens. It doesn't matter the attempts and the manipulation process that tries to deny us that right and that capability to determine and be able to really decide who becomes the leader through the constitutional process of electing our leaders. But at the end of the day, we will have to redeem that and bring it back to where it is supposed to be. Things falling apart doesn't mean it's the end to all that we structured to provide us with the required leadership. things may go wrong, but they only go wrong in order for them to be made right. And so, as the Kenyan people, we must begin to embrace the right procedure and the right way to go about these elections manenos and leadership manenos, and of course the future of our great country. We can't surrender until we have gotten exactly what we need to get, and that is justice for all, justice for both the electorate and the elected leaders is a must for the Kenyan people. We can't give in to the pressure of a few twisted, corrupt people that would want to turn our achievements into trash by reason of their greed. So let us all be alert and focus.
Maybe small, we still need stabilizers. And especially we need stabilizers in two areas: protecting our reserves and safeguarding the integrity of our public service. Why do I say this? Because these are two critical elements that give us safety, security, assurance, and resources for the future. It's taken us decades to build up our foreign reserves. They are our oil in the ground. If we don't have a second key, and you happen to have a generous or profligate government, then one government can spend it all and bring you back to zero. Elections will become auctions where the parties compete to be more generous than the other, offering what it can do to voters by raiding the bank, as happens in countries much richer than us. You look at Australia, when 10 years ago, under basically a conservative government, they built up a significant amount of reserves or surpluses. They set up pension fund for the future, and they said this is our sovereign wealth fund, and this is to make sure that in future you'll be provided for state pensions and so on. But then came elections, and both parties, whether in government or out of government, because of the dynamic of the situation, they had no choice. One side offers something, the other side offers more, and back and forth. It's an auction. Today, the funds for the future have disappeared. The country is in deficit. The commodities boom is over. The budgets cannot be settled. They have to cut back spending. It's extremely contentious. We are back where they were, all within 10 years. It can happen to Australia with all that wealth and resources. Think what can happen if it's Singapore. That's money. What about people? The whole of our excellence in government, competence, the performance of the country depends on the integrity and the ability of the individuals in the key posts in the public service. Judges, central bankers, the accountant general, the commissioner of police, the people who head our stat boards, who sit on our stat board, key stat boards, the people who manage our reserves. Once corrupt persons get into key positions, that's the end. It's not only the end because they take money and help themselves, because you can stop that and put them in jail. It's the end because they subvert and corrupt the system and make it impossible to root out the cancer, which then becomes entrenched throughout the system. The system is permanently broken. You look at other countries. President SBY, President Yudhoyono of Indonesia, used to lament publicly about the problem he had with what he called the judicial mafia. He doesn't mean the mafia on the streets. He means judges whom he could not trust for their integrity because they had become corrupt and they had become part of the problem. You look at other countries where the police are in cahoots with the crooks. And if you have a problem, you're not sure whether you should go to the police station or run away from the police station. Or you look at countries where those responsible for safeguarding state assets instead raid the bank. As the Malay proverb goes, pagar makan padi. You are the hedge, but you are eating the rice, which you are supposed to protect. To prevent this, or at least to make this harder, this system needs a second key. And the challenge is for us how to ensure this second key strengthens and stabilizes our system of government.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Unaendelea kutazama Mtembei TV Open Forum Political Discussion Show, na kukaribisha mahala popote ulipo, tukamakinike pamoja tunapoangazia siasa zetu. Na leo hii ningependa tuangazie the fake election results courtesy of Chebukati and Iebc. Final in the sense that wanaondoka kwa ofisi, hawatakuwa commissions tena, hawatakuwa commission chairman tena, na kwa hivyo lazima wang'atuke kwa sababu muda wao umeisha, lakini wametoa matokeo yao kama vile wanadai kwamba uchaguzi ulikwenda. Shida ni kwamba kwa ground mambo ni different, and the actual voters are disgruntled, and the majority are vowing never to vote again. So if these are the results, how come the ground is not feeling the results? The ground is not supporting the results. Does it mean that IBC generates results the way they wish, or it is a reflection of the will of the Kenyan people? Let's look at this keenly and be able to determine how we go about our elections. And of course, are our elections supposed to determine our leadership, or we have a selection? And that seems to be the order of the day from the look of things. So wewe mahala ulipo na unapoangazia, ukimwona Chebukati akikutolea results, hizo results, are they believable? Yeye mwenyewe, does he look convincing that he is capable of releasing results that Kenyan people will be in support of? Why is it that our state, wherever stakeholders are under what is famously called by Kenya Kwanza state capture? Is IBC under state capture, like the judiciary, like the parliament, like the Senate? And of course, the church is also under state capture. And that's what Kenyans are left with no choice but to find expression elsewhere. We need to look at this keenly and be able to tell each other the truth. Karibu kila moja, karibisha wawili watatu, na wale watu mnakuja studio mnachelewesha mambo, karibuni tukajadili kwa kina mambo haya, ili kusikwe na yote ambaye atakosa kupata ukweli kulingana na Wakenya. Unajua hii kura haipigwi, licha ya kuwa inapigwa kwa siri, wanaopiga kura hawaendi kwa siri, okay? Na tunapomaliza kupiga kura tunajua kwamba kura itakwenda hivi kwa sababu wengi wa watu wamepiga hivi. Kile ambacho kinashtua na kinatisha nchi hii na labda bara la Afrika ni kwamba waliopiga kura walipiga hivi, matokeo ikatoka vingine, na sasa ground nayo inakataa hayo matokeo, and ndiposa tunaita fake results, because the ground says otherwise. Chebukati says otherwise. Why is this the case? And of course, many excuses on why this takes place, on why this happens. But all in all, it's important that we begin to raise red flags where we see problems, and of course, dig in order to demand our rights as the Kenyan people, and be able to attain to that place of getting our electoral justice. Justice be our shield and defender. That's the only time we'll dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. That's what our founding fathers envisioned. That's what our founding fathers embraced, that justice be our shield and defender, and then we will dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. Are we having justice as far as our elections are concerned? Then can that result into peace, unity, and liberty? Let's talk. Karibu kila moja, tafadhali tukamakinike kwa pamoja. Tumia hiyo link, njoo kwa studio, tukaangazie masuala haya ipasavyo. Don't shy off, don't shrink off. Struggles yield, but they take a while before they yield. It is not popcorns. And so when you give yourself to the pursuit of justice, you must be willing to stick on the path long enough until the resistance gives way. And for that to take place, we must be able to say over and over, resist more and more, push and push until we are able to achieve what we must achieve. If we relent too quickly, we may just quit when we are about to strike the gold mine. So let's keep pushing. It is our duty to see to it that justice is done for the Kenyan people. Don't allow the liars, the thieves, carry the day because they are loudmouths. And of course, they have straight face while lying to the Kenyan people. Don't let them have the last laugh. Let us push until the Kenyan people will laugh last by ensuring that all that do evil against this country get the required punishment so that the Kenyan people can be served with the justice that they deserve, and let their country pick up and fulfill its important role of ensuring that everything is done decently and in order. I want to appreciate all of you even as we continue with the conversation. It is our important and very civic and, of course, sacred responsibility to secure the justice of this great country. Don't let the mafia and the twisted, greedy people mess up our operations. And good people must not give in into bad people. It is bad people to be chased out of town so that good takes the center stage. The push for justice is not easy, but it's possible. The push for things being done rightly may not come easily, but it has to come if you're going to get anything right anywhere. And so let's open up, let's talk, let's understand and appropriate the reality of the truth of our constitution provision in terms of determining our leadership. When our institutions are taken are captured and made to do what they are not supposed to do, it is the duty of the Kenyan people to wake up and say, enough is enough. So I'm going to play one more video and then open the floor. I'm happy Rhoda, Mike, and Moses are already here. The rest, please, let's keep coming. Let's keep conversing. And like I said, every space you have, make use of it. Ensure that justice is, the push for justice is loud and clear in your space. Don't succumb to the bloggers who have been hired to lie. Of all jobs to take, how do you take on a job to lie and twist the truth? How long can you last in the same? It is said that if you're always speaking the truth, you don't need to remember what you said. Let's all arise Let's all do what is our civic duty in securing the welfare of our great country by insisting on what is right. It is said that our elections are supposed to be transparent, okay? They're supposed to be credible. And one of the greatest part of our elections is that they should be verifiable. Verifiable means the people who queued, the people who voted should be able to attest that these results are the ones we got from our queuing and voting. But if the people who queued and voted deny the results, get shocked, go silent for months, there is something wrong and we must fix it. Let's listen to this great speech by Pielo. Then from there we can converse as we ought to.
In Africa, one must contextualize one's assessment of democracy. One must quickly remind oneself that today, several years after 55 odd African countries regained their independence from their erstwhile colonizers, Africa still remains a continent that is defined by others. We remain a continent which European powers define casually as Francophone, to mean former French colonies, casually as Anglophone, to mean former British colonies, Lusophone casually, to mean former Portuguese colonies. The Italians may not have a phone for themselves, but I believe they do in their guarded moments. The Belgians may be shy, but I believe they do. The latter-day occupants and describers of Africa, whether from the West or from the East, in the quiet moments and the inner sanctums of their machinations, must have a way of defining and denigrating us. That is our continent. Even when we are told about democracy, we are tested on standards that are external to us. When we hold our elections, they are not deemed to be complete until we have a scorecard. And those scorecards will be from the European Union, from the Commonwealth, or some other erstwhile colonizers and the organizations that they have created over the years. And it is only when they say that we have passed the litmus test that we are deemed to be democratic. That is the Africa that I'm talking about. The Africa that you have invited me to talk about and to contextualize within Zambia is one that has a painful history and is not perhaps the right occasion to go into the annals of history. But it would be remiss on my part, and indeed on the part of anybody who stood on a podium such as this, not to remember that this continent was enslaved and that our erstwhile enslavers are the ones who now pontificate to us. It would be remiss on my part not to say that those enslavers turned colonizers ran roughshod over us, and that before they ran roughshod over us, they sat somewhere in Berlin, in Germany in 1884, and without any care, they parceled us into spheres of influence, and they dehumanized us. They named our countries as they willed, and even rivers which had long sustained our ancestors, they gave names. So that even today, when I traverse the land of Zambia, as indeed other parts of Africa, I still find lakes called Victoria in honor of a British monarch. I still find a fall called Victoria Falls, not Mosi Otunya. I still find a town called Livingston. I look forward to the day, I hope it will be during the administration of Hakainde Hichilema, that those names will be changed. And they did not stop there. After they had parceled us out, they took away our artifacts, and they took them to European museums, and they are still there. And after they had finished and they were pushed out by our founding fathers in the 1940s, running through the 1950s, we decided that we were not going to be colonized. And I can hear through the vicissitudes of time the immortal words of Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, that we as Africans would prefer to live in freedom rather than to live in servitude. And there was not only Kwame Nkrumah. Here in Zambia, you'll remember the selfless efforts of Kenneth David Kaunda. You will remember great Africans such as Modibo Keita in Mali, Ahmed Ben Bella in Algeria, Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt, Kambarage Nyerere in Tanzania, Ahmed Sékou Touré in Guinea, Leopold Sédar Senghor in Senegal, Apollo Milton Obote in Uganda, Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya, Haile Selassie in Ethiopia, and much later you will remember Sobukwe in South Africa, Mandela, NATO, Marshall, Nuyoma, and many other stalwarts who stood so very firm. And I remember so very distinctly on the 6th day of March 1957, when the then Gold Coast regained our independence as Ghana, with the Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah as the Prime Minister. And he said then that the freedom of Ghana meant nothing if the rest of Africa was not free. He said famously then that let us seek first the political kingdom and the rest shall be given unto us. We sought and obtained the political kingdom. The rest has been coming in spits and spats. But those words remain as true today as they were when they were spoken. I remember 2 years later in Casablanca, Morocco, the Usagief once again reminded his audience, at least those who cared to listen to him, that the imperialists have left. But remember that the imperialists, like the cheetah before it, never changes its spots. He may wear different masks, but he changes not. Kwame may not have been a prophet, but his words have been fulfilled over the years. 3 years later, on the 25th day of May 1963, in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, as if possessed, he told those who were present, if we do not unite now, if we do not live with a single government now,
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your company. Even as we continue with the conversation, we want to appreciate everybody for making time to join into the discourse and learn one or two things that they are so much need in order to make right judgment on our matters. Kuna huyu Profesa Fake anasema Profesa mpenda amani anasema mtembei huu ni ushenzi. Sasa sijui kama hiyo ni kupenda amani ama ni kupenda matusi. Sijui unaumwa nini Profesa, kama unapenda amani. Amani haipatikani kwa uongo, haipatikani kwa utapeli, haipatikani kwa kuhujumu wengi wa Wakenya. So kama kweli unapenda amani, lazima usimamie haki. Okay? Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi. Then na tukae kwa amani na uhuru na umoja. So kama hivyo ndivyo mambo huenda na wewe unapenda amani, basi like your name, live up to your profession. Asante. Sister Roda, vipi lakini?
Poa sana. You know, I like this man. He's very smart, actually. He's the smartest man whole Kenya. And then sometimes when he talk like Martin Luther King. His accent. He's very smart, and he work very much for African, and that's amazing that he love African, our continent, and he always for the best that our continent, Africa, we can live the life God created us, not what people they want. Because Africa is a country have been looking whole world. They have been touching Africa. Africa, we don't care about the democracy and our constitutions. So it's very, so we must, I don't know, today I will express. Maybe today I don't have so much mood for expression, but you know, me, I'm here to fight for my own right and my democracy and my constitution, because if I want to go back in Kenya, I'm leaving the country that I feel safety. I have my own document for democracy. I come for the democracy country, then I feel happy. But I cannot move to Kenya when I know there is no democracy, when there is no constitution. I can't. I know many Kenyans, they have been going back in Kenya, but when Ruto came, they came back because they saw things are not going well. So I want to come my country that everything is democracy. Even when you have a document, you feel safety. Even when you are going to vote, you know your vote, you'll be counted. And it's not only Kenya, whole Africa. Africa, we must have this democracy. It costs a lot, and it costs blood. Some people, they have been costing the blood. Some people, they went for the jail to cost democracy. And even some people, they have been jailed to fight for the corruption and constitutions. So Africa, we must stand together. We must together, whole Africa, we fight. It doesn't matter you come from any country in Africa, even if you come from Burkina Faso or you come from Togo, any country, even Mali. I pray even Mali, the Mali will be recognized that one day, one time, they will get freedom of slavery and they come for the democracy. And everybody not put fingers. Mali, there is always war, darkness. Everything is darkness. People, they are putting fingers in Mali. Everybody putting finger in Kenya. Kenya is not the rule by, like today I met, like today one woman asked me, she's from this country, from Iraq. She asked me, is it your country? How is it your country right now? I said, I don't feel safety. I cannot go my country. It's not democracy. We have a president who is almost like a dictator. He's not ruling our country with the law. He's not obey our constitutions. It doesn't obey our democracy. He do whatever he wants. So why do I go? I cannot feel safety when I know that I want to go to the country that when I'm walking in the street, I feel proud to be a Kenya. Even when I'm walking, I feel, wow, even unaringa, kanyanga hiyo rami, unajiona, unajikumia. Lakini ukiwa wewe uko bari, unaona vitu zinaenda, ati watu wanafanya elections, na huyo mwizi Chebukati, mimi namuita criminal. This guy is a criminal. Unawezaje iba kura zetu? Even if I didn't vote, I get hurted because people, they wake up early in the morning, they vote, and you did count their vote, and you didn't even care. I think about Chebukati. Oh my God, that man, he's a really criminal. I thought, oh my God, that man need to be in the Hague. Even he cannot, and he have a big headache. He cannot think about Kenya. He doesn't care about he doesn't care for the best for the Kenya. He doesn't want to put somebody there just to come for the president. Somebody, even you don't know why the purpose. He doesn't know the purpose why he came in the president. He still don't know what is the purpose. Instead of he could give our own justice, the one it was the result. Unajua kuna proverb ingine tunasemanga kuna nini na language yako wote mulwada na mgogo. Si Raila ni Mkenya, si ndio? Si Ruto ni Mkenya, wote ni wa Kenya. Si tupatia haki yetu vile paper ilikuwa imeandikwa Raila he is a win. Alafu anasema ati yeye ni sijui alikuwa anasema nini, mwizi. Huyo ni mbaya kabisa, hata ukimwona uso yake anakaa mwizi tu. You know me, I didn't trust Chebukati even 2017. I was there and there. I was not feeling him. I don't know. Not because how he looked like, but I have never trusted him. 2017. I was feeling like that. He was not a person you can trust him. He doesn't know his work. He doesn't know his work. And you're working for the authority. You take your responsibility. At the Kenyan people, we have to go to vote and we bow for him. Kenyan people, they have to obey for Chebukati because he can do the right result. And it's not only Kenya, it's even some country in Africa, they have to bow for person. When in Africa, we are going to be freedom of this. We live the life God created us to be. Not some group of people, they get more favor. Some group of community, they get favor. Some community, they get like this. This is not the Kenya I want. I want the Kenya. Every community in Kenya, your voice matter. Your democracy is matter. No matter the job you are working. That's the Africa I want to be. You feel proud of your Kenya. Like I cannot feel proud of myself. When I see things are going bad, when I see they are stealing our vote, until we have to get handshake. Every time we need to have a handshake. That is not democracy. Like today, I know that Odinga, he went to meet the commission. I don't know what he is going to meet them. I saw in the picture on Facebook. I was very disappointed. I get why he is going to meet them. And we are calling him to fight for us. But even if we go handshake, I'll never lose hope. I'll continue coming here, Motivate TV. And I know what I'm standing for. I'm standing for my democracy and my constitution. That's what I'm fighting, my own democracy. And that at mimi nikibeba kipande yangu, I'm proud to be a Kenyan. Lakini si mtu anabia ati wewe unaona vile vitu zinaenda. Ati mtu anaweza kaa kwa kiti afanye vile anataka, afanye kitu na law. ati watu wanaweza toka nchi zingine wanafanya vile wanataka kufanya without respecting our country. So me could ask, all over the world, all over Africa, we must stand together, that our democracy must stand, our everything is work, our system education must work, everything must work, because we can able to move. And even I will never move forward. Me, I'm still 2022. We are still 2023, but me, I'm still 2022 elections, because we didn't get our justice. I cannot move forward. I'm still, some countries, they have not an year. I'm still 2022 until I get the justice, the one people they voted, the one we saw it in the TV. They didn't have the match, and then Chebukati, he put the favor, and some politicals, they have never wake up, they have never hajawai amuka, wanajificha tu. Kuna mshindi na mshindani, si ndio? The whole world kuna kwanza na mshindi na mshindani.
Thank you. Tunafanya utangulizi. Asante kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Naomba kila mmoja tukamakinike pamoja, tutapigana mpaka tupate haki yetu. Na haki haiji kwa mchezo. Lazima kila mmoja ajitolee mhanga, tukasimame kidede. We insist until the resistance gives way. That's how it is done. Raila meeting the high commissioners and all that, it's part and parcel of his responsibility. Swali tu ningeuliza, how many high commissioners have called Wajakoya when they came to the country, or they called this other reverend when they came to the country? That's just a question. So that means the reason why they are calling him, because he's significant, and he's an important part and parcel of how this country is to be governed. And that means the international community understands that without a Baba, things will not move, no matter how long they take. And so we should not curtail and vilify him. One of the things that happens in leadership is that you can easily be captured by the people you lead to an extent whereby your wisdom becomes unnecessary in making right decisions. And some of the decisions that you make as a leader may not be always as the expectation of everyone that you are leading, but it needs to be for the welfare of everyone that you are leading. And so we must all be vigilant in ensuring that we read between the lines, and we are able also to assess things, not to run into conclusions without looking at the whole scenario, because leadership is not as easy as it appears. And it's not just by occupying office. There are so many things that come into play that you must put in consideration with every move you make. And it's not easy to be a Raila Odinga. It's not a walk in the park to be a Raila Odinga, because the international community have this expectation. The local leadership have this expectation. The young have this expectation. The elderly have this expectation. And so it's something that we all need to pray for him and make sure that he makes the right decision when that decision is to be made. But if we begin to flop like the UDA bloggers want us to, you see the people pushing for handshake, begging for handshake. It's not Raila Odinga, it's not Azmio, it is UDA, until they are hiring international community to come and beg for it. And our stand remains the same. There is no handshake, there is no grand coalition, there is no nusu mkate. Mwenye mbuzi apewe, mwizi apelekwe Kamiti. Moses, karibu.
How are you, Bernard and Rhoda? Hope
I'm
you're all
fine. I'm
fine.
fine. Thank you, Mr. Moses. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Bernard. Rhoda, you should not get worried. Don't get worried of Baba. He's a man who knows what he does. He calculates before taking action. So we trust him. Uh, Bernard, I saw one of, was it someone from Singapore? I don't know. It was, they were in a parliament or some kind of. And that's why no wonder those people they have developed from nowhere. You find them good. I can't even tell how they reached where they. I don't know whether you have ever reached there, but they have developed very fast. Because in Singapore or even Uganda, when you read the history, we are far ahead of them. But now, check right now. So if I hear people talking like that with love, with care, with like they feel proud of what believe in, they feel proud of seeing their country developing. Why not? And those are the things that are making us moving backwards because we feel we invest outside our country, you know. More so in Africa, someone will steal the money, then you go and invest in Europe and where not within the country. So I will not let if I hear such kind of people talking. But then before we move on, just tell me more about PLO Lumumba, because it's like just who is he, PLO Lumumba? Because sometimes I get confused. I have my point before I go into it. Maybe you know,
But Moses, you're asking who is Piero Lumumba? Piero Lumumba is a scholar. I think he's a professor of law. Okay, he's a lawyer and, of course, a scholar. And he's speaking in his capacity as a scholar. And that's why he's invited to speak in those forums. But other things ni Mkristo pia, so hiyo ndio tunajua kumhusu. He
oh,
tried to vie for Kamukunji seat in Nairobi. He lost badly, and then he was once appointed as the chairman of anti-corruption commission, and it didn't last to 3 years. I think 2 years or something. The powers that be and the forces kicked him out. I think they
oh,
disbanded the commission so that he was left with no
oh,
job.
okay, Bernard, enough. Now I can come to my point. You know, for me, I'm one of those people who believes that even in 2017 election was stolen. So I like people who always match their words and action. You understand? So not only giving me good English, no way. I can never stand with you. I want someone when whatever you say, and we must see it in action, the way you act, you know. So this Piero Lumumba in the last election petition, he was on the other side because we were petitioning the same Chebukati, but the election was rigged. The results are not the one that we expected. But this is the same guy who was on the other side for defending, you know, saying no, the election was fair and what. So it's not all about how much English you tell or you speak. It's all about if just mean whatever you say. You cannot. Uh, talk differently and they act differently. For me, from that there, I was one of his fans because when I could listen to the way he speaks and the people that he quotes all the time, those of Nyerere, the Mandela, the Martin Luther King, you know. But from that moment when I saw him in the High Court of Kenya defending people who have stolen the vote, the election, I just stopped there, even following him, because don't just frame things to look sweet and you're not acting the way you were talking, you know. So from that day, I'm sorry, maybe it is me, but that's what I saw in him. He's good in speaking, he has good English, but I can't. From that day, Bernard, I'm telling you that I've never trusted him because even though you're a lawyer, you're preaching, you want democracy. Why do you go and stand with people? And I also know that the election was rigged. So that is my point on Pierre Rumba. Maybe I might be wrong, but that's how I see him. I always like people who matches their words and action. Maybe we come to Chebukati. Yeah, he has done his job, not in a professional, not serving Kenyans, but he came to collect money. So I think he has done it successfully. Collecting money, he has collected the money that I'm very aware, much aware of his last election and this current one, two of them. Because you cannot tell me that you have been a chairman leading the electoral board, and every election you hold, one of your commissioners comes out and make an alarm, this and this and that, and they pretend to be good. For me, he has not shown us his profession. Like, he has been someone who is like, he came to cut deals and, like a dealer man, He has done it successfully. And what I can assure him, wherever he will go, generations comes and goes. This generation of the current government will go, and we hope the next one will call him to be answerable. Because what I believe and what I know, cases will never get rotten. They will always wait for you. The right time will come, and the cat will be answerable for whatever he has done. Because if people in a section that is a very sensitive, it's a very sensitive
country. It is the that will bring peace in the country and development, or it is a place that will bring chaos in the country. That is the place that will make people lose their lives. So he has just been playing with that position, and like he never took his job seriously. As that's my opinion. So to me, I take him like someone who is just not serious with his profession. That is Chebukati, and I'm done with him. Let's wait for him, and I pray that he stay. God gives him life until we enter another government, because we want him to tell us what exactly happened. If it means to open servers to bring evidence in court, then so be it. So that is it, Bernard, on Chebukati. Another thing, Bernard, you talked of. No, now Chebukati is soon leaving. And I heard you talking about people that have given up in, like voting. Of course, I'm one of them who says that, who believes that if the next election comes, that in the next election, even though they have changed, people has lost trust, people has lost hope. They don't believe in what will happen there. It's like they have come to realize that they are wasting their time for nothing. Whatever they vote for is not what counts. But there is one person that can bring back hope to Kenyans, and again they wake up again and they prepare themselves to, if these people push and reach another election, there is one person that can develop people's hope, and people will go back and at least vote. You know, I saw last time someone was talking about the former Chief Justice Maraga that was appointed, I don't know where, but if this Kenya Kwanza want to create peace in Kenya right now, that is the person. If they want to give him a job, because I trust in him, and I believe there are many people outside there who trust in him. So if they can appoint him as the chairman of the Electoral Commission, I think he can give hope to Kenyans to go again and vote. Because right now he's available, if I'm not mistaken. But also, I myself, and I think international-wide, people believe in him, people trust him, because what he did in 2017, it has never been anywhere. So the trust that he showed it to people, to the world, if he happens to be in that office of this drama guy, I think he can deliver the best, according to me. And also my prayer and my wish, you should not take any other position, any other office, any other job in Kenya Kwanza government, unless if he is being given that office of Electoral Commission. I think because the reason why I would wish him to be in that office is to bring hope to people. Because you will tell me after finishing my comment, I believe that the former Chief Justice can bring back people's hope, and people will believe that if they go outside there and vote cast their votes, it will count. So for me, I believe, I don't know whether others, but I have hope that if he can be given that office, he can do much better, and people will go out and vote again. If at all, these Kenya Kwanza, you know, they are like survive to that time. That is for me now. Leonard, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Moses. We appreciate that, and we look forward to engaging further. Chebukati, Maraga, Iebc,
Yes.
and the Kenyan people. For the Kenyan people to get their trust into the electoral system, a lot needs to take place. Change of personality alone is not enough. Will not be enough. We have if we got if the elections were conducted rightly in 2022, then the Iebc and the other team will have recovered from the setback of 2017. But this is a setback in 2017, then another setback in 2022. So we are back to where we were in 2007, if I'm analyzing that rightly. We are back to where we were in 2007, when there was now an agitation for the complete overhaul of the Electoral Commission then. Okay, the Electoral Commission, the Kivuitu Electoral Commission, where everything to be swept away, and we have a new, fresh constituting of the Electoral Commission. Now, if that doesn't take place, I don't think Kenyans will have their trust into the electoral system anymore. And then, of course, they say once beaten, twice shy. It is going to be a tall order to get the Kenyan people to trust that system again. Because what is it that they have not done in terms of them waking up early, going to vote, carrying out the campaigns, and seeing to it that they get leaders? Look at the crop of leaders who have made it to parliament. Majority of them were not elected by the Kenyan people. And then they go back to the Kenyan people and mock them. Niliwaambia mnipatie kura mkakataa. Sasa mko wapi? Si niko ndani tayari. In this country, it's not what you know, it is who you know. And so the disappointment of the Kenyan people and the helplessness they feel is such that it's going to be a tall order to get anybody to go out there and vote. Then, of course, the perennial struggle, okay, of trying to get the presidency from the Kalenjin and the Rift Valley and the Mount Kenya. That is a very serious factor. If that is not addressed, then the majority of Kenyans, especially from the other communities, are not going to participate in that election. And so we're going to have an election, especially the presidential election, to be decided between the two communities that think it's their monopoly to lead the country. And so it's a wider matter that putting there Maraga alone may not change the hearts and the minds of Kenyans. Secondly, historically, or rather how the previous governments have performed, they don't like competence. In fact, Maraga shocked them. Okay, they always want proxies into positions of decisions. Okay, people that can aid their process, especially when they have hit a snag. So they will not want a strong, hard-hearted person at the helm of the Iebc. They want somebody they can manipulate. Why? They want systems to fail in their favor if it is not working out into what they want. And so, like the usual way of doing it, the Maraga will go for the interview. Maraga will win, can be number one, but they will settle on number three. Chebukati was number three. Of all the people who were vetted, Chebukati was number three. Number two and three were sent, one and two were sent home. Chebukati was given job. Why? They want somebody who can be manipulated, somebody who can aid the system and do their bidding. That's the one they will want to put in that particular seat. So our history doesn't look right in terms of looking for somebody who really wants to help the country move forward. We believe in the new constitution with our mouth, but when it comes to implementing the constitution and ensuring that the constitution delivers, we still run away from the consequences of the decisions of the very constitution that we wish to use as a system of governance. And so, as the Kenyan people, we need to tell ourselves the truth. Do we want to be governed according to the law, or we choose to be governed according to the law of the jungle? That's the only way that we must conference with ourselves. Left for the Kenya Kwanza government, they will unilaterally and single-handedly appoint their proxies at Iebc. They will constitute Iebc like they have constituted the parliament, like they have constituted the Senate, and ensure that Iebc serves their purpose. What do you think of the reason why Kashagwa is ensuring that every chief and every county commissioner and sub-county commissioner that served under Uhuru Kenyatta are going home, and then they are putting in their own? It is an elaborate plan to see to it that their rigging process will not be interfered with by any person raising any red flag anywhere. And so we have a very twisted system and a very twisted society to think that placing Maraga somewhere may cause the hearts of Kenyans to change. No, it will take more than that, in my opinion. Yes, Moses?
Yeah, Bernard, maybe I did not frame it well. Not just like, waking up and giving him appointments. No. We fall like you had last time, what Baba said, electoral reforms. After that is being done, then I'm not talking about only that leaving Kenya Kwanza to appoint him. even if after electoral reforms, if it is being done, he's the right man to go. Because everyone, everything is all about trust. And I believe he's one of those people that can bring Kenya back again into what? When it is being done in a proper way, not just like giving him one individual, but when it is being done in a proper way. I believe he is a person who can shape that office again and bring the moods of Kenyans back again to the polls. That's what I was meaning. But not just like you put, but still he will resist. I am feeling that even though he is being put there, him alone, you cannot bribe him. Maybe, but I have hope that you cannot. I believe in him. What he did and what he showed us last time, but it must be done in a proper way, Bernard, after electoral reforms.
Thank you, Moses. We are saying the same thing. I'm only saying that in Kenya we make sure that whatever we want can be done before somebody is considered for a job. And when I say that Maraga pulled a surprise, okay, it was really a surprise. It was really a shock because the reason why they settled for him as CJ, they knew he's going to do their bidding, okay? So when he went the other way, that's when they say, we thought is a man that we could work with, but now he has proved otherwise. And so whenever they will get such a person and put him in that position, they will make sure that they provide a check and balance for him. Okay, you remember like where in 2017 there were personal attacks against the deputy chief justice Felemona, where his driver was shot and all that scared her when they were in that matter of deciding when will the second elections take place, the repeat elections and all that. So it is we are in a system whereby you can be the strongest person, then they put around you some manipulators. Okay, for example, most of the decisions by Iebc are done by, if there is a disagreement, is by voting. So you are Maraga, then they give you 7 commissioners, and those 7 commissioners are there sent as agents. So you decide it is this way, then they vote against you. What happens? The majority carries the day. So I'm just painting for you the Kenyan picture in terms of how we defeat ourselves in the same thing that we want to work. Tunakuchagua ukwe minister wa semi-arid areas, uweke borehole kila mahali, alafu tunakupatia magari ya borehole na tunakunyima petrol ya hiyo magari kutumia kufanya hiyo kazi ama diesel. So we defeat ourselves. What Mother Karua was saying, mnanipatia job ya kulima, then mnanifunga mikono nyuma. Okay, sasa nitalimaje? You want me to dig, you have given me the jembe, you have given me the shamba, but you have tied my hands huku nyuma. How will I hold the jembe and begin to dig? So we really have a long way to go in terms of really accepting. Now, the fear is the system will give us the right people. We don't want the right people. If elections are left to decide, they will give us right people. We'll have parliamentarians that we have elected, not the dunderheads that we are now. Let me not talk too much. I mean, some of the things are very, very disappointing. That we reject brains to send them to parliament, and then we send their comedians and these other dancers, and then when the decision is made, they like, look at the way they handled the Cherera case. Okay, the thing is point blank. Questions are being posed. Where is the evidence and all that? And they still rubbish it and they claim to be lawyers. Kuna mchezo ingine inachezwa hapa katika nchi ambayo inasumbua wale watu wamechagua kutumia akili. Some people are just a mess from the word go. And so our twisted system is not going to go away any soon without us having an overhaul. And that's why a revolution is a good way. A revolution has a way of purging away everything. and bringing us an opportunity to have a new crop of leaders that may not have made it through the normal systematic approach of changing of leadership. And probably we may just get that. And if that happens, that will be good. If not, let's pray for the best and prepare for the worst. One of my leaders used to say that. Pray for the best, prepare for the worst. Haya, tusonge mbele. Mr. K, vipi lakini?
Tuko habari bwana speaker saa.
Mimi huyu, karibu, asante. Niko mzima.
Nitakuwa narifa wewe kama Mr. Speaker kwa sababu wewe ndio unaongoza bunge la wananchi. Bunge la ground.
Nimekubali hiyo kazi.
Asante sana kwa kukubali habari ya wananchi wenzangu. So bwana speaker, jambo la kuhuzunisha mimi kwa roho ni nasikiza naibu wa rais ama nimuite aibu wa rais anasema sijui ati hii uchaguzi ingeenda pande ingine Raila angeweza kukagua gwaride ati kwa sababu ni mzee. So mimi nashangaa, nilikuwa nimeketi kwangu nashangaa, what is the obsession with the age of Raila with this man? Because Gachagua si yako 68. Kwani wameachana miaka ngapi na Raila Odinga? Si ni miaka 9 ama 10? So this age issue is really getting into my nerves because Raila hata kama angekagua gwaride na wheelchair, we want that man. Mimi kwanza ngoja niwaambie, Raila Molo Odinga, as long as ako hai, hata kama ako kwa wheelchair, mimi I will support him because he stands for my philosophy and my principles. Hii story ya kuambia sijui ni mzee sijui, kwani Rais Kibaki alitawala sisi yakuwa na miaka ngapi?
Bernard. By the way, Mr. K,
yes.
When we were swearing in Kibaki in 2002. So alikuwa kwa wheelchair. Did the economy recover? Did the country take off? Gachagua, like Chebukati and the team, should be arrested. Wafungiwe kamiti.
I agree with you, Mr. Speaker. So, when Kibaki took power, and people know, as you say, he was on a wheelchair. In fact, he was on we didn't even know he's going to survive. Yeah, but this man, every morning he wakes up, Raila that. Anaongea kama Raila this, Raila that. Ati Raila ni mzee hangegaua gwaride. What is this politics about? And therefore, it's absurd. And I think he should respect that old man. He has done more than he has. I don't know what Gachagua has ever done in his life that is known by anybody. Ile kitu mimi najua ya Gachagua nimeiona tu juzi, amepanda mlima na akainua mikono. Akainua mikono. Hiyo ndio kitu ya maana sana Gachagua amefanya. Na mimi nikaangalia hivyo nikaona hiyo kuna kitu anatumia ambayo si ya kawaida because hizo vitu zilimepitwa na wakati. Milima na hizo vitu za Kirinyaga na wapi hizo, kama unaamini Mungu utaki kujichanganya tena na mazinga ombwe. You don't need to mix yourself with idolatry. Si bibi yako ni bishop, pastor, then pray God whenever God is omnipresent. Ako kwa kila, ndio sababu mimi naona until nijue kanisa yako pale iko Bennett, mimi siendange kanisa kwa sababu kama nitapata wachungaji kama wakina Ole Sapit ndio wanaongoza nchi, wanaongoza makanisa, mimi sitaenda. Unfortunately, I will not be led. Those people, if I find them in heaven, I'll tell Jesus to take me to the other side. I don't believe, I'm sorry to say that it's the way it is. Mimi siwezi kubali kufuata hawa watu mahali wanaenda. Najua there was a time one of the greatest preachers in the world anaitwa Benny Hinn Yeye ni mzee sana, lakini he has always been blessings to me. Alienda conference mahali ya viongozi wa kanisa, akawaambia swali moja, akawauliza kama unataka kuenda, he asked them in English, if you want to go to heaven, sit down. But if you want to go to hell, stand up. So all the pastors and the leaders sat down. But there was a boy who kept standing. And Benny Hinn was so amazed. Huyu kijana kwa nini ana defy a prophet of the Lord? So he called the young guy, the small boy on the podium. Akamuuliza, why do you want to go to hell? You are standing. And the boy said, Benny Hinn, I believe in you. I have always been inspired by you. So I stood with you. Nilisimama na wewe. Kama ni hiyo shetani, kama ni huko kwa shetani tutaenda na wewe bwana. So the boy encouraged Ben Hinn that he was a leader of inspiration. Hawa watu wengine waliona Ben Hinn akiongea hivyo alikuwa amesimama. So he never sat himself. So the young man said, I'll follow you even if it's hell. The reason I'm saying this is because sometimes we look around this country. The crop of bishops we have, these are not people who you can follow or die with. Even the way they look like people who are corrupted. The way they breathe is like they don't even pray. Yeah, their body size. These are not even people taking you to anywhere. So there is nobody in our religious circles today who can inspire me. I don't know about others. Sioni mtu mwingine because I don't know. But me, when I need the blessings of the Lord, I can listen to John Hagee, Iebc, and I'm not saying that those who are in abroad ndio wako na Mungu, but the likes of Nganga, the likes of these people who are preaching the gospel of 310 here, selling water, selling anointing oil, selling handkerchief. Wengine come with your underpants. Me, I'm not going to bond that thing. So what I've decided is to have my own church in my corner, pray to the living God until I find the right person. But what I'm trying to say is that if you look at the pastors we have, the bishops we have, surely they're not taking us to heaven. And unless there's another heaven that they're taking. Number two, if you look at the political leaders today we have, and that is why I'm disappointed by Mr. Maraga, because I thought he's a person of principle. Now ameonjeshwa sasa samaki, and I remember him saying he has never taken a bribe. How can you serve a government that is full of corrupt people? What is the difference between you and them? And that is why I love Mother Karua. He better lives poor for the rest of his life, but he's not going to be corrupted by this regime. This regime, and I'll tell you the truth, it is buying all the leaders with taxpayers' money. Pesa ambayo tunatolewa kwa hiyo ndio inanunua hawa viongozi. The reason they sing that song of Kenya Kwanza, it's not because they love the policy or the ideals of this man or these people. No. Ni kwa sababu taxpayer money ni nyingi zinaokotwa na KRA per day. I'm told they collect 5 billion shillings. So if they collect 5 billion shillings, my friend, hata wakichukua, tulikuwa tunaambiwa na Uhuru bilioni 2. It is there to send here and there so that people can. But the good thing about, the more Kenyans suffer, the more they realize that these are not people who belong to God. I want to say this, and I don't want to miss my words. This government is not God ordained. Kama ingekuwa ni ya Mungu, angefanya kama vile Sakayo walifanya. Wakati Sakayo aliitwa na Yesu nifuate, alisema sasa mimi wacha niende nichukue zile vitu nilikuwa nimechukua za watu, niwarudishie maradufu 4 times. But what this government and these people are doing, zile vitu walikuwa wamechukua awali bado wameziweka, Sasa ni kujipanga kuchukua zingine mpya. Kwa hivyo hizi hadithi hizi sarakasi za kwenda kanisani kila Jumapili na kuchukua Bible na Psalms, hiyo ni uongo mtupu. It's a lie. Biblia inasema we shall know them by their fruits. Tutajua ambao wanamwamini Mungu kwa matendo na matunda yao, si kelele na hadithi na kuquote Bible na kukula Biblia na kukaranga sijui nini. Hata ukikarange Biblia na kachumbali ukule tuone umekula Biblia, doesn't make you a Christian, doesn't make you a man of God or a woman of God. What makes you a man and a woman of God is when we see the fruits of the Holy Spirit: humility, love, compassionate, the things that matter in this world. We know these things, they're in the Bible. And I don't know which Bible they read unless they read it upside down like they read the Constitution. And therefore, we are being led by people who are full of impunity, full of anger, full of revenge. And those are not that is not the spirit of the Holy Spirit. It doesn't matter how many church you are going to attend and broadcast on TV. As long as we do not have the fruit of the Holy Spirit and the love that is given automatically by the Holy Spirit, it is a lie. If I get these leaders in heaven, because I will be there as a bouncer, I will chase them away. Unajua Biblia inasema tutapatiwa mwili mpya. Ikifika huko unajua nachagua mwili ya Yokozuna ile kubwa kabisa. So that at the end of the day, unajua the reason I don't go to gym myself is because I'll have a new body there. Nitakuwa na mwili mpya. That is on a light note. So for me,
unataka kuteremsha watu.
hawezi kunyanyasa duniani na tuwakubali waingie mbinguni. No, hapo nitakuwa very strict. I'll be one of the most strictest person in the world. Having said that, I want to say that Chebukati and this group of people that have sold this country, I pray to God that they be given, God gives them long life. I want them to live long, even 100 and something years, so that they see the mess they did. And they see, because a time is coming, Bernard, when this country will be in the hands of good people and integral people. It is not going to be far. I see it in the spirit. A time is coming when these things will change. Today I feel so spiritual, sijui kwa nini, and I'll give you one scripture. I think is the book of Kings. I've read the Bible, by the way, in and out. And there is this story of Elisha. Is it Elijah or Elisha? Can you remind me? Is it Elijah who sent Ahab to the sea? Who was it?
Oh, it's Elijah.
Yeah,
Did
Elijah.
not send Ahab, he sent his servant.
Yeah, he sent his servant, yes.
Yes.
You see, I read the Bible. Ni yule tu sikumbuki, lakini I remember the story. Akamtuma akamwambia, go to the sea. Enda huko ukaangalie nini unaona huko. So the servant went the first time and came and said there is nothing. He went the third time, he came and said there is nothing. And then he went the seventh time. And he came and told Elijah, I've seen something on the clouds that looks like the hand of a man. You know, because he was not spiritual like me, he couldn't understand that was not the hand of a man, it is the hand of God. But Elijah understood it was the hand of God. So hakutaka mambo mingi, amejua the sign is there. So Bernard, I'm sending Kenyans to the sea, out there, go and see, tell me what you see. And because I'm spiritual, I'll tell you what I see. Because what you see is what you get. And I see a time when this country will be with the right people. I see a time when we have a president who is responsive and of integrity in this country. We see a time when people will not amass wealth for their own benefits and family. I see that. I know many people can't see that, but I'm spiritual. Leo niko na roho ingine ya hali ya juu. And therefore, when you ask me what I see soon we shall have our country back. Soon we have the future, the children of the kids of our offspring will have a better future. We'll have a country without debts and a country of God, not of people who are mocking God and joking around with the word of God and saying that they are, anyway.
So, amen to that prophecy. We accept it, and we look forward for its fulfillment, and we will fulfill it if it delays. Thank you so much, Mr. K. We appreciate that, and kuna watu huko kwa comments nao wamesema yuko suna tena. Yuko suna anahitajika. Kuna wale mlienda shule wakati shule ilikuwa shule. Kuna kitabu tulisoma inaitwa Masaibu ya Ndugu Jero. Anasema wakati mjeledi ulihitajika, Yesu hakuchelewa kuutumia kurekebisha makosa kanisani, hekaluni. So mjeledi ukihitajika utumike, bora turekebishe mambo. Thank you so much. That is a good one. And of course, it's important that we begin to see the future of this country and begin to enforce the same for this country. It's not all hope lost. Bad people cannot take over a country when good people are around and are willing to take responsibility to recover what bad people want to pervert and pollute. And so as the Kenyan people, tuchukue wajibu huo kusema kwamba hii nchi haitakwenda kwa waongo, haitakwenda kwa mafia, haitakwenda kwa wash tukiwa hapa. Lazima tufanye nini? We recapture it and get it back to right leadership. And that's why we are staying awake to have this conversation and ensure that every Kenyan is well informed. Asante sana. I want us to move forward. Tumsikilize mama wetu. Saya ameenda nchi ambayo mimi si hiyo jina sasa sielewi kabisa, lakini atanisaidia. Welcome, mami.
Yes, how is everybody? Bernard, Moses, MK. Nimesikiliza huyo MK na kuna pahali amesema he will not go to church, and I'll tell him it's not a must. You don't have to go to church. Even the Bible says go to your room and pray. So that one gives you a good excuse of you not going to church, because you don't have to go to church to spoil your day with these people who we have seen, and they have shown us their behavior is not towards Christianity, is towards politics. And I don't think these things need to be mixed, because there will be confusion of the people who don't understand politics, and then they will be dissolved in the politics while they think they are in Christianity. So for me, I give you a hand and I support you, and I do the same, because it reached a point that I felt like even going to church, it's like you are getting mixed with these people, and they feel strong like we are supporting them. What they are doing very wrong, and they are offending each and everyone, because that was our redeem, our rescue, our place where we go to take our problems. Like you are going there to pray your God for the whole time that you have not gone to the church or to a place where it's holy. This place now has been made unholy by these people. And they have shown us that they don't have respect to God at all because of the way they have behaved and the way they have portrayed themselves and the way they are greedy to get the earthly materials, not minding what they are doing to people and crushing their faith. It's very sad and saddening because that was where people clicked when they have had times when they want to say a word to God. But now it has been made like Barbary. It's a business area. It's not a godly place anymore. So MK, be comfortable, and that's the way. You are okay not to. If you feel no, you have got an option, you have got an alternative, and you still have your faith intact. That is. Thank you. Now I come to Chebukati. I pray the same as MK said, for him to live long, but he should not be free. He should not be out. He should be in jail. Even where those people in jail, they hear news, they see news. So he can be hearing news when he's in jail for what evil thing he did to Kenyans. And he deserves that. I know right now he may think he is out of the hook. He's going for retirement to enjoy his time. What is he thinking? He's thinking that I have worked so hard, now I'm going to rest. What kind of hard work did he do? Can he tell us what his behavior was when he was working? Can he tell us what goal he has accomplished that is worthy his retirement? He's a crook. He has no respect. He is despicable. He deserves no mercy. However, because he has made many people cry, actually, even I understand there are people who committed suicide after this election was done. And it is very sad. There are people who have died innocently because of neglect. They didn't have food to eat because of what Chebukati decided to work with. And he knows very well, in fact, if Chebukati is taken right now and put on the cross and he is told to testify what went on and what he did, and we will set him free, he will say it because of the pain he will be going through. He will tell us the truth. But simply, nobody is ready to do that. We are ready to take him to jail, whereby he can stay there and feel the pinch for many years. And I'm not afraid of saying so, because he knows he's a crook, he's a thief, he's a fraudster, he's a criminal, or any name that is associated with a bad person. I feel for his family because they may be even feeling the pinch and even asking questions. It's only that they cannot put their father or her husband, sit down here, why did you do that? Or even maybe they have questioned him and he gave that fake answer to them. Or maybe there are those families who keep quiet because it is our daily breadwinner, so we cannot question him. That is being honest, being people who are not truthful, being people who are not people who cannot be trusted in any way. I will not be associated with such a kind of a character. if I was the one. And when I look at all these families that we have associated with the fraud of our election, they all are calling themselves wife and husband. They are Christian. They are going to church, all that. I misunderstand. How can two people live together? One is a thief. The other one is somebody who is faithful person and never question the other partner. They must be living with mafias who are unquestionable. And I feel bad because those families, maybe they are going the pain we are going through. They are not even enjoying what they are getting from these fraudsters, criminals who have done our country unworthy things. They have deteriorated our country. Chebukati, wherever you are, know that we know the truth. And this truth, when you be put in front of you, I know you'll be shaken. And I know you'll know you are a criminal in the highest order. I saw him being put the person of the year, but I believe maybe that's a payment that they made for him to be put there to disguise Kenyans. Who doesn't know what you did, Chebukati? You misled the whole country and you stole from the whole country what you did. Okay, now I come here and I want to say something today that we have got, Kenya has no basics. Kenya has never set basics for his people in the country. When I talk of basics, if you look like other countries, if they have flood, they have got fire, they have got any kind of disaster, they have got stock of what they're gonna use to help those people of their country. In Kenya, there is nothing. Instead, the government that is there currently has taken all these basics away. They don't assist the youth to have something to do, for them to be busy and help themselves and make ends meet. They don't help the old people. They don't help the sick people. They don't help even the disabled. The basics is the food people want to eat. It's not that they have to give them chicken. They know what I mean by basics. People are not able to afford food to eat because the country has been captured. They have captured the whole country, but they are not capturing the poor people. The poor people are thrown out. Capturing the country, I mean, they want to milk each and every penny to put in their pockets. And that is what they are really doing right now. Yesterday, there was somebody here who was talking about the politics of United States and the voting that was being done in White House. And that is when I learned that Kenyans really, they hear what they hear and take it seriously. That is how it is. What you are being told, you don't go peruse. You don't go interior to know what that person meant when they said whatever they said. Or believing things that really have no material, has no any kind of convincing idea of why somebody said that. Somebody here said that the voting in White House was that Donald Trump is coming back because he won, because McCarthy won the votes for being the speaker. I was shocked. And I wondered, why should somebody even say something that is really even far from what is going on? Trump lost the speakership that he was trying to apply for. He was trying to get elected. He lost by far. He got only one vote, which the person who was moderating the voting said Donald Trump got one vote. That means it shows present. And I laughed because I never expected Donald Trump to go one thing for speakership and again losing in such a big way. He got only one vote while others were getting 200 votes. And somebody would come here and tell us that Trump is coming back. He'll be back. And this is where now I see Kenyans really, we are losing it. Because we hear things that people tell us, or we tend to take things the other way around, that we cannot digest fast before we tell others. In Kenya, we were told so many lies. And even people, really educated people who can sit down and listen and write and read, are the most people who I can't believe that they believed what they were being told. And even today, they want to argue that that was true, what this current government was telling us. Really, I felt so stupid that I cannot argue with such people, because I thought I was dreaming when I hear people are repeating those things, which are total lies, and they are not working. And it is not going to happen. And they still cling on that. And they want to downpour ourselves, put us down because of what they have believed. And it's a lie. They say, give us time to do what? They have nothing they are going to do. So there are many Kenyans who have believed this lie and they are still sick with it. Not sick that they hate it. They are still drunk in this lie. And they feel that this current government is the best government we will ever have. And it is the worst government we don't want to have in our country. If I was asked this minute, they better get out, because they are very shameful to us, and themselves they are shameless. Everything they are doing is not something that they are supporting the people that are living in our country, Kenya. They are doing just the opposite. They are just like animals. They are not considering people like they have life, like they feel pain, like they think, like they die. That is not their problem. Their problem is how they can pocket each and everything in our country. It's very sad, and I feel very much disrespected, dishonored, and completely forgotten, because we have seen that. We have examples and we have experienced that. Kenyans have been forgotten and they have been put in the garbage because you did what they wanted you to do. Now you are useless. You are nothing to them. And I pray that Kenyans come to realize that this is not the right way to live. We need much better life and how to live in our country, because we are not beggars. And we don't want them to beg for us. We can do more better than we are being put or portrayed to other countries. I pray for Kenya all the time, because that is where I belong and that is where my root is. And I'll go back Kenya to live in Kenya in happiness. And I believe, as MK said, this Kenya will come to be the greatest in the near future. Let them promise themselves that they'll be there, but they'll be out, because something good will happen to us and something bad will happen to them. Thank you. And I pray for our country, beloved Kenya. Thank you so much. God bless Kenya. Asante, asanit means hard times in Teso. That is what I got.
Asante sana, Asanit, the Kenyan. Thank you so much for that great presentation and observation. As we continue with the conversation, as the Kenyan people, it is our duty to see to it that we recover our country. I think there was a king in Israel, either the son of Ahab or Ahab himself, the one who fell from the balcony and broke his spinal cord. And then he sent his askaris to go and inquire whether he will recover from his sickness or not. And while they were going to Ekron to ask from the gods of Ekron on whether he will recover or not, God spoke to Elijah to go and confront the servants on their way to Ekron. And so intercepted them and say, go and ask the king, is it that there is no God in Israel that you have decided to go to Ekron in order to inquire about your well-being? Then that was the message to the king. Say, go and tell him you will surely die and not live, because you decided to go and seek counsel or wisdom from strange gods. There are consequences of going after idols and going after strange powers in order for you to feel wherever assured of your rulership or leadership. And what is happening right now in this country, it is a setup that is going to have a great fall. And that fall is going to be very soon. And so let us all have that in the back of our minds, even as we agitate for the justice of this great country. You can have everything arranged according to your plans, and you have bought everybody, and you're too sure that you're going to be here until 2050, and you're going to reign, and nobody's going to disturb your leadership. You have finished every form of resistance and opposition. That is you. But at the end of the day, there will still be a message from above that will mess you big deal. As the Kenyan people, we have a responsibility to do what is required. And so I want to urge us to keep vigilant and keep enlightening Kenyans who we can access to. It is important that we stand for what is right. It doesn't matter how long you support what is wrong. You will go wrong with what is wrong, and what is wrong is going to destroy you eventually. And so you must resist supporting what is wrong. Let us stand for what is right. If the president is right, he will be supported. If the president is wrong, he should be told he's wrong. If Chebukati is right, he should be supported. If Chebukati is wrong, he should be told it is wrong. But the attitude that some Kenyans have, that power is grabbed and power is given to the strongest, And it doesn't matter how you become president, as long as you have become president, that's what matters. That is not how things are going. uh, what is his name? Geoffrey Ruto came here to say that they are not begging for handshake, they are not calling for handshake. Investors have refused. They don't trust the fake administration. And the agitation and the call for handshake is so that they gain trust again, so that investors can come and bring in the money, or else the economy is going to collapse. So you people think we are not seeing this, and the world is not seeing this. There is only one man that is trusted in this country, and if he's not in support of the administration, or he's not settled, nobody's going to trust this country, and this country will grind to a halt if nothing is done in good time. So keep deceiving yourselves to think that you can ignore Raila Odinga and his supporters and still be able to manage business called Kenya. This business called Kenya will not be governed by billboards. I hear that there are billboards all over Siaya by Owalo inviting the president to Siaya. He can even go and build a state house in Siaya. It makes no difference at all. He can bring Miguna, bring every other person to Siaya. It makes no difference. If there are people we can trust with the future of this country and be sure that the future of this country will not be mortgaged, are the people of Nyanza. Their loyalty is undivided, and their loyalty is unquenched by anything or any offer. Kama kuna mtu alifanyia watu wa Nyanza kazi lakini wakamtimua, alikuwa anaitwa Raphael Tuju. Raphael Tuju ndiye alianzisha maneno ya mobile clinic. Wacha hii maneno ya first lady Mrs. Uhuru Kenyatta. Wachana na hiyo. Mobile clinic ilianzishwa na nani? Na Kibaki wakiwa na Tuju. Wakaleta riareda hizo clinics kila mahali ili Tuju akwe akuwe elected. But they chased him with their clinics. They still elected the person they wanted to. So these billboards and Owalo and all that, let William Ruto know that Owalo wanakula pesa yake bure, na William Ruto inaonekana ajifunzi, kwa sababu kwani si Owalo alikuwa Kibra. Unakumbuka ile election ya Mariga, okay, ya Kibra. Owalo alikuwa na Owalo ndio walikuwa wanasimamia maneno. I think he was running also with the I think for the Kenya or something like that, where he got 200 votes. So those are the people who are making a kill from William Ruto, thinking that they're going to deliver Nyanza to William Ruto. Nyanza is not going anywhere. Western is not going anywhere. So William Ruto should just concentrate on recovering the economy of this country, which I'm sure he's not capable of doing. And so let us do what is right and forget all these side shows that are being displayed. I think we'll get back to Rhoda. Unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nataka kusema huyo kaka MK ameongea vizuri about actually he's really a man of God. I really like his spirit. He's very honest. You know, people, they can judge you and they don't know really who you are inside. You know, people, they can judge how you dress, how you talk, but they don't know who you are. They don't know the fruit you are carrying, you know? So, like the Church of Kenya, I know a woman called Resia Budget Wairimu. She have a church in Karen. She have a prophetic on Sunday service. She was prophesying about Kenya, that we are going to have a terrorist, about corruptions and things. And that woman, even when Uhuru Kenyatta was a president, she used to pray that opposition, she always take advantage for all the president because of money. I know her. She can get money. And, you know, for me, you know, Rachel Ruto go that church, if she's a real woman of God, really born again, like me, I'm born again. I get saved 2012. And since I get saved, I know Jesus is my personal savior. And the Holy Spirit is love, and the Holy Spirit will tell us to forgive. Even if somebody does anything, you can forgive. So I thought that Tresia Wairimu, because she's a woman of God, I thought she would bring Ruto together and Uhuru to forgive each other. If Uhuru did something wrong, they forgive each other. They come together and Uhuru continue with his own business. That I was thinking. But I was very disappointed with her. The way I have that picture, the way I used to watch her church, but after that, I don't value her. I don't see she's a little woman of God. She always played the part. She was prophesied about America, but she like only, and she doesn't care about those people who are dying for food in Trocana, in everywhere. She doesn't talk about that. She always talk about this celebrity. Or like me, I like to be low. I'm just simple. I don't have money, but I like to be. When we die, our soul go to heaven, and soul is the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit will tell you, what did you do? Did you bring people together? Did you love people? Did you kill? Did you forgive? People that think this world, we are here for the time being. God will ask you, what did you do? Did you forgive? Did you have love? Did you have mercy? Did you, everything God will ask us, because God will not tell you to punish somebody. Even if Uhuru Kenyatta did something wrong for the Ruto, he have support to forgive each other and move forward, not punish him. I'm just, for example, if you have punished him, I'm just saying that because some people, they say he live in Isabel, let me be honest to you. So those men of God in Kenya, and they have been state house when Uhuru Kenyatta was the president, they have been spending time together, they have been eating food together. But I know one pastor is called the Adonde. He have this church in Karen. I think he's the owner of the, me, I used to listen to those churches online, even Hope FM. I think he's Odenge. He's a bishop Odenge. That bishop, he was very close to the Uhuru Kenyatta, and now he is aside for the Ruto. Those are the people we see. I thought they would bring together. They will bring them together. They will bring Uhuru together. They forgive each other. That's what I was thinking. If it is me, I could, if I meet Ruto live, I'll tell him, you must forgive Uhuru Kenyatta. Even if what did that for you, you are born again. That is forgiveness. And many prophets is going on about Ruto. There is one man, his prophet, he prophets about Ruto. At the Ruto must, he said that right now Ruto is sick, and Ruto must. I think it's something with the foot, with the leg, something about leg, something. And then he prophet, that is a real prophet. And he said that his wife had problem with the stomach aching, and he told Ruto, you must humble yourself, because you can get favor for Kenyan people. And that man, he is from another country. I will not say which country. And that man, every prophet he prophesy. I have been following him in YouTube. Me, I don't follow this kind of fake from Zimbabwe. Those are false. They pray idol God, and I know them. People like Bishop TDJ. Those people, I listen them. So he need to be humble himself. Even if Uhuru did something, he need to humble himself. If they forgive each other, we live for the forgiveness. Even if somebody cut you with the knife, we live for the forgiveness. Okay, we come here, we talk about everything, but I just feel it's good to say how you feel or how to express myself. I don't know whether I'm expressing myself. If I say something not okay, you forgive me, but I just express myself to say how I feel, because it's very important. Even we talk the truth, how we feel. Yeah, and then something I want, Mama Mary said the truth. We stop to compare our country in America. I've been talking many years. 5 years ago, we stopped. Even I was watching sometimes in the news, sometimes, America, and I was so tired. Kenya, we are very far. America is rich. America, they have a democracy. We are very long to go. Then they are Africa. We are long. We need to learn to America. They need to teach us how is the democracy. I wish Biden can go every country in Africa. Me, I'm fighting for Africa democracy. He go every Africa, because
Rhoda,
Africa we have problem with the democracy. He go every. They help us. Thank you.
thank you, Rhoda. Now, Rhoda, at times you have very, very far-reaching comparisons. By the way, I have been contacted by somebody who is working in Mali, Okay, and he's telling me that whatever you're saying about Mali is not what is on the ground. He's among the UN peacekeepers in Mali. When he says Mali is peaceful, there are no bloodsheds, there are not all that. Only that they have had bloodless coups. He say when the elections are rigged, the army comes in and overthrows the people who rig themselves into office. So he said that's the difference between Mali and Kenya. I'm just saying that because, Rhoda, you have said that we should go to America to learn democracy. But is it not the same America we are accusing for interfering with our elections here? When we went out and voted democratically, we queued. I was on the line by 3 a.m. I wanted to be the first one to vote. I voted. We now got back into the studio and began to liaise with the rest of the country how the voting pattern is done. We did a mobilization right from here, from this seat. That day, I was joined by Ayaga in the studio here, and we did the mobilization, pushed people to go and vote. We voted, and the Kenyan people unanimously, in majority of them, voted in the Azimio government to the tune of 10 million people. But America was the only one that said people should not go to Kisumu because there will be riot. The rest of the world and the rest of the Kenyan people knew this election is already gone in terms of Raila has carried the day. But the Americans could not settle for that. They did everything in subverting the will of Kenyan people. So as America preaches democracy, I don't think they drink it in terms of letting it determine leadership around the world, especially where they have interest. And so we have a long way to go, yes, but we have one or two senses to teach America. And one of it is loyalty. One of it is being truthful in the sense that we can stick by our African cultural practices, regardless of the trying to Americanize the world through their GMOs and the other stuff that they want to export to Africa. And so, as much as there are differences in the world, there is a place where we can also draw lessons from everywhere. Any good student can learn from anywhere and from anyone. And so we can't say that America has the monopoly of democracy. I tend to feel that the democracy in India is doing better than in America. You're free to teach me. I mean, I'm open to correction, but it appears to me that the democracy in India is doing better than America. They have three commissioners, and they have over 400 million voters, and the elections results are out in less than 48 hours. As we have 10 commissioners or 7 commissioners, we have less than 20 million voters, and our elections take 7 days. May God help this country. All the same, naomba tusonge mbele katika mjadala wetu. Karibu kila mmoja, tumakinike tunapojifunza. So tafadhali naomba hivi, when you want to share information, especially this one also goes for order, avoid mentioning people's names, because those people cannot come and defend themselves here. Now we can get into problems by mentioning people's names and not giving them right of reply. It's part of our journalistic responsibility. When you mention somebody's name and you don't give them right of reply, it can result into defamation of character, na hiyo inaweza kuleta kizaza. Although whatever that is said here, everybody says it in their own capacity. It is not necessarily Mtembei TV's wherever stand on those matters. But all in all, we will rescue this country and we will make this country work. Let the world watch and see as we continue doing what we are doing. Through these conversations and other engagements around the world, we will rescue this country. The mafias will not carry this country for long. Kikombe kikishaja kitamwagika, na kishamwagika itajulikana mbivu na mbichi. Asante sana. Mr. K, vipi? Umeregea na unabii mpya?
Ya, nimeingia na upako mpya. Unajua lazima tuende tunatafuta nguvu kidogo ya kahawa, alafu unarudi na new anointing. And there's something you said there about democracy. You know, when you compare democracy of America and Kenya, they have been in democracy for more than 200 years, and they have never got it right. And in fact, the biggest mistake Africans do, it is to believe that they should be like them, like they should behave like them. That is why we copy-pasted our constitution from there is you see, when Baba says there's something wrong in the constitution, there's something wrong in the constitution. We sent some people, we gave them some money, and we made them experts of a constitution. We wanted them, if they are listening to me, we wanted them to make a constitution that is custom made for the people of Kenya, that aspires, that can bring the country together, the tribes together, that can make this country great, that where we can harness, I'm using very difficult and strong words because today somebody talked about Lumumba, we can harness what we have, the unity in diversity. Because if you want a person of class, Luos are people of class. Luos are people who can make good, they can make up, I mean, they are very, very engineers, good engineers, good cars, they are good in finishes. You want somebody who can run athletics. We have the Kalenjins, the people from the north, beautiful people who can do business. We have that diversity in this country that is so unique. And if we had a constitution that brings all these things together for one reason and one purpose, then country could have gone very far. But now what did we do? Because we have a lazy leadership and political leadership, we went to copy-paste a constitution from America, thinking that copy-pasting languages and commas from America will make us Americans, and copy-pasted some from the UK. So the end result is a bloated government, is a duplication of government, where you find people doing the same thing. Yeah, we find the deputy president and the senior president, the senior prime minister is doing the same thing, and they are being paid. We have 47 governments, they are being paid. We want devolution. We want a devolution, but we wanted a devolution that can enhance growth and harmony and can enhance diversity. And that is why we have we are saying a time has come, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a constitution amendment. And the constitution amendment we need, it is to cure these gray areas, these areas that are not helping us. Because we still have things, for example, even we are talking about Maraga here, things like, I mean, how can the president appoint a task force to understand the problems of a police? You and I know the problems of a police. We have brothers and sisters who are police. We know they have no salary, they have no housing. Do we need a tax force? This is waste of public resources. In any case, the president can call one soldier from Marindi another one from Nakuru, and another one from Nairobi, and another one from Kisii. They say there are problems. We don't need these task force, commissions. So many commissions that are not helping the country. Today, when we correct 1.3 trillion shillings, we return it in form of salaries and government operations. Over 700 billion goes back to pay back these people. When are we going to ever realize development with our own taxes? And therefore, Bernard, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. A time has come, and I think we have been stretched so far. Unajua kuna vile unaweza gongwa uanguke chini na huwezi anguka zaidi ya vile umeanguka. Na mkiwa chini kama wananchi mnatakiwa kushikana mikono, sasa tujaribu kujiinua. I'm calling upon the people of Kenya to be annoyed, to be angry, so that they can have the change they have always wanted to have. Because we you know, if we play around with our future, then we will not blame anybody else. We blame ourselves. And that is why I'm here. I'm here to tell you, first of all, today when you go to sleep, those who are listening to me, pray that this government doesn't succeed. And I've given you the power and the blessings. Go pray that this government falls down in everything they do. And I'll give you the reasons why. One, because we want to tell our children, you see how bad corruption can bring down a government. Two, we want to tell our children, you see that you can never plant oranges and harvest mangoes. So it is important for this government to fail, economically, politically, in every way. And it is not because I'm not patriotic, it's because I love the generation that is coming after me. I wanted to tell them crime does not pay, and it should not pay in Kenya. Kenya, it should not pay. We cannot allow crime to pay. You find your way corruptly to the leadership, and then you succeed. Kwa hayo machache, Bwana Speaker, I'll be back. I still have some other things to say. I'll be back.
Thank you, Mr. K. You're doing well. We appreciate that. And just before you go, as a reminder, okay, we are having the current constitution, I'll call it lame constitution, courtesy of one William Ruto. It is William Ruto and team that modulated this constitution in Naivasha. We had our hybrid constitution that had been tailored to the Kenyan culture, accommodating the diversities. That was the hybrid, parliamentary system that we had at Bomas. It was the adamants and the push and pull of one William Ruto that we reverted from parliamentary system back to pure presidency. And since time was running out, Baba said they wanted that way, let's give it that way, because we needed a new constitution, and any new constitution was better than the previous one. And so we are where we are because of one stubborn person who, even after being given the leeway to determine the change of the constitution and the systems, still jumped ship when now it went to the enactment of the same constitution and still opposed it. So we are where we are because of one person who is strong-willed and ambitious, who wants to hold the country at hostage. And that's where the blame should be. It's not the framers of the constitution. It is the stubbornness of one person who wants this country under his grip. Kenyan people need to realize that and name him for the same. And probably ensure that he doesn't get the leeway, because if this is the trend, he will turn this constitution into his home management program. where he will turn this country as an adjustment of his kitchen to decide for us what to eat, when to eat, why we should eat, and why we can't eat. So I urge Kenyans to be on the lookout as we continue the conversation. Asante sana. Twende kwa Alex unless kuna matters arising.
Yeah, Bernard, habari yako, Mr. K na wengine.
Tuko poa, vipi huko?
Hapa niko poa, niko fresh kabisa. Yeah, kutuata my friend Mr. K amesema, I think and I said here, half truths are just like white elephant lies. And the problem with ourselves sometimes, even in our debates, we refuse to name out the culprits in the mutation of the current constitution. This is what Gideon Muigai said when he was the advisor to the government. He was the attorney general, and he was bold enough to come out and say what we drafted, when we drafted the constitution in Bomas, there were no 47 counties. What we envisaged at that time is that we will retain and devolve the old provinces, but add a few more regions so that we cannot go tribal. But as an advisor to the government, I've told them that if we tribalize the counties and we allow counties to go tribal, devolution is not going to work. That was the advisor, the attorney general to the government then. But did Kibaki listen? Hell no. Bernard, allow me to say something that as we go forward, because Chebukati is retiring, and it reminds me of the history of 1997. Amidst all these, prominence is an aspect best measured on circumstances, Bernard. Every single era has brought individuals that were insurmountable to solve some few problems. But there is one person, Bernard, we have fully forgotten in Kenya. I don't know if Mr. K can tell me. Mr. K, do you know the person called Jilo Falana? And I know nobody knows him. That was the author, the birther of IPPG that saved Kenya from plunging into bloodshed. You remember the IPPG, 1997, that brought all of us together and made sure that we had progressive, though it was not the best at that particular time. But as a result of the IPPG, we had an overwhelming results in 2002, whereby we had a win that even the sitting government, in as much powerful 24 years of deep state, could not. And the author of that person has already been forgotten. Jilo Falana authored that. Now, when you go to the IPPG, which was Interparty Parliamentary Group, whereby the constitution of that group was if you won 5 seats, you were to have 11 representatives. It was a complex one. And I think the reason they brought it to be so complex is they realized that at that particular time, if we did not have electoral reforms, the country was going to plunge into bloodshed, whether they liked it or not. We had reached a tipping point whereby Kenyatta said enough is enough. And I think at that point, Moi understood the matrices. He said he's not going to continue to be the president. And therefore, he started grooming the young man who has now become almost like a wildfire in Mount Kenya. I don't know why you don't like him, but I think he has become a statesman from what he has done in his second term. So I think as Chebukati gets out, Bernard, we need people in parliament who can bring us back, not just exactly to the IPPG that saved us. We must, no matter what, not request, not demand, but be put as a constitutional right that reforms must be there in the coming whatever Iebc. You see, the debunked ECK, and we changed it. what we do not forget is that what we forget is the person who oversaw everything from the inception to the buying and doing everything was Sholei. Sholei knows IEBC on her fingertips, and we forgot that. And everything that was brokered by IEBC from the beginning to now, Sholei knows everything, including the passwords, because they are the people who formed it. So I think as we go forward, we must do what we did with ECK, Electoral Commission of Kenya. It was non-functional. It became tribal. It was petty. It was constituted in a manner that it favored a few parties, and it was not sustainable anymore. And what happened? We pushed it on the side. Then we came with IEBC. And the only problem we made there is to insert the word I, which meant independent. But it wasn't independent because, Bernard, after all, the person that was supposed now to again appoint that independent body was again the sitting president. So I think we have kept on mutating our constitution. We get a little bit piecemeal, patchworks of reforms, and then we blow up things out of proportion and think that we have made it. You see, we are not a people who are wholesome. We take it for granted that small piece patchworks of things are going to solve issues. It is not going to be that way. And we must call out leaders like Martha Karua at the time when they were, I love Martha Karua, but when Yashpai guy and other people called her and told her, we can't do this. The Bomas draft was the best. But Bernard, there is something when you are in power, you forget that whatever you have, somebody else may have and use that power in a wrong way. So every president that we had enjoyed presidential powers, which was absolute, to a point that we continued to retain provincial administration, which is against the law, because then we can't have devolution and still have provincial administration. It's a parallel constitution. We don't have one supreme constitution. The constitution should be one and it should be supreme. Kibaki went let me cut this phone off. Kibaki went to courts and tell them that these people have won so many seats. In order for me as an individual to still control, or Uhuru to be the president of all people, they convinced the judiciary that we need to retain the provincial commission, commission in a way that we appointed county commissions. Until today, we have left it like that. Now you are seeing how Ruto is misusing chiefs. Now what we needed to hear has become a curse to us, and the people. At that time, Martha Karua, I blame her. We begged her so that we could retain. Githumui Guy begged her. We retain the 14 regions so that we cannot be tribal. She was adamant. She refused. What do we have now? We have tribal counties, whereby I, as Alex, a performer, a person of integrity, sustainable, progressive, in every, with cathedral thinking, if I have to go to Kakamega and I want to become a governor, I will not be chosen just because I'm not the son of the soil. That is where we went wrong. And Bernard, as long as we don't heal that problem, we are up to problems that we have never seen again in this country. Bernard, let me tell you, for instance, between 1996 to 2003, all dean of faculties in Nairobi University, in Kenyatta, in JKUAT, the leading, you were either a Kalenjin or something else. So for somebody to attain his PhD, was almost impossible. People had to go out of the country to get their PhDs because we not only tribalized our education, we now commercialized it, and you know where we went to, and you know where we are. And these are things that if you allow them to deep end, they go to the grains, and another generation gets it, it will be impossible to get out of there. It's a generational shift, Bernard. Each generation, it's intergenerational and intragenerational. So unless we have cathedral thinking and we realize that the trees we plant today are not going to be the shadows of us, if they are going to be the shadows of our grandchildren, then our posterity is messed up. So the toxicities we are seeing and the polarity we are seeing in our politics is all about the problems of the powerful presidential system, whereby once you become a president, you enjoy it to the fullest. And you can intimidate people. You saw what Gideon Moi was saying yesterday, because he has been intimidated, whether he likes it or not. If he cannot sing to the song of Kanu ni Baba na Mama, UDA ni Baba na Mama, the next 2 days, he will be declared bankrupt. So I don't know if demonstration, picketing, revolution can resolve. What we did in 1997, we came to the table. But the thing is that we had a leader also who loved the country. In as much as Moi was a dictator, Moi was a nationalist, like it or not. But now the person who's sitting on that seat is greedy, is not a nationalist, is deputy, is just, I mean, there is no word you can describe it. I mean, there is no word in the dictionary that can describe Gachagua. You have to use so many words like the book, if like Paul trying to tell us what love is. Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 13 spends a lot of time trying to tell us what love is, but in the end, you still don't get it. Okay? So that is how Gachagua is. You can't even describe the man. Every day we come here, we talk about Gachagua, especially Julia, the kingpin. That's nonsensical waffling, Bernard. We got to go back and see what Gilo Falana did. A person we don't remember today who came up with IPPG. And that IPPG solved so many problems. In 2002, we were able to remove Kanu out of the regime. I am one person who is optimistic, but at the same time, I'm pessimistic. Why? It's because we are sour and we are sweet sometimes. We do not know. We bubble all the time. So the politics of today is because, Bernard, we do not read news. We go to scripts, cliches, and we discuss them. We don't dive into them. Bernard, we need to come and talk about IPPG, what it really meant, and how it cornered Moi, and how we got there, and how it helped us to win in 2002. That is that is not only intellectualism, that is progressiveness. But if we come here with cliches, my friend, we will remain, we will get stuck, and we will not go forward. It took one man to save the country, and we have forgotten him. He was a lone wolf. And after that, he was not even elected. So I think, I feel bad that what I was going to say was going to be moot. Bernard, thank you very much. Those are the few words that I had for today.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I think we are suffering from fixing one end and leaving the other end loose. And that seems to be our cultural approach. We never give something a holistic, permanent cure. We live from crisis to crisis. So IBPG was a crisis moment. And in fact, when you look at it historically, it was done out of running out of time, because the slogan then was no IBPG, no elections. Okay, no IBPG, no elections. That meant that for there to be elections, there must be a new approach towards the constituting of the new electoral body. But that aside, that's a very, very important point that we need to appropriate in terms of ventilating on it as Kenyans. But now, the way forward, you have given us the contrast between Moi and the current president, in the sense that Moi loved the country, Moi was nationalistic, Moi still carried those tenets of the founding fathers, where having one indivisible Kenya. This other man seems not to have an appreciation of whether Kenya is divided or united or sliced or given away. I don't think he has any problem with that. Uh, and I don't know Kenyans. You remember that time when there was this case? I don't know how far it's gone. The case between Somali demanding part of the Kenyan soil, and they won the case at ICC. And then Alex, you're highlighting that. You will teach me that later. All the same, uh, it's when the ICC decided that the wherever the section of Kenya goes to back to Somalia or something like that. The first person to tweet about it was William Ruto, and he said, let Somali get what they want. Why should we go and be fighting over a small piece of a strip? And then I'm bringing that up to see the kind of attitude. Jomo Kenyatta would kill people just to get 1 inch of Kenya. But this man is willing to release part of Kenya without a fight, simply because he doesn't want a fight. Having said that, I think as the Kenyan people, we must reflect. But there is more to this. More to this in the sense that we can even fix the IEBC issue. But there are so many factors around it that we can have a correct IEBC and still have wrong elections and wrong approach towards that. Like the sophistication of the kind of rigging that is taking place in this country, this is beyond imagination. Okay, that people can rig an election before the ballot papers are printed. That the election is rigged in Greece before the papers are arriving here. So we changing the body or having a new body may not give us the results. We just need to have a new overhaul country as a whole, not just one section. So IPPG addressed that matter and it worked then. But right now, concentrating on the IEBC is even giving these people advantage because they'll go back to the village. You see the way they're strategically putting the chiefs and the commissioners, getting rid of every chief that worked under Uhuru Kenyatta. Why? It's part of the systematic way of rigging. So sisi tukiconcentrate hapa, so and so must go. We should bring in this and bring in this. They want you to be concentrating in one corner as they rig the rest of the country. On the issue of county government, look at the attitude. They want to give Nyamira a county. They want to split this county, multiply the counties. Now, can you imagine that when we are talking of 14 regions, consolidating other counties, collapsing them into a block so that we have a wider range where we can intercompete and be able to get credible leadership? These ones are talking of slicing the counties into smaller ones. Why? Because divide and rule works better for them. They will not want to have a powerful governor. In Nigeria, where there is federal system, okay, governors are very powerful, very powerful. They can challenge the president, and the president will shake, because if they have wherever an ultimatum, that ultimatum is taken serious. But today, you see the way our governors are flogging at State House, drinking wine, and looking like they are the altar boys. Now that doesn't sound good for me. And so we have a complex country in the sense that the people in the position of power are so twisted And they want to twist this country so badly that they make it dysfunctional. Why? When it is dysfunctional, it creates a good atmosphere for corruption to take place. And what they are safeguarding is their corrupt deals, their corrupt way of amassing wealth. And this unsatisfied quest for wealth needs to be arrested. For it to be arrested, we must make corruption not profitable. How will that work? Okay, anti-corruption body, we have had so many kutoka Ringera. Unakumbuka Justice Ringera, ikakuja sijui Aaron Mwau, ikakuja Pielo Lumumba, sahii tuko na Reverend Wabuhala. The list continues and continues, but the situation remains the same. Why? Fixing one corner and leaving the rest of the country doesn't work effectively. We just need to have an overhaul. And that is why the push for an overhaul of this country must be sustained. A revolution is the way to go. Lakini hii ati tutoe huyu tuweke huyu, tutoe huyu tuweke huyu, it has not worked. It's proven in the track record. We have had great people in position, they are made unable to work. And then when you have a great commission, they give you one idiot as the chairman. So that you have these great brains are stifled by one idiot who is made the chairman. And all this is done systematically. So hii inji inahitaji mkono wa Mungu, okay? Ule wa kusanya watu wote, weka kwa lori, pereka sehemu ingine, then tuanze afresh as a country. All the same, thank you very much.
Just a simple thing, Bernard. I highlighted it. I highlighted that because I think, and I like his name, Twiga. Twiga ni giraffe, muona mbali. I like he must be very creative. Just his name alone is very creative. Twiga muona mbali. And I like his comment. India is very complex. Think about the caste system. Is that democracy as you preach seriously? Bernard, what is love? Twiga Mwanambali, I had a privilege to do my bachelor's in India, and that was in Mumbai. At that time, it was called Bombay. And when I went there, I was appalled, and I couldn't. Yes, in history we had read about it, but now I was experiencing something that actually was factionalism in one way or the other. But that factionalism was embedded in their religion, which was Hinduism. For your information, for those who do not know, just for the record, there are 4 caste systems. The caste system has 4, it's divided into 4. We have the Brahmins, who are the preachers and the priests. Then we have the Kshatriyas, who are rulers and warriors. Then we have the Vaishyas, who are landowners, merchants. From Gujarati, the people who are called Patels, the people who do business. Then we have the Sudras, who are the servants. Lastly, there is one that is not even named there, but these people are called Dalits, who are the untouchable. They are not even supposed even to be put there. Now, let me, for your quest, in as much as you're saying India is very complex, indeed complex, and it's subdivided again into 3,000 castes. After those, there are also 3,000 castes in their religion. But do you know that the Prime Minister of India, Modi, comes from the lowest of the lowest of the lowest of the caste system, however complex it is? Democracy that is done in a good way can bring even the least of the people that we even know that are a tribe in Kenya to become what is called what? Prime Minister. And that's why I am against the so-called the powerful presidential system that was copy-pasted not only, for your record, Mr. K, our constitution was not even copy-pasted from US. It is directly copy-pasted from South Africa. Go look at South Africa constitution. Copy-pasted, nothing else. All those people with all that commission that we had that ate money for years and years, commissions and you see, the cash cow in Kenya During Moi time was a commission, Ringera Commission, Justice Bosire Commission, so many commissions, Ndungu Commission. I mean, I can name them, and nothing came out of it. But Twiga Mwanambali, if we had gone to the Bomas draft, whereby we went to the West Ministerial, which kind of government, it meant that look what happened even in the U.S. the last last 10 days. McCarthy could not even be elected to be the speaker. We had to vote how many times? How many times did we have to vote? Because democracy thrives and people are allowed to air the space for airing of your views has been consolidated, and now we are suffocating. We are living in the era of George Floyd. I can't breathe politically. And that's why you are seeing people aligning themselves into Ruto, because 3 months, people like Joho can't breathe. People like Gideon Moi can't breathe. What should they do? They succumb to the pressure. The problem with the rich people in our country is they don't want to be poor. It is Biwott who said, "I rather die than become poor." And he was serious when he said that. So I think the people who will save us are not the rich, Bernard. It will be the lowest or the lowest who are called the outcasts. And this outcast, ndio Ruto alichezea, akawaita hustlers. And now I think these hustlers are the people who will go after him. I hope one day we have a real hustler to become a president of Kenya. Just like Modi rose from nowhere, he became the governor of Gujarati, one of the biggest, one of the most economically big states, which has Surat, the biggest textile industry in the world. And from there, he became the prime minister of India. Why? Because of not presidential system. The prime ministerial system that helps us to go to parliament, and you have to talk to all members of parliament. To become a prime minister, Bernard, is not an easy thing. When you look at the prime ministers and just go watch how these people and their jobs they do in UK, you are not only educated, you have to be privy, and you must have facts on your fingertips. And if you don't measure up, UK in 1 month or 2 months had 3 prime ministers. Why? They did not measure up. Now we have a president who is going to 4 months, who has no clue of where we are headed to. Because of the presidential system, we keep him. If we had West Ministerial, he wouldn't be. In 3 months, if he had not, he would have resigned without us even discussing him in parliament. Bernard, the monster is the powerful presidential system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex. And we will get rid of that in terms of we must fix our problems. We can't let them live forever, even if are constitutional problems. Father Darius, I agree with you. Altar boys are disciplined and focused on holy around the altar, not not personally like Navi and governors. I agree with you. I was an altar boy. That's why I'm referring to that. But what I meant is, altar boys, we follow, okay, our priest. It's our duty to follow the priest. So when I say that the governors are lining up as the state house like altar boys, when you are a governor, you're supposed to have a sense of responsibility and understand that you are leading a particular section of the country. But when you go and align yourself to the presidents, what you're doing is making the constitution non-functional, and you are even abusing the responsibility that the people placed on you by you, instead of articulating the issues that the people are agitating about, you're going to dance the loyalty of KANU, Tingiza, Chama Moja, Chama cha Baba na Mama. All those things are gone days. We can't be doing that. And so this aspect of every governor should work with the government if he wants development, it is a fallacy. It is unconstitutional. The government is responsible for the development of the entirety of the country, regardless of their political differences. So this crossing of the floor and trying to pretend that you are, because you are looking for how to get development. Development brought by the president is not a development envisioned in the constitution. All that is just a ploy for you to be a disloyal, number one, and irresponsible, and then run away from being held responsible by your political party as well as the electorate. Why? Ulipigiwa kura ukiwa kwa Azimio, saa hii unafanyia kazi UDA. Sasa ni nani atakuarrest? Okay, if you are in Azimio and you're working with Azimio and you go wrong, Azimio will call you to order. But you reached parliament and crossed the floor. You reached function and you crossed the floor. So who will be your discipline? Who will be your discipline master? Those are the confusions that we are creating, and all of it is because somebody's too hell-bent to consolidate power in his seat that he will make the governors powerless. He will make the Senate powerless, make the parliament powerless, so that his word becomes law. Now, it's systematically calculated, and that's why of the 100 days William Ruto has been in office, he has done nothing but political alignments, and is concentrating on that. Wananchi wanalia unga, he's not budging. Or wanalia maneno ya subsidy, he's not listening. What he's concentrating is buy who, make who, consolidate his political power. He's obsessed with that imperial presidency, that nothing can distract him from it. Let Kenyans arise and rescue themselves from the same. Naomba tusonge mbele. Moses amenyamaza sana ama metoroka. Na Moses aseme kitu kabla tusonge mbele, before Alex can come in again. And then leo na kuona kwa comments unapaswa kurudi ama stima haijakuja kwako. Jana nilisikia kilio lakini nikakaa ngumu. I'm confessing. Nilisikia kilio cha leo, akisema mtu akuja ashikilie stima yangu imeenda. Nikaona hapa nikikuja nitakuwa arrested mpaka asubuhi, so nikasema wacha Mungu atende yake. And then there was a rescue team. All the same, Moses to say something before Tony PK comes in. Sorry.
Thank you, Bernard. How are you, Alex and Mr. PK? I think Mr. Kelly, I've been here with him. So, today I will stand with Alex on the remarks he has made today. Today you have submitted in the way we are supposed to do. Yeah, I'm also against the powers that being given to the current president, to presidents in general in Africa. We give them too much. And if we are to get democracy, we should at least give them what they deserve. Because it has come, it is a high time now to view things in a worst way. We have to imagine that we are going to put this law or we are going to pass this law. So let's view it in the worst moment. If something worse happens, not in the like right now we have a current president we should not trust people with power because they are not there forever. Maybe someone will be good, but we don't know who will come next after that person. So when we talk of democracy and we want to progress in a democratic way, I think when it comes to issue of appointing and selecting like electoral board, the people like who are going to take the handling the issue of election, a current president or a current government should not even, they should be far away from that. Because if in case they are involved, how will justice be? We cannot get it the right way. Even the people like if we are appointing or time for appointing those of in high courts, the chief justice and the just, they should not be part of that. We should get the committees, independent committees, to appoint such people, not a current president. Even if Raila is a president right now, he should not be participating in any such that these people will be independent through, like today Alex made a good point. We cannot pretend that we are going to we expect independent services or like, yet the process it is so it was never independent, because if I'm the president, I appoint you as chief justice, then I have a case and I'm interested, I'm part of, I want to win it. Will you let me down? Of course not. If I'm sending you in the office, of course, once the president mentioned, oh, is it appointing or is selecting, the person has high chances of going through. So they should be in the. Last time we talked about the powers that we should give the president or the executives, like being in those security forces, it's okay. Be commander in chief, command your forces, it's okay. But when it comes to issues of like, we want to get things in the right way, people should reason independently, people should act independently, people should feel free to tell the truth, then they should not participate, because they bring more fear to people. Someone will feel like saying the truth, but they say, ah, my boss, if he was not the one, maybe I would have not been in this office. So Alex, today that point is 100%. People need we need to look into that. Also, people who takes ordinary people for granted. But I think we as ordinary citizens sometimes we let people, these politicians and others, to take us like people like we are useless, you know. But still we can act. We can call these people into order through acting. And these are the people like we are living with, you know. They are part of our community, you know. If we give you in the office, like we have selected you to be a governor or an MP, but you reach where you told us different things and you're doing different things. We have to start mocking you. Even for some of these people having businesses, we can boycott their businesses. If it is religious leaders, we can withdraw our trust in them. Boycotting their meetings, ignoring them. You find someone on the way, you just call him, Bernard, how are you? Not even putting a title, you know, until they feel that, because they are living with us. But someone is doing things in the wrong way. They are acting the way they want. They are pretending, you know, and we are still honoring them. You know, sir, you know this. We should show them. We should give them what they deserve. Hmm? You act in the wrong way, we respond. We also respond in the wrong way. You give what you give us. They should give what they when they give you something wrong, you have to return in the same way, not their, you know. So this is the time that people we should act. You cannot, even if we have not gone in the street like demonstrating, we can boycott these people, even mocking them. If you find they come in the area that they start preaching this, I say no, no, no. We don't know you, and we don't need you. Just go where you belong. They should start feeling small. But they are lying us. They are standing with people who are lying, people who are rooting our services. But we are praising them. Honorable, honorable. You know, mheshimiwa, mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa ni gani? Hmm? Until we start acting. You know, when we start taking action, they will value us. But if we are quiet, we are comfortable, they talk nonsense, we welcome them, you know, they will take us for granted. You know, these people, they think we don't reason, people doesn't reason. And also people who are misusing and mismanaging offices once they are being appointed. Like Mama Mary said here that people are pretending to be staying, living with the pastors, and they are not calling them into order. Yeah, but maybe we can, if we can get a law, or we can make laws that follows even those people to their families. If at all you are being given an office and you mismanage it, you misuse it, you mess each and everything, you misuse your powers, then it should not stop on you. It should go up to your family members, such that if such things can happen, they can be calling you into order that you are not doing it right. For you, okay, but it will come back. It will harm us people who are innocent. So I think we should make laws that can that can make someone to come in order by his family or himself, knowing that even if I'm saying, because some people are saying that after all I'll be out of this office. But if there is a law that follows, then people know I cannot do this because I have a family, So that is for me, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Moses. We appreciate that. I will play a short clip so that we break, and then, of course, can bring in Stony PK to give his beta. Interesting times in an interesting country. Let's listen now to this.
Eti wajiajiri. Wewe mwenyewe umeshindwa kujiajiri, umeomba ubunge hapa, unataka kijana wa mtaani ajiajiri. Wabunge wote hao tumeshindwa kujiajiri, tukaenda kuomba ajira kwa wananchi. Wengine maprofesa sio na nini. Kijana aliyemaliza mwaka wa kwanza mnawaambia nenda ujiajiri kule. Vijana hawezi kutengeneza ajira. Vijana mnawaambia hawana ajira, eti wajiajiri. Wewe mwenyewe umeshindwa kujiajiri, umeomba ubunge hapa, unataka kijana wa mtaani ajiajiri. Wabunge wote hao tumeshindwa kujiajiri, tukaenda kuomba ajira kwa wananchi. Wengine maprofesa sio na nini. Kijana aliyemaliza mwaka wa kwanza mnawaambia nenda ujiajiri kule. Vijana hawezi kutengeneza ajira.
Stony PK, go ahead.
Thank you, ndugu Baran, and salam to Moses, Kenya. Leo anaitwa nani? Kenya na commit.
Today you have come as a man of morning time.
Yeah, I've come a little bit early. Yeah, I'll be. Sometimes times are different. Kenya na Asanit. Na Moses, good to see you guys. Let me begin from that area. Something I like about Tanzanian politics before I come to our Chietha and the rest. The most disappointing thing is that we, as Kenyans specifically, have been living a lie. And this I say with a lot of authority because I know I've been to most of these countries in Africa, especially. And whenever I went, I sat and started saying, oh, all what we were being told, is it true? Kumbe, we've been living, people telling lies to us, and I think that's the world. Somebody designs to say something the way he or she wants it to be, which means it is a matter of being selfish. As we were growing up, of course, we were told Tanzania was very backward. Okay? Now, we were being told, Kwanza indicator number one, Kwanza Tanzania, they are backward, is because they can't speak English. So, sasa sisi naye tunafunzwa Queen's English, my friend. Like me, my mwalimu alikuwa anaitwa Mrs. Ouma. I'll never stop singing about her because that lady really did it, and I think she would teach English anyway. That lady was saying even the way you sit when you are speaking in English matters for it to come out the right way. So even the way you hold your pen, when you write, it should come from the brain, then to the mouth, and then, But now when I went round, as we struggled being told that if you speak English, then wewe ndio uko mbele kabisa. You are not backward, you are not this. So that kasumba has kittered mizizi in us. And we were even blocked from appreciating any neighbor around you. We were not even, you are told, don't even look at Uganda, don't look at Tanzania, don't look at Congo, don't look at. Then as I started getting experience, I was wondering, sasa if you are told not to look at jirani yako, then what are we being told to look at? You know, so you are being told like an athlete who is put in the track alone, then unaambiwa you are the best runner, you wewe ndio kila kitu, and you are there on your mark, you keep on going rounds, you are being told you have the best time. You are not comparing yourself to anything, to anybody. So why am I saying this? One thing that Tanzania is very good at is that they are very candid. They are very candid. As much as we say, oh, they do this and that, we should appreciate some of the things that they do and have worked very well. They are very candid. And they call it as it is. When you call them maskini, anasema mimi na umaskini wangu, nina haki yangu, unisikize. Why you hear that guy anashambulia bunge? You know, and if you go kwa kina kabisa, he's just telling them, you guys are the most backward, retrogressive human beings who are supposed to make laws here. You are here to make laws that are progressive. But if you cannot even, ati unaandika ati, oh, vijana, umepata BSc, sasa anza kazi yako. Wengine sijui umepata technical, sasa vijana tujijenge. That is the narrative we've been selling even here in this country of ours. That vijana wajitegemee. Sasa utajitegemea, umepata BSc, kama miaka 4, uni ndio umemaliza. Unatupwa kwa market, pale barabarani. Our time we were calling it tamaki. And I'm supposed to kuanza kujitegemea. How do you even, hata nikitoka hivi, day 2, nipewe loan ya 1,200 Kenya. Yes, that's a check. Stone PK, bam, you have your degree. Now day 2, sasa anza kujitegemea. Utaanza wapi? Na umekuwa miaka 4 kwa class. So I think, just like what Lumumba also says, we have been, engineered to think in the most backward way. I have one professor in Zambia who does it also very well. He says we sit in classroom and you are just being taught about the tallest mountain in the world, the longest river in the world. Those very, he calls them very useless kind of knowledge. Okay, other than being taught, there is malaria. What should you do? How should you do research? Those kind of things. So we've lost it. And Tanzania, they realized this. They realized, number one, that you must build a nation, which they did. As we were being told, wako nyuma sana, Kiswahili ni backward. Sasa sisi hata tukasahau kubuild a nation na umbele yetu na English. Tukaambiwa socialism ni mbaya, hiyo ni upuzi, hiyo ni maneno ya Russia. Sisi tukaambiwa you have to be 100% capitalist. Kila shetani na mbuyu wake, each man for himself, God for us all. Kimbia, mwenye nguvu mpishe, mwenye nini, anaitwa nini, mwenye nguvu mpishe. Then where do you remain? So we have been destroyed for 6 years. And that's why you see, hatuna msingi bora. We are not stable. That's why we are able to take garbage like now, what has been spewed by Chebukati. He has the guts to come and say he has no regrets. Okay? He's there shining his kipara to you, giving you results in front of glaring cameras, with all the confidence, with no blink of the eyes, and you are being made to take that. Kunywa hiyo. Hiyo ndio gospel truth according to Chebukati'S. Na Wakenya tumekaa hapo na nasikia wengine hata walikuwa na nini wana clap. Yani, and you sit comfortably. When Tanzania parliament wanaambia wabunge nyinyi wote ni useless, you have to go back and rethink. Wananchi lazima mjue hawa watu wamekuja kutafuta kazi kutoka kwenyu. Mbona hawakujiajiri na ni maprofesa? Wewe unaambiwa ujiajiri na umekaa pale ukimwangalia. Wewe umekaa chini hapo kwetu unaambiwa bottoms up. Utatolewa bottom upelekwe juu. Uulizi hiyo bottom ni gani na juu itakuwa gani na itachukua muda gani? Sasa tunasema juu ya 100 days hakuna kitu imefanyika. Kuna watu wengine wanakuja hata hapa kusema 100 days hakuna kitu inaweza fanyika, as if we are the ones who said it. Na umegeuzwa, badala udemand now 100% na udemand useme there is nothing short of giving me what I was supposed to get in 100 days. And I keep on saying 100 days you promised based on your capacity. That's what we are assuming. Because hakuna mtu alikuletea kwa mdomo chako. Ni wewe ulitamka. Kwa hivyo ulikaa na matechnicians wako ambao ni akina ndiye mulikaa mtechnical, ukaonwa UDA by 100 days tutakuwa tumeleta hizi, tutakuwa tume uplift lives za wananchi na blah 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 blah. Then now you have changed the ball, you have shifted the goalpost. Tanzania, you promise and you deliver what you promised. Magufuli promised one thing that I want listeners to know. He said the day I'll be sworn in as president, mimi nitaapishwa. Yeye hakusema ataweka Biblia chini sijui aanze kufanya upuzi gani. Alisema nitaapishwa na mtaona vile nitatenda. Mimi ni mtenda kazi. What happened? Alipokuwa sworn in alivua koti, akakunja shati. He walked or drove next to his office na akaanza job. Watu wanashindwa, wadosi wanasema ati they are supposed to go for cocktails, sijui ati sherehe, sijui kunywa mawine kwa sababu sasa rais ameapishwa. Jamaa aliingia ofisini. Wewe bosi wako akiwa ofisini utakuwa wapi? You will follow. Na wakifikiria alikuwa ameenda nini, jamaa alikaa mpaka 5. I'm told it was even beyond 5. And he was there doing things. Kazi ile ameanza, kazi ile alipromise. Because as you are looking for this seat, you are looking for this seat because you have the technical know-how, you have the brain, you have the capacity. Kwa hivyo ni kama sasa Bernard nije nikwambia hebu niazime hii gari yako niende point B. Unanipa kifunguo, mimi naingia, sianzi kusema Bernard kwanza unipe lesson ya siku 3 bwana ndio niweze kuendesha gari. This is what you did. Na Wakenya tunasema akina Stone PK are making noise. Hawa tu ni watu. But I'm appealing to Kenyans who are UDA and those who, please just jiiteni kamkutano tafadhali, because I don't like using this phrase that we are all Kenyans. It's obvious we are Kenyans. But I want you guys to really sit and ask yourself, assuming hakuna UDA, hakuna Azimio. Because now everything you talk, somebody brands you UDA, na mwingine anakuweka Azimio. If you talk the truth, because Azimio ni upande ya truth, unaambiwa nyinyi ni propagandist. I want us wajiite kamkutano wajiulize. Truly speaking, I know we will sing this gospel until things will happen. If it was your own shop, uchukue Kenya ni duka yako, kioski yako, ni biashara yako, wewe Stone PK. The ball stops at you. Ikiporomoka ni wewe umeporomoka. If you really take that and you don't start saying hata Stone PK akiiba hiyo bilioni 2 si ni pesa ya umma, because in Kenya again upumbavu ambaye we lack this education that hakuna kitu inaitwa pesa ya umma. Hakuna. Hiyo ni hela ya wewe ya kukusaidia deliver services to you. If you lose Kimwarel, don't say because I'm from Bere Kimorel ilikuwa ni ya Wanandi. You are being foolish. Because Kimorel will affect Mbere, inaitwa nini? One sector in Mbere, one sector in Meru. So if we look at Kenya as yours, now umepewa manage, is a baby you are supposed to grow. You are supposed to ask. This house help nimechukua hapa, nimesikia anapenda maziwa sana. Hii maziwa ya wiki moja itakuwa inamalizika wiki moja, ama itakuwa anakunywa alafu mtoto anapewa maji for the remaining of the days. And then what will happen to that child? That is what is happening in our country, Kenya, because of ignorance. And I always say, we are educated fools. Very educated, but what we are supposed to be educated in, tuna ignore, because hiyo ni ya Stone PK, hiyo ni ya Bernard, hiyo ni ya Kenya na Assassinate. Yani una portion, na hiyo ndio inaitwa ujinga. And that is what is retrogression. And I've come to understand Lumumba's doctrine, Patrick. I've come to understand his pain. Because he's a professor, anakusomesha, anaona you have a brain. Ile Dani anasemanga working brain. But you refuse to use that tool. Munakata. Tunakataga kabisa kama sasa wa Kenya wale wao wanaimba Chebukati was final, the law was followed, constitution ilikuwa followed. That is hiyo tunaita ya kuwa you have a brain that is not working. Because you have people arguing, oh, the evidence was there. Oh, you guys didn't have enough evidence. Oh, when you ask them, where did Jina Kamango come from? Iyo, achana na hiyo kwanza. Why did we have duplicate papers? Wachana na hiyo kwanza. Why did we have papers printed in Turkey and wapi na wapi na wapi? Please don't talk about that one. Why did we have Kim Kit not being achana na hiyo? So for them is achana na hiyo, achana na hiyo, achana na hiyo. Just take what Chebukati has read. Why did these other commissioners disagree with these? Those who are Azimio commissioners. Can you see how villain as Kenyans are? How we have, and this, my bitterness is that this is what Ruto took advantage of. And he will continue to take advantage of that, which we call, we think we are educated, we think we are advanced. People go talking Kenyans are the most hardworking people. That's a lie. Don't start saying you are the most. One of my professors told me this. Don't ever go somewhere and say you are educated. Ati wewe umesoma sana. Because you could be seated like this. Wewe unasema una PhD, jamaa anatoa zingine 3. Utadu? Unasema wewe ni engineer, mwingine anakuambia mimi degree yangu ya kwanza ilikuwa engineering, nikaenda astronaut, nikaenda hii, niko na degree 6. Sasa utatoa nini? Alisema you just be humble. What you know, you know. And this has also made Kenyans to hit a snag. Actually, we have hit a snag globally. We bloated ourselves, we gloated also, and that's why we came down rumbling in 2007, in 1997. That's why all that block ilikuja stumbling. Because now ukisema ati we are democratic, unaulizwa 2007 ni nini kilikuwa kinafanyika? Ati ati sisi ni watu then 1997 then you fold your eyes and you feel ashamed. Me, what I'm appealing, Bernard, before I give a little break, is to anze, we can rejuvenate ourselves. Kwanza tuseme upumbavu tuache. Kibaki alituanzia. Now we had started shedding off that foolishness, stupidity, bloating ourselves, priding, saying I'm this, I'm that, and yet that is not who we are. Let's stop living a lie. Let's stop saying, oh, we have the best. IBC was there. We have the most, I don't want to use a bad word, but the most useless IBC, the most useless Supreme thing. In fact, we should disband that office. We don't need a Supreme Court in Kenya anymore. We will need it the day we will fix IBC. The day IBC will be justice, it will be delivering justice. The figures it will be delivering are true. Then a Supreme Court also equivalent that will deliver justice can be there to arbitrate in case of any dispute. But when you have everything is cooked, vivaranga zinapikwa, and then those are the same thing you deliver to another kangaroo court, calling itself Supreme Court, and then you have another kangaroo parliament, then you have another kangaroo executive. Kenya kwisha. Wacha nipose hapo kidogo. Ya watoto ya fees sitaki kuongea because I'm a victim. I'm trying to figure out how I will continue supporting the kids I'm supporting. Even before I was struggling. Now that I'm, and the reason why, one of the reasons, this I should say, Bernard, why the reason I follow Raila and I believed he was going to relieve us is because, number one, somebody who comes and gives school education for free, huyo si amekuokoa ni kama Mungu wa pili. Because that money you are struggling to do, you will do something else. Maybe you start creating msingi for those kids you are supporting. Maybe you'll feed those kids better. Maybe you'll prepare to, even after wanamaliza university, you are able now to give them that support. Ndio wajitegemee. Maybe watakuta umeestablish a wholesale business ambapo they will hang around there, they start, when that home is given the 6-5, the struggle is reduced. When that health is provided, people become more healthy, they stop dying and going to get admitted for very useless and treatable diseases. This is why some of us are crazy and mad and indoctrinated, if you want to call it, that we cannot think anybody else could have saved this country. Bernard, wacha nipose hapo kidogo. Thank you.
Asante sana Stony PK, we appreciate that. And Kasumba ya Wakenya na a lot of assumption. We say that assumption is the lowest level of knowledge. We seem to be thriving in the same, but something has to happen to us as the Kenyan people, to begin to question this, ask right questions and demand right answers. Living a lie is one of the unmaking of this great country. We have manufactured so many lies and pushed them down the throats of Kenyans for so long until it has become now normal that you can manufacture results and manufacture a way of life and manufacture a government and force it down the throats of Kenyans and to make sure that they accept it. You uphold it by everything you have and all the power you can amass for yourself. But how far will we go with this? Look at the state of the country, look at the state of development, look at the state of the progress of the country. We have messed the education, we have messed the healthcare, we have messed the political system, we have messed the justice system. And so we are left with a country that is dysfunctional. And all of it is because of trying to justify a lie and to uphold a lie until you make it a truth. The only way to get out of a lie is accept it's a lie, confess, and repent. Then you can begin a new slide and be able to chart the way forward. But this business of using the police, using the wherever the men in clothes to justify a lie makes the country be, caught up into the trap further and further. And time keeps running out, but we are not making progress. So I think it's about time we came to terms and understand that we can't have a lie for a government, a lie for a justice system, a lie for an election system, a lie for a healthy system. Eventually, we'll end up there. I was having an exchange with one person who was talking about our elections and how they were credible, above board, and all that. So I said that I don't have a problem with the elections being above board and being credible. And the question is the group of people that came through that particular election. Are they credible? Are they the kind of leaders that you expect? And they are fast 100 days. How do you make of it? And he was not happy about the outcome. And I told him the only way to get bad leaders is through a bad system. And the only way for bad leaders to pass through, there must be a loophole where they are using to get through. And I said, like any other system, our education system, our election system will give us the kind of people we ensure that they pass through. Just like we can mess up our education system and make sure that everybody passes through. But the question is, when patients begin to die in the hands of our qualified doctors who pass through our education system, and patients begin to die in the hands of nurses who pass through our education system, that is when we begin to wake up and say, there must be something wrong with this education system, because the competence of the people who have passed through it is not being demonstrated in saving lives. So the same goes with our politics. If we will not have a watertight system of generating leaders or determining leaders in the country, we will always have those, incompetent people in leadership. And what you get from incompetent leadership is what you're being treated to by Kenya Kwanza. Their first day in office, they hid political consultation, consolidating of power. This is so bad that, it's that they don't care about anything. Wananchi wanalia unga, they don't care. Wananchi wanalia subsidies, they don't care. All they are doing is buying this, balancing this, making trips to Nyanza, making trips to Coast, making trips to Western. I mean, were you elected to consolidate political power, or you elected to serve the Kenyan people? And so let's work out everything to see to it that we correct the wrongs, not we cover the wrongs and try to use many lies to cover the lie. Will not help this country. Let's own up whatever it is that transpired in this country and be able to chart the way forward. Hii story nyingine ya kujaribu kufunika maovu haijasaidia, and eventually things will not work. What is Nico Thiambo talking about? The handshake offered an opportunity for Raila to change whatever he wanted, hindered Raila Uhuru from transforming IBC. That was too complicated. The the handshake accomplished what it accomplished I think, in the best way possible. Probably it's only that they took the longer route. They didn't want to use the shorter route. But if you analyze properly, you notice that Jubilee was split into two, and the governance of Uhuru Kenyatta was very much threatened from within than from without. And so the balancing between the two, it wasn't that easy in terms of causing sudden changes. You touching on the IBC, when your deputy is running against you, is launching elephant projects and all that. So we need also to appreciate the situation. Unajua sisi tunakuanga very good spectators and good players, but we are not in the field. So tunaona mambo, but I want us always to just, to look at the thing critically. If you are Uhuru Kenyatta, would you be correcting IBC or trying to save your case in balancing the wheel so that you navigate through the governance? And then the main reason why there was a turmoil in the deputy running away with part of Jubilee was to destabilize Uhuru Kenyatta so much that he does nothing, okay, and then interfere with his legacy. He wanted Uhuru Kenyatta to leave office having accomplished nothing, and then that will be, a good way of saying they are nothing. And so Uhuru Kenyatta had to look the other side. One way of leading, especially a country, at times there are things you see they are wrong, but you need to ignore them in order to focus on the main thing, which is at least establish something that you will be remembered for. So the handshake accomplished what it accomplished. Did not solve everything, although it believed. I think the mistake was to believe so much into the BBI and thinking that the BBI would deal with every other issue. And then when the BBI was stopped everything got stopped. That was an error. They didn't play that politically right, because in politics you must always have the fallback plan in case this gets stopped. And then also the BBI was pushed until its launch took place when it's too close to the close of the calendar. But if it started early and then it made all these hurdles, they would have navigated through the whole thing and made sure that it went through successfully. It was also dangerous that the BBI that was recommending to overhaul the Iebc, the referendum would still be presided over by the same Iebc. And that's why IBC was posting things like a burning bridges initiative. It was anti-BBI because BBI was anti them. And so it was, in my opinion, to appreciate what Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila accomplished with the handshake is in the best way, in the scenario given with them, they did their best, especially for once holding this country together and making Kenyans happy, making Kenya get motivated and go out and work, sustain an economy. The COVID-19, it was turmoil. Can you now imagine if Raila Odinga was calling for demos and William Ruto is running away with part of Jubilee and Uhuru Kenyatta is trying to remain afloat and there is COVID-19? It would have been impossible for things to hold. So saa ingine kabla tuanze kutupa mawe tuangalie masuala vizuri, na mimi napenda kuua mgala muue, lakini haki umpe. The handshake did what it did. They failed where they failed, but some of the accomplishments, they're here to stay. It is only sad that the Kenya Kwanza people want to make a fail of what succeeded with the handshake, especially the infrastructure projects. It is sad that some of those projects are now abandoned or they are on their way to their deathbed. Then that, to me, it's a very sad state of affairs. Watu wako kwa makanisa wakifanya Thanksgiving when those infrastructure were just closer to the close. They just needed another boost. And so this sad state of affairs that we have an irresponsible government that wants to make a mess of people's investment, regardless of how much costly that is to the country. So karibuni kwa studio kina Makandet, kina Leo, njooni. Mimi nataka kuondoka sasa. Nimefanya kwangu na nataka kuachia muendeleze na tuendelee kuambiana ukweli. Cha muhimu, hakikisha kwamba unachangia kuboreka kwa nchi hii. Changia kuboreka kwa nchi hii kwa vyovyote vile, in your smallest way possible. Now, I was just before I bring in Mama, I gave an offer of the free ebook by Tom Mboya, forwarded by Jomo Kenyatta himself. The only way to access the book is you subscribe to my site. Okay, I give you the link. You only put in your email address, you click subscribe. It will send an automated response in your email. You confirm, that's the end of the story. And then you will access the site and be able to download the book and read the challenge of nationhood. Some of these things we are dealing with, they are as old as 1969 when that book was published. And we kind of look at them as new. There's nothing new under the sun, the Bible says. And so when you begin to see that this is what Tom Mboya was fighting, this is what J.M. Kariuki was fighting, this is what was there at the genesis of this country, then it will give you a better understanding and motivation to see to it that this struggle has come a long way. If we just give a little more push, it may just yield the results that are required. So wale ambao mjachukua hicho kitabu, tafadhali kichukue sasa hivi. Tumia hiyo link, ndio hiyo, I'm sharing it in the comments section, or click on the link. It will take you directly to the site. You put in your email address, click on subscribe, Go to your inbox, confirm that you are the one who has subscribed, and then you will get direct access to the book. Download it and begin to read. Okay, begin to read the book. It will help you understand and appreciate some of these things. Now, I'm doing that because I want us to debate here from a point of information. There are too many lies being flied around by those who want us to be deviated. But if we get this credible information, it will help us begin to flow rightly by appreciating where our founding fathers were and what they wanted. And we compare it with what we are being offered. And then we can now have a choice of either rejecting or accepting. Okay. So anasema what is this? He said, "Don't do business with this with books with authorship. You have no right to do that." Hummingbird, please stay away from what matters that don't concern you. Okay? I said the book is free. You only subscribe and download. I never said I'm selling the book to you, and you don't have to read it. You don't have even to download it. Okay? If you want, it's a free offer. Okay? And for your information, I bought it. I'm only sharing it because I want people to have information. And of course, there's a limited number of how many downloads you can make. It's not unlimited. So the first 100 people, after that, we close that chapter. Why? We are sharing information. But that book, I didn't get it for free. I'm sharing it with this particular group only. Sawa sawa. So Hummingbird, acha hiyo story yako. I'm a publisher and I know all those things you're talking about. I'm not just a raveler. Mwache vitisho. Asante lakini. Mama, endelea.
Yes, Stony PK, you are not here. How are you? At the beginning, where I will start is about Hummingbird. It's a UDA, and he has started it with the wrong leg. You see, they don't, first of all, consider the information and digest and know what exactly it means. They just jump to things and take them the way they are and start propagating. That's all I can say about UDA. And I'm sorry to quote UDA because I wanted to say Kenyans. We should think twice before we join anything, because now we have been put into awareness mode that we can be put in a ditch without knowing. Stone PK talked about education, that people are so educated in Kenya, but they know nothing. They don't want even to know the useful meaning of their education. And in fact, I'll go ahead again and compare them with Robert Mugabe. Robert Mugabe was a president, and he was in Western country, and he wanted to, to show how smart he is. And he said that the white people have gone to the moon, Africans will go to the sun. And he was told, you can't go to the sun is too hot. For his own understanding, however, he's a president, he's depended by so many people in his country, believing that he's a good president, he's educated, he has wisdom, he has what? He said, we'll go there at night. What did he mean? He meant that because at night is cool, the sun will be cool at night. They just laughed and left him there. They knew that this is somebody we cannot even argue with, because his way of understanding, it's way below. So I'm trying to say what? These people, followers of UDA, surely speaking, they don't want to know what A or B means. It's only that they just want to see A and B. They don't want to know what is behind it. Why is that brought to us? Why is this guy saying this? They don't want to know. They just take that way. And that's why you see all of them, the argument is so silly, so stupid, that you cannot even stand there. We were told, don't argue with a fool. People might not notice the difference between you and him or her. So these are people that we cannot stand and argue with them. Because what we understand, we are not well educated than them. But take it this way, somebody educated and arguing, the way you understand things, he want to turn it around and look like something negative, something different, so that you can believe on it. Something which is truthful, they want to change for it to look, it's not true. How would you and him cope? You can't sit together. You can't argue with him. Why I'm saying this? When Raila was talking about what he's going to do for the country, people never believed him, but they believed the other guy. And the other guy is the one who is saying now, give me this time, give me this time, give me this time. He looked so well that these people, once I get there, I know how to deal with them. Because he had nothing in his brain. He had nothing planned for you guys. And you're gonna face it unless you change your mind and be educated and learned, so that you can argue in the right way, and then we can come to a win-win and we can understand each other. We can't take that, that what you are trying to think, it's what we are going to think, so that the country can go to the ditch, all of us, because of your thinking. We are arguing differently because I think we see far. And that's why you see on this forum, they say they are outdated, outnumbered. Yes, because even out there, you are outnumbered. Because most of those people in UDA, really, I don't know what they stand for. They don't even stand for Kenya. They stand for one person, individual, who is the current president, who has nothing in his mind, who has nothing for Kenyans. Then you just feel very, very much hurt. Because who are you going to hold hands with so that we resurrect our country? Resurrect our country, Kenya. How? How are we going to do it with these guys who don't want to know the truth? They just want to be on that lie, and propaganda, and they believe it. And in fact, if you go on asking them questions, they become even more timid. They have no answer. And they keep off, and they would even say, go away. That is what, imagine somebody you are arguing with does not give you answer, but tells you, you go where you want to go, me, I'm here. Where? Doing what? Telling us what? Understanding what? What are you learning? They have no answer, and they have no clue where they are heading. In fact, the only thing they will say, no, we won, and they are gone. They won, and they are gone. You ask them, how did you win? We won. Is that somebody you can argue with? No. Let me come to Uhuru. I really pity Uhuru. Uhuru looked like a husband and a wife. Here the husband is being, people don't take me wrong, I'm giving an example. Here there is a husband. The wife has become so hostile to him. And this is a polite man who really don't want this marriage to break. Now, the husband tried to cool down and try to meditate and try to litigate, to do what he can to make this marriage work. But it's not working, even it is getting more worse. There's a lot of fire. Those people who cancel people, they tell them, when you see that you are staying by yourself and thinking too much, please don't. That is sickness coming. Try to speak to other people. Try to get out and meet people. Go to where people are laughing. Go where people are playing. Go where people are singing, so that your brain is occupied with positive things. So Uhuru had to get out and look for a hand, a shoulder to lean on. And I can remember one person who said, look at Uhuru since they shook hand with Raila. He has become browner. He has become strong. He is a smiling person. He is becoming strong in body-wise. What a change. That's what it can tell you, that this guy on the chair, the current president, can sip your happiness, sip everything that you have, sip even your ideas, and leave you crumbling down. I pity Uhuru. In fact, since that time I heard that word, I started watching Uhuru all time, and I saw him getting better and better and doing better things in our country. And he did, and he won. He has his legacy in his hands. Despite that somebody wanted to slap him, because Uhuru wanted peace in our country. And I believe whatever was going on even before 2007 and 2000, whatever this election was going on, there was a mastermind who was working behind for all this stealing of election and everything, so that things would reach where they are. It's so saddening that somebody can live in an office, such a big office for the country, thinking by himself, how will I work this out? Because my partner is threatening me in so many ways. And he don't want to get away from me. And I don't want to resign because of forces which are not there. It was false, but somebody was engineering all this to happen. But God took care of him, and he reached where he reached. Respectively, left the office decently, and all went well. I'm so happy for his end term. He built something for 10 years in that short time. And I respect him and I pray for him. He's a smart guy and we should respect him. However, every human being has got mistakes, but there are some mistakes we overlook because we are always making errors. But sometimes we allow, since we are created by God, however we look like or how we behave, we make mistakes. But there are mistakes we overlook, we don't want to repeat, we just say it's okay, since what he has done is the best. If there was somebody taking over from Uhuru to continue this country, the country would have shining. And we had somebody who would have taken this country to the second level, the level that other countries will be admiring. What pride do a president who have not been voted in, elected by people, who stole election, what pride do you have? And I am asking Kenyans, how can a person, a president who has not been elected by people, comes in and start punishing you and you allow that to happen? People are going through pain. People are going through shameless things that we cannot control because of a person who has no idea of how to help these Kenyans to be uplifted or to stand and feel happy about their country. Somebody was not elected. Now he wants to bury that stealing election with so many dubious things. And by this time, he is working for himself, building himself so that he can be the president forever in our country. Kenyans, don't be fools. Let's work out our way. We are the government. We are the Kenyans. We are the voice. We can make this country rise again. And all what is going on right now, it's something that we can say no, because there is nothing good for Kenyans is happening. There is nothing, and there is no hope. Let those who believe on him stay aside. Let them stay aside. We stay aside. We voice our grievances and make sure our country come to the right hands. I'm skeptical of what we are heading to see when people tell us that let's give them time. Let's give him time. What time? Up to today, he has done a lot for himself. He has constructed things for himself. If you go around, you'll see. Why is he having time for himself to do all what he is doing? Constructing buildings, constructing things that matters for him, but not for a single Kenyan. I wonder even these UDA people, what they think. When they tell us that it's a new government, the government, that guy has been there for the longest and he knows in and out. It's somebody who would have sat there and do wonders as Magufuli did. There are many people who can go there even for the first time, not having been in government, and do wonders. We don't believe him. We don't trust him. We did not elect him. He is not the right person to be in Kenya presidency. He better prepare himself. I'll stop there for now. I'm still here listening, Mr. Stone PK. Hi, Leo.
Hello. I hope you're fine, huh? Thank you. Stone PK, how are you?
I'm good, Lea.
Yeah, you can see
Very
you
good.
people. You people are energetic and you are really passionate about delivering this country out of the hands of these fraudsters. And that is great when I see the number of people who are sacrificing their sleep to follow and contribute in this channel. It gives me hope that one of these fine days, these fraudsters, I think it is high time we call them by the way they are. We've really been sugarcoating them, and that is why we keep on having and repeating the same mistakes. And you'll realize the problem that we're having in Kenya is we don't want to call, or we don't want to take issues the way they are. We've always been meant that when you speak the truth or when you stand for what is right, they mistake you for maybe fighting some communities or fighting some individuals. And this is the cancer that have always been eating into us. For example, this issue of Iebc, yes, Chebukati is going, but do we learn some lessons? Chebukati might be going physically as Chebukati, but his intentions and his characters are still back, or are still remaining in that office. I still don't believe that Isaac Hassan went. Isaac Hassan did not go. He went, but what did he leave? Chebukati just came and inherited Isaac Hassan's plans and ways of doing things. So he didn't have any change. Maybe as much as he's going as an individual who failed to take the responsibility, I don't believe that Chebukati is going. Chebukati is still there. He have people that you've mentored. He have people who calls him the Godfather, who are just going to do exactly the same thing that he was doing. So we need to look at this thing in a broader perspective, and call for a complete overhaul of IEBC. The body is really rotten, and as a country, we are a country that is used to rewarding corruption, praising the corrupt, and making them kings. And if maybe for you, you might be surprised to see Chebukati coming back to these public offices through maybe a different office. He's going to be rewarded, obviously, for having delivered the success corruptly to his fellow fraudsters. These guys are going to reward him, maybe with the tenders, or his cronies and his relatives and his friends are also going to be appointed into various positions. Why do you think they were rushing to intimidate the four who are having some dissenting opinion? Because they wanted to they wanted the next person who is coming to fully inherit the characters and the behaviors of Chebukati. But when Raila and the concerned Kenyans saw this and talked of it and say that we are going to demonstrate to protect the four, people only narrowed their thinking within the four. They did not see the broader picture. And I remember some Kenyans saying that, no, we cannot go demonstration to protect we cannot go to protect the interest of Cherera and Masit and some two guys. They forgot that it was not about Cherera. It was about the entire IEBC. And William Ruto was so passionate, and he did not he knew very well that Chebukati was going. So he did not want a situation whereby Chebukati will leave power into the hands of people that were having some different opinion from his. So he wanted to make sure that by the time Chebukati is leaving, those people who are in office are speaking the same language. So it is high time that IBC should be dismantled and everything be started from the scratch, or else we'll still keep on having the same issues are going to repeat itself. It has never been different from ECK to the other one from ECK to currently now we are having the IEBC. These cases have always been the same, because we've been sugarcoating, we've been just assuming that some people are good and taking them as angels, yet the entire body is rotten. The entire body is rotten, and maybe as one of the remedies or one of the recommendations that I would recommend Kenyans of goodwill to do is, as Chebukati is going, we also need to look at the people who've remained. I listened carefully when Alex was speaking, and he really said something that is true. We have people like Boss Sholei. I know some of you might just be seeing her as just a lady, as a mad lady who is elected there. These are the cartels of IEBC. And even if you looked at her behavior in Bomas, it will tell you, it will really speak a lot. They seem to be outsiders, but those are the people who are controlling activities that are happening in IEBC. So Kenya is really full of frauds. And we give them a lot of airtime to continue conning. Just like today, I was getting some stories about how people were conned with some non-existent or some mythical plots. But if you look at the media, you'll realize that there's several people who came to media and spoke about these plots. There are people who took photos and events and told us how these plots, let's say, they were there, how they were getting houses, how they were getting everything, I don't know what. So this is the country that you're living in. Nobody is criminalized for deceiving people. Today you will come and you say you want to sell. Say it is not there. You will be given airtime in the mainstream media. You will con people. Then after that, nothing will happen to you. So Kenyans, we need to really stand and reclaim back our country. We don't have a currently we don't have a country. And we are being taken back to the Moi era of worshipping the executive. Yesterday, I was looking through the media and I was seeing The president is visiting some parts of Nyanza, and they've erected the billboards, expensive billboards everywhere saying, "Welcome, Mr. President." So I was really wondering, which kind of mediocrity are we having in this country? We are not dealing with the real issues, but we get diverted each and every time with issues that are non-issues, things that we should not be concentrating on. Ruto is busy planning for 2027, while Kenyans are really planning for how to take their kids in school. They are in dilemma. They don't know what to do. They don't know how they are going to pay the school fees. They don't know where this money is going to come from. I read a comment today from one Ahmed Nasir, the Grand Mullah, talking about the interest rate that has been, the capping in the interest rate was removed. So there's, I think, about 18%, and it also applies to the previous loans that were taken. So if that is not an economic sabotage, I don't know where we are heading. We are having, if we don't act now, there is worse times. The future is not bright. The future is going to be worse than what we are experiencing today. You will only remain with the hustler fund as the only source where you can take loan, and the only loan that you'll be given, you'll find that you are economically you've been caged, and you will only be able to borrow a specific amount of money. So we are not moving in the right direction. We are not moving in the right direction. Today I looked at the list of some of the companies that are going to be privatized. There is a privatization that is going has been approved. There's a privatization program that has been approved by the government. Some of the state-owned parastatals and the companies that the government is going to put in the hands of the private entities. But these private entities, they are not private. They are these people, the same people in the government who are now going to pose as private investors. KenGen, that is 70% owned by the government, is going to be going to be privatized. The Kenya Pipeline, that is owned 100% by the government of Kenya, is going to private hands. So these are government that cannot be able to manage anything. We will no longer have things that are owned by state. So that is how Kenya is. Kenya is going to be under the private state. It's going to be a private state. The Kenya Ports Authority in the Eldoret Container Terminal, that is 100% owned by the government, is going to be privatized. The Ports Authority, that one, the development BATS, that is 100% owned by Kenya, is going. The South Nyanza Sugar Company, the one we call the Sony Sugar, instead of even giving it to the county, maybe they are taking to the private individuals. Chemelil Sugar is on the list. There is that one, the Miwani Sugar, Muhoroni Sugar, Cabernet Hotel, Mount Kenya Lodge, Sunset Hotel, the Golf Hotel Limited in Kakamega, Kenya Safari Lodge, the National Bank of Kenya, that is owned by NSSF and the government of Kenya. So all this, even the Kenya Meat Commission that was revived by Uhuru, is now going to be taken back to the private individuals to own it now. The new KCC, we know how Uhuru's government worked hard to revive this KCC. KCC, I think, collapsed some time back. So you look at the country and you wonder, do we really have a country? The people who are at the helm of the leadership, we have people who are being driven by some individual ego and individual motives. They don't have Kenya at their heart. These are people who want to own everything. And the privatization approval comes at a time when we know those ones who are in government. They are interested parties. They want a better way. They now want to take over the government entities. They want to take over the government departments and make them their private. They'll come in the name of people like Singh, and come with some Indian and some Chinese names. Yet they are the common Rutos and the Murkomens and Ndidits. They're the ones who are going to own these companies. So they're the people who are now going to be determining your life. They are capturing everything. we need to wake up. We need to wake up and do things differently. It is the time that we now need to call for the streets. If that is the only thing that will work. It has worked before. I don't see anything as preventing it from working. It will work. We don't have a country. We are losing the country as fast as possible. Yeah, right now we need, I think we need to declare Ruto and his team. We need to declare them public enemies. And we need to address them as enemies. We need to respond to them as enemies. We need not to fear and sugarcoat them. We need to address them the way they are. We need to call them the exact names that they deserve. We don't need to keep on calling these people honorables and waheshimiwa. Which honor do they have? Which honor do they have? We are having a rotten country. So the only thing, the only thing I can say that as Chebukati is finally exiting IEBC after giving us sham and fake elections, if we don't do an overhaul to that IEBC, we'll still be there in 2027. And it is high time we say, if nothing is done to IEBC, we are not going to take any election. We are having IEBC, a body that is supposed to ensure that the constitution is followed. We are having Chapter 6. Chapter 6 is not taken care of in Kenya. It is treated as a suggestion. IEBC was clearing people left and right, people who has had some issues, even after EACC have written to them, telling them this person has got this case, this person has got this issue, including the academic requirement, which is clearly stipulated that without a degree, somebody cannot be able to be cleared for certain positions. We saw IEBC clearing people like Aisha Juma to run for governors. We saw IEBC clearing this one, Omondi, how do you call him? Currently, he's a State House blogger, Malala. Even in Nairobi, we saw IEBC clearing Sakaja. Even after the universities that these people claim to have gone to, writing letters and distancing themselves and saying these people, we don't know them, they never took examination, they never stepped in lecture rooms here. IEBC went ahead to clear them. And this is a body that we want to depend on. It cannot happen. This is a body that is not serving any good for Kenyans. It is not independent. They've been captured. So we should not allow for that. We should not allow for that to happen anymore. Let us call these people the way they deserve. Let us call them enemies. They are enemies of progress. They are enemies of our future. They are enemies of our current situation. So we can't allow calling them waheshimiwa and honorables each and every time when they are milking us and they want to suck our last blood. We can't allow that. They're really killing our future generations. Killing our education system is killing our future generations. We will not have a future. I think, and I'll call everyone to come out strongly and condemn this government and anybody who is pro this government. Because when you support impunity or when you support the corrupt, you also join the group. You're also corrupt because you're the one who is giving them life. So anybody who still sympathizes with these people, that person should also be included as an enemy. Stone PK, you can proceed. You can proceed. I can see a Kenyan, I can eat. Is it I can eat or I can eat? Stone, you can proceed a bit.
Leah, you want to show a clip? Unmute, Leah. Unmute, Bana.
You can proceed. You can proceed. I'm still looking for that clip. I'm yet to get it.
Okay, all right. I want to address one issue that I think is part of Kenya is ailing from very many diseases. And very many diseases. It's multiple. In fact, at one time, I even think I used to think ICU would help Kenya get resuscitated, but I'm beginning to get even more worried, because it's like a patient who you are suffering from TB, then before you even cure TB, you start suffering from another disease, and I don't want to name it. Then from that, then before you cure that, you start until you become, totally incapacitated, and the result of this would always be organ failures. And when you have organ failure, multiple organ failure, of course, mnajua inaitwa death. Kwa Kiswahili nasema Kenya inaugua kwa maradhi mengi mno, mengi tu sana. Ni kama vile mtu anaugua TB, mtu anaugua huu ugonjwa huu, unaongeza kabla utibu huu unatokea, and then mwisho wa maneno basi unakuwa wewe si binadamu tena, unaaga dunia. Hivyo ni kusema kwamba kama umekuwa ukitibiwa labda na madaktari ambao hawawezi kuelewa ugonjwa wako ni upi, they are just looking at you, wana treat symptoms, hawatafuti kiini cha ugonjwa, basi wewe mwisho wako ni mauti. Sasa Kenya pia ninadhani Kenya mwishowe itakuwa ni mauti. Mauti kisiasa, mauti kijamii, maendeleo, mauti kimiundombinu, na ni rahisi tu sana, manake nchi inatakiwa uibebe kama vile nimedescribe. Ni kama binadamu, anahitaji damu safi, anahitaji exercise, anahitaji kuoga, anahitaji kula, ndio aweze kuwa full functional human being. The same thing I quit a country to be. Na sasa kama country hailishwi bora, haina lishe bora, basi itakuwa stunted, na mwishowe magonjwa, and alafu whatever. Kwa miaka 60 tumeona Kenya inaugua ugonjwa baada ya mwingine, manake tumekataa kabisa kubaili ugonjwa ule unaomaliza Kenya ni upi. Tumekataa kuangalia weaknesses zetu ni zipi. We are running away from our weaknesses kabisa. We deviate from our weaknesses. We start singing and gloating about what we think are our strengths. Why bother with your strengths? Kama unajua una nguvu pande fulani, hapa una concentrate energy ya nini pale? Why are you not accepting reality? Accept, kwamba mapungufu yangu ni haya. Mapungufu yetu ni haya. Kwa mfano, upungufu namba 1 ambayo ni kama ugonjwa, sijui ni kama ugonjwa wa ukoma nafikiria. Ni kutoweza kutenda haki. Simple as that. Tumeshindwa kabisa kutenda haki. And we have admitted we are not able to do that. We have admitted because tunaendelea tu kufunikia uchafu. Okay? Nimezungumza nikasema katiba, tulikuja tukaleta katiba. Upumbavu wetu tukafikiria katiba ita-cure problems. Tukasahau katiba tu ni maandishi kwenye kitabu fulani. Sasa mimi usikia watu wakisema katiba imesema, katiba. Mimi nimeenda Nairobi, nazunguka kwa street kutafuta mahali katiba imesimama, niulize wewe katiba, mbona sisi tunaumia? Because I'm giving this analogy because that is how cheap Kenyans have stooped. That is, I talked earlier nikasema upumbavu. We are educated but we are bure kabisa. You stand talking about katiba. Unajua katiba inasema alafu tunatumianga phrase moja, the law is very clear. If you find yourself repeating one phrase after the other, you have a problem. Because if the law is very clear, then why mbona ifanyi kazi? Mbona Waiguru na wale wengine wako huru kama the law is very clear? So that cancer, and I think is at stage, cancer zinaendanga stage ngapi leo? Up to stage 10 na kitu ama ni ngapi?
I don't know how many stages, but yes. I think there are different. There's a stage ikifika, you now cannot be able to cure it. Hata ukiwekwa kwa hizo therapies, but it is easily cured at the tender stage kama ndio inaanza. So we should not allow that.
Exactly. So why am I dwelling on this? It's because I have observed. And you know, when you have been here for 30 plus years, 40, going 50, sasa wewe ni mtu mkomavu. Upumbavu unaujua, ujinga unaujua, wizi unaujua, ukora unaujua. Yani umemaliza trisex, umemaliza mambo ya trisex. You know, until you believe in that you reach a stage where now you are not trying things out, man. If you don't reach there early enough, ole wako. Kenya is like that. Tumekuwa stunted. We are trying things every day. We are not innovating things. We are just trying things. Try and error. Unashikia hii, unachukua, unaweka hapa. Katiba hii ilikuwa nini, unaleta hapa. Tukasahau namba muhimu hapa. The implementers. Wheelbarrow ukiipark pale umepark, hautangoja iende dukani kukuletea cement. It needs a pusher. Inahitaji mtu ambaye ataisukuma. Kwa hivyo itarahisisha kazi, lakini lazima isukumwe. Gari lazima iwekwe fuel, sawa, unajaza tangi pap, unaisimamisha pale. Alafu wewe enda nyumbani, iambie iende Kisumu kukuletea samaki, ama iende Mbere kukuletea ugali ama mahindi ya nini. It will not. It needs a driver. It needs fuel and it needs a driver. This country, we will debate forever. But the country lacks. And this, hii ndio ujinga na upumbavu tumeuziwa, and it has been instilled in us. Mpaka unakuta mtu mzee wa miaka 50 akiongea unafikiria hata wa nursery, mtoto wa nursery ni better. Yes. Mpaka unakuta mtu anakuambia ni wanaitwa nini hao watu wamesoma law? Legal officers. Mimi nikiwa college nilisema siwezi soma law because nimegrow nikijua lawyers are liars. That's how I was taught from primary school. My teacher hated lawyers. Alikuwa akaniambia lawyers, most of them are thieves. They are liars. They are not lawyers. Yeah, mtu umeenda umeua, umejua umeua, unaenda ati it will depend on how you present your defense. So this teacher, sisi tumegrow akituambia, please don't aspire to be a lawyer, because you'll be a thief, you'll be a killer, you'll be a liar, you'll be everything. So, and I don't care whether people feel like I'm condemning that profession. It's a profession I'm condemning, not individuals. If you are a lawyer, shauri yako. These lawyers, majority ndio unaona kwa siasa, because they pretend they know. They are the ones who tell us laws are very clear. And they are not telling us why the judges who are corrupt are judges now. Why the people who stole the billions that have been reported. You know, money is reported when it's stolen. We are very quick to report. But that is the best we do. Immediately, Stone PK, you are picked. Unaambiwa uko na bilioni 20 umechukua. You have a battalion of lawyers. They stop thinking. What are they looking at? The billion. Usidanganywe watu wako pale kudefend, wanaona hiyo billion unakula nao. That is the naked truth. And then we say that this country is heading somewhere. when they are all of them ndio wameingia huko bunge to try, ndio mnawa charge to implement the katiba you voted for as Kenyans. Then you put thieves to implement that katiba. For me, that's how simple I look at it. And I don't like complicating things, because for me, running a country is as simple as A, B, C. It is as simple as A, B, C. And that's why that A, B, C is only implemented by dictators. You know what a dictator does? Anakuja anakuta uko na ugonjwa X na dawa ni Y. Akuulizi ama utakunywa hiyo dawa. It's bitter. Hata harufu unasikia, unaanza nini, unasema hiyo dawa sikunywa. Anakufungua mdomo kwa nguvu, unamwagiliwa hiyo, unameza, unapona. That is the good thing about dictators. The other things we pretend, oh, democracy. Democracy has destroyed the world. Democracy is just hot air. Especially for Africa, it has done more harm than good. You see, the moment we diverted from our orientation, because there was the way we were oriented, Africa, in terms of leadership, in terms of, there was that orientation. At the moment, if you are called James Njoroge, then you are told to pretend you are Michael Jordan. You wezi cope, because you believing a lie. I keep on saying. So we moved away from the way we ran our things, and we moved away from even the way we ran our families. That's why we have mediocrity. That's why we have issues in the name of modernization. Unaacha ile umegrow ukiambiwa. Uligrow ukiambiwa na babako kwamba wewe ni Mkenya, na uwe unafurahia ukiona jamaa anaitwa Onyi ni bro yako, ukiona Mogaka ni bro yako, ukiona Njoroge ni bro yako, kwa sababu nyinyi ni wa Kenya. Unakuja unaambiwa hapana, and these are the foreign doctrine inakuleta. Inaanza kuambia hapana, unajua Mogaka anatoka Nyamira. Na ina-emphasize, it's underlined for your attention. Before you thought, me, I met Mogaka in college, we are colleagues, we went for medicine. So sasa unakuja unaambiwa hapana, ni daktari mlikuwa na yeye, lakini yeye anatoka Nyamira. Please note that. Hizo ndio seeds tumewekewa. Okay? Sasa the leaders don't want to wash that away. They don't want to treat that. And that's why I'm saying we are not addressing our weaknesses. Let me try to hasten so that Wangira can come in. So until there, we agree these are our weaknesses. We have negative ethnicity. We have no honest leaders that want to do justice. Okay, then unless we agree that, like Iebc, it's nonsense, just like you said. Just we call it as it is. Either disband it. If it is not working, toa. If this katiba is not working, suspend it. That's why I'm saying dictators sometimes they do very good job. Hii katiba weka chini. Don't ban it, lakini weka chini. Alafu tuitane mkutano, tuulizane maskini wa Mungu. Sisi, where are we headed? Do we have people who can help Kenya? Then if we don't have to say, okay, sasa kila mtu kivyake, kama manyani shambani. Instead of pretending that, oh, Ruto is here saying he has the best. Then the other one is saying, I'm the best. Then wananchi they are saying, sasa ni push and pull. Sahi we have been put and subjected to theatrics, and time is going. People are dying. Okay? You are told in 100 days, I want to refer to that nothing can happen. When you go to people like Gladys Wanga area, you see what she's doing or she has done in that whatever time. Why don't you magnify that? There's a topic we used to have in Chule. It was not where you, anyway, I'll remember and I'll use that example. If whatever you can do in a classroom of 20, for example, for them to get an A, you are not able to do it to a classroom of 50. I'm asking teachers, for example, whatever you are able to mentor a group of 5, What formula are you using for them to be sharp? So if you are given 20 people, they can't do well. If you are able to implement in a ward, are you not able to implement in a constituency? What I'm saying is, if you have the right strategy and just whatever you are implementing in a village, you can implement bigger and bigger and bigger if you have a proper strategy. But if you don't have it, that's it. That's why I keep on using Wanga example, because I have very close friends that area, and they are updating me. We were with them in politics, and some of them are extremely happy. Of course, there are those who are against and all that. Yeah. And for me, when you are against somebody, I look at the underlying, the history. Why did she deny you? Maybe you are in college together, you made some pass, she thought you are an idiot, then you start, unaona. So Wakenya tuko hivyo, mlikuwa na Stone PK college, akakurusha dem, unaibeba mpaka kufa. So whatever Stone PK does, uone kama kitu. Hiyo kasumba pia inatuua Kenya. So our weakness is, let's accept that our negative ethnicity, we have mediocre leaders who we are praising and worshiping currently. And as I said, we call ourselves for a meeting and accept that Ruto is incapable. And I ask UDA to give me 5 points of anywhere Ruto has implemented a very successful strategy. Some people are saying, oh, he brought TVET. Garbage, nothing. Do your research. It's not TVET Ruto brought. Yeah. Ukiona tortoise juu ya mti, unaanza kufikiria ilipanda hapo juu ya mti, you will be the most idiot on earth. Umeona tortoise hapo kwa mti ati na unapita, unasema tu ayai, kumbe tortoise inapandanga mti na unapita. Wewe ni fala to death. Unatakiwa uende uzikwe kabisa juu sasa uko fala kuliko hiyo tortoise. Yeah? Utaanza kusema hata hiyo tortoise ilipanda juu ya mwembe na ikapanda huo mwembe ukagrow. That is how you start thinking. Lastly, leo ndio nipishe ndugu yetu Wangira. I would want us to really, divert from this belief that when you steal, you are exhibiting smartness. That hiyo inaniua. In Kenya, ukiibia bradhako, ukitrick mtu, ukiiba wife ya mtu, ati wewe ni mjanja. And that's why nina adore Tanzania with them calling spade a spade. Ujinga wanaita ujinga. Kenya ukiiba, ukiwa civil servant, in 2 years umebuild nyumba in one of those areas using 30 million. That guy is very smart. He's very hardworking. It is in Kenya where stealing and doing all those is termed as hard work. Until that is reversed, we will die worshipping and doing things that will never come true, because it's not justice. Okay? It is in Kenya where you believe that, oh, everything, and you praise things opposite. That position should be given to a young guy. What has age, whether old or young, to do with performance? Kama ni race, kama ni kukimbia, fine. If you are going on a 100-meter race, then you, of course, you look for young people and all that. But kama ni brain, that's why the advanced economies, you have people working up to the age of 100 until you feel you can't. Until mkono itashake, huwezi kushika keyboard, is when you go home. And that's why they are productive. That's why we can never reach where they are. I was shocked when I went to Frankfurt, the people I saw serving us at the airport. And then even when I went further to where we were having a seminar, when I saw the guys that were fixing the IT, the people who are, I couldn't believe. Nilikuwa nashindwa, kwani hii ni nchi ya retirees? Wapi vijana? Kumbe they know vijana have to be mentored. You have found an experienced guy in engineering, amefanya engineering for the last 50 years. Wewe umetoka university saa hii unasema the mzee must go, then bring in young people. Wewe umetoka classroom, umejua nini? That's why in Kenya we took all these years, we could not know how to do barabara za gorofa. Yet we've been churning out engineers and architects and everybody else. wamekuja kufundishwa na Chinese wa kutoka diploma colleges. That is sad. And that's why we are mediocre even in politics. Bwana Wangira, let me stop there, then I'll continue. I have more.
Thank you. Actually, that is the true state of our country. We glorify corruption. We glorify thieves. And if today you want to become, you want to be elected as an MP or any post in your residential areas, don't go there as somebody who is holy or what. Just try getting yourself into scandal. You'll be elected. How did Waiguru manage to become a governor? She made the first shot and got it through NYS. She was elected. We have so many people who've just been elected because of criminal activities and corruption. How did Nakuru manage to elect Tabitha Karanja? Because she evaded paying a tax. So you expect somebody who evaded tax to go in parliament and make good laws that are going to ensure that the country maximizes on the collection of tax. No way. It is not going to happen. You expect somebody like Didimas Baraza, who shot his opponent's driver campaigner, to go and sit in that parliament and make laws that are going to protect citizens. It will not happen. So we are having the most corrupt people in our parliament. Somebody was asking that that in Kenya the politicians are mute. The politicians that we have in Kenya, go to that parliament. We are having fraudsters there. Go to our cabinet. How did Ruto come to appoint these people? Why was Kuri appointed? For tribalism, somebody who hated other people, somebody who, when he opened his mouth to speak, he speaks tribes. Alice Wahome, the most mouthy woman I ever knew in Central, the one with the most abusive words, the one who was even televised and beating and assaulting the Iebc officials in the last elections in 2017. So those are the people who are implementing. We are having a good constitution, but the problem is not the laws. The laws are there. The problem is the implementers. Right now, who doesn't know Ruto was against the current constitution, and he spent money and time opposing this constitution. Now is the one you want to implement the constitution. He is not going to implement it. He's going to rewrite it. That is why he still wants to control the counties. Somebody talked of the county commissioners, which are still there, and the provincial administration, which is still there. So these are the people who did not believe in that constitution, and you've now given them the position to go and implement it. They will not implement it. We are having people like the wash people like Osoro. Those are the MPs you want to make for you good laws. They're not going to make good laws. They're not going to protect your interest. First of all, they are there to protect themselves. They are there to protect their businesses. When SportPesa was threatened, somebody talked to Karuri and told him that, you cannot win these cases in court. So the best way to protect your SportPesa industry, join politics. He joined politics and he used everything. He did everything he could and managed to become the Kasarani MP. So now SportPesa is secure. Those people who go to parliament, they don't go there to represent your interest. They go there to represent their interest. So tell me, how will Karuri protect the interests of those people who are in Kasarani? Most of them are the ones who are betting. He's gone there to protect his company. He's the CEO of SportPesa, and he knows in Kenya, for you to protect your loot and to protect your evil deeds, you just get elected as an MP. You become the lawmaker. So once you're the lawmaker, you're going to make the laws that are going to protect you. So this country needs an overhaul, and we need to do what Tanzanians do. call these things the way they are. Let us call them the way they are and take issues the way the issues are. Karibu Bwana Wangira.
Oh, how are you? Good morning. It's a good morning here in Kenya. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning too. You're fine.
Before perhaps I respond, perhaps before I give my contribution, Leo, guide me on the basis of this subject, Chebukati final IBC election result. I just want to know what was the basis of that, so that perhaps I could be in a better position to contribute. You know, I've just woken up.
All right. Basically, what we are looking at when they talk of the Chebukati's final IBC fake election results, Chebukati's term in that office has ended and he's exiting, and he is exiting after giving us some fake election results. So the question, maybe what we are now looking at, is Chebukati really exiting, or he's still leaving his footsteps? Then as he leaves, are we going to have another Chebukati, or we are going to have a credible IEBC? Are we still going to live in the fake results, or is he living with the fakeness or leaving the fakeness behind? So
That's
basically, we are
fine.
just
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Oh, you know, I'm working on I'm finalizing actually my book, and my book should be off print perhaps by the month of March or April. And most of these things I've tried to analyze them in my book, that perhaps some of you will have a privilege of reading it. You know, as I was researching for my book, you know, I went back to the Kligler Commission report. And you know, what I found out from the Kligler Commission report shocked me. And I discovered that, you know, in this country, when it comes to what we call election malpractices and election resolution disputes, especially the presidential election dispute at the Supreme Court, I found out that perhaps we are dealing with what I'll call. Uh, I found out that perhaps we are only scratching the surface, what I call the scratching of the surface, when what we have is a real mountain. In the Kenyan presidential election disputes, what we have is a real mountain that cannot be dealt with through what I call surface scratching. And you know, those are some of my observation in my book that perhaps will be out in possibly April. You know, for example, if you look at the Kligler report, you'll find out that, you know, the then chairman of the ECK, what was called the Electoral Commission of Kenya, the gentleman who is now resting in peace, and I hope that he's resting in peace, called Samuel Kibitu, had admitted before the Kligler Commission that the result in what was the computer database there for more than 32 constituencies out of what was 210 constituencies in that particular period, you know, the results in the database, computer database, for not less than 32 constituencies. You remember in 2007, we only had 210 constituencies, you know, could not tally. You know, they used to be the form 30, form 16A. That was an equivalent of what we now call form 34A, I think. Then there was form 17A, which was equivalent to what else now we have as form 32, 34, 34B, something like that. So, you know, one form is supposed to be the primary document where, you know, you tabulate the primary information before you transfer it to the next form. So, you know, when the Kligler Commission was investigating the 2007 election matter. They discovered, and it was admitted by the chairman himself, that what was in the database, in regard to Form 34, Form 16A and Form 17A, could not tally. It could not tally. That is what the chairman then Samuel Kiwitu admitted. And this is what was the analysis of the Kliegler report then. I'm just using this one to lay my argument for Chebukati. So just be patient with it. So they say that the analysis of the 2007 counting and tallying process found out that the transfer of data from Form 16A to Form 17A. I want you to get it very clearly, because I'm trying to quote, there's some notes that I have here on the Kliegler report. The analysis of the 2007 counting and tallying process found out that the transfer of data from Form 16A to Form 17A, especially when one considers the simplicity of the exercise, which means that the exercise was supposed to have been a very simple exercise of just transferring information from one form to the other. Then the Kliegler Commission says in many cases suffered from what they are calling a very low level of precision and reliability. You can Google to find the meaning of the word precision and the meaning of the word reliability. Then they continue saying that the tallying in Form 30. Then they continue to say that the tallying in Form 17A were also found to have sorry. Then he continued to say that the tallying in Form 17A were also found to be erroneous in many instances. So this was the situation in 2007 under Chairman Samuel Kiwitu, who then headed Iebc. Are you telling me that the script is any different when we come to 2022? Those are the questions that, as the people of Kenya, we must ask. This thing made me to ponder, to ask myself, whether we have really changed anything when it comes to the management of our electoral system. And I don't think that we have changed anything. And it is my take that the 14-day sitting at the Supreme Court only does what I call surface scratching, when we are really dealing with a very big mountain here. And you cannot tell me that when we are surface scratching for 14 days at the Supreme Court of Kenya, we are trying to cure a problem that is a real mountain. So the election disputes in this country are a real mountain that cannot be cured through the 14 days sitting at the Supreme Court of Kenya. That's my take. So back to Wafula Chebukati. I know that perhaps the Supreme Court vindicated him, and perhaps they say that perhaps that he conducted the elections in 2022 in accordance to the law. But in my own school of public opinion, is that the case? I'll ask myself, is that the case? Did Wafula Chebukati conduct the 2022 elections according to the law? I'm not talking about what the Supreme Court found out. I am dealing with my own thought of what I call public opinion. What do I think as Wangira? My verdict on that particular question would be that no. I don't think that, Wafula Chebukati conducted this particular election in accordance to the law. In accordance to how you're supposed to have conducted it. That's my own school of public opinion. The freedom of my freedom allows me to disagree even with the finding of the court, as much as we must respect the findings of the court, but it's not necessarily that we must agree with the findings of the court. And that's why, according to my own school of thought, I don't think that Wafula Chebukati conducted that particular election in accordance with the law. And I have my own reasons. For example, for purposes of Article 138 of the Kenyan Constitution, when it comes to verification and tallying of the presidential results, it's very clear that, it's the commission. And, when we talk of the commission is the commissioners who are supposed to undertake that particular exercise. We were told by the other 4 commissioners that, it was Wafula Chebukati was carrying out a one-man show. Was that supposed to have been in accordance with the law? The issues around even the plenary, whether they even sat as commissioners to agree on the process. We have had cases where some commissioners were complaining that they were even assigned hospitality roles instead of what was their core role of managing the elections that were in 2022. So, in accordance to my own school of public opinion, I don't think that Wafula Chebukati, as much as the Supreme Court vindicated him, I don't think that Wafula Chebukati conducted this particular election in accordance to the Constitution and the law. That's my school of thought. It could be a paper that I could be writing to argue somewhere, but that's according to my own school of thought. So, what does it tell us? It tells one thing. It tells us one thing, that in this country, when we perhaps have what we can call a stage 4 disease, we are still curing it with the Panadol. That's what I'll say. Imagine curing a stage 4 disease with Panadol, and you think that you are going to cure such a disease. You must be lying to yourself. And I think as a country, we are lying to ourselves. There's a larger section of this country that is burying their heads in the sand. But they'll reach a day that they'll need to remove their heads from the sand and to face the reality. The reality in this country is that we must come out with a way forward on how to manage our elections, and even on how to manage our election disputes. You discover people have complained even about the language that was used by the judges during their judgment on this particular presidential petition that was filed by Raila Odinga. Even the language, has been a bone of contention. Some people feel that that language was not fair. It is also their right under the school of under the court of public opinion for them to feel so. So I think that we need to rediscover how to run. Let me tell you, because elections in this country are the basis of our governance. Because if we don't get the elections right in this country, then everything else is likely to go wrong. Because through elections we elect our leaders, and so if we don't get our elections right, then everything is likely to go wrong. We had the problem in 2017, in 2007. It was such a big problem. We had a big problem in 2017. It was such a big problem until a large section of this country boycotted. In fact, most of Luo Nyanza did not vote on the repeat election because of what they felt was not because of what they felt was unfairness in how Chebukati at that particular time was conducting that particular exercise for the repeat of the election in 2017. So we must just rediscover a way forward, because it cannot just be business as usual. We cannot just continue burying our heads under the sand. There is a problem. It does not matter whether you are in Kenya Kwanza or you are in Azimio. I'm now just speaking like Wangira, a citizen of this country, a person who loves this country, and a person who would like to see this country move forward. And are we going to move forward by burying our heads in the sand? We have buried our heads in the sand. There are people who have even declared Chebukati as a national hero. It's their right for them to say so. Perhaps according to them, according to their court of public opinion, Chebukati is a national hero. But is he a national hero according to me? Is that the general consensus of the people of Kenya, that Chebukati is a national hero? These are the questions that we need to ask. So we must just rediscover how to conduct our national elections and how to deal with we must just rediscover how to conduct our presidential elections and how to deal with the presidential election districts. Those two areas we must just rediscover. What I'll call thinking outside the box. We must just think outside the box on how to deal with these two issues, how to manage the presidential elections, and how to deal with the presidential districts in this country. Because if we don't rediscover a new way of dealing with these two issues, then we are burying our heads in the sand. And it could serve some people nice. They say that it's the wearer of the shoe who knows where it pinches. So there are those who knows how bad mismanaged elections can be, who know what it feels. Perhaps people like Raila Odinga who have felt the pain, of knowing what the mismanagement of an election can be, who know what it feels. The other side could not be feeling the same. But we need to come to a general consensus that there is something that is not going on well. And that's why I welcome sentiment from both President William Samoei Ruto and Raila Odinga, who say that we need to have an inquiry around what actually happened at the bombers of Kenya on the 15th of August 2022. Me, I welcome such sentiments from both the president and Raila Odinga. But because I've told you that this thing is just beyond what we call surface scratching. We need to go deeper, to find out what really actually happened. Just like the Kliegler report did for the 2007 election. Perhaps we need to have another Kliegler commission to investigate what actually happened on 15th of August 2022 at the bombers of Kenya. Perhaps we need that. Perhaps that would be the way forward. But if we want to continue burying our heads in the sand, well and good. But eventually there will come a point where, as a country, we'll need to remove our heads from the sand and face the reality. And the reality is that we must find a way forward to conduct free, fair elections in this country. As far as we are concerned, we are a long way to go to see free and fair elections. It does not matter what perhaps the court says, but as far as some of our public opinions are concerned, we are yet to get to that point where we'll have a really free and fair election. So perhaps that's what I'll say about the Chebukati part. Then,
just a minute before you proceed. I think there is some point of order or some point of information from Stone PK. Just stay on as you wait. Stone, you can.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you, Leah. Sorry, Bwana Ndugu Irak, for interrupting your stream of thought. But I just, kind of raised an antenna when you said you appreciate when Raila calls for, further or rather deeper search into exactly what happened on the 15th, as well as, for me, he's not my president, but as well as Ruto. Ruto also says that he also wants to know what happened on the 15th. So really, do we really genuinely think that he's genuine? Don't you think he's mocking Kenyans as he has always done with his eyes wide open? For me, again, I see this disease in Kenyans whereby we are scared of, calling it as it is. When Ruto says such things, I don't think it is because he's not sincere. He knows what happened. So who is he fooling? Obviously, Kenyans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother PK Stone. It is William Samoei Ruto, I think, last week when he was being interviewed during the media roundtable, who first raised the issue of, that, one day there might be a need for an inquiry on what actually happened at the bombers of Kenya on the 15th of August. Those were his sentiments. Because according to him, he believed that there are wrong things that happened at the bombers of Kenya or prior to that 15th of August. And, it's the same position that, is held by Raila Odinga, that there are wrong things that happened at the bombers of Kenya or prior to the 15th of August, which means on that thought, they all agree that perhaps there are wrong things that happened at the bombers of Kenya. Secondly, it's the president who raised the issue of a commission, which Raila Odinga also welcomed. So, in life, we say that we give it a benefit of doubt. I don't know. I'm not in his thoughts. I don't know what he actually thinks, whether it's a mockery or not a mockery. But so long as he has raised it, it's him who has raised it. It's the president who raised it. So if it's the president who raised it, we need to pick it up. Because if he feels that there is a need for a commission of inquiry to actually find out what actually happened on the 15th of August or prior to 15th of August, then it's a welcomed move. And that's why I brought in the issue of the Kliegler Commission. Let me tell you one thing. If it was the Supreme Court investigating the elections in 2007, I'm talking of 2007. If it was the Supreme Court in 14 days investigating the elections in 2007, we could not have come up with the findings that the Kliegler Commission came up with. But because we came up with an independent commission and we gave it adequate time to look into the problems around the 2007 elections, that's why they were able to come up with deep recommendations, deep findings on what actually happened in 2007. And that's why I'm thinking that if the president could be sincere, perhaps that is the roadmap we need to take. That let us now, because we are done with the court process, and he was declared president, and he's now our president according to the law. But because there are issues around that election that that the Supreme Court cannot settle, let us now welcome his good gesture of having a commission, so that we now appoint a commission, an independent commission like the one now that Raila is proposing, that could even have some people who are non-Kenyans, just like Kliegler was South African, and he was chairing the Kliegler Commission, to look into the circumstance around this particular election in 2022. Perhaps such an election will be in a position to even recommend on how, we can better our elections come 2027. That will be my take. I don't know what the president thinks, I don't know whether he's sincere or whether he's just talking about it for the sake of it. But to me, the fact that it's him who first talked about it, I find it to be a good gesture. That's perhaps all I would say.
Thank you, Angira, for such informative input on the Iebc, and it is good that we all agree that there is much that needs to be done with our electoral body. What we've been doing since IEC and the ECK is not enough. We've really been sugarcoating and dealing with maybe individuals and forgetting the real bigger picture. Because if you look at what has been happening historically, it is the same stories. If you are talking of the Kriegler report, if you go through the Kriegler report, you'll find that the same findings are the ones that were also confirmed by Maraga when he was nullifying the 2017 elections. Then he ordered for a fresh elections, gave some recommendations that were never fulfilled. That is what led to NASA by then boycotting the elections. But again, it's sad that when we went for the 2022 elections, the same instructions and the guidelines and the recommendations given by the Supreme Court in 2017 were never fulfilled. But I think we Kenyans, we just thought everything is okay and trusted these people, trusted that Chebukati is now going to do something better. We thought maybe he got saved and all is well, only to come and find ourselves in the same situation. So it is a high time that Kenyans need to call for a total overhaul in the electoral body, even if changing names and whatever doesn't make it better, but we need a total overhaul, and we need a situation whereby these people should be taking personal responsibilities of each and every action that they do. We cannot have a commission whereby after bungling elections, the person who bungled elections is being crowned and being made and declared a hero. So I'm wondering, after bungling elections, they're giving you some honor, presidential honor, and they make you and declare you the hero. And even our media goes ahead to portray and illuminate that one, telling us that a man of the year, personality of the year, the hero of the year. You know, such kind of nonsense are the ones that are encouraging things like that to happen. Those are the things that encourage corruption. Those are the things that encourage electoral bodies and these independent bodies to just do things and behave anyhowly, because nobody takes them to hold or holds them responsible for their actions. So it is high time we need to call for that. Karibu Kenyan Akanit. I don't know which name is that.
Well, that name is from Teso. I don't know how they pronounce. Me, I was calling it Asanit. I don't know. But it means hard times. That was explanation that I got. Wangira, I think I would say something on what you said about the commission. This man would welcome the commission because he knows that he's gonna do, that's my opinion, he's gonna do the same thing he has done with the judicial. And so as PK said, excuse me, please, go ahead, let me answer the...
Okay, thank you. It's good. I've been told that Asanit means hard times, and actually there's a name at an appropriate time whereby Kenyans are going through hard time. The schools are going to be opened and the future is uncertain. Nobody knows where they're going to get the money for school fees.
Can I finish my thoughts?
Yes,
before
Wangira,
she
you
comes
can
in?
finish. You can finish.
Okay, in just 1 minute before she comes in. You know, yesterday, Rigathi Gachagua was at the Administration Police Training College, where he had accompanied President William Samoei Ruto, you know, for the Administration Police Pass-Out Parade. And, you know, when he was commenting on how, you know, President William Samoei Ruto, you know, managed to inspect the guard of honor, you know, in the manner he did, you know, because he said that he did it fast, you know, quick, you know. Then he said he was wondering if it, you know, the other side had won. And, you know, the other side was, you know, Raila Odinga, because it's Raila Odinga who was running against President William Samoei Ruto. And so, you know, I found it to be a mockery of not even Raila Odinga, because I didn't, you know, I tried to not to search around to see what was this guy talking about. Was he trying to think that Raila Odinga, because of his age of 78 years, you know, he cannot adequately inspect a guard of honor? Then I remembered that, you know, when we elected President Mwai Kibaki, we in fact elected President Mwai Kibaki when he was on a wheelchair. Many Kenyans know that we elected him when he was on a wheelchair and he was in his 70s. That tells you that perhaps he was not a good inspector of guards of honors. But you know, every Kenyan will tell you that perhaps apart from one small aspect where President Kibaki failed to manage, you know, the tribalism in this country, but he excelled, you know, in making Kenya a great country economically. Nelson Mandela, you know, he had been in jail for 27 years, and you know, when he was taking it up as president of South Africa, he was also in his 70s, and you know, he became an effective president in South Africa in his 70s and even in poor health, that he's a celebrated guy. So when I heard, regarding Gachagua talk as if, he was mocking Raila Odinga, then I wonder, is this guy mocking old age or what is he mocking? And again, Raila Odinga at 78, he has a track record, Gachagua at almost 60 years, what is his track record, that can afford him, mock somebody like Raila Odinga? Perhaps his track record is that he is now deputy president. But beyond being deputy president, what is his track record? And again, is that the priority? Is the priority of the people of Kenya about, inspecting guards of honor, which are purely ceremonial things, in a country where I understand that today up to 15 counties, are facing danger of starvation? Up to 15 counties are facing danger of starvation in 2023, and you are still talking about how effective somebody is in inspecting a guard of honor. Leo, we are in such a sad situation in this country, Leo. And, just like, in the other thing that is called, the other part of the headline that are scrolling down there, where, there's also anxiety among parents as they're supposed to be taking their kids to school in another 2 weeks. I'm personally a parent also. My son is supposed to be joining Form 1, I could be a little bit privileged that perhaps I'm not so much worried about school fees because in my own way I'll afford. But there are parents who, who don't know where they'll get even a shilling to take their own kids to school. So in a country where people are facing starvation, where there is poverty, where people, don't know how they'll take their kids to school, somebody is talking about how another set can inspect a guard of honor and how he feels another set could not have done it as good as the other set. Then that is the Kenya we are living in. And where even in the United States, Joe Biden, the most powerful man in the world is in his 70s, and nobody complains about whether he can inspect a guard of honor well or not. So, it's such a sad situation in this country that, I think this country needs prayers, Perhaps we need to assemble at the Kasarani Nyayo Stadium for, a prayer and fasting session, perhaps so that God can hear us. Let me just leave it at that and allow my sister to come in. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Angira. It's really funny. The prayers we have, I think each and every Sunday we've been turned into interdenominational Republic of Kenya, and people go for prayers, but that has never been a priority in that prayers. So those prayers have been turned into a public meeting where they can get an audience to address and speak of Raila. So maybe before Kenyan Asanit continue telling us how hard the situation is depending on her name, let me play the video that you talked of. It is less than a minute so that you can see what your deputy president values as you're waiting for him to lower the cost of living. His mind and brain is so obsessed with the last election, Raila Amolo Odinga and my people and Mount Kenya and Matatu. Those are the things that are in his mind. I'll just play it shortly.
To inspect the passing out parade in quick time with energy and vigor. I forgot temporarily and went back to the political world. And I was just wondering, as I saw your step in quick time, the energy, the vigor, my mind was just wondering what would have been the future of our parades for the military and discipline forces if things had gone the other way. That is a story for another day.
So that is the person you call the deputy president. Me, I still find it hard to believe, and I still wonder the qualities or what led people or Ruto to settle on Gachagua as his deputy, because this is somebody who has no idea. If you look at his speech, there's no idea that you can get out of it. Whenever he's speaking, he speaks of people. He discusses Raila, that is his agenda. If it is not Raila, he has to get somebody. He's somebody whose idea is discussing other people, nothing else. He can't come up with any policy. His policy is to discuss people. So Kenyan as I need continue.
Yeah, as I was saying, Stone PK mentioned that this is a total mockery, which is true, because what has not been captured in Kenya, even this commission will be captured by the same person, and they will do the way he wants. So our best way is just to have listen what the outcome will be, and we can challenge it from there, because definitely there will come some more information that we can work with and let them know that we are not fools. We understand all their moves. Because how can he entertain commission really knowing what happened? Now, look at what judiciary did. It's the same thing the commissioner will do. The commissioners will be ruled and told, this is what you're going to do. And maybe on the process of them doing what they are doing, they'll go after the 4 Cherera. Instead of going to the right point, they will go the other way. So this will be a mixed reaction for the commissioners to tell us things that we don't want to hear, because that is what they will do. According to the big guy, he is going to instruct them what to do. He cannot welcome something that he knows will put him off or will expose him. That is total. I mean, do we believe really he can do that? Do we have an idea of how he can allow that to happen? That will not happen. It's just a show that that thing has been done. They found it was nothing. There was no mistake, and over. And the commissioner leaves. It's just a joke. I don't trust it. I don't want it. Time wasting, money, and even creating more bad things in our mind. That's my opinion. Because they are still going to make us have that feeling, those bad feelings again, simply because we are not going to get the answer that is real for what happened. Because they will always tell us what will be good for the big guy. They will not reveal anything. If they reveal, unless they are on our side, but they will never, because he is the one who is creating that commission. He is the controller of everything that is going to be talked. He's gonna give them instruction. But the only thing I don't know if Chebukati will be present to this commission, or he is the one to write the point that these commissioners are going to discuss about. But I'm skeptical. There's nothing that is going to come out to help the many wananchi who are ailing, who are very bitter, who are angry, who are stolen their election. There is no good answer that is going to come. If we have no other venue, this is not the right venue. It will be captured, and it will be just like the lady there who said hot air. It will be hot air. There's nothing we are going to get until what we demand is put on the table. Because when you go to court, you have always to put your evidence on the table so that the judge can see what you are talking about. And the other people should defend themselves. But if the evidence is coming from the opponent so that you can see what they did, what are you expecting? It's not in Kenya. Kenya will not do that. Everything will be hidden. The server will never be open so that you don't see anything. And you are kept in the blind, in the darkness, not knowing how Kenya voted. It's very illegal the way these people does this business. Very illegal. It's criminal. But they don't see that because they have got money. They have got loopholes. On the other side, the people who would help the wananchi, whereby we can take our grievances, they are sleeping. They don't want to listen even. The doors are closed. Where do we belong, Kenyans? It's us to work and do our diligent job to make this country more. Actually, even it is not the government that makes the country more better. It is wananchi. You are the one who pays taxes. You are the one who grow food. You are the one who does business. It's not it's not the government. So we are the one who contributes the beauty of the country. It's not the government. And we can see that because right now, the government is not dealing with the wananchi. They are just dealing with themselves. They are satisfying themselves. They are enriching themselves while we are waiting for the services. We are doing our own services as poorly as we are because we have nobody to look upon us, nobody to support us, nobody to help us. That is why we are limping. And we are not limping forever. It's just for a while. And we take it over. Leon, I'm still here. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really true because Ruto might tell you that he wants a commission. Ruto might tell you that he wants a commission to be constituted. It is not going to be an independent commission. It is going to be his commission with the results and reports that have already been predetermined. Just like when they said they want a commission, they're forming a commission to look into the issue of the Cherera 4. That's a commission that had already been predetermined. They have their results and they have their reports that have been written from one specific area. So it is just a waste of taxpayers' money in form of allowances so that they go and sit down and come up with the idea. So I don't trust any commission that is going to be initiated and maybe that is going to be supported by one man called William Ruto. It is just a waste of time. He can't constitute any independent institution that will have to give independent findings. The institution is a branch, his own branch that is going to give his own view and his own beliefs and what he wants Kenya to believe in. So there is no commission that Ruto can constitute that can be trusted by anybody. And all the Kenyans will agree. There's no way he can constitute a commission that is going to look at the things the corrupt things that you've been doing. So if Ruto is the one who is proposing for the commission, then we better forget about such a commission. We need something independent. And Kenyans are also losing trust in these Western bodies. These guys, they normally appear to be friends of the country, yet they are not friends of this country. They want people that they can easily buy. They want people that they can easily control. And when this show started, there is a video that was played by. There was a video that was played by Bernard. I'll look for it and replay it. It was really interesting and describing the situation that we're having currently in Kenya. Stone PK, you can proceed as I look for that video. I think it is somewhere.
Thank you, Leah. Please play that video. It's very good. Let me say that I'm so saddened every day by how gullible Kenyans we are. And we swallow that pill every day. We've just swallowed that through our brother Wangila. He represents many Kenyans. That Wangila is seeing some positivity, which of course is his own whatever. But I'm saddened as a Kenyan that there are Kenyans who still can be convinced that Ruto is sincere in whatever he says. up to this time, that we are now swallowing that pill that, oh, he said it, he initiated it, he said that something, there should be an inquiry on what happened on the 15th. Mockery, foolish. He's telling us, because he wants to legitimize everything, he wants to set a commission where people, of course, earn, and I think he earns commission on all these commissions. So when you are given a job, you must unapatia Caesar what belongs to him, because that's how corrupt people behave. Then that commission will be there, sit for so long, and then they come and start delving and vilifying all what the Railas and everybody else have been talking about. The commission will praise how there were songs of praise being sung, and how peaceful the transition was, and how peaceful the telling thing was. So Kenyans, is that what we want to be subjected to? So for me, that call by Ruto is actually, he's very good at that. He has a list of things on how to fool Kenyans. Yeah, and he knows how to do it. He knows how to throw a topic there for people to start debating the nonsense. And then you waste your time talking about it. What has happened to the commission that was doing the Cherera? What has happened? What has become of it? Then I'm also saddened so much today when I heard that Raila had a meeting with the British High Commission. I have begun to almost withdraw from ever feeling and thinking that Raila will make it again. I think somehow, somewhere, he has been overpowered. Sometimes a hero can fight and fight and fight. Remember, as you fight, you also wear out. I think he has been cornered so thoroughly. Mtaani, we used to call it amepigwa ma combination, left, right and center. Sasa anangoja kupigwa TKO, because they realize he's a very strong man. He stands for just, which no one wants. No country will tell you that they want just. Yeah. And then he's also gullible again. How do you go sitting with somebody you've kept on saying rigged your election? This is something I've never understood. I know there are people who say there is principle of ati sijui ukitaka kwenda karibu nini enemy umpige, you have to go near enemy. You are going to nearer to UK, kuweza kupigana na UK, who rigged you out, and then the guy resigned. Raila is being cornered because he has a dossier that he wants to release, and I don't think he's gonna do it. Look at how he issued the statement in his Twitter account, that they were meeting to talk about collaboration and way forward. You want to talk about collaboration as who? Maybe he has accepted he will take the seat of an opposition leader, which now will become his uniform. It will reduce him. Actually, people will stop even thinking that he's an enigma of just. People will just think he's been out fighting for individualistic thing, which is very sad. That's why I'm a very sad person. That meeting, whatever it was discussing, it was not in the interest of Kenyans. Not at all. Because what is the utmost interest of Kenyans is to make sure that justice is done. And he is given his seat, because that is what Kenyans voted for. Then you go sitting with the person who stabbed you at the back, sincerely speaking. Leo utaniambia ama ni mimi nimekuwa outdated in thoughts. Probably I see things differently. Because for me, as I keep on saying, once a thief, you are always a thief. Hata ukija uconfess. Yes. Once a thief, always a thief. Fine, I can listen, but I'll pretend to be listening to you, but it will never sink in my head, because you did it. Once a murderer, you are a murderer. Okay? You may repent, yes, but that tag cannot. So if you don't want that tag to be permanently on you, then stop it. Never do it. Leave the 10 commandments if you claim to be a Christian, and people will have whatever. It's like when people tell me respect the court ruling, yeah, but disagree. Look at these contradictions. That's why I say the law is ni upuzi mtupu. If you rule that my land uliiba, the court rules ni yako, then you tell me to respect that. Maybe English imekuwa nzito kwangu. So how do I respect somebody who has ule ameninyang'anya shamba yangu? Really? Me ukininyang'anya, I'll go and take bows and arrows and come and do what I think is justice. So those two things have saddened me so much that we want and we are buying into those idea of investigations or elections. Again, it's through my submission I had said we have refused to address the core of the problem. What would a commission come to tell you Kenyans that you don't know about the elections that just took place? Again, educated Kenyans playing fools. You want to sit down to be lectured by somebody from another country of how your election was rigged. Wajinga sisi. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Shona, I agree with you. You'll find that we don't need these commissions. The findings that they are going to give us are things that we already have. We know the problem. The recommendations that they're giving are recommendations that are in line with the government of the day, the oppressors. So we don't need any commission to manage our elections. We know everything. And again, on the meeting that Raila had today with Jane Marriott, that British High Commissioner, I think he should avoid meeting these guys. These guys are our enemies. He should not play and try to show them. The problem that I think Raila is having is playing holy and telling these people that he's good. He should just tell these people off and tell them, you guys, you are the enemies of this country. You can't keep on negotiating and sharing tables with the enemies. That is the advantage that they keep on taking, because they see, oh, we'll do this, but again, Raila is a good man. We'll talk to him, and he has got the nation at his heart. So it is high time he stopped this nonsense of meeting these people. The same people are the ones who participated in the rigging. They're the ones who confirmed and legitimized this fraud. And again, they want to meet you because they know you are going to reclaim the country. Now they want to meet you and tell you that you just keep quiet, allow us to do business and oppress these people. No way. We should not allow that one to happen. I don't take it positive unless he just went there, and I hope that what they discussed there is not going to change his mind. He's not going to change the course. He's not going to make us get back. Such meetings should be avoided, and it is high time Raila should go and tell these people that we don't need you. The time that we needed you to stand with the truth, you didn't stand with the truth. Why would you be meeting us now?
Leah,
yeah.
Not to cut you short. Tell me this. I want Kenyans to listen. Leah, you owe me money. I owe you money. I have refused to pay you. Then you decide, let me go to Stone PK and demand for my money. Then you come. The first thing I tell you, oh, good morning, Leah. Then you say, oh, good morning, Stone PK. Oh, karibu sana. Oh, thank you. Then I usher you to my dining table. Oh, karibu bro. Have a cup of tea. You have a cup of tea. Kama unatumianga kitu ingine, ka bottle of wine na kufunulia, utadai hiyo hela.
No, it doesn't. How utadai hiyo itakuwa imeenda.
From where I come from, Leah, I come from a community whereby if you owe me, you are my enemy if you have refused to pay. So I nakuraukia asubuhi na mapema na ninasimama pale kwa gate ama at your doorstep, and I just call you, Leah, pesa yangu weka mkononi. Those are the greetings I'll give you. Na nakwambia kama ulipi hiyo pesa, basi itakuwa fire. That is how we randura in my community. Randura is how we go kudai pesa. You don't greet somebody who has refused to pay you. You don't negotiate once you've negotiated ile nitakurudishia mwisho wa mwezi kiasi, that is good enough. Ametoa payment plan. Akidisobey hiyo, unamweka kwa ile category ya your enemy, anataka kukufilisisha. So you deal with him as an enemy, Malema style. You are moved from the column of a friend or a debtor, unawekwa kwa defaulter and enemy. So you are supposed to be faced with the full force. All right. Raila now, for me, I appeal to him because he's being showered with this thing that he's a respectable man worldwide. It's a lie again. It's a big lie that Raila has been given. He has been fed with this lie. He has gotten drunk with it. The lie, if they respect Baba, they should never have stolen election from him. If somebody respects you, let him not lie to you. He comes and steals your wife and goes with her and tells you, sijali, wacha tuzae watoto watano kwanza, then you can come. In fact, you can be checking on whether we are doing it right. Baba is being lured stupidly that I check the government. You are checking the government as who? Why would Baba buy such a nonsense kind of gesture? And a check government kama nani? Baba has already been put in the gutters. Ruto is mocking Baba. Kanaitwa kanani Kachiedha is mocking Baba. And if Baba buys this, I think Mwananchi, we should tell him to go to Bondo and relax and retire honorably, because he's going to be wasted mpaka afungwe napi, na utaona vile atachongolewa na hao mashetani. That is my bitterness, and that is where Baba is being led. I'm telling you, he is being lured there. He might be lured with money, he might be lured stupidly, and he being, especially this card of being told he's a global whatever. He is not global anything. Hakuna. This West inakudanganya, they glorify you, na kumbe wamekushikia kisu chini ya meza. You're supposed to resist, Malema style. Waambia, I don't want your coffee, I don't want your tea, I don't want your nonsense. Kaa nyumbani. If I was Raila, I would have actually been operating from my base in Bondo now. That's where I would be mobilizing from. Anybody wanting to see me, come to Bondo, State House Bondo. That is how Baba should do. Baba should stop this mellowing. That meeting was bad. He has been lured because he was going to erupt. And I got so disappointed because I'm one of those who never relent. Now anatolewa pums. Sasa Yohana tulikuwa tunangoja. Then we'll be given another story. And we become stupid. UDA will start laughing at us. Indeed, UDA are laughing at us. We'll become a laughing stock. What? Unaenda kukunywa kahawa na mtu. What? Really? Back to you, Leah.
Thank you. Yeah, we need to resist and refuse that. These people, the British nonsense, these are our enemies. They're the ones who are really controlling us. Let me just play this one so that you see what is exactly happening. And I pray and believe, I pray and hope that Raila doesn't buy their idea. He should resist and tell these people that no, we don't allow that. We don't encourage that.
Will you want your children to be? This is the question. It is not about you and me. It is about them. This is intergenerational. After we have elected them, you'll then see them sending their arrows ahead. You'll see Bill Gates come and meet your president. You'll see Tony Blair come and meet your president. You'll see Macron come and meet your president. You'll see all of them. And then they will never admit, but they'll be told, if you want money in agriculture, behave this way. If you want money in this area, behave this way. They will never tell that to the Chinese. They will never tell that to the Indians. They will never tell that to the Vietnamese. They will never tell that to the Koreans, but in Africa, they tell us. That is why, as I speak to you now, under this new scramble, the IMF and the World Bank are back, telling you who to hire in your universities, what to sell and what not to sell. It is a sad situation. So today, as I look at Africa in that new scramble, the Chinese are here, the Turks are here, the British are here, the French are here, the Qataris are here, the Americans are here. This time round, they are so subtle that we don't even recognize them, but they control us. What are we going to do about it? In order to develop, we must do something. It has also been demonstrated that it can be done. I've traveled across this continent and I've seen that development is possible. You go to Rwanda now. They are demonstrating that it can be done. Go to Ghana now. See what they are doing in the health sector in their own small way. See how they are collaborating in the area of mobile telephony in their own small way. It can be done. I've been to Botswana and I've seen what they are doing in their own small way. I've been to Mauritius, see what they are doing in their own small way. And they do not have the resources that other countries have. And I'm giving these examples to say that indeed it can be done, and it can be done within the continent of Africa. So what we must do is to begin to pull together. We have 55 telephone access codes. Nigeria 234, Ghana 233, Kenya 254, Tanzania 255, Uganda 256, Zambia 260, Zimbabwe 263. How can we, in this day and age, you cross into Benin, you cross into Togo, you cross into Guinea-Bissau, you have a different internet connectivity. Why can't Africa have a single satellite and a single telephone call so that when I travel from Mogadishu in Somalia to Dhaka in Senegal, like the Chinese do, like the Americans do, like the Indians do, we can have the same, because communication is critical to development. And I'm saying this, part of my agenda is to prick your conscience with live examples, that you may go out there irritated, but irritated to do the right thing. And I'm suggesting that indeed, when we talk about development, this is what we must do. Is Africa conscious of her state? Yes, Africa is conscious. This is what makes me happy. That after all these analysis, it appears to me that Africans have now recognized that going forward, we can only defeat the conspiracies, we can only have development as we are talking about it by working as a team. It is only through industrialization that we are going to be manufacturers in all sectors. Make unity attractive. Because if you don't make it attractive, we will separate, and that will make us weaker. You are here, maximum 40 years, you will have gone upstairs. But after 40 years, in which kind of country will you want your children to be? This is the question. It is not about you and me. It is about them. This is intergenerational. Africa must change. Africa can change. And it can only change if we change our minds. And our minds we must change.
Yes, that's a question that I think everyone should be asking themselves. In which country will you want your children to be? And that is why we come here each and every day to ensure that we have a country. We don't want to have a country whereby everyone who is in Kenya, like today, I not only today, last time that they opened the green card lottery, I was told that almost every Kenyan applied for that green card. What does it tell you? If you look at the rate at which people are taking the passports, everyone wants an opportunity to get out of Kenya. Everyone wants to run out of this country. The country is becoming unbearable. And if nothing is done in the next 4 years, no one will want to stay in Kenya. No one will want to live in Kenya. So we just have to ensure that something is done. Or else, Kenyan with love, karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Leo. Thank you, Stone PK. Thank you, Kenyan. Hiyo jina leo ameamua kutupeleka sijui wapi. Nimesikia amesema ni Pokot ama amesema ni wapi?
Ametupeleka Teso.
Inaitwa
yeah.
Inasemwaje?
Inaitwa Kenyan Asanit. I think that is, I don't know if it is the right pronunciation, but it sounds, Kenyan Asanit.
Uko mbali. But I like what she's doing actually. Nani alikuwa anajua kwa kina Teso kuna jina kama hiyo? Na hata kama Kenya iko na land inaitwa Wateso. Si tunajua tu hapa Central na Rift Valley. Otherwise sisi wengine hatuko Kenya bwana. Because everything inafanyika ikuwe ni hapo. So I do appreciate what she's doing and what she went into into a journey to do. She said she will go to every language in Kenya and call herself a different name, so that and that's a teaching lesson. Anyways, I do appreciate everybody. I came in to partially disagree with Stone PK and you, but also support you at the same time. I apologize.
Why do you apologize, Mato? You like apologizing. Tutakuita Kenya with the love and apologies now.
Saitan. Saitan. No. So here's the thing. I agree. Raila is coming out to look. First of all, wacha nianzie mbali kwanza ndio nikuje. I think we are not many, so at least Mr. Chair, you can spare me at least 3 minutes. Kama tungekuwa tumejege kwa sawa. So this thing of the commissioners, I personally know that there's nothing against Ruto that can come out of that commission. Can you imagine a commission that is coming with Ruto? Kama hata ICC watu walipotea. Ken ametoka kuniambia tu hapa hivi the last one Gashero. Watu walipotea ovyo ovyo. We know what happened with the ICC. Do you really think a commission commissioned by one William Ruto, and who is the head of it? The judge himself is wanted by the FBI because of the Akasha brothers. He cannot even travel outside the country today. Tell him to travel. Mwambie kuja US. Tell him, and let's see if he will go back. They're the people who used to throw laptops. Look at I've read the report. They used to throw laptops with this other one, the other lawyer that pretends to be to kind of want to support every criminal. What's his name? If you can remember, Nani.
There is a lawyer. I'm getting you the name from Kisii. He even vied
on
No.
This Kisii lawyer alianguka elections, alivai na UDA.
Ombetas, something.
Yeah. Somebody.
Yes. They are wanted. They used to throw. I mean, they threw.
It's called Cliff Ombeta.
Yes.
That is a criminal who represented all the criminals in Kenya.
They are wanted. So now, how do you have a criminal? You are a criminal yourself, and then get criminal to. That's why Uhuru never commissioned those judges, especially this specific one. And then you put him on top of that. Listen, this is what it is. And let me tell Kenyans the truth, by the way, because we're here to say the truth. The truth is that it's a cleanup thing. He wants to justify that he was voted. There's nothing, my friend. Unless you pull an akombe where you run away and then go say what you're saying, ukiuko mbali, there's nothing that is going to come out of this commission. This is just a commission to justify, because the numbers are not there. They just want to justify something and make sure that and publicize. It's a PA. The guy's good at PA. He was taught by Moi himself, you know. So that's what it is. So the commission thing will never go anywhere. So let's not wait a lot. I mean, anything so much about that. Now, this is where I wanted to disagree with you guys, both of you. You were talking about Raila meeting the international, the UK and whatever. Yes, we understand they were part of it and whatever. And anyway, unfortunately, let me play the devil's advocate today. We're not sure if they were part of it or if they are not, or if they were, that's fine. But you see, there's something we call diplomacy.
Mato, before you continue, it is a fact. They met. They were not part of it. They were the meeting was theirs. They were hosted. Read Raila's Twitter. Thank you.
Okay. Even if they were or not, this is what I'm saying. When you're leading a country, there's something also called diplomacy. Diplomacy is that things that happen in a country also affect other countries. So be it that there was going to be a revolution and we do a revolution because I'm waiting for it. I want it. Me personally, I will be there. When you're doing a revolution, sometimes the diplomacy has to be there. Other countries already know that something is about to happen. So Raila could not just wake up and say, boom, leo kimeumana, ni leo, ni leo, ni leo. There has to be other countries that actually understand what's going to happen na vitu kama hizo. And they have to talk. Na kama kimeumana, now they know what is happening. You see, like even the Ukraine-Russia thing, there's a part of diplomacy that was there before they went in. But then kilikuwa kimeumana, it is what it is. Tumemaliza. Deal, no deal. We're moving forward with this one. Also, remember one lady who's behind there who's very quiet, Mother Karua. Mother Karua is a no-nonsense. You don't think Mother Karua will just let it happen like that? And Raila also, the biggest thing nilikuwa nataka kudisagree na ninyi, do not underestimate this man called Raila. This man, Raila, is the same man that actually showed the way of quitting his own, if he doesn't agree with other, leaders from a different mlengo or whatever. He's the one that actually quit his Langata MP seat and decided to go the other way around. And he always asked you guys, munadhani Raila ni mwoga? Remember, he's the other person that went na akajiapisha. Kila mtu akisema, oh, utashikwa, oh, nini, ulimuona akishikwa. Raila si mtu wa kuogopeshwa. So I'm just saying that I don't think Raila hata akienda kupatana na watu, I don't think he can be coward. I don't think Raila is somebody you can cower very easily. And that's a person who really loves this country, and especially at his own age at this time. They always say the person you have, the person you want to be scared of is one that has nothing to lose. Raila hata saizi hata ukamshika, unadhani unaweza fanya nini Raila yenye hajafanyiwa? Kwanza at his age. Raila is not scared of anyone. So I think we shouldn't dwell too much on his meeting with other countries, because I don't think anyone can scare Raila at this point. Even Ruto himself, and that's why they keep on trying to beat him. And he knows. I think I agree with everything you guys are saying, but Stone, don't sell that Raila is afraid of anything. I don't think. Akienda kupatana now, you don't know what is being discussed. Maybe they're telling him to Leah, and he's telling them, no, see to Lee, okay, this is the best way to go about it, or and he's probably maybe telling them, no, this is what is going to happen. You guys need to stay away from it. Because he had told us this year something will happen. So I'm just saying, let's give him a benefit of doubt, kidogo. tusioneshe kama anaogopa sana. Stone, naona unataka kunichoma. Sorry, leo nimekuja nikiwa nikiwa kidogo mpole. Stone, nimekuachia choma.
Lea, niseme kitu?
Yes, unaweza sema choma.
You know, mimi nachekanga saa zile naumia ndani ya roho. See, I told you today is my saddest day. By the way, I lost my elder sister. I'm losing Raila, not to death, but to the fight. I'm losing Kenyans kabisa. They are being duped that we will have to inquire what happened on the 15th at Bomas. Oh my God, it's a very sad day for me. Now, I'm now even sad that my own brother is already also getting in the gullibility of Kenyans. Revolutions, you don't seek advice from the people who don't want disturbance. British and everybody interest in Kenya is self. It is self. And once you understand that, and that's why when I was doing my presentation in terms of us addressing our weaknesses squarely, all this, and you played that clip, ya Lumumba, it answers it all. They will never call you for a meeting for your interest, ndugu zangu wa Kenya. Never. And it has never happened. It will never happen. They can do anything. They'll call you, pay your per diems, feed you, even if you want them to fatten you like a sheep in their big hotels in their own countries. They'll do that. Some of us have that experience. We've worked with them. We know what they do when you are energetic and you have brains. Unakamuliwa, unapewa holiday, your vacation is fully paid. But the moment they have exhausted you, then off you go. The way you are chased not even the way we chase mbwa ile jizi. You know, mbwa jizi huko kwetu ilikuwa unaionea mbali, unasema hiyo ndio ile, you know, even before, and it was not coming to your house. Lakini you start shouting. It's the same when you see a hyena. Hata ukisikia hyena imepiga ile kelele yake, my people used to curse even the noise. I mean that yelling of the hyena. Na hyena iko kilomita kama 20. Inatukanwa na very strong language. Si tunakuanga na language ingine noma ya kutukana. So basically, these people, they are never ever on your side. In fact, like now they don't care who steals election, so long as for them stability. They tell you stability, you know, peace and all that. Kumbe, you are suffering. Why do we spend nights and hours here? Because of the injustice that happened. But do they see that injustice? They are the ones who came with the phrase, please accept and move on. Can we offer you this? Can we offer you this? So they deal with you as an individual. And they are strong. That's why they conquered and colonized us. So you can't tell me, oh, Raila is so strong. You can't. Brother, I can bet now that Raila has been weakened. He is like an Adidas ball. Zile tulikuwa tunanunua zamani, ambayo ilikuwa hata ikiangukia ile mwiba ya Kayaba, haidungwi. Lakini ukifinyilia msumari, ikiguzwa tu hivi, ina deflate like any other ball. Raila, they are deflating him. They know how strong he is. Gone are the days, I hope zimekwenda, when they would use every other method. And that's why I said in my presentation, and strongly say, if I were him, I would retreat to my palace. And in fact, by now, Raila should be building his own army. Whatever it is. He should be building his own fort. He should be, strengthening himself, not working at diplomacy. Diplomacy madhi ya kuku mato. Diplomacy na tunanyongwa. These guys, they tell us diplomacy ni yao. Wanatukamua na hiyo diplomacy. Ati he's honorable. Honorable what? You nyang'anya me election how many times? you know how many times, and you still say that these people are friendly to Baba. It is the high time Baba now. In fact, Baba kuna kaleso na bebakisha aende kwa Malema, wakae pamoja, they take coffee together. He will come back rejuvenated. Unajua kijana saa ingine anaweza weka mzee mori. Malema will remind him the things that Malema learned from Baba, because Baba has forgotten some of those things. You know, as you grow older, you start becoming a bit easy at understanding, you know, it's not that energy inaenda chini, it's understanding a bit of it. Ati mzee sasa ni wisdom, unaenda kunegotiate. Natumia hii example, mtu alinyang'anya mwingine bibi. Like one of the things I disagreed with babangu mkubwa. Okay? 2 of my cousins wananyang'anyana wife. Then babangu mkubwa ati anaenda kukaa chini kuwakaisha chini. Mtu umekuta amechukua bibi yako ati sasa unakaishwa chini, uambiwe unajua ni relative yako, ni ndugu yako. Sasa jamaa moja alichukua nyundo akawekelea huyo mwingine, because there were no other people there who could separate them. You don't bring together a warring factions. You know, right now Baba is badly injured. In fact, when I say badly, is badly. Amenyang'anywa election hii ya juzi, it was the worst, because afadhali ile unanyang'anywa kitechnical nini na nini. Hii Baba alikuwa amepiga, amechukua kura zimekuja kabisa, yani wamejaribu last minute, they did it stupidly. Wali overturn numbers too. So Baba should be even more annoyed than any other, because this time is when they have even fooled him so much. Afadhali hiyo tunaambiwa ya Kriegler, sijui when transferring these numbers to these numbers to this. All what Kriegler has said, most of it has been implemented. I mean, where can we say there was fault in 2022? Everything was set properly, but we saw when you are having Kim kits ambazo hazijulikani ziko wapi, we refuse to fight against that. When forms were duplicated, we refuse to do that. So we also, on our part, swallowed that kind of appeal. Yeah, but look at that. Despite them doing all that, kuhesabu zile kura kutaliwa, ndio ujue Baba still was won. Which tells you we had all the reason to storm bombers, diplomacy or not diplomacy. We had all the reason to stop that thing. We had all the reason to light fire. All the reasons we had, because the stealing was there. So that I still insist. The moment Baba carved in and caved in that, I don't see any other bullet he will use, because they were buying time. They knew that if this man gets that certificate, everything kwisha. It's like sazilo unapigana na giant alafu unakanyanga nini? When ndio una nguvu, when ndio heavyweight, lakini bahati mbaya unawekewa kama kanini kandizi. Unategwa, ama mtu anaweka kamba nyuma yako anakuvuruta, huyu jamaa anakuwa ingumi, uko chini. By the time useme aliniwekea kamba kanitega, it was not right. Jamaa shapewa tanzi la heavyweight.
Ama unatupiwa sand kwa macho.
Ama sand kwa macho, alafu utasema na ushawaiwa ngumi ukaenda chini. Jamaa amebeba ile mshipi hivi. Sasa wewe unapewa taski ya kuanza kuprove vile hiyo mchanga ilikuja, ilitoka wapi, ulijuaje ni mchanga ama si ngumi. You know, that is the problem, and that is where we were cornered as Azimio. And then we went on. Then tukaambiwa tungoje tu sasa watoto wako shule, tungoje watoke shule ndio tu picket tuende Kamkunji. Sasa tuendi Kamkunji, tunaenda meeting. Baba ameitwa meeting mahali, na hiyo meeting ni muhimu sana kwa sababu diplomatically, internationally, he is renowned, bla bla. Hiyo kazi anafanya ni ya nani? Hakuna mtu anahaja na hiyo kazi. Niambia how many roads he has, zile zote ameapprove ama amesaidia gani imekuwa commissioned? Hii dunia Afrika ni hao mafala, au umeona Lumumba akiaddress hapo? Matumbo kubwa kubwa, they are clapping there. They are just saying, well, Lumumba ongea tu, We came here to learn English, not to listen to the ideas. Wanasikiza kizungu hapo. It's not that they laugh at points, ni kizungu ndio wanafurahia. Hiyo ingine is like when you are talking and you are holding a seminar about cleanliness and you are talking to cartels, thugs. Ndio unawaambia, oh, you have to do this, you have to do this. Or like going to an estate in Nairobi, which I don't want to name. Then unaanza kuambia, sasa, unajua, it is bad to steal, unajua ni vibaya kupiga mtu ngeta, unajua si vizuri kusimama, unangoja watu wakishukishwa matatu, unawapiga down juu, na hao ndio vile hao fanya kutoka asubuhi mpaka jioni. Watakuangalia hivi washinde uchali ametoka wapi? Akwambia wewe mbabi, rudi kwako ubabi. Hii ni bana, sisi utuache tupige magange zetu zile tumezoea. Yeah? So basically Kenya tumepitwa na tunapitwa na wakati. Hiyo dinner, or I mean it was either lunch or whatever it was the most disappointing thing. I still stand on that. It has no value to us Kenyans, because Baba posted that aliongea on how to collaborate on matters. Baba na collaborate on those matters as who? He has no role in the government. He's not hana role yoyote unless alikuwa anaongea juu ya infrastructure basi. Yeah. So Baba is being anatrickiwa. He's being tricked. He's a human. Na ameingia kwa mtego. Na kujitoa naona ni kama itakuwa ngumu, Bwana Mato.
Lakini unaona Stone, I want to say that sidhani kama ingia. I mean, yes, anaweza kuwa ameingia. Lakini unaona hata kama angekuwa ameingia Stone, by the way, assuming now your nini yako venye umeisema, assuming that's what it is, but siwezi mlaumu mimi. You see, the way I don't see laumingi mtu kama Boniface Mwangi. Boniface Mwangi came and fought. Alikuwa anaenda kusumbua ma MP, anapeleka mpaka manguruwe huko na anazimwagia hata damu and pigs, you know. And at one time, by the time he just said, mimi nimeacha. He also called us a name na watu wakamuingilia sana. Alituambia Kenyans we are cowards. Why? Because he would go out there, watu kidogo tu wanakuja, kitu ikifanyika they call on him to go do it, but hakuna mtu anataka kwenda kuongea. And that's why I love this channel, because we come here and talk. I mean, that's the most we can do right now. Lakini usemanga maandamano mimi kikuja mimi utanipata huko. But you see, Kenyans also are very good at just talking and just keeping quiet. You know, wanaruki huko. And Baba has done a lot. So mimi hata saizi akasema ati anataka kuretire. I'll say, inshallah. Tukulu ujeri yetu. Ukisema rudio bondo yenye unasema, na Karen, na akage huko kwenye anafanyanga enda akafanya kazi zake, I say inshallah. Dad, Baba, you've done a good job. At least we have freedom of, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and freedom, some freedoms that you brought to us. Umetuletea hata devolution where I can go to my, even though I see it being rolling back, but with this thug that we have, and it's a thug, a mafia. And I hope Kenyans will not let that. But also we need people now to start standing up. The Bunge la Wananchi, this guy, the other guy, the guy that is doing the Bunge la Wananchi and all the Bunge la Wananchis, we need to start finding people who actually now can come out and do what Baba did and what they did at the time that they did it. So for me, whatever Baba decides, I'm okay with it. If he decides to just let it be, I'm totally okay with it. But if he comes back strong and pulls the last move, I'll be all over on top of it. And I think Kenyans, if Baba was to pull one last one, every Kenyan that loves our country before it goes down should jump in. Lakini mimi Stone PK, mimi akisema ameenda kutulia, aya, mimi niko sawa. Unajua, Baba ametufanyia vitu mingi zenye watu hawezi elewa, hata wajui ni nini. Hata watu wa UDA wenye anapiga kelele hapa, hao ndio wataanza kumtafuta wakisema Baba ako wapi. Kwanza saizi Ruto akajua tu baba hayuko anywhere, ndio maana kila mahali wanashinda wakiongea juu ya baba, na hii ng'ombe ingine inajiita Jiga Jago inaenda kutuonesha mlima. Unatuonesha mlima kwani ni siku ya Maumau? Nani hajui kuna Mount Kenya? Na watu wengine wako wapi wenye wajui mlima? And who told him that mlima ndio Kenya? You see, it's the same thing that I was saying the other day. We almost did it and we can do it. We can funga that mlima na tuwapatie pia Mount Kenya. The Gachagwas of the day that are so backward in their thinking think Kenya is all about, I don't know, Mount Kenya. Oh, who's Mount Kenya? They're making Kikuyus being hated. I mean, to start getting hated by people. Because it's becoming a nuisance. Even the Kalenjins, we don't want to be part of it anymore. As a Kamba, I don't want to be part of it. Let's separate. It's what I said the other day, Storm PK. It's an abusive. It's an abusive marriage. And when it becomes an abusive marriage, it comes a time to walk away. Because at times, yes, we want peace in our country because we've lived peace since independence. But then again, it kind of sounds like tuseme mbaya mbaya. Kiumane. Again, you also don't want your country to burn. But then when it comes that time of kiumane, kita have kumana. And that's why I agree with most of what you say. Even though sometimes inakuwaga nini, even though sometimes, okay, there's a better option out of it, but also sometimes that better option, if it's not showing itself, then why? For what? Ikai. You'll be a country of 40 tribes against 2, actually, and the other one will have 2. And we can easily, make up another passport. Ukipita hata kama natoka Kisumu napitia na nataka kupitia huko hivyo nini huko na naingia na port of entry tunaenda. It's just becoming a very abusive marriage that we are just done. Personally, that's what I think. And I'm so sorry. And I hate to say it because there's also some Kalenjins who are with us. There's also Kikuyus who are with us. Who, if something like that was to happen, they will watashikwa on the crossfire. That now they're in a different country and they were not part of it. And that's the division that is coming to our country. And that Ruto is really doing this. Listen, if only we just had straight, good elections. Done. Mwenye ameshinda twende. Today on the comment section, I was making a joke about ama tuanze kujipelekea nini zetu, kura zetu Bomas. Unaenda alafu unakaa hapo unaangalia kwa pale kwa TV, kwa hiyo TV yao unaambia nionyeshe 1+1 ndio yangu. +1 unapigia mtu nyumbani unamwambia umeona hiyo +1? Anasema yes, unajua umevote. Then unaenda. Hii kitu ya kuibiana kura, my friend. Alafu kwanza unaibia the majority. It was just yesterday. Leo, you remember we did the numbers. Even you were here. We did the numbers. We can never tell you where the numbers are. We proved them wrong right here. And then you want to call yourself a president and you wonder why people are shouting to the highest of their lungs this time. Kwa nini watu wako shout zile zingine sana hivyo? The other one walishout ile mbaya kabisa ilikuwa ile ya nini 2007, but we did, so many people died, but hiyo hata uliona mtu anajiapisha usiku. Hii mliona the same thing, unaenda kukaa na mwenye anakuletea ticket, certificate. Mnakuja pamoja naye since when? Hata Kibaki ya kukaa na yeye at least alitangazwa, alafu within 2 hours tukaona usiku anaapishwa. Mimi kwanza kuna jina alisema nini, ujeuri ama alisema nini, there was something, there's something that he didn't really mention it well. Alisema I remember, I'll tell you what he said. You see, so at this point in time in Kenya, I think there's a time that there comes a time where we think about our country, because once it goes down and the way it's going now, and somebody told me, a good professor, friend of mine, told me, by the next 4 months, people will understand what is happening. Because even when you talk about it right now, like this money, the Hustler Fund, which I keep on making fun of it, do you know 80% of the people have not refunded that money? But when you talk about 80%, what number are you talking about? You're talking about 20% of what the Hustler Fund was about. Where did the other 80 go? So this is a 20% of 20. Where did the other one go? Imechukuliwa, imeenda. And you're playing these games with Kenya. It will just happen right now when inflation will start happening very well, that it will start now affecting people directly. And you will start seeing people now, even not Raila, it will be the citizenry that will actually come for them, not even Baba, all the politicians. I see Alex is here, tulikuwa sisi hapa wawili na Alex amekuja. Alex, thank you, but Mr. Chair, let me give it time.
Yes.
Nigongwe ama nikubaliwe.
Elea kabla Alex akuja, hebu ni correct ka notion kana tamba mahali. Just 1 minute before Alex comes in, I know you want to say something. Let people not misconstrue me. You know, when I look at it this way, the head of a family, mzee wa nyumba, akianza kudharauliwa, how do the family members feel? The wife, the children. Uende kwa hiyo nyumba uanze kutukana mzee wa hiyo boma. What will happen? What will happen? You will not live to tell a story. Especially in the African setup. Mimi ungetukana baba yangu tu ama nisikie something that you are saying is like you are undermining my hero. My bro, ungeona fire. So I want to correct those people who are telling me, achana na baba. Baba, we love him maybe even more than people think. And we've worked with him more than some of us even, think. And when we say we are bitter, we are feeling bad when we see him being betrayed, being put in, he's cornered into a hole. Where's sema achana na baba? Don't be cowards. We are the people to say no. Because baba is there for us. But if Kenyans don't want, then in fact, baba can decide, Wakenya waumie kidogo. And then aache tu hivo so that atahold hadhi yake. Remember the way people started saying, even when he went for handshake, oh, he has been bought, he has been this, he has been that. We don't want Baba to end his chapter on a very nasty manner, that he has swallowed, amekula jasi, ameingiza mkono kwa kukija, na nini, he has gone to bed with those powers and all that, and then he goes down in history, they erase the real thing that Baba has done, and start propagating that he's just a typical African like any other. You know how these people vilify us. So when we are talking, some of us are very careful with whatever we are saying. Yeah. And what I'm saying here is what I even tell Jeremy, people who are very close to Baba. Tell Baba it's like this. For me, I don't lie. So when I say it was bad for me personally to see Baba going for that meeting, yet in Mombasa, I know what he told us and what he has been saying, and he knows who denied him the seat. Okay, somebody even colluded and even resigned. Amewasha moto Kenya, alafu ana resign. Then you people, you are just saying you think we are just telling Baba to either soldier on or even leave it to Kenyans, because Kenya tungetaka pia tuumie kidogo. Kenyans hatujaumia, ndio tujue value ya Baba. Sometimes it's good to know when somebody is absent, then you feel it. Now we've been shielded by Baba so much. What we are making noise here, talking freely, is because of Raila Amolo Odinga. So we would want him to take a break when he's ready. Hata ya angalie screen, watu wapige nduru, tuende Bondo tukipiga nduru. Kumwambia Baba, kuja, tumepigwa, tumemalizwa, Baba, we want you. Like the way we cried when we said, while Baba, while you are away. Yeah, because we have assumed it. Unaona Baba anatukana mpaka na takataka kama Gachiedha hapo ati kama ingekuwa ni ami ati kama ni mpande ile ingine kukagua gwaride. Those are bullshit nonsense. Is countries built by magwaride kukagua gwaride? What value does that add into development? You can graduate those people. They can be the gwaride can be kanguliwa by the head of the college, and then they are given whatever waende wakalinde wananchi. It's not a must that you must nini. How about if the president was Kiwete? Ama huyo unaenda na wheelchair? Will they say? Kenyans, we have to get annoyed and mad at this nonsense that is going on around. Please, because this is not time kubembelezana bana. Yeah? Baba pia tumwambie hatutasikia vizuri. He should stop being nice. Okay? And again, let's not take things and say, oh, Sasa, we should leave Baba alone, we should leave Baba. Let's not burden him. And let's see who will come out to lead Kenyans. Kenyans, we are quished. Tumekwisha. Back to you, Leah.
Thank you. I agree with you. And I also agree with somebody, Jarongo, it is true. Let us organize, let us plan, and invite Baba now to lead us. Let us not wait for Baba. You know, he played his part and he's still playing his part and he still has got the country at his heart and will not wish anything bad to happen for us in this country. He loves this country and he would like to see the good out of us. So it is now time for us now to push him. How do we push him? We need to show him that Baba, we need this thing to happen. So in our plannings and organizing, let us just call him. Let us not wait for him to call us. You know, we've been waiting. He's been calling us all through. Now it is now time for us now to call him that Baba, now join us. I can see Mzalendo has woken up. Mzalendo, put on your image, then you address the nation.
Alex wanted to say something first.
Oh, Alex is back. Yeah, Alex, you can proceed before Mzalendo. I saw you dropping.
Yeah, I don't know. Stone Picker, I think you'll forgive me. First of all, Paul, condolences to that bad news. It's sad to lose a family member. And I think the older we grow, the more we realize that we are tied with a wireless umbilical cord with our siblings. And that umbilical cord, when it's cut off, it's very painful. I can feel you. And I can also feel your pain. Having left that, we are in a political channel, so let's go back to politics. You see, Stone Picker, I do agree with you with everything you say. However, I'm a little bit afraid of your approach. And it scares me to hell because after we lost or they stole the election from us, I was deliberate to read of all the revolutions that have happened in the world. And the last that I just read was the Russian Revolution. And I just wanted to inform myself of if truly whatever we are talking about is sustainable, or it's a pipeline of hot air. Let me say this, Stone Picker. Instantilism, instant, anything that is wanted instant is as good as extremism. Extremism has never been sustainable. And you have to take it hard to sometimes look at the historicity of some of the greatest leaders in the world and what they were able to do and how they were able to get out of the politics after striving for many years. Apart from Baba, one of my true heroes in politics is a man called William Wilberforce. He was a member of parliament and the lower house of the common house in British. He brought the first bill of abolishing the so-called transatlantic slave trade. He was very young man. It took him a whooping 25 years. He brought it every year to Parliament. Every year it was shut down. After 25 whopping years, in 1907, it was finally passed, and he actually cried. I want to go and address probably maybe, I wished that Danny Darius could have come here so that he could tell us this, because sometimes we forget. Some of the most magnificent cathedrals in the world, and especially the one that burnt about 3 years ago in France, took almost half a century to build. Until today, some of them have never been completed, Stone PK. Many cathedrals were built in stages to reflect different aspects of the Golithic philosophy. Baba has done his part, Stone PK. Baba has done his part. His stage is over. We need to acknowledge that. We need to appreciate that. And we need now to accept that henceforth, the lone wolf that fought for us has reached his twilight. But his philosophy and idealism will never die, Stone PK. And that's why you have that passion. Stone PK, the declaration of the end of slavery was done when was it? In 1776, whereby they declared that all men, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. This was written in 4th of July, 1776, in the Constitution of America. And you know, it took a whopping 400 years for it to end in 1963. The journey, let me finish. Don't disrupt me. Don't. The journey toward democratization is one of the most arduous and difficult and complex. And when you think somebody is your friend, and that's why Bob Marley sings, when you think it's peace and security, a sudden destruction, in the abundance of water, a foolish rat race. People like Gideon Moy, the other day they were with us. Today they are saying whatever they are saying. We are having only one person that is holding that country into its truity, and that's Baba. He has been jailed, everything has done to him, but he has persevered. He has built soldiers like us. When we say let Baba rest, it's not like we want Baba to go. What we are only saying is that we must now allow people to suffer, and those sufferings will make people conscious that this was not done in vain. People are taking some, especially born-free generation from when Moi came to power, that voted for the first time from 2002, are the one yapping and making a lot of noise because they were born in freedom. They have enjoyed freedom. They don't know what we are speaking about. And I said it earlier here. We are living in the era of George Floyd. We can't breathe politically. But these people do not understand. It takes suffering for people to open their eyes. Suffering is a good teacher. People have not suffered enough to understand that Baba has really fought. People take it for granted. And the problem is that we are having more youths than the older generation. And these people, all they were told is that, especially in Oro and other things, it was obvious. You saw how Raila was vilified by citizens, branches, some years in 2013, just for political expediency. And these people believed it. It is ingrained in their blood. If Baba could only step aside like he did sabbatical leave, and then the cliche came, Baba, while you are away, it will awaken people. that these people are not going to awaken. Stone Picker, you are awakened because you are conscious, because you have seen the history, you have read history, you have experienced it. That's why you are awakened. But you cannot awaken somebody who has not experienced it. Let them experience it, my friend. It is not going to take long. Allow Baba just to be mom for only 6 months, and you'll see how people will take up. And that is how the bourgeoisies were taken out. It is not a matter, it is when people are ready, that is when you will help them. The Sri Lankan, the Brazilians, they were just ready. Whatever, you see, the Redemption song is one of the best songs that Bob Marley sang. You see, if you go to the lyrics of those, he doesn't fear atomic bombs. That is what he said. So we cannot force people when they are not ready. These are things that we have said here. But people come here and then just make a fool of us and think that, you see, we have a collective problem. Some people are suffering with school fees, but because of their extremism, neoliberal fascism, they just want to tell us they won the election. They are in a celebratory mood. Every Sunday, they are making us more angry and more angry. The opulence and the extravagance and the tantalization that you are seeing every Sunday makes us sick and tired of even wanting even to go to church. We even want even to diss God because of these people, but we can't, because God is not whoever that they are talking to. It's not a God of our God. So what I'm telling you, Stone Picker, is you must allow suffering to speak to the hearts of people so that they can understand that we have a collective problem and we need a collective solution. Otherwise, we go it alone, we will see anarchy, and once we allow anarchy to come in, we will be a failed state, because with one religion, one language, Somalia has gone into something else. I can't imagine with all 51, as Ndeto tells us, I thought it was 42, Ndeto tells us it's 51 tribes, where we can go. Baba 3 months of sabbatical leave last time in America made a difference. Baba will still hold us. Wacha tusumbuke mpaka tufungue macho. That is when you will see everybody come and surround that state house, and they will not fear death. Death will be just like nothing for them. That's when you will hear that even if blood, Martin Luther said, blood will flow in a stream like water. Nobody will care, because we want to liberate our children. I don't think Kenyans have reached a point whereby they truly want to liberate. We have people like Muzalendo here who are my friends, but sometimes they speak and you wonder if they are Kenyans. And they tell us wako na watoto wanaenda form 1. You wonder, do they have so much money? Sisi wengine, where did we go wrong in life? Sisi, where did they go right in life? Where did we go wrong in life? Are they not feeling the same pain we are feeling? Then we wonder, are we knowing that we are having the same problem? That is the problem we are having. Until and unless all of us, we come and realize that we have a collective problem, I'm telling you, Stone Picker, it's going to be difficult for us. That is my view, that we cannot just demand Baba to instantly do something. That is tantamount to extremism. Wacha watu wasumbuke. That is what I feel. But then your rebuttal, Stone PK, kuwa mpole kuja kwangu. Asante.
Thank you, Alex. No, you need to add the volume and keep on pressing on that fuel that you are pressing on. It is true. Until Kenyans, until all of us or most of us will have the same feeling, that is when we'll be able to liberate this country. But at the moment whereby some people are feeling it tough, some people also feeling it tough, but they don't want to speak out. They want to assume everything is okay. So that is what is destroying our society. If you go to parts of Central, these are people, the young generation who grew up knowing that Raila is evil. So how do you convince them? It is the situation that will now make them understand that this Raila they believe was evil meant good for their lives. That is after they've suffered. And I think by the end of this year, this year will not even end. Kenyans will all want to see Ruto out, and we'll have to appreciate the work that have always been done by Raila. Alex, I can see you want to say something. Sorry, Aston Mato.
Well, na sisi tu matumini to Kenyan with love. Just to make a joke out of it. But there's something when Alex was saying, and sorry, Alex, for trying to, get in between your chain of thought. I wanted to add something what Alex was saying. You see, like when slavery got Elisha, the declaration was sent to Texas, and people were still enslaved for another, I think it was about 3 or 4 months before they even actually knew that it had come from Washington, D.C., and it was over there already. Why did I want to bring that up? I wanted to bring that up because at times, these things that you want real quick sometimes need some time of themselves to really build themselves. That is the thing that I started with, lakini kagongwa kidogo. And what Alex was saying is very right. But again, that time has to come, and it will come. It's not going anywhere. It's here with us, is nature. With nature, you can never run away from it. East or west, it will come. But, yes, we need to let Raila, and we need to just let Raila do what he's doing. Either he wants to do diplomatically or whatever he wants to do. But us as Kenyans, we cannot rely on Raila always calling us to come and fight. We have to fight. And the one thing I love about this channel is because we have started fighting right here. And we meet and we touch a lot of people. I know so many people that call me and tell me, hey, I was looking for your number. You guys are doing a good job. You guys are motivating us and all that. So this is a start. There's what we call Wahenga, Walisema. We don't know who Wahenga was. There's kina Orengos. There's kina Railas. There's kina Tomboyas. And also there's the Mau that Gachagua wants to say he is part of. But they started by fighting themselves so that now they had, with the time that we were getting independence, they had to say Kenyatta has to come for us to get that independence. But they had already fought the whole fight. So it's on us. So that by the time now everything is being realized, we just call Baba. It's not him calling us. Twendeni vijana, go kwenda kukaa kwa siku kuchapwa tear gas na Baba. For what? Tear gas ni yetu, si ndio tunajua venye tutadili nayo. Weka mayai, kula nayo kama venye kipa alikuwa akisemaga. Ni sisi ndio tunajua kushika tear gas. Sasa tunaenda kukaa chini na Baba tena after ametupigania hata tukue na hiyo uhuru ya kupicket, ya kuongea hapa. Temia Moi hapa kuna kitu tungekuwa tukisema hivi. So it's us Kenyans, the young leaders, the young us, picketing, talk, do things. Okiya Mtata used to chain himself. Kwa nini niitwaje, lakini sijui hiyo parliament mtu akienda nini nafanyikaga. Walikuwa kijichain huko kwa nini central. Ndio asitolewe hapo kwa zanajua atabebwa juju. Boniface Mwangi came, akachoka, akasema hiki kitu yenye tunafanya hapa wa Kenya tu hawaongei, wanafanya nini, just want us. So right now we need to give Baba heshima yake. Wacha yeye aende apige madiplomasi zake huko na nini, atuambie kitu, anaweza tupatia mawaidha, lakini it's us. And making a change is also this picketing and shouting that we are shouting here every single day because it touches someone else. The moment we stop talking in this channel, we are not going to touch the people that we touch. And the people that we are touching out there, they're also getting educated because there's very good educated people here, politically and even in other ways. So we need to keep on talking. And also we're building that revolution that Stone PK wants, but that Stone PK, that revolution is you talking what you say and telling people that so that we understand, and people understand, the people who are listening, and they have that power to fight. Baba is a leader, amefanya kila kitu, is an enigma. Ndio tunajua kiita tutaenda, lakini also wacha kwa nini tusimuite, so that our enemies know that they don't have to attack Baba, they come and attack us. Tupatane nao mundu kumundu. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, it's true. And Kenyans are going to find it rough. Even if you open today's newspaper, I think they're telling you to get ready and embrace the tough times. Get ready for high taxes. And Ndindi Nyoro also told you that we'll have to bite the bullet of a hard time. So there are hard times ahead. And I know these are what are going to create enemies. And even those people who still believe that UDA and Kenya Kwanza is going to give them something positive, they'll come to realize that there is nothing positive. The only thing positive that Kenya Kwanza was having was positive and sweet words during campaign, and the campaigns are over. So they only, unless they want to wait for 2027 to hear some positive and some motivational speeches, but right now there's nothing like that in their store. That is why a minister will spend millions to erect billboards in Siaya just to welcome William Ruto. So at the same time claim that Siaya is poor and people are starving. He will use money more than the kind of the relief food they're distributing in the region just to welcome a single man. We are being driven back to Moi's era, whereby if the president was to visit your district, you are to go and organize the traditional dancers, and even the school-going students would not go. They will line up to sing and welcome the president. So that is where they want to take us, whereby we are worshiping those ones who are at the helm. They are looking for legitimacy, but we won't allow them. As people, I can see majority of Kenyans are really proposing that we need to organize for these demonstrations on our own. Let us not wait for Raila. Let him join us. Let us welcome him. Let it be people's initiated activities. Let him join us. And I know he won't fail to do that. I can see Mzalendo. Mzalendo is there. Maybe
let me say something. Mzalendo must put his picture there. He knows the rule. If he's not putting his pictures for Channel, let me say something here. So quickly. Patience is power. And I think what Raila is doing has really taught me a lot. At some point, I supported Stone PK, but at some point now I'm supporting Baba for two reasons. The chaffs and the wheat is being separated. The one who told us openly, miti katwe sugoi yote, was the first one to go. We trusted him. When we saw him in our rallies, we were happy. We were tantalized. In fact, when he spoke, we listened, and then we were waiting for the name Shenzi. What happened to him? The wheat is being separated from the chaff. And the wheat can only be separated from the chaff with patience. Well, you know, Pastor Danny Daria, sometimes you are unfair to us, because what you see, spirituality is also one of the good things that helps us in terms of politics, and religions are conjugal twins, and they help us to understand our politics so deeply. So the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 13, when we talk about love, the first stamina of love, patience. Love is patience. And I believe the first stamina that we must have is patience. We must know who is for us and who is against us. And the chaff is separated from the wheat, so that we know we are like EFF. EFF, you can't separate. You can't separate. Remember, and they were thrown out of the office because of the comments that he said about singing the song of "Kill the Boer." Malema and Shivambu, they thought that they will never be together. 10 years down the road, they've been a formidable force that you can reckon. Only 46 members of parliament makes the ANC, with many members of parliament just look there with their mouths aloof, not being able even to speak anything. When you take a few people, and that is why even when they were told to go around the walls of Jericho, the process that it took was patience. They had to go and wakaambiwa kunywa maji in a different way, wakaambiwa to a point that waka remain few. But the few that remains were so dedicated. I'm going to say a very controversial statement here, but it is true. The reason why communists and Al-Shabaab succeeds is because of the cause they believe in. They don't fear death. They don't fear anything. And that's why Bob Marley sang, emancipate yourself from entire slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. I have no fear for atomic energy, for none of them can stop me at that time. We do not have to sing another song of freedom. When we go, we will sing it once and for all. We are not going to sing another song of freedom. So that patience is needed. You have seen people go stone PK. Why? Had we not been patient, we will never have known who is for us. So when we go into it, I will know that stone PK is for us. Then I will question where Themba is, because I don't know. So I rather have stone PK and me go to the same way, because I know truly whatever comes on our way. And that's how Fidel Castro won it. When Fidel Castro decided to go to Mexico, he found people that were only very few people. And what happened? They overturned, even with the Americans helping that country's sitting president. There were very few dedicated people. Let the chaff and the wheat be separated. When it's over, when the Atuolis are gone, when the Gideon Mois are gone, when all these people are gone, we remain with the wheat. My friend, nobody can stop us. And we are not going to sing another song of freedom. It will be only one song. Freedom at last, freedom at last, freedom at last. That is what I will say. Let us be patient. Huyu mzee anaona mbali na anajua vitu ambazo hatujui. So that's why I'm saying, let the collective wisdom and the knowledge that transverses this old man, and who is young also in the way he organizes his things, be capable to lead us into that passing of the great Red Sea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just to echo your word, why the communists and the other group succeed. They normally have a purpose, and they focus on their purpose, and they don't listen to distractions. Number two, they normally have defined boundaries. Like if they declare you an enemy, there's no single day you'll change to become an enemy. You either join them or you become an enemy, and they treat all enemies equally. I can tell you, our neighboring country in the east, they declared the politicians and the ones who are in government as enemies. And not like in Kenya, where if your MP or a politician is seen somewhere, people run to them. Here, people don't go next to politicians. And maybe it's risky, even if you're driving and a politician is driving in front of you, because these are public enemies that can be attacked anytime. So people fear associating with politicians. And in Kenya, we still sugarcoat these people, and when they come bado tunawabembeleza, mheshimiwa, we don't want to face them with the truth. So the moment we'll declare this government an enemy, and anybody associated with the government becomes an enemy, whether they are your relatives, whether they are your church mates or what, once you declare them an enemy, they are enemy. Because somebody who is supporting a government that is against the people is also your enemy. You cannot say that the government of Kenya Kwanza is bad, but those people who are supporting and who are pro the government are good. So we need to have some defined boundaries. And with the time, I know Kenyans are getting tired, and it's that suffering that will now push people. Nobody will tell you to go for demonstration. Nobody will call you out for demonstration. You won't be paid to do so. You'll just find yourself. The moment you'll find that you're not able to do anything simply because the government has made life unbearable, you just find yourself. You'll find yourself acting. Muzalenda, I can see your video is now on. You can proceed. Good morning.
Good morning, good evening. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are.
Habari mzalendo.
Pole, naona watu wanakuambia pole. I got late into the show. I don't know what's happening, but pole. Yeah, Kenya, hey, whatever, sina miwani, Anakita. And how do you pronounce that?
Kenyan Asanit. It is from Teso, the land of Teso.
You know, Kenya Asanit, you have very good intentions. And each and every day you remind us of our tribal inclinations and the way Kenyans can get together as one Kenyan community. But you see, the problem with our country is that we don't realize where we come from. And Stony PK, let me just remind you that the only time Kenya would have had a good revolution was in 2007. After the 2002 election, Kibaki became the president. He is the most, I think he's the most popular elected president we have ever had, with each and every tribe backing him up to become the president of the Republic of Kenya. That was a unifying factor for the people of Kenya, but he failed. He failed big time. He achieved whatever he wanted to achieve. But again, it was the most tribal president Kenya has ever had. I keep on telling you in this show, some of you might not believe it, but it was very, very tribal. The sort of tribal politics that we are seeing and that I think are some of the ways that escalate into violence. Tribal politics and the violence is not a revolution. You understand? If my community is going out there demonstrating for their political leader, that's not a revolution. If the Kamba community decides to demonstrate in support of Kalonzo Musyoka, that's not a revolution. It is a clique of people demonstrating in favor of their political leader. So we failed big time. The other analyst before was trying to bring the regular report and the work report. The Waki and Krigler report had 8 pointers. Some of them were implemented, like IBC. The boundaries have not been fully been addressed. The issues of land have not been fully been addressed. Look at each and every Kenyan and look at their bitterness, where it is coming from. Look at is it coming from the price of Wunga, or because my president didn't get power, or what is it? What is it? What is now the unifying factor that can bring a revolution in Kenya, in a country where half of the country is supporting William Samoei Ruto, the other half is supporting Baba? So what are you saying? When you come to this show, you tell Kenyans that nearly the whole country is behind Baba. And Leo, today you have to know that each and every player, even in football, they have to retire at a certain age. You saw what happened to Cristiano Ronaldo. He was, he was the star, he was the darling in each and every team that he went. He won so many trophies. Baba has won so many hearts. But whenever you listen to Baba today, even in his politics, he doesn't have what he had in 2002. He doesn't have what it takes in 2000, and it doesn't have what it will take in 2027. So we must allow new players to come in. And even if you have been part of the struggle, like Stony PK says, millennials don't even know what happened, where we are coming from. Try to incorporate them into the system so that they can also understand your politics. They can also understand your politics. Ukianza kuambia watu wewe ulipigania uhuru. I mean, somebody who was born in the year 2000, atakwambia hiyo ni garbage. What are you saying? Ati tulipigania multi-party democracy. Do you see this freedom of speech? Do you see the way you are talking here in the internet? You know, we hand it. They have got their issues. The issues of the 21st century are more economical than and have some kind of political solutions. But we need to look at the right leaders. And the right leaders, you goofed right from the nominations of the so popular party. You goofed big time, brought in dictatorial tendencies. Today you are backing up saying that you are the most democratic party in the Eastern African region. That is a very, very big lie. So let us not lie to Kenyans. I told you the clock is ticking and Baba is going for the handshake. His time is up politically, both kwa ground huko. His time is up. He has earned the respect that he deserves as a Kenyan. And the best thing for Baba to do is to retire honorably. And I am telling you, Ruto will give Baba all the awards when he retires in politics. And Kenyans will be very, very happy with his achievement, especially the space that he has earned. But now when you want to go on and on like Cristiano, you see the way he was being booed in his own country. In his own country, he's being booed. Leo, go back to Nyanza and see what is happening in your own backyard. What is really happening right now? People are saying, no, enough, man. It is time for you to pack your things and go. You've done enough for us. We are happy with your achievements. Let us now organize our politics. That is what we are saying. Politics is not a permanent status thing. We are not here politically. We are not permanent politically, and people must vote for us each and every year. And I want to ask you one question. Today, Baba, when we were going to this election, Baba was with Peter Kenneth. Baba was with Ngilu. Baba was with Kinajoho. Baba was with Musyoka, Kalonzo Musyoka. Baba was with Atuolis. Where are those fellows? Wako wapi? Should Baba be the only one to lead a revolution? Wako wapi watu wale walikuwa nashikilia Baba? Wako wapi?
Maybe just a quick answer to your question. That one should already tell you that those people did not have a cause. They either had some personal interest that they were hanging on, and once they realized that their interest was not materializing, so now they lost the cause. But Baba is not giving up. The fact that Baba is remaining alone should tell you that he was not having personal interest. Had he been having some personal interest, he would have also taken a backseat and say, oh, now it is done, let me go and rest. But because he sees these people are suffering, the problems are still persistent, but nobody is stepping up to go and maybe fight for them. Nobody is stepping up to speak for them. So why do I need to retire when there is nobody in place? When you talk of people like Cristiano, they're already players who are playing the same position. But when you talk of Baba, who is there? You will just mention the people who are with him. They've gone back. They're resting. They've taken the back seat. So you want you want the struggle to stop. But it's a different case. Cristiano there are people playing the same position. But in this case, there's nobody. So Baba cannot leave this struggle until or not unless there's somebody who've taken the struggle. So the only justice that maybe you who is telling Baba to retire can do to Kenyans is to step forward and replace him actively. But you can't sit at the back seat and call Baba to come and join you, sit at the back. It doesn't make sense.
A quick rejoinder here. I think sometimes we do joke with our intelligence. I mean, we are not here to joke with our intelligence, my friend. I think the little sacrifice my parents did to take me to school so that I can be exposed makes me wonder when somebody compares entertainment with the way of life. In terms of definition, okay? In terms of definition, what is politics? Politics is our way of life. In terms of definition, what is soccer? Soccer is basically entertainment, okay? Soccer is just entertainment. So when we decide here to compare soccer and our way of life, I wonder if we are basically serious. You cannot compare Cristiano Ronaldo, a person who's entertaining us in our TV stations, with a person who has been incarcerated for 9 years for fighting for our freedom. I mean, with all due diligence, that is going below the bar. And if we were to debate with honesty and open communication and with the love of our country, I think that is really unfair. Politics is our way of life. Our way of life is we are opening schools. We don't even know if, when, why, and how our children are going to be taught. We don't know if we are going to afford our education. We are no longer affording our energy. We were told in 3 months what will be happening. And all that is a pipeline of lies. And in a larger term, the right English is mendaciousness. We are dealing with mendacious people, Mr. Mzalendo. You cannot, that is entertainment whereby mtu anachenga huyu unafurahi, and it's for an instant moment. But politics is not instant. It's for posterity. Just taking that subsidy is not like kufunga goal. Wake up, bana. Don't compare kufunga goli and taking subsidies away. Feel the pain of the people, bana. Don't act like you don't feel the pain of the people, bana. Thank you.
Thank you.
Zalendo, maybe before that, there is a point of order from Chaka Mdune. Chaka, just a minute. Chaka, 1 minute.
Kwanza asante sana ndugu yangu Nyabaya, vile vile pia ndugu yangu PK, brother Alex, kakangu mkubwa hapo Mzalendo, mama yetu hapa Kenya, Accord, na wengine wale tuko hapo kwa panelists na wale wako kwa comment sections. Nitaka tu kumjibu kaka yetu Mzalendo kwamba ni mtu mzima, na kwa kweli hatuwezi kuwa tuko hapa basi tukasema labda pengine tunazungumzia masuala pengine ya youth, kwamba hawaelewi kile ambacho tumetoka Kenya hii, mahali tumetokea na mahali tumetoka na mahali tunaenda. Ni sisi tuweze kuwaeleza wa youth waelewe haswa ni wapi tumetoka na ni wapi tunaelekea. Juu tukitekwa na hawa youth ambao amezungumzia kwamba hawaelewi mahali tumetoka, ni sisi tueleze, na ni hapa ambapo tunaweza kueleza ukweli mtupu. Shida ya hapa si shida ya serikali kubwa, haswa kuu ni kuhakikisha Raila wamemaliza kisiasa. Hapo watakuwa hakuna mtu ambaye anaweza kuwasumbua, kwa sababu yeye ndio kigezo kikubwa kwao, ndio kikwazo kikubwa kwao. Na that's why anazungumzia kwamba Raila lazima astaafu, kwa sababu hana watu ambao wale walikuwa kimsupport, kina Ngilo kina nani hawapo. Lakini hiyo sio shida. Shida ni kwamba je, ni lini haswa uchaguzi zetu zitafanyika zikiwa haki na huru na wazi? Haijalishi ni nani anasimama pale. Lakini je, chaguzi hizi ambazo tunaenda nazo, je, kura ya mwananchi inazungumza? Maana hiyo ndo shida kubwa tuko nayo Kenya. Kura ya mwananchi sio inayozungumza. Itakuwa kuna haja gani tuingie katika uchaguzi ambapo kuwa kura yangu haisemi kile ambacho nimekusudia? Na hiyo ndo shida tuko nayo hapa. na unakuta baba hata akiwa peke yake bado analilia kwamba hata kama nitastaafu, lakini nihakikishe kwamba hii njia nyeupe, wale wanakuja katika uongozi wawe kwamba tume zetu zinafanya ile kazi ambayo inapaswa, kama ni mahakama inafanya ile kazi ambayo inapaswa, kama ni Iebc inafanya ile kazi ambayo inapaswa kuwafanya, hawaingiliwi kati. Sasa tukizungumzia hapa kwamba masuala ya Raila, kwa sababu Raila kwamba ni nini, na tunaona haswa kazi ambayo anaipigania, amepigania katika nchi, na tukusema ni basi kwa sababu yeye alipigania, kwa hivyo anastahili kwamba astaafu, na Ruto pia atamtuza kwa kustaafu kwake. Hiyo haijamaliza shida yetu, kwa sababu kinachotuletea hii shida yote ni kwamba ni tume ya uchaguzi. Tume ya uchaguzi haijafanya kile ambacho mwananchi amekusudia kufanya, kura yake haijazungumza, na ndiposa tunapata uongozi namna hii ambao mwananchi wa kawaida anabebeshwa mzigo ambao hajui ni lini atakapokuwa.
Asante Chaka. I said 1 minute. I'll give you time. Your time is coming. You'll give a submission. I want Mzalendo to respond to all this. I think almost everyone is having a point of order. So there was Calvin's. I'll give you 1 minute. Then Domi. Then we give Mzalendo time to respond. And somebody is also asking for you to declare: are you a Luo by lifestyle or by birth? That is, did you buy land to become a Luo because you like the lifestyle, or you were born a Luo? So you'll answer those as better. Calvin's, karibu.
Asanteni sana. Swali yangu inaenda kwa huyu jamaa anaitwa Mzalendo. Mzalendo, nilisikia jana ukisema Ruto aliomba Mungu akampea uongozi. Huu Mungu wenyu hawezi rudisha bei ya unga chini, ama anajua tu Ruto peke yake? Ama ni Mungu gani wewe mnazidi kuongea? Sometimes mtu akisikia unaongea hali unashangaa na huyu mtu anafikiria wapi. We are not talking about Raila. Tunaongea bei ya school fee. It's too much for people. Life imekuwa ngumu. That's why Raila angeenda, kama ingekuwa hiyo boli unasema ya Ronaldo hiyo, Raila angefungwa August na angeenda. But why do we think about him? We have no body. Hakuna. Bado tunamwomba tu ni huyu. Huyu ndio mkombozi. Free yourself kwa hii akili ya takataka hiyo mahali mlingia. Hakuna presidency the whole world, sijaona mtu amekaa kiketi 3 months only na everything has busted. Mbona huwezi kaa tu chini ukafikiria vizuri? Mimi nahurumia nikiona mtu analala njaa. I'm very sure wewe huko Kenya, niko sure kabisa umejificha nje ndio inakusumbua, but feel the pain yenye iko home. Mazee fee mtu hata afford. Unajua ni pesa ngapi? Shule itaenda mpaka 62,000. Who will afford this? Na jobs ziko wapi? Pesa iko wapi? Ndio hiyo unga ni 200 bob. For you to put a food on table sahi, mtu mbili, unafikiria ni pesa ngapi ndio ukule lunch? And then we talk like it's easy. Juu mimi nimepata, so we turn so selfish. Hata hiyo kupata uongozi mazee bado ni selfish. Tuko nayo vibaya sana, yenye hurumi mwenzako. Tuangalie Kenya, kuna watu wanaishi huko ndani. Wachana kuangalia Raila. Election will be there even in 2042. Raila hatakuwa. Naishi sida bado zitakuwa kama tutasolve hizi stories zote. So this is where you guys hang out. So inaleta shida vibaya sana. Let's talk sense. Wewe kama unaona Kenya iko sawa, mazee rudi home. Rudi nyumbani. Saidia Ruto kujenga serikali yake.
Thank you. Your time will come, you'll give a submission. Wacha tupate swali la mwisho kwa Domi, alafu Mzalendo, wrap it up. Domi, karibu.
Jambo.
Salama.
You know, kuna picha fulani Mzalendo anatuletea. You want to take Kenya, kupunguza Kenya to look like it is a property of either Raila or Ruto. And by the way, I'm trying just to imagine Ruto akipatia Raila all the lavish whatever Kenya atampatia if he retires, what value does it add to you kama Mkenya? Inaongeza nini mama yangu unga? Does it add unga kwa meza ya mama yangu? I think let us reason. Okay, you are telling us that Raila should retire from politics. By the way, do you know the reason as to why Raila came to vie was not him, ni watu walimsukuma because they see help in him. Okay, I'm trying to imagine, wewe unasema kuwa let him retire, atoke. Do you know in Kenya, the reason as to why Raila is still there is because we are lacking men who have the guts of steel, who can face the president and tell him off. How many people are there? Ni wangapi? If Raila exists, can you hold, unaweza simama, can you challenge Ruto? Wewe mzalendo unaweza challenge Ruto? Do you have the guts? Okay, do you have even the language in the first place? Or do you have the facts? You don't. You don't have even the history of Ruto. How you Raila knows it. There is something, you know, ukiona watu wanakatalia mtu ni kwa sababu they see the value of him. Wewe akili yako is just so limited that you are thinking of how to give you think that Raila is not giving Ruto peace. That is the only thing you are thinking. Listen, if you are talking of Mungu alipatia Ruto uongozi, aliomba Mungu akampatia. Now, is it about Ruto or is it about Kenyans? And let me help you, because apparently you don't see. Even in the Bible talks of Nebuchadnezzar was being told, the children of Israel waliambiwa, you are going to Babylon. And God called Nebuchadnezzar my servant. Go read in Jeremiah. Alisema, Nebuchadnezzar my servant. And what Nebuchadnezzar was going to do is to punish Israelites. So open your eyes. You are under punishment. Kenya is under punishment. Kwa sababu one of the things that you don't see, yani mtu anakuja anakuambia, anawaambia, mtu anakuja anawaambia ati corruption haiwezi angusha economy ya nchi. Guys, everybody in Kenya knows that the country is on its knees because of corruption, and yet Muzalendo is clapping his hands. Really? Muzalendo, you are clapping your hands wakati Ruto anawaambia corruption haiwezi angusha nchi, and you're clapping and you're enjoying. I wonder if no wonder huyo jamaa amesema urudi Kenya. I think I was in Kenya last week, and I can tell you things are hell. Mafuta yenye mimi nilikuwa naweka mafuta ya 3000 inanifikisha nyumbani. Gari yangu ni ndogo, lakini niliweka 4500 ndio ikanifikisha nyumbani. Sasa and you know, Ruto was telling us that hizo vitu zote zitafanyika in one month, atakuwa amerudisha mafuta chini. So you celebrate a person who is thriving in lies. You have a problem. You have a problem. And let me tell you, Mzalendo, you have a problem. Okay, let me go to work.
Asante,
I just wanted to
Asante, keep it here. We'll give you time to submit. So back to you, Mzalendo. Wacha nikupatie dakika mbili. Ni kama kila mtu anakuvamia.
Wacha kila mtu ananiemea. Everybody wants a piece of...
Just a minute. There's one point that you should not run away from as you are making your conclusion. We are talking of Chebukati exiting the office as the Iebc chair. So what are the projections? Is he leaving a legacy? And when he's leaving the office, is he leaving his negative footsteps there, or is going with his negative footsteps wherever he's going to? And as a UDA, are you people planning to reward him and give him some job somewhere. So maybe you can touch on that rather than dwelling on Raila too much, which seems to be the only problem that Kenya Kwanza is having.
No,
That's the only problem.
I think Raila is not even my subject of discussion. It is you people who are always dragging his name into politics. And the old man doesn't want to be in politics anymore. Anyway, I wanted to answer this guy, the guy Boni who has just left, because I think I had a grasp of what he was trying to say, that the cost of living, bei ya mafuta imeenda juu kwa sababu Ruto ndio president wa nchi. School fees zimeenda juu kwa sababu Ruto ndio president wa nchi. I mean, even I am struggling to pay fee just like any other Kenyan. I am struggling to pay gas like any other Kenyan. So just to tell Domi that the subsidies ziliondolewa kwa petroleum kwa watu wale wako na magari zinatumia mafuta kama yeye, ndio kuweze kulipa ushuru zaidi. Kwa watu wale wanatumia kerosene na diesel, subsidies bado ziko. Na hii mambo ya kudanganya wa Kenya, I've said it 100 times in this show. Hakuna kitu yote Ruto ametoa kwa school fees. School fees bado ni ile ile mutalipa. The only thing that imeongezeka ni juu ya bei ya vitu zimekuwa juu, maybe ni 5,000, 2,000 hiyo ya juu. But zile subsidies ya shule bado ziko. So wacheni kudanganya Kenya kila wakati. Mnakuja kwa hii show mnaambia ati mambo ya elimu Ruto ameharibu, sijui nini mafuta ametoa. Hiyo naye ni porojo. And there is hate. When you hear people submitting here, it is not that they love their country. There is hate of other communities. And I think Ruto is not hated as a president, but is hated because probably he's a Kalenjin. That is the thing that people hate about him. When you hear people submitting here, and even before, you talk about his features, unaongea juu ya meno yake, sijui ongea juu ya nini, things that are not of substance. Yeah. So unaona ni mambo, we all go back to tribalism that is in us. So hii mambo ya ukabila tuache. Ukabila ndio inaharibu hii nchi. Na uchumi ni mbaya, uchumi ni mbaya kila mahali.
Sorry for interrupting you. You know, there are so many people who are really following. You talked of just be sincere to Kenyans and tell them that the subsidy that was there in the secondary school has been removed. So saying that haijaongezwa alafu nasema imeongezwa.
Hakuna, I told you leo, every time.
Okay, then number two, I'm not finished on the petrol. You've said petroli walitoa subsidy so that the ones who are using it walipe ushuru zaidi. Can you confirm to us, those people who ride the motorbikes, the majority, motorbike inatumia diesel ama petroli?
I want to tell you that the subsidies zile zilitolewa, you've been saying here, subsidies zilitolewa kwa anything petroleum. That's what you've been propagating here. True or false? Can you confirm also the same?
It is true.
No, can you confirm to Kenyans that subsidies za mafuta zilitolewa zote? And can you also confirm to Kenyans that subsidies za education zilitolewa? Just confirm. And utuonyeshe ndio hii clip ama ndio hii evidence zikitolewa. So some of these things you can't even confirm. You are here on hearsays. Yeah, can you confirm? Umeniuliza swali, can you confirm?
Yes,
I have told you subsidies zilitolewa kwa petroleum. Na subsidies ya kerosene na diesel bado ziko.
Kenya na sit wants to give a point of order. I'll be doing injustice if I don't allow her to do that. Kenyan Asanit. Mute yourself, then you press.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. You know, when we are sitting here, we are listening, and we have heard before things before we come here. And when Mzalendo talks of subsidies, we are not the one saying that they were removed. They were, the owner said that he has removed. So I don't see the reason why you are bringing this story, which has been already declared by your president. And Mzalendo, I don't understand you, because yesterday you were talking, I will take you out of this topic and go somewhere. Yesterday you talked about when White House was voting for speakership. You said that Trump is winning and he is coming back. And I watched that voting and I saw Trump, however big he is, he got only one vote, right? Only one vote, while others were getting 200. How would you talk like that? And then you come and start talking politics of Kenya, like you are throwing us under the bus, like you don't care what we are talking here. We know that we are talking to so many people who are listening. And these people who are listening are Kenyans who want to know the truth. Subsidies were taken out by your boss, and we are not talking about subsidies from our mouth. So tell us the truth and declare yourself that you are supporting Ruto, whichever dirty tricks or dirty things he is doing, so Kenyans can understand you. Thank you.
Thank you for being brief. Kenyan with love.
Let me answer that, because I think
Kenyan with love.
no.
That is the last interruption I'm allowing. Then I'll allow you to finish. I'll protect you.
Mzalendo, you know you never cease to surprise, eh? Yeah, and I'm so sorry. You see, Mzalendo, I wish you can respect your age and don't come here lying to people. When you talk about subsidies and you come here and tell us oil and whatever, and subsidies were done for the gas and not diesel na kerosene. Do you really understand what the subsidy is all about? Do you really understand that this is all products? That's what the subsidy was. And do you understand that kerosene is actually made out of oil products? Do you also understand that diesel is also made out of oil products? And when you talk about it, it's people who are the people that have cars that have been affected. Do you understand that the common mwananchi, the boda guy, there's no boda made? And I can tell you that with authority. There's no boda that uses diesel. They all use petrol. Leo, Mr. Chair, it's so sad. There's so many things that I was listening. I know I told you, just keep me on the backstage. Let me listen as I walk away, because I'm getting tired of going over and over with Mzalendo and trying to explain to him something that he clearly does not understand. Mzalendo, and sometimes when you say ati watu wanakugonga hapa sijui wanafanya nini, the people that come to this channel, remember, see hiyo mama mboga yenye mnasemanga, these are people who are in different kind of careers in their own responsibility where they are. They're people who are educated. They're people who understand what they are talking about. And I remember my grandfather told me, if 2-3 people tell you that you're wrong on something, it's time for you to go and recalibrate. Start not really trying to fight so much for what you're thinking, but also understand what is it that these old people are telling you. Because you bring such information here, sometimes I wonder, hii imetoka wapi? Even hata mfanyikazi wetu nyumbani, and I apologize, si kila mtu amepewa baraka yenye si wengine tumepewa, hata yenye umepewa to see the world. There's nothing wrong with them. Hata mfanyikazi wetu nyumbani hezi lete hiyo kind of argument. Mzalendo, you're old. You told me you're old enough to be my father, which I don't believe. And even if you are my father, I'll disown you. personally with that kind of way of thinking. But anyway, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to say that also think of what these people are telling you here. And we do disagree in this channel. Not every day that I say everything that everybody wants to hear. But when you come and constantly everybody is telling you things that are different, even people that you are old enough to be their father, like you told me, there comes a time that you just listen and just understand that you have to, think. Because even mama kama mama auntie hapa hivi, mama, mama Kenyan Asanit, ako hapa. I know you cannot tell her that you're old enough to be their father, but she's older than you. So there comes a time where you just listen. When 1, 2 people, there's wisdom in you thinking. I'm sorry that was my interjection, Mr. Chair. I hope I didn't take too much time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mzalando, you can wind up.
Mato, nataka kuambia tuliona wazee wengine kama Atuoli au pia ni wazee tu wakitupa masimu, wakituambia shenzi, wakituambia vitu kama hizo. But anyway, let me say that the lady, my Kenyan Asanit, there's no day I'll ever support Trump. You got it all wrong. It is Rhoda, I think she's called Rhoda, who was supporting Trump, one of the Azimio supporters. There's no day. What I was trying to tell you is that when McCarthy was trying to get the speaker to be the speaker in Congress, the Republicans were divided. They were divided on issues, and they had to negotiate until it went to the 15th vote. They had to negotiate on the table. And that is what we are telling your elected political leader, who is not Raila, who is your MP in that particular area that you come from. There is parliament. You elected him to represent you. Kama uli-elect Ng'ombe, pole sana. He's not doing his job. That is the work of the MP. Kama bei ya vitu ziko juu, yeye ndiye anafaa kupiga pale kelele, sheria zitungwe, vitu ziende chini. Hiyo sio kazi ya Baba Raila. Hiyo ni kazi ya ule mbunge ambaye ulimchagua wewe mwenyewe. But since wengi wetu walikuwa wanachagua kulingana na mfuko ya ule mbunge ule atatoa pesa mingi ndiye ataenda, ndio maana mko na parliament ile iwezi tetea mwananchi, inajitetea au anajitetea au binafsi. I hope I am very, very clear. And leo, I told you, I gave you an homework. I hope you'll come with it. Hiyo mambo ya subsidies ya education, uambie wa Kenya, mahali Ruto aliitoa, ya mafuta pia uweke hapa peupe, ni kuwe mtu ambaye anaeneza propaganda. You know, this channel has got all Azimio talking points. Me, I'm not a member of Azimio, so we will always differ. So ukitaka kuona ati mimi nitaegemea pande yenu, naweza egemea tu kama kuna jambo ile mnaweza saidia nao wa Kenya, lakini kwa sasa jukumu liko katika bunge, wale ambao mliwachagua. Sasa you are interjecting and putting a video. Is so rude.
Sorry.
You must have some discipline, Mr. Leo. You just don't interrupt and put. That's why you lost power, man.
No, sorry. I was not intending to play it. I was just putting it ready to play it for you. But you can proceed. I'll play it later. You asked for it. I'll play it later.
You know, don't put the cat before the horse. Hivyo ndio mlikuwa na hiyo kimbelembele that mtachukua uongozi, then it eluded you just like that. Anyway, play the video so that you can put your point across. Otherwise, thank you.
Julia, you can play the video. Okay, and the video is coming. It will be played.
Focus on production, which will lead or UNGA subsidies for Kenyans. President William, there will be no more UNGA subsidies for Kenyans. President William Ruto says his government will not subsidize consumables and will instead focus on production, which will lead to stabilization in prices. The president saying plans for agriculture, housing, and healthcare would be revealed in detail. The head of state was speaking to the Kenya Kwanza parliamentary group, which has retreated to Naivasha to strategize on House leadership positions in the National Assembly and the Senate.
In Naivasha for the first parliamentary group meeting since his swearing in as president, William Ruto told the assembled leaders that his government will not carry on with subsidization of basic commodities such as food. His statement indicating a shift in policy from what the Uhuru administration had tried to do in his last days in office through the subsidized maize meal.
We are not going to be subsidizing consumption. That is why we are going slow on matters to do with subsidizing consumption. We are going to work and support producers.
The head of state, who on the day of his inauguration announced that the government had produced 1.4 million bags of fertilizer, which would sell at 3,500 shillings, adding that focus would remain on production.
The UNGA subsidy that was done, I was being briefed by the Ministry of Agriculture. The UNGA subsidy for 1 month, the taxpayer was asked to give 7 billion for 1 month. Ile unga ya 100, which was nowhere in the first place. Very few people got to ever, yet we spend 7 billion shillings. If we had spent 7 billion shillings in fertilizer, it would be a very different ballgame.
The president saying that there were plans to seek food security in the country.
That has to do with public in public resources, dealt with firmly, decisively, and in a timely manner. We expect that the fight against corruption will be scaled up. We expect that our insecure areas, cattle rustling, conflict.
Chaka Mudune, hebu tutranslatie hiyo kitu na Kiswahili. Pengine mimi ndio sikuelewa Kizungu hapo. Sikuona mahali mafuta tumeongelewa hapo.
For the fuel, I'm the one who is playing. That one was for UNGA. The one you interrupted me when I was playing was for the fuel. So because we've been playing them here, and I don't want to waste time again. And from what the president has said, he told us that they were paying 7 billion. In the recent interview, he said that money was not paid, and he said if that 7 billion was paid in fertilizer, then things will be different. I think he paid it in fertilizer. So maybe you can tell us if things became different, because he told us if that one was used in fertilizer, instead he's subsidizing himself, as some people are saying, which is true. He's the greatest fertilizer importer. So instead of giving Kenyan subsidy, he's putting money in his pocket. So we want to engage on that. And as a matter of evidence and fact, we do play those videos, and it is in public domain. And the report is there that secondary subsidy that was introduced by Uhuru during COVID to cushion parents have been withdrawn. That one, even a 4-year-old boy knows that. It is a fact that the fuel subsidy was removed. It is also a fact that the subsidy in food items like unga was also removed. So we should not degenerate ourselves and waste time in that debate. So you also know it very well, and the people you're trying to convince also are aware of it. So there's no need of going into that debate. Let us move on with our discussion, and unless there's something you've not finished tackling, I'll give you a chance. I think the next person who is talking is Kenyan Sanit. Then we'll move to the next person after that. Stone, I think, is also on standby. So Kenyan Sanit, you have your 3 minutes. Huh?
I don't have much to say. The only thing I'm going to say, if this is the Mzalendo we have in Kenya, I will never call myself Mzalendo. Never. Because it's an insult. That's a point blank he have heard from the president himself. The installed president. I'm not calling him president. Installed president. Mzalendo, you cannot be like you are fooling us as if we don't have evidence of things that we are talking about. And if we have them, we will not rush you. But I'll be a brutal Kenyan. I'm not going to be Mzalendo Kenyan anymore. Until the time you'll get to the right track and tell people the truth of what is going on in Kenya. We are hurt of the condition our country is right now. And you are just playing about with every word that you can put on this channel for people to listen. I can't believe a Kenyan person like you. I don't know whether you are thinking of going back to Kenya or you are staying where you are forever. Because I would pray my Kenya to be in a good shape so that I can be home to stay. Hii mambo yote hawa watu wanatuletea hapa kutuambia this, he didn't say this, he didn't say this. Okay, he did not say. When we put the video here, what are you going to argue? What are you going to say? I'm ashamed. Really, hata wale watu wanawaona nyinyi, sasa ile mnakuja hapa kusema mambo kama hiyo. Mnaongeza uongo juu ya uongo. What are you doing? What are you saying? We want to be people who consider lives of other people. Seriously. Not playing about. I'm tired of people just coming here to throw words and saying things that really we can prove. There is facts. And yet you want to call yourself a good name, Mzalendo. I will never call myself Mzalendo if he is calling himself Mzalendo. I'm sorry. Kenyans, let's think of another good name we can call ourselves apart from Mzalendo, because we cannot be played games on us. Mtu hata aone aibu kuja tu kuongea na kusema maneno ambayo already huyo mtu wenu amesema. Hata sielewi. Na kweli kabisa mnafanana. I don't know what you people are drinking from this guy. What are you getting? Is the blood being emptied to you? Or what are you sharing? Exactly what that guy is saying, that is the same thing even a person who is not in Kenya is saying. Not even on the land. Not even on the spot to see what is going on. But you can still say the same words. A person who is saying in very many miles away, thousands of miles. And you can dare say such a thing. And then this is a shame. You have seen what you are denying, and you'll see more. We are talking things that we know is hurting Kenyans. Things that are really happening in real. It's not a joke. And when you joke like that, we see that Kenya really has a long way to go. Kenyans, let's be watchful of this kind of people who are wearing wolf. They are wolves wearing sheep skin, playing about. Hata ni vizuri tunawaelewa na wanajileta tu hapa na wanatoa sura yao tunaiona. We can't believe. It's horrible. Hatuwezi kuishi na watu wa namna hiyo. Let's be real. Let's be logic. Let's make Kenya look what it's supposed to be. Wacha kusupport mtu ambaye anaumiza wa Kenya wengi hivyo. Especially when I see that guy, huyo mnaita president wa Venezuela. Ati anaongea mambo ingine haki ya kuumiza roho za watu. ya kumaliza watu nguvu na watu wanapiga makofi. I wonder where they come from. What are you getting from such a thing? The other countries, they are serious, fighting for their freedom, fighting for their country, so that they can be able to live comfortably with their families. And yet people here are clapping for somebody who is point blank, lying on your face. Anawafanya wajinga kabisa. Tuache kucheza mchezo kama huo. I don't know what you are thinking now in your head after you saw that video. I'm happy that it was already there to prove our point. Kenya is hurting. If you are not hurting, please don't come here. Because we are talking to people who are really hurting. And the Kenyans are crying because they have nothing. I have evidence of people who voted for that man. In fact, right now they are saying they will never repeat such. And they are really regretting, many of them. And they call me and they tell me the same. So I wonder where you remained. I'm no longer Mzalendo. I'll be a brutal Kenyan because we will brutalize you completely. Thank you.
Thank you. Stone PK, before you take it, just a minute, we get to hear this.
Still staying with the president, he has today defended the 15.6 billion shillings this speakers group meeting in Naivasha, and not consumption, as was the case with the Jubilee administration under Uhuru Kenyatta. Our business news editor, Julian Samboko, now gives us the details.
In his inauguration speech on Tuesday this week, President William Ruto made it clear that his government was on a mission to do away with fuel subsidies, which had gobbled up 144 billion shillings worth of taxpayer funds. A day later, during its monthly pump price review, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority would effect a 15.6 billion shillings month-on-month slash in the fuel subsidy, as it did away with the cushion on super petrol and slashed the subsidies on diesel and kerosene.
We have agreed as a government that we are not going to be subsidizing consumption. That is why we are going slow on matters to do with subsidizing consumption. We are going to work and support producers.
Once again, the president has poured cold water on the recent attempt by the Jubilee administration to subsidize maize flour. President
Yes, I think Mzalendo, the person whose image you've seen there, you can confirm to us that is William Ruto, not Uhuru Kenyatta, or not a president for a different nation. He can only be Venezuelan president or William Ruto. If I confirm the image I've seen there, it is either the Venezuelan president or William Ruto. That is true. So wacha mambo ya kuja kudanganya watu hapa. Na Wakenya siku hizi ni wajanja, wamejua kila kitu. So coming here to lie to them that subsidy was not removed, and you know very well it was removed, it's really hurting. You better just remain quiet and defend other things without touching on that. You know, lying makes people become mad. So let us not go that way. We don't want to interfere and make people mad here, because the next thing, the way you are making them mad, the faster they will react, and the faster your man Ruto will find himself out of that hill office. Stone PK, karibu.
Stone PK, 1 second. Let me say this. Nobody will say we hate Ruto. People hate what he does to Kenyans. What he says he will do, he never do. He never does. And what he has done lying all throughout his campaign, and now he is lying on top of that. That is what we hate. And what he did the very time he was not even elected, that is what we hate. Himself in person, he is okay. But the behavior and actions that he has done on people in Kenya, that is the poison that we are getting. And that is why we are angry, and we don't want such a character on our government, in our government, leading us. Thank you.
Stone, nafasi ni yako.
Thank you Lea, and wale wengine wote wapya kama Chakamdune ndugu yangu, asante. Thank you for being here and coming to share some of these pertinent issues. Discussions will get hotter, kwa hivyo ni vizuri tu to prepare, because as people get hungry, as people see reality, as you continue getting pressure from the friends and relatives, whether you are abroad or wherever you are, you still have you belong to that country, and that heat will get you wherever you are. Uliza wa Somali watakwambia. You know, I always say Kenyans don't learn things, and even you can see the way we react to some issues. We get oversensitive to the side shows instead of concentrating to the real thing. And I later realized we don't listen well. That's a problem. Maybe me included. I'm not isolating myself. We are quick to jump to comment, to jump to criticize, without really conceptualizing what somebody is saying. When you listen, you get a lot of people erring. And even that's why we find us straying from the real thing. And one man that has really taken advantage of that, kabisa vizuri, and you can see that is also where Mzalendo is coming from. Is from that school, that college of Moi, Ruto. I think it must have been, I don't know what they used. There's one person on the commentary who said, I can't remember her name or his name. She made a very good comment. She said, that thing which inapuliziwa watu wa UDA, it's very, very effective. In fact, iko more effective than ukweli. Because all of them, they reason the same, argue the same, and the formula, sijui wote walipelekwa shule gani, I think they have an online course, which I think you can't get if you are from any other Azimio, whereby they wamepewa script, wanaambiwa number one, reason kama mjinga, na we si mjinga. Unasikia kama mu, lakini we si mu. You know, you are asked to be a fool. Number two, be a comedian. Number three, tumia sarcasm. Number four, jaribu kuenda karibu na unaongea kitu kama ukweli unapindua inakaa the other side. So, and that is what they are using everywhere. You can, examples are there. You know, I'm talking fact. Listen to any clip of Ruto Rigathi. I want us to, you know, people, sometimes we are so mad. Tunakataa kusikiza. Listen to them carefully. You will realize these guys don't care. You realize there is one thing that they are adoring. One thing they believe in is that people must die and it's okay. Kenyans have not wajashika hii kitu, that Ruto doesn't care how many people will die as he restructures the economy in his way. To him, he believes in you can sacrifice. Like the way we say when we were fighting for independence, tulienda kupigana, and we knew there are those who will fall on the way. He's using that school. Na hiyo school of thought ni ya devil, ni ya watu wale wanaomba shetani. Wale wanaomba huyo Mungu wao Bwana asifiwe wao. Okay? na ndio uliambiwa na Patrick Lumumba, ndio wanakuja kumeet na those who you know who they are, ndio wanakutana na wale wa dunia, wale walisema dunia imeingia mpango mpya. Ni mpango mpya ama ni muundo mpya? Kwa Kiswahili, kwa Kiingereza ni New World Order. Order inaitwaje na Kiswahili cha Kamdune? Mwalimu wangu wa Kiswahili kaka, naamini ndugu mdogo akija ataniambia. So hao walimu ndio uliona walikuwa kwanza kuna mmoja alifika Kenya mara moja haraka, hata tulisikia tu yuko hapo, ujui wameongea nini, ujui ameambiwa nini. Wa Kenya tumefunga macho. Kenyans, sooner than later sisi wote tutakuwa katika hiyo dini. Ile dini unadanganywa mchana hivi, lakini unakubali. Ile dini unaambiwa sasa ujue hamtakiwi tena kufikiria hivi, serikali ni ya mtu fulani, nyinyi wacheni. Ni kama nyinyi mko juu ya hewa, hamko katika Kenya. Hao ndio wanaongea, wana address sisi ni kama sisi ni foreigners. na kuongelesha akiwa ameshika na amekaza meno. Wewe Mato, ujue vile unaongea, it's like ujui kile unaongea, ni kama uko juu ya hewa, umehang mahali Kenya ingine ya hewa pale juu, na wenye inchi wako chini. Sasa wewe wanakuangalia hivi ukiongea hot air. Si walisema si tuna hot air? That is what is happening, and that is what is called pathway to destruction. Shetani anaingia hivyo. Hao ndio wanakuambia sasa unajua hiyo tumechukua tu serikali saa hii na mmeanza kulia ati sijui ijafanywa. Ni kama hii serikali waliitoa kwa mwezi wakalandi nayo, sasa wana acclimatize iweze kushika rada kwa earth. So wanataka ishike rada, ndio nini, so tuwapatie muda ishike rada. Ni kama they have not been in Kenya. Waliitiwa kujeni mchukue serikali bana, ama walipiga frimbi tuna land, boom, wakalandi. Ni kama zile vitu tulikuwa tunadanganywa zilienda kwa moon. So wameland hii dunia, wamekuta huku kuna kuaga story ingine, kuna gravity nini na nini. So they need time to re-engineer. Because Ruto akiongea unasikia kabisa huyu sasa alikuta hii nchi haina watu, haina kitu. And I want sisi Kenyans, siku hizi kuna Google na kuna YouTube. Nilifurahi Alex aliposikia vile mimi ninasukuma, ali take time. Not that he didn't know these things, lakini una take time tena kwenda kurevise revolutions zinaendagaje, na alipata zinaendaga. Lakini ka point kamoja alimisi ni kwamba revolution ni kama innovation. Binadamu alianza na usafiri uliokuwa ukichukua muda mrefu sana. Kweli urongo? Kweli. Binadamu akaujiulizaje distance ya kilomita 100, kwa Amerika mnatumia miles, distance ya kilomita 100. Sasa mimi naona nasafiri na siku 7, nitafanya nini? Mother of innovation. Naona akafikiria. Sasa alienda akiimprove chombo cha usafiri, ndiposa akate muda. Hakuwahi kata distance. Distance ni constant. Kilomita 100 ni kilomita 100 bro. But sasa unafikiria sasa ni usafiri. Sasa sisi naye katika hii demokrasia, sitaki kutumia demokrasia because it's BS for me. Katika hii uongozi hatuwezi tukamark time kama wale watu walichukua miaka 300, miaka 400, miaka 600, miaka 700. Ukifanya hivyo ndugu zangu, finished. Inatakiwa tutumie akili kama hao walio to colonize. Mbona walitafuta namna ya kufika Afrika haraka iwezekanavyo? Sababu kuna uhondo. Waliona ikichukua muda kuruka haya maziwa wafike huko, sisi tutakuwa tumeng'amua na tutakuwa tumegutuka. Wakatuzuia tusifikirie. Sisi tuna uhondo, tuna asali, tuna maziwa. Wanakuja wanatuambia hamna haja kwenda mahali popote bana. Kama ni kanisa tutawaletea, kama ni shule tutaletea mpaka kiwango fulani. Sasa ukitaka kwenda huko ndio tutachagua nani na nani atakwenda kule. Hiyo ndio maneno ile ilikuwa ukitaka kwenda abroad, degree fulani nini na nini za engineering, unakuwa sasa curtailed. Mpaka kuna siku ilikuwa kutoka Kenya ukwenda abroad, MP wako mpaka assign. Guys who don't know the history, what does that mean? At my MP has to know when I'm going for further studies. That was nonsense. And ililetwa na hawa wajinga werevu ambao ndio wametukalia. Sasa why am I saying this? I'm saying katika ile kurekebisha shida hizi tuko nazo, maybe nitaacha kutumia jina revolution because wa Kenya nao wanaogopa majina. Sasa revolution ukisikia wengine wameanza kunitumia maombi. Hata
no, tumia hiyo jina. We said we are not going to sugarcoat it. Just call it the way it is.
Unajua watu ni waoga. Watu Kenya ni waoga bro. Sasa badala tufikirie kama revolution ya Russia ilichukua muda ule. Christopher alichukua muda ule, alichukua miaka hiyo 27, ni Alex amesema, kumaliza slave trade. Sisi tukichukua miaka 27 bro, tukiibiwa tu kura, watoto wetu watazeeka, waishe, wazae watoto then what are we talking about? Sasa 20 speed, kulikuja Concord. Ikakuja ikawa sasa distance ile ilikuwa inaendwa na masaa 5, unaweza enda na lisaa limoja na 15 minutes. Hai kutoka Africa kwenda America ni yani, I don't want to go into details because tunajua. Sasa nini kinafanya unaibiwa mchana pale Bomas? Sasa unaanza kusema ndugu zangu, hebu twende tukutane Kasarani, tujadiliane mazee, ulionaje hapo? Hebu chezeni hiyo clip. Ala, unaona hao watu walikuja, wako askari wa Kenya, hao ni wa Uganda bwana. Haya, unaona vile ile dama amepigwa hedi. Haya, haki ya Mungu, mimi ningeua mtu. Haya mazee, sasa tufanyeje? Kiti imeenda, kameishia, kametamba. Jamaa ndio huyu anasema mimi anaitwa nani? Mimi fulani ndio rais. Kwisha, kakapita na kakaenda. Tukabaki tukisema haya. Sasa mazee ni aje? Na tunalia mpaka sasa. Je, tunge fast forward pale, tureact hiyo spontaneous, tuta correct baadaye. Unaona, tureact hivyo, to stop hiyo kitu kwanza, hiyo temporarily. Hapo tunge cause kitu ya serious pale, serious, ambayo sasa ndio tungekuwa tunapiga kesi Hague, ni sawa, ama tukatae hata kwenda Hague. Whoever wakisema wanakuja kuchukua baba, tunawaambia kanyangeni hapa, sisi wote tulinde, na tukatae kama Bashir, tungeduiwa. Imefika wakati Lumumba amewaambia Rwanda is doing what is doing irrespective of, wanaambiwa lazima bilateral. Alikuambia mavi yenyu bilateral ni zenyu, mimi naangalia wananchi wangu, na kile kama wewe ndio mnakojoanga huku tunapanda, acheni kukojoa hapa Rwanda. Kama ni nyinyi ndio mnafanyanga hivyo, tuna breathe, acheni. And what is happening? And Kenyans who are able, kwanza wale ambao ndio tunahitaji wanaweza kuchangia hii maneno. Naona wengine pale, wengine wakisema watu wanaongea tu hapa kwa TV. My friends, tusianze kuanalyze na profile. Some of these people who are here on these panels are very high level and they have participated in political restructuring of that country vile huwezi kuamini. Huyu jamaa unaona mzalendo hapa ni vile pia ni cartoon. Anataka tu kutu entertain. He is very patriotic, lakini anataka kudrama tu. He's a guy ameparticipate, wengine hapa wote. So msifikirie tuko hapa kama amateurs. Wengine wanasema ati tuna nani ana fund, nani ya fund. People fund, my friend. If people can tell you what money they have spent here, hata hapa kwa hii panel, for the sake of nini. So when you are out there, don't think tunapayuka. We have better things. We have things we can do, but we think this is the best for the country, Kenya. And I agree, people here are very patriotic. I don't care whether they are in UDA or not. I know some people here are patriotic in their own right and in their own way. Yeah? Hiyo ninajaribu kutoa hiyo kasumba, watu wakisema ati sijui ati Raila atufandi Raila atufanye. We fund Raila. We contribute money. That's true. Ama mzalendo nasema uongo. We fund. We fund.
Hao wanaongea tu bana.
Yes, we fund, and I can tell mtu anide, we fund money. We spend personal money on opposition since 1997. Our fathers were in the middle, some of us in the middle of this, and Kenya is what it is because they sacrificed their lives. So mtu asikuja hapa kunyenyenye. We know what we are saying. So revolution has to come now, if it will come. If it will not come, well and good. Sasa to fast forward, tuko digital. We don't have to all go to the street. This, what we are doing here is so powerful. 3 revolutions zimekosiwa na Facebook. Hiyo Alex ulisahau kuambia. Facebook. Yes. So again, Kenyans sometimes nilisema tu wamesoma nini madegree masomo mingi lakini bado ni wapumbavu. Manake tunafanya vitu selectively. We want to look at things selectively and we want to do it, una select what you want to do, what you want to hear, and this is what we are calling smart. Na hiyo ni generation imekuja na hizo vitu. Unapatia mtu document asome. I like the way Alex refers people to documents. Very few people read. Siku hizi unatumia mtu kitabu anakuuliza ni page ngapi. Alex, our time we never used to. In fact ilikuwa nitumie kitabu ama nikiona kitabu I want a thick book. I don't want a book nitasoma nimalize na masaa mawili. Because the thicker it is, I think the more substance it has. Wale wa siku hizi unauliza, hiyo kitabu ni ya 200 pages. Hapana, hiyo ni ndefu. Anataka page 2 na anapitia hivi. Anyway, thank you so much guys kwa wale ambao wamenipa pole. Hiyo nilipita tu when I was trying to mention how the day has been. And it came because I was talking about Baba's meeting. I will still say I did not think it was necessary, honestly, because I would feel very bad when Baba is compromised. I'm not saying he's the only one who can lead. I know kuna wale watachipuka, and it is true, like Azimio, hatuwezi kukua, hatukubali, I mean, we follow tradition. We cannot have 2 jogos at the same time. Yeah, but the moment we get the signal, I can tell you, I'm sure kutakuwa. So that is what I meant. And there is nothing wrong with Baba can say today, Stone PK, chukua, Alex, chukua, Leah, chukua. We will all go there because it's not the individual we are following. Ni ideology. Kimerema. Hata Stone PK akidai leo, kuna mtu atakuja hapa aseme, unakumbuka vile Stone PK alikuwa anasema? If I was saying nonsense, it will not go. But if you are making sense, then it will be quoted. Right now, we're still seeing, we refer, like personally, I like reading any book by Mandela, which I'll read. I try to make my son read. I try to make any friend read, because I see ideals of life in that book. Yeah. So for us, who people think we are indoctrinated by Raila, no, it is the ideology and the truthfulness of that old man. The sincerity which glitters. Ukimuona hivi unaiona. When I see Ruto naona wizi na uongo na upumbavu na umadara. I see Ruto like this, I want to run away. I see Baba, I want to hug him. I feel, I start shaking with love. You start shedding tears of love, and see at the end, sympathy, it is empathy, knowing how he's feeling about this country called Kenya. And that's the truth. You can take that to any bank, but bank za Kenya zimekwisha, zimemalizwa na Ruto. Wacha nipoza hapo kidogo tuanze.
Thank you Stone. Unasema bank za Kenya zimemalizwa. It's true, banks are soon going to close because the harsh economic conditions and the situation we are in right now won't allow them to run. And again, people's ability to save with them is also reduced, because if we don't have money to spend, where will we get the money to save in these banks to ensure they run? So if things don't change, there will be cries everywhere. So Kenyan with love, I was to come to you, but you'll allow me to give Charles Sang 3 minutes because he is joining for the first time, so that we can hear from him, then we come back to you. So Bwana Charles, karibu.
Asante sana, nimefurahi kwamba nimekuwa nyuma tangu wakati wote, lakini pia nimefurahi kuwa na nyinyi wakati huu wa mwisho, kwa sababu ningependa pia kumjibu Mzalendo, kwa sababu Mzalendo ametuambia kwamba watu wanamhate Ruto. Mimi natoka kule, lakini Ruto amehakikisha kwamba amewafinya wale watu wangeongea. Huyu amekaa kama mle mtu anaitwa Barawa, alikuwa anaua watu wanaume, alikuwa amewakisha amekanyaka watu wanaona katika wataenda mbele, wataonekana tena kama mbele yake, kama watu wa Rift Valley pia walikanyagwa. Ukiona kama Keter walikanyagwa, ukiona kama Gideon Moi mwenyewe amekanyagwa. Wale wote waliona kwamba watakuwa mbele wakati ujayo, aliwakanyaka na amewakanyaka. Hata Wakikuyu pia wamekanyaka, wapea mtu ambaye pengine hana future kama Kachako, na kuwawacha watu wenye wangeongoza mbele baadaye. Ni uchungu sana. Sisi kama watu wa Azimio ambao tumwamini Papa amefight kwa ajili ya Kenyans na achechoka, na anaendelea kusema niko sijasema. Tumsaidie tukiwa pande. Kuna viongozi ambao hatujui kama wametoka ama kama kina Charity Ngilu ama Peter Kenneth. Huyu mtu mwenye hako mamlaka sasa ana hasira, anaweza kuwafinya watu hata katika kiuchumi, kuwakamata kama vile chuzi alimekubali kwamba alifuta Kinoti. Sasa huyu mtu amekuwa dikteta ndani ya huku, amezuia viongozi wote wenye watakuwa mbele siku zijazo. Hata katika hii serikali yake Kenya Kwanza amewafinya kama kina Mutavati, hawako tena, hawatakuwa viongozi. They are not waiting. I don't know watakuwa candidate clean in the next 10 years or 20 years to come. Hata wamesahau mambo ya economy katika Western Kenya, kama mambo ya Mumias, hata waongei kuhusu. Sasa ni kuongeza tu kusema sisi tuko, hakika wako wamewafinya. Ukiona Ruto sasa ni kama anapanga kuwa tu peke yake, kwa sababu watu wa Western sasa walikuwa wanategemea viwanda vikubwa kama vile walikuwa wana promise, kama Mumias, kama Nzoia na wengine, lakini sasa hawaongei kuhusu hiyo. Lakini sijui kama Mzalendo kufuatana na jina yake kama anaona hiyo mambo inaendelea. Huyu jamaa amewafinya watu wote, ni kama kweli anaonekana kuwa yeye peke yake. Watu wetu wanaumia. Hii subsidy ile ilitolewa kwa kila kitu inawaumiza Wakenya, wanalia kwa kweli. Ndugu yetu Mzalendo, kupali kwamba Kenya saa hii imeenda, na lazima tukubaliane kwamba sisi wote kama Kenya tuungane, tumfinye yeye mwenyewe. Kwa hiyo miaka 3 ama miaka 4 ijayo tuhakikishe kwamba hawezi kujipanga, kwa sababu yeye amekuwa akisema amewatupanga, lakini amewapanga Wakenya. Sasa hivi amewaumiza Wakenya. Ninawashukuru wale wote mmepigania, tumekuwa yaliyofanyika mwezi wa 8, hatuwezi sahau, na itafika siku moja. Hata kama ni kwenda msituni, afadhali twende msituni ili tuondoe hii serikali ambayo iko, ama hii serikali isiendelee mbele mwa 2027, na itawezekana kama tutaungana. Sina mengi kwa sasa, lakini wacha niendelee kusikia, alafu tuta contribute baadaye. Asante.
Asante sana Bwana Sang kwa kujumuika na sisi na kutupatia mawazo yako. Tena ni mawazo shambamba, na naona kila mtu anafurahia, manake umeyazungumzia yale Wakenya wote na Wakenya wengi kwa jumla wangependa kuzungumzia. Kuna wengi wako na maneno lakini hawajapata nafasi ya kuyazungumza. So tunashukuru wakati unapata nafasi kuja kuzungumza, kupatiana hoja na mafikira ya Wakenya wengine. Na it is true from what you've said, and just to remind you that those people who are in Western who are waiting for Mumias sugar to be revived, that they'll have to wait longer. You have to ask yourself some questions. why would Ruto, unless you give Ruto Mumias sugar so that it belongs to him, that is when he will revive it. Because he is the major importer of sugar. So how will he revive Mumias? He knows very well if he revives Mumias, then he will not be able to import sugar. So the only thing they can do, they will import sugar and pack it, and they get some few sycophant leaders from Western who will be celebrating because you're seeing some sugar packed in Mumias papers. You know, the papers are there. Papers will be printed even today, written Mumias. You go to supermarkets like Naivas, you find there's sugar written there, Naivas. You go to Tuskys, you find there's sugar written Tuskys. You pick it, but you don't ask yourself, wewe umewahi ona Tuskys wakilima miwa wapi, ama umewahi ona lori ya Tuskys wapi kibeba miwa? We don't ask such questions. So the same thing happens. They go to Western, siku moja wanasema tumeweka pesa, we are reviving Mumias. The next day you'll see those packets, but wakulima hawatapata pesa mfukoni. These guys will still import sugar. And when he went there, already Mumias, Uhuru and Raila did something, and there's this company, I think it's an Indian company or Asian company, who is doing some great job there. But Ruto told them, wanaenda kutafuta mfadhili mwingine. So I don't know. He wants to own everything. And soon even the name Kenya will change. The way he's so obsessed with the previous names that he wants to change almost everything. He's soon going to change even the name. If a road, like the one, the Mau Summit Road, he can stop that road really. And you people think this person believes in Kenya. He doesn't believe in Kenya. So we don't need to give him time to advance his personal interest. It is high time. And I like it when I hear Kenyans like Sang, who are getting up to speak in this true spirit of Africanism and true spirit of Kenyans. It's sad that you still have people who still don't have the African and the Kenyan spirit, and will still, you know, if you are supporting this government, then you are speaking like the Western people, the Western countries who captured Kenya, and they want Kenya to serve their interest. Somebody who is an African and believe in Kenya should fight and should use all the energy they have in fighting this government. Kenyan with love, you can proceed.
Ni kama hajasikia. Mimi hata
No, ni computer. I have to wait for it to. It takes a little bit of time to respond. Thank you, Mr. Alex. Mr. Chair, I because this is a big moment for me. Mr. Sang, is this your first day to be here? If you don't mind.
So you can unmute yourself maybe and respond.
Yeah, the second day.
Your second day. Okay, this is up to you, totally up to you. I believe you're Chamge Yamune. Chamge. Okay.
Yeah.
You see, Mr. Chair, forgive me, and I know why I did that.
Mato, endelea kama unaweza. Wacha kutupandisia. Endelea kidogo.
Wacha siasa huko, weka huko. But you see, Mr. Chair, and the people watching us, this is the one thing, and also the one lady that, you know, Kenyan asanich nimejua kuisema. This is the one thing that I love you, and I've been saying it for a while. I think, yani everything kitote nilikuwa nimeka kwa akili until Sang akaongea na ni siku yake ya pili kuapa hivi. Imechange na nimepoteza hizo zingine. So, Mr. Chair, please let me just say what I'm going to say right now.
Proceed, it's okay.
You see, in Kenya, we have always said we are more united than we have ever been united. There's a reason I keep on saying that. And anybody that knows me at our comment section, they understand why I always say that. Or they know I've been saying that even if they don't understand. You see, this is a Mr. Sang, who's a Kalenjin. right next, if you watch when you watch the, you know, the screen, right next to him, there's Kenyan Asanit mwenye leo amekuwa Mteso, lakini we know her name. She's a Kikuyu. I am a Kamba. Alex is here as a Kisi. Mzalendo is here. Different, I mean, even tribes that never even used to come together are coming together right now. There's no reason. And that's why I feel Ruto has lost it. Because there's no reason that Mr. Sang would come here, a Kalenjin, and talk against a Kalenjin. He's not talking about against a Kalenjin. He's talking about the governorship of our country. He's thinking beyond his own tribe. When Kenyan Asanit comes here, she's not saying she's not a Kikuyu. She is a Kikuyu. But she's thinking beyond that. And that's the whole thing that hata kina Kenyatta walituambia ujinga, ukabila, ujinga. And I think, I don't remember what they told us, but I know ukabila was there. And even Mwalimu Nyerere told us, ukabila itatumaliza.
Na umaskini.
No umaskini, thank you. We're seeing a united Kenya where even me, and if you've been here long enough, you will know me and Alex went through this fight of Kalonzo coming into, you know, into Azimio. I wasn't thinking about Kalonzo. I was thinking about what he does and how he does, and if we really can trust him. And it comes to a point where we really need to think about our country. I mean, the politics, put it aside. Let's think about our country, where it's going. For how long, which I keep on saying, are we going to be called a third world country? Yet we are very able leaders. Not even Raila, even in this channel. People who don't really think about their tribal sides. You got people like Sang coming here and coming in hot and, you know, hot, telling you, and you wonder, Allah, si Ruto ni wenyu. And you know, you wonder those kind of people, because what they're thinking, they're not just thinking Kalenjin kind of mentality. And that's one thing I used to say here, which is very unfortunate. Kutembea kwingi kuona mengi. We have people, and God gives your blessings wherever it is. Nobody is special for what they have seen. So as a Christian, and as somebody that cares about people, I care not to talk too much about any special kind of way of having done anything. So when you find kijiji, there's a thing wahenga walisema jogoo wa mjini a wiki. Somebody can maybe remind me that, you know, Leo maybe in a storm.
Jogoo wa mashambani hawiki mjini, bro.
Hawiki mjini. Yes, thank you. There's a thing with that, because sometimes you have also to travel and understand what things happen. You see where Alex is seated right now. Alex is in the car. We all can see that. But you can ask him why he parked. Because he wanted to listen and he couldn't move. And I can tell you, if Alex was driving that car right now on a stop sign, nata kusikwe na polisi, he will stop and then move. Why does Alex has that behavior? Is because he's seeing the outside world and how things work out there. And that's the thing that Tom Boyer was crying about, for people to go out and see. And there's a reason we keep on being called third world. Because I will say this now, mwenye atanigonga nigonge. I don't care. Ruto has never left the outside world to see the overpasses and underpasses. Gachagua has just come from Kienyeji. He's still Kienyeji, the DEO. kienyeji ile tu uko nyumbani tu, yeye anajua tu hizo, ndio maana na atueta tufanye nini. Even when you look at him, he just styled up the other day on how to dress up. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be mean a little bit, but when you look at somebody like Uhuru or Raila, or even people like Kinaledama, these are people that have traveled and seen places, and it's good to see other things that can actually make your life better. Like when you go to Alex's house or Stone Piquet's house, and you see that the fireplace can be made a different way. You come to your house and you have a new idea. And that's where we left off. That today, I always wonder if we did not have the military, the UK military, joint military in Nanyuki, if we did not have the drills that they do, if we were being attacked, kama tungeenda na mishale. And that is the kind of leadership of Kinagashagwa. So basically, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that we have to integrate ourselves into the world and how people do. You see, like nobody knew Ukraine could actually be a formidable thing for Russia. But why? Because they're very open. Again, what we're doing in Kenya right now with having the Mau Mau and being taken back to Mount Kenya na kwenda kuinua mikono huku hivi kwa Mount Kenya. Who's doing Mount Kenya nowadays? And what will Mekatilili do? If that's the way we want to do it, we gotta move. And Kenya is for us all. Mr. Sang, thank you so much for coming in with a different way of looking at things, because we have to look at this Kenya and look at it because Africa, whether you like it or not, is going to be one. That's why today we are being asked to change our passports. People have, and we did this show one day, and we say the passports that are being changed, where it's no longer about Kenya, it's the East Africa, and it's going to go on and growing, and we're going to have our defense system. And that's why we even have Uhuru. Before he left, he started a gun shop or a weapons shop that has never happened in Africa. Go look at any Africa country, tunanunuanga our weapons. But this time we can generate our weapons. We are bound to be the Washington, D.C. of Africa. I've been saying this for a long time. But if you have the Kijiji guys, the Kienyeji guys, the Kinarutos, who don't understand, mtu akipata hivi usukani already ako almost 24 countries, amekimbia up and down because anataka kuona nini nafanyika huko, because he's never done that. Because once he left, alitoka hivi campus kama ameenda YK92. YK92 ikamuingiza nini? Serikali. Since then hajaitoka. And then unakuja kutuambia hapa nini? Unakuja kutuambia kuku. Kuku uliuza wapi? I had my friend pass by mali anasemanga na wakatupigia picha. Stone Piquet, I think you know what I'm talking about. Tulipigiwa picha. Uliona farm ya kuku. Tuliambiwa hapa ndio route usemanga inakuaga. Where is it? Kwa Google Maps hakuna. So, Sang, I appreciate you so much for coming out like that and keep on coming to this group, to this show, because it's people like you that actually bring Kenya together, and it's no longer about you are a Kamba, you are a Mijikenda, you are a, whatever it is, we need people like you so that we can move as Kenya and understand where we are and why we are called a geopolitical, good economical part of having a one Africa, what you call a United States of America, but maybe it will be a United Countries of Africa. That's why we have the Parliament of East Africa, and Congo is there, and everybody is fighting to come into it, just like the NATO. Watu kama kina Mzalendo wacha waendelee kutusumbua hapa hivi. This guy mimi sijui, wacha nimalizie hapo. Mr. Chair, sorry, thank you so much for giving me enough time, and kama kuna mtu nimeumiza, tuendelee na maisha.
Thank you,
Mr.
Kenyan
Chair,
with love. That's true. There is one
Mr.
thing that I
Chair,
just want to echo that. Yes, Alex.
I'm traveling. I stopped specifically just to say something. I didn't want to
All right,
keep
all right.
ranting. Yeah,
Proceed.
yeah, Mzalendo, I want to meet you seriously on a serious level. I want to understand it. I want to know where you're coming from because there are things that you have said, Mzalendo, that have tickled my mind to the level that I want the day that me and you will sit together and probably, and everybody knows, we are not going to drink tea. Yeah, I will do what Obama did. We are going to have a small beer, a light beer. It's not Henneken. We might have a light
Good.
Corona maybe. Okay, so let me say this, Mzalendo. You need to read 2 books and come back here and tell us if you will view the world in the same way. I want you to read Frantz Fanon. You can tell me how I can buy that book from Amazon or Nobles and send for you. 2 books. White Mask, Black Skin by Frantz Fanon. From Caribbean, went to France, fought for France during the Second World War, became a psychiatric at a very young age, a very smart guy, had his PhD before 30 years old, wrote several articles, but the book, White Mask, Black Skin, is one of his most classical books. When you say that Trump is going to win, sometimes I wonder if you truly understand the geopolitics of this country.
Jesus. I never said that. Please don't put words into my mouth. That lady who misquoted somebody else. How can I support Trump?
Okay,
Seriously?
I was so surprised when that lady said that. Thank you for putting that in record, because because of your previous statement that we need to learn from the white people and we must work with them. And I did not have a problem with them, but the way you put your words made me a little bit nervous, because before they came, Kikuyus had their own alphabets. They had their own economy. They wrote their own books. It's not like we were illiterate. Even up to date, they have, the people from Ethiopia had their own economy. They had their own money. They had their own everything. It was sustainable for centuries and centuries. So I thought you were connecting the dots and saying that we continue the same trend, but thank you for putting that. The next book I want you to read is The Miseducation of the Black Man. I don't want to use the name Negro because that's what he said. You seem to be a learned man. But sometimes what you say, I really wonder if you feel the pain of the people. And see, the problem with education is it can create something called elitism, my friend. And elitism separates us and divorces us from the reality. If you become an elitist, you will view things totally not from empathy and sympathy, but from ideological fascism that can make you a neoliberal gangster. And I'm using that word intentionally. Let me read you a quote, and I will finish from the book, The Miseducation of the Black Negroes. The educated Black people have attitude of contempt towards their own people who they use because they are not exposed and they are lied to because of their poverty in exposure and their ability to conceptualize ideas. They have an attitude of cliches that everything is right when everything is wrong. They will be told, even when they are suffering, that things will get better. This is the government and everything will get better. Just be patient. It is the educated Negroes that put their people suffer for many years until those who suffered decided that enough is enough. Those who fought for the liberation of the Negroes were not merely the educated people. Educated people separated themselves. They formed a new class. They were the Creoles and others, but the black man still stayed in the plantation. And that is where I'm coming from. You want to keep us in the plantation. You want to tell us that everything is right when everything is going wrong. My friend, the economy was growing in a certain percentage. The last statistics we got, it dipped to 4.8. Today, when I looked, it was 4.7. IMF and World Bank issued a statement yesterday that the only country that is going to come out of the regression that we are going to come out, they don't want to call it depression. The regression that we are talking about is only the USA that is going to have a positive growth, and it's because of 1 or 2, 3 things. But all countries are going. But Kenya, in 3 months only, has dipped from 7% to 4.9%. And yesterday, when I looked at it, it was 4. We have been told the worst is yet to come. What is this worst that is yet to come? You can't keep on putting us in the plantation of telling us that everything will be right when allow people to get to a point whereby they manage their lives and they dictate their politics and they make their life better in a manner that they can be able to be humane. We have something called in South Africa Ubuntu, humanity. Utu. Unakaa ni kama hauna utu. Ukiongea ni kama unafikiria everybody afford school fees. And then you come here and say nothing has been taken away. When we see the news, it comes from the horse's mouth. He says it. He talked about those subsidies and he said why he took them out. Then you say that it has not been taken out when it comes from the horse's mouth. And then they play political expediency and yellow journalism, and you can Google what that is, yellow journalism and abandoned journalism. Then they go to the media and then they start confusing us. Whereas what they say and what they do is totally a divorced thing from the reality. Why are people hurting? A person who was making 1,500 in border 3 months ago cannot make 400 in a day. Why is it so? It's because the economy is suffering. It is not even now coughing or sneezing. We are reaching a whooping, coughing, whooping situation in Kenya right now. We are coughing consistently and perpetually. That is what our economy is doing. We are no longer sneezing, we are coughing. And we must speak truth to the word so that our people must understand. If we let this slip, it will be impossible to redeem our economy. As PK says all the time, our neighbors are going to take advantage of what we have always had. Hatuna madini, hatuna kitu yoyote, what we are doing is cattle rustling. And that will be pathetic. Wake up, bana, ambia watu wetu kweli. We cannot keep on dwelling in lies. I want to meet you, mister. When you come back here, tell me. I will come specifically, we sit down, and I understand where you're coming from, because I have never understood you, even when you want to make the right points here. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for such a wonderful counsel.
And your last statement has really pleased me. Yeah, we are soon going to become a cattle rustling country, and it is possible and true because the kind of the leaders we're having. If the deputy president only thinks of Watuwangu, those people from Pokot and Elgeyo Marakwet, if each leader will buy that idea of Watuwangu, then we are going to become cattle rustlers because every leader will be coming and say, mimi watu wangu wa Jaluo, watu wa mlima, watu wa bonde la ufa, watu wa ng'ombe, watu wa maziwa, such things. So such ideas will not help us grow. We miss the ideas that Uhuru had in 2021 when he opened the small arms factory in Ruiru, something that costed 37.5 US million, which is around 4 billion. When he did this, the then deputy president, who is currently the president, went and condemned it and said that we are using 4 billion to open an industry, I don't know, for about 100 people. If this money was used in opening a production industry, it would have benefited many. That was some of his words that he said concerning the small arms factory. And he forgot that Kenya spends an equal amount annually to import these guns. So he wanted us to remain slaves of the Western countries or the Eastern countries who import for us these guns. But Uhuru saw that, no, we need to be independent. What Lumumba was speaking in the video that we played yesterday, Africa can do it. Rwanda is doing it. We have countries in Africa that are doing it. Why don't we do it? So Kenya can also do it. Uhuru Kenyatta, the same spirit in last year, he went and initiated the Kenya National Defense University, the military academy, one of its own in Africa. And right now you will be told that so far about 3 countries in Africa have sent their military troops to come and train there. So just imagine, we are becoming the central part of Africa. All the African countries are looking at us. Then we want to entertain some village-minded leaders in the name of Gachagua and the rest. We cannot have a country that is being run by people having village ideologies. I don't think Gachagua have maybe traveled abroad or outside Kenya. His mind is more contained not only with Kenya, but he thinks within Central and cannot think beyond Mount Kenya. Maybe if he thinks beyond Mount Kenya, he can think of the places that even when he was DO, I think he worked within Mount Kenya. So that is the only problem that he is having. And his only problem is Raila Odinga. There is nothing constructive or nothing that he talks apart from talking about Raila this and Raila that and Mount Kenya. So such retrogressive leaders and village thinking should not be allowed to control the country that wants to be one of the most developed countries in Africa. Right now, if you look at our infrastructure, you can't compare us with the countries like Uganda and Tanzania. We are having the best roads in Eastern Africa. And if somebody comes to Nairobi, they don't believe it. They might think they are outside Africa. So things need to be done differently. And it is good this platform is giving us an opportunity to interact with the people who've interacted and visited different countries and have seen how things are done. So we should also do the same in Kenya. It is possible. We have what is needed. We have the work, the manpower. We have the resources. Why would a president insist of importing maize? Then yet we normally brag as a country that is agriculturally rich, even in our flag, the green color that is in our flag. Why are we now disputing this? We want to be importing. We don't want to be a dependent country. We want to be depending on other countries. It's sad. So before we go to Mzalendo, I think Stone PK, you want to say something, eh?
Yes, I want to throw 2 spanners in the works, maybe before Mzalendo comes in. One of them is in form of a question. I want to ask, as we were nearing election and as we were campaigning and as we continued to talk and people were traversing the country, yellow traversing, giving their their what? Their manifestos, giving their tupangwingi, atupangwangwi, Azimio doing their things. Then all of a sudden, after Azimio did their Azimio la Mwananchi in every other county, then we saw Yellow following suit and baptized the same strategy and called it, they called it what, chapters or chatters? Yeah, chatters. But it's the same thing, following, you know, aping and copying, and they went showing how things are happening. All this time they were doing all these rounds. Were they in Kenya? And all these things we are hearing now, soon after the 15th, I mean, soon after somebody aliweka Biblia chini, all of a sudden it was kaboom. The country ilikuwa ni kama shilingi, ilikuwa upande hii, sisi tulikuwa nasema upande wa picha, alafu ikageuka ikakuwa upande wa simba. That everything disappeared into thin air. That we never heard of how badly the economy was doing, terribly, you know, that red flags being raised all over. Why were these red flags not being raised during campaign if we were doing that badly, like the way now, or all of a sudden Kenya Kwanza has portrayed us and has made us to feel? They should take the bull by the horn. They are the ones who have messed it, as I keep on saying. And this is another nursery school rule. Kids in nursery school wanafunzwa hivyo. And then it is amplified in management. Change when you are given a situation, you have come, you are a new teacher, you are a new headmaster, you are a new classroom teacher, you are whatever it is, umeingia mahali. You manage that change very carefully such that it does not backfire or backlash on you. How does it backlash on you? It backlashes on you if you are intended recipients do not, rather they turn the guns on you. Umepewa shule mpya. Then the first week wanafunzi wameanza kukutana in groups wakitaka kuchoma shule. Who is the problem here? Nauliza watu wa UDA. Sincerely speaking, Lea, umekuja umekuwa headmaster Kangaru from Maseno. 1 week wanafunzi sasa wameanza wiki ya pili, wiki ya tatu shule inataka kuchomwa moto. Sincerely, there must be, kuna kitu ulikuja, and it includes even body language. It includes how you behaved during the introduction, because you must have been introduced as a new principal of that school. Then the way you behaved immediately after to the team you have found there, the teachers, okay? Then there is a way you behaved when you met the student leaders, ukajiwashia kiberiti, and then moto inaanza kuwa inafaniwa. Why am I saying this? Why all of a sudden unaingia umeapishwa, umeweka hiyo Biblia chini, the areas you touch unaguza mahali roho ya watu inadunda dik, dik, dik. Sincerely speaking, jana kulikuwa debate hapa, leaders sijua wako nini. Leaders are not beggars from anywhere bwana. Ni vile sikutaka kuengage hiyo debate. You can't, not anybody is a leader. You can't, not every rat from the hole imetoka ati inawekwa inakuwa kiongozi. Panya yoyote, hata panya pukwa zote ati imekuja, sasa mimi ni kiongozi. Kiongozi ni kuinfluence. Some of these are theories. Uongozi ina skill ina kitu fulani. You don't come and start touching. Unaanza kuguza roho ya mtu ule ana breathe. Umepata mtu kwa nini? Okay, as you are claiming ICU, what do? Do you come and cut the oxygen supply? No. Umepata watu wanakufa njaa. Do you start feeding them with fertilizer or food? Sincerely, mi unajua hata nasikia I think we should start reasoning with these people. Do you give a hungry person fertilizer to eat, or you give that person food? You give food, it's obvious. When you land in Kajiado, you find cows nini zinakufa. Do you start staying drought ilianza na serikali iliyopita? So it is none of your business. You must be one of the most foolish. I don't even want to call you leader. You should salvage. You should even go there, hold meetings, mobilize your team that umeemployiwa nayo. If your head is empty, waambie jameni, include the local leaders. Hawa ng'ombe wanakufa hivi. What do we do? It's an emergency. If you want to get even money to steal because you are a thief, declare it as an emergency to save that community that is losing their resources, their core resources at that rate. You are insensitive. Unaona tu picha ng'ombe zikikufa, ngamia zinakufa, wewe ni fertilizer una import. Fertilizer. Oh, we are creating manufacturing. Do you do manufacturing in 50 days? I mean, let's call it a spade. This guy is useless. He has no clue. He has no clue. You give him 10 years, 40 years, 50 years, what he will do is to put this country onto its knee. It will collapse. And one time it collapses, especially when we collapse, because that is what even the IMF had always changiad us. They would want us to go Greece way, watu okote huko chini, we get bedridden, madeni forever, and we shall never recover. My other spanner, nilikuwa nataka kuweka ni swali pia. If you have somebody born in Isiolo, akasomea Isiolo from 1 for primary mpaka secondary, akatoka akaenda college mahali kama Kabianga in Kericho, akatoka hapa akaenda akafanya kazi Mombasa ama Nairobi, then kidogo anaoa mahali kunaitwa Ukambani ama Kisii, then anaenda anaseto kazi mahali kama Embu ama anaanza family. What do you call that person? It's a Kenyan. You will not be able to tag that person to any tribe. Anaweza itwa Ruto, alizaliwa Isiolo, anaweza itwa Mohammed, anaweza itwa Gani, anaweza itwa Laolte. But the truth of the matter is that guy is a Kenyan, although ana origin yake. Similarly, a guy is born and bred in Nairobi throughout, or Mombasa throughout. Okay, he goes to work in Machakos. He gets married in Masai. He settles in Embu. He was born of a polygamous family that had 5 wives: a Kikuyu wife, a Kamba wife, a Luya wife, a Kisii wife. When you start tagging that guy negatively in terms of tribe, what are you doing? You're doing injustice. This country is at that exact level that I've described. And I agree with Mato and he appreciates Sang here. It is good to be identified with your point of origin. It is fantastic. We never chose where to be born. It's a pride. We should be proud with that. But the moment you start profiling negatively, at one Stone PK cannot become a principal or vice chancellor of Kabianga University in Kericho because he comes from Mbere, then you should be chased away out of this country. Actually, ikiwezekana unatakiwa uchomwe, ndio uende kabisa, because you are retrogressive. Okay? Unakuwa appointed, then half of the lecturers unaleta hapo are your tribes people. Then hata wewe unatakiwa uchomwe kabisa, ufukuzwe kabisa. Kenya, we have passed that stage of negative ethnicity. And unfortunately, why I'm saying this is what is being propagated by the top office of the land, which means these guys, they can never heal this nation. They will just condemn and they'll just kill the nation as we watch. With those very few, there were only 2 spanners. I would say we have to fix this. If we can't fix it, then we will let it break. Asante, back to you, Leo.
Thank you, Stone. The questions are really hard for these guys to answer. They cannot be able to answer. You find people who are hungry, then you want to tell them that the first thing you're going to give them is a fertilizer. Even Mzalenda, I know he'll tell us, we normally have solutions. We are not saying fertilizer is wrong, but when you're doing some situation analysis, We have some short-term solutions or short-term interventions and long-term interventions. So it would be wise if Ruto say that, okay, what we are going to do, we are going to give you a subsidy for only 6 months, and we work on fertilizer and improving the farming system so that in the next rain season, we'll have enough. So you're giving them fertilizers, you don't own the rain. Most of the farmers we have in Kenya depend on rain. Then you expect things to change all of a sudden. These guys don't have a plan. And remember, their manifesto was released after the Azimio manifesto. So they literally copied Azimio's manifesto without any plan and painted it yellow. So they have nothing to offer. Kenyan with love, you can give your point, then you allow Mzalendo.
There was no point. I just wanted to add. I just wanted to get on your nerves a little bit here. I wanted to ask you, ile fertilizer ilikuja lini? I think it's about 2 months ago.
Actually, fertilizer haikukuja. What happened is this. What I know is that the fertilizer was launched. We saw the flags being raised. We saw the trucks. But I'm yet to see, even the news reporters, I challenge them. I'm yet to see wakipiga picha ama video watu wakipata hizo fertilizers.
So kwa hivyo hata mjatumia farmers, ilifanya nini? That was my point. I mean, we were in a very bad place. There was a reason viunga ilikuwa iteremke na nini. So tulileta fertilizer. I think umesema it's about 2 months ago. Hiyo fertilizer ilifanya nini? Imefanya nini so far as we talk right here? Imefanya nini? How much of the economy did it change?
It's sad. Mzalendo, karibu. I'll give you full time now. No one is going to interrupt you.
Thank you, Azimio. Thank you, Azimio panelists. Anyway, I think we have had a very good discussion. We share some common interests. It's only that maybe how you put them is different from how I put my point. For example, the social fabric in Kenya collapsed a long time ago. The thing that could have joined us together, kitambo, ilikuwa ni kanisa, not really politics. The church was joining the community, but that one collapsed. That was the beginning of the problem in Kenya. The political situation of our country can only be changed by the people we elect. And the people who vote, the voters, the people who elect these leaders, unless you change their way of thinking, you must try and change their way of thinking if you want good governance. Good governance starts from you. Wewe ule unaenda kupiga kura pale, and not the person you are going to elect. Like in my village, somebody would be elected because he has a big car, not even because of his policies or his manifesto. Or somebody would be elected because of the money ile ako nayo. And it cuts across both political divides. And my friend came here, Sang has left. It's unfortunate that his people lost, because it's a political competition. When you have a political party, you form that political party to grab power. Power is taken Stony PK. Power utapatiwa Uhuru apatie kila kitu, aweke kwa kijiko na aweke mpaka nini mkule. Hapana, power is taken.
How is it taken? Just demonstrate for us.
It is grabbed. It is grabbed. You have to plan. You have to strategize out. You are going to win the elections, and that is what happened. It's unfortunate that you lost. I know how you feel, but that does
Elaborate
not.
vizuri.
Sang ni mtu ya Ruto.
Tusomeshe
Sasa
bwana,
aliluzaje?
tusomeshe.
Sang aliluzaje na ni mtu ya Ruto?
Si unajua alisema Ketera alipoteza kiti. Unajua hiyo pande Rift Valley, mkuki wa Koitalel ilidunga kila mtu, ilidunga watoto wa Moi wakaenda kabisa, ilidunga kina Kiter wakaenda kabisa. So imekuwa ikifanya hiyo kazi, amekuwa akisafisha siasa ya Rift Valley and ameifanya vizuri, and that is what politics is all about.
So unataka kutuambia venye Sang alisema hapa alikuwa makosa kabisa kwa sababu yeye ni Mkalenjin.
We cannot all be in the same political party. Here he is in UD, he can be in UDA, there's somebody in Kanu, and that is the diversity that was seen in Rift Valley and in so many other places. There was diversity that was also seen in Central. There were people in Jubilee, there were people in UDA, there were people in ODM.
So before Mr. Chair comes back, let me ask you a question. So you don't believe that when Sang came over here and said that he doesn't believe in Ruto and all that, even though they come from the same tribe and they are okay with that, and that's the thing that we're trying to fight.
No,
no. Let me finish before Mr. Chair comes.
You know, you are just
so you don't believe Sang was right in being against Ruto, but if he would have been pro-Ruto, you would have been okay with that. So you have a problem with him being against Ruto?
No. I didn't say that. That is his political right. That is his political decision. I mean,
so would you have a problem with Sang?
How many people in Rift Valley who did not support? You are playing with the numbers yesterday. You saw the numbers of people who didn't support Ruto. It is their decision not to support Ruto.
So why did you have to bring Sang into this discussion that you're talking about? The man came here, said whatever he wanted to say, and everything left.
That's why you dragged my name, Zalendo. That's why I'm answering him. Why do you have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with that?
No, I don't have a problem. I can drag you in everything. I mean, I always drag you in everything.
Yeah, exactly. So if my name is mentioned, I just answer you. I'm just answering politely. Hey, Leo,
yes.
Please.
Okay, sorry,
please.
Mr. Lendo.
I am begging you to tie your dogs,
I promise to protect you.
Wafunge vizuri wasiniume kabisa.
Okay,
Funga mbwa wako kidogo tafadhali.
Listen, I promise to protect you, and just allow me to bring into context what maybe Sang said, so that when you'll be responding, you respond in an informed perspective. Sang said that Ruto really finished the career of some leaders, and these are leaders that he believed are potential challengers, not only in Rift Valley, but he also managed to do it in Central. I don't know how Central trusted him. Central had some leaders who will stand for something, leaders who will speak and make sense. You can mention them. They are no longer there. He started doing that in 2017 when he did away with people like Kabogo. Remember, we had leaders in Central, some good leaders who will speak in public and speak beyond, or speak things that are not only concerning the Kikuyus, but things that are concerning Kenyans. So what he did, he suffers from superiority complex. He doesn't want somebody who appears to be more informed. He wants to work with a group of fools, people who will loyally depend on his brains. And the difference that is there between Ruto and Raila is that Raila is not afraid of people who are wise and people who are independent. I'll explain. Just give me a minute. The reason is those people who are with Raila, most of them, the ones who fail to challenge him with the facts, normally run and start claiming that Raila doesn't like brains. But if you look at the people who are around Raila, they're people who think independently. And there's only one party you are allowed to criticize and still remain in, is ODM. ODM is the only party that you'll talk bad of, you'll criticize, you'll blame of everything, and you still remain a party member of ODM, not any other party. People like Aisha can prove that one to you. ODM is the only party whereby a chairman of the party is allowed to blame party of conducting maybe some unfair nominations, and you're the chairman of the party. This is the only party whereby the secretary general, somebody like Ababu Namwamba, who was the secretary general, is allowed to rebel and remain a member. It's the only party whereby people like Aisha Juma will earn salary for a period of 4 years. And during your 4 years in your public rallies, you condemn and blame ODM and still earn salary. So Ruto doesn't want that. That is why people like Qatar, despite being famous, they had to be stepped and downsized and reduced to zero, so that they don't, he gets people who he will just be controlling. So that's a fact that we can't deny. In Rift Valley, the current crop of leaders is having are those people. The only wise man there is Murkomen, but he accepted to shelve and blanket his brains. But when you go to Central, there's nobody who can challenge Ruto. And every leader, elected leader in Central, they fear Ruto. That is why they want to make him their kingpin, or I don't know, pin what. So proceed, Mzalendo, you are protected.
Anyway.
A point of order.
You see, I told you the dogs have come. You know, these dogs will not stop. This one, because this one kwanza ni ile kali kabisa. Hii ni Doberman.
These are German Shepherds.
Ukitoka kwa hiyo kitu tutakula mtu bwana. Ukitoka
This is a German Shepherd.
Tutakula mzalendo kabisa ukitoka kwa hiyo kitu.
And the chair will not protect me. That's the problem.
So
they're only waiting for me to talk.
Mzalendo, we are having a robust debate, so don't be offended. We are enjoying the debate.
You know, sometimes you've got some very, very meaty points. So I will allow you, because you've got some wit. At least you talk some sense. Sometimes
I because sometimes I shrub. I thought you said I have some weedy. Later on, I had meaty, so I was surprised that weedy. I don't subscribe to that tenant. So thank you. Why is it that when you poach people from Azimio, you always feel like you have hit a jackpot? When he's telling you that the people that surround Raila are people of substance, why is it that when you poach people like Eliud Owalo, you feel that you have gotten a jackpot? When you get people like, I don't want even to name names, people like Kingi, people like the people who are in Azimio, when finally they move to your place, why is it that you felt so good and you are, masquerading out here so happily that you have gotten great people? And now that we are saying that Raila is surrounded with great men, you are laughing with sarcasm. Can you tell me why? Because right now, Owalo is the talk of the town. Every week is doing some food distribution somewhere in Nyanza. I've never seen anything in ICT that is doing like Matiang'i was doing when 2013 came, even though we did not like that government. But you could see a working minister who, even though you don't like, you see, there's something about excellency. You may not like somebody. Somebody may be ugly, somebody may be thin, somebody may be whatever condition they are. But if they are excellent, they are preeminent. You cannot criticize. You cannot criticize excellency. The question now that remains, is simple here. Why is it when you poach our people, then you start again masquerading that they are the best people, but when they are next to Raila, you start laughing with sarcasm that kwani Raila kona watu wagani? Tell me why.
You know, in politics, politics is about numbers, and when you are not gaining, you are losing. You are not gaining any numbers, you are losing. When Ruto is raiding, you are stable and getting the best out of from your team. That's a plus. When Wiper, you are not even talking of Norman Magaya, who left ODM and joined Wiper. So politics is
you are still reiterating what I'm saying, that Raila is surrounded with people who are very. When you talk about Magaya, it is somebody.
It is
These
somebody that
people,
was groomed
can
by Raila.
I just finish because these people have got a brain, they've got a choice, they can know where to go, they can either stick by Baba, and there's a reason why they left him. There's a reason why they didn't just they were just not just enticed. There's a reason why they left him. And when you talk about the good people that have left, talk about also careers that he has destroyed himself politically. Talk about people like Engineer Okundi. Talk about people like Dalmas Otieno. Talk about people he has finished politically. People talk about people like Reggae. Talk about people like Semo Chuodo. I mean, why are you not talking about people like that? He has finished them politically. So as much as you are talking about that he has got brain, but he has also dumb people. Talk about people like Adipo Kwome or this other guy who cannot even speak one word in English. You know, they are there. They are dumb people all in both sides. So it's not that he's surrounded by brainy people. I don't see any brain around Raila at the moment, and that's the reason why he lost. You cannot compare the crop of leaders that he has today and what he had in 2007 and coming to 2012 and the last elections that we had. It is a fact, and you know it. You had nothing. You had people who were just making noise and abusing Ruto. You had no substance. Yeah, you had nothing. And Alex, you know that. You know that so well. When you are invited for the debate, what did you advise Baba? Ati huyo ni mwizi, hawezi piga debate naye. And that is a big stage. You live here in the US, you know that is the biggest stage that you can get at least one vote by selling your ideology. But you are scared, you chickened out. I mean, these are political facts. You miss the big stage, you miss the bus.
Okay, Mzalendo, just a minute. Stone PK, kabla nikupatie dakika moja, just give me a minute. I'll give you 1 minute to ask the question, then I want Mzalendo to respond together with this.
At the expense of the people. The most consequential breakthroughs in technological... Machief, kazi imewashinda. Ni nini? Ni nini? Je, kumaanisha watu ama wananchi hawana imani na nyinyi? Mkiwaambia kwamba twendeni kule, county commissioner anakuja mkubwa kabisa. Mkubwa. Isitoshe hiyo. Gavana mwenyewe anakuja ambaye atakuja kusikiliza mahitaji yao na aweze kuaddress. Yaani mwananchi hawezi kujua na kutambua kwamba hawa wawili wanakuja na nyinyi mchukue jukumu. Sisi wawili na nyinyi nyote mtakaa hapa muongee na viti vile ambavyo hali ilivyo, then hatutazunguka tena. Kwa hivyo hii kazi hii makofia hii kofia zote hizi tuzishughulikie leo. We do not want to witness such very low turn up from the member of the public in Osangishu, the count of His Excellency the President. Vile mlivyo, hii ni aibu gani hii?
Ni ukweli, Bwana County Commissioner, I felt for you ukiona hakuna watu. Na sisemi hawa walisababisha. Ninasema uthapi na keni. Because, wanaje mimi nakuwa hapa nakuwa na wasiwasi, nimeambiwa.
Yes, Stone, you can ask the question you wanted to ask, then he'll respond to that. That is the government, that is the mood of the people.
Aya, my two question. Sasa itakuwa mbili kwa sababu hiyo nitacomment. Mzalendo, please. That platform in Kenya is garbage. And we were happy that Raila, we opposed Raila to attend that. I cannot debate with a thief. Even if I lose votes, I better. What he did, we never regret about it. Whatever, Baba doesn't need to go for public debate to earn votes. Okay? Mwizi tulimwachia aende akaropokwe the way aliropokwa, it would have been, Raila kusimama na Naruto kupimana nguvu, it is the wrong thing. Kenyans to have a thief and a clean person juxtaposed for competition, it is one of the worst things, but we accept it because it's politics. And by the way, it worked because Ruto never won elections. Or to come on that comment, that tells you how stupid. Hata hiyo si stupidity, hiyo ni upunda. Commissioners wamevaa uniform za serikali reprimanding poor chiefs. A chief cannot force me to attend a rubbish meeting. That was very good, and we want the whole country to go that way. It is self-explanatory. Haikuwa county ingine wamesema wasingisho kwa president. I was so happy though that day when that happened. And that commissioner, he behave kama mjinga. You don't reprimand chiefs. Chiefs will not force anybody to go. If mwananchi utaenda kukaa pale uambiwe nini? At county commissioner anakuja kwa sijui governor anakuja kukuambia nini? That is now the mood. Thank you.
Yeah, that is the mood of the country, and that is why somebody was asking me, why is it that when the president is visiting Siaya, all the corridors have been erected with some banners welcoming the president with the president
Amejiwekea mwenyewe.
It has been done by the CS ICT, and they've really spent a lot of money.
Leo, can you
That
play
is Eliud Owalo doing that. Everybody knows that.
Yes.
Leo, can you play that video of Raila in a boat wakiwa pale wanakunywa mavinywaji pale Mombasa?
It was his birthday. I'm playing it for you.
Hebu icheze kidogo. Ndio Wakenya pia waone wengine wanaumia na wengine wanasherekea.
It was his birthday. You eat at home.
That is private.
That is private life. You proceed.
Mzalendo si unakula manono mahali huko sahi.
Okay. Hapana. Tuambia saa zingine mcheze zile vitu za ukweli bwana ndugu yangu. I told you Raila amemaliza career za watu. You needed to have answered that. You didn't. Ruto kama amemaliza career za watu pia. Hiyo ndio biashara ya siasa bwana.
Zalendo, excuse me. Let me just respond to the career. You know the people you mentioned, Raila jamaliza their career. These are people, like I know the next person you are going to talk of, Kidero and Odoyo Widi. These are people who are given opportunity. Who doesn't know that Dalmas Otieno have been contesting and reaching? Forget about, people normally say ODM deny them chance. If ODM has denied you chance during nomination and you get an opportunity to reach the final elections that is conducted by Iebc and people still reject you, you can't blaming Raila. Kidera was in the ballot. The people you're telling me why in the final ballot, and these elections were not conducted by Raila. So the people destroyed their careers by telling them, no, we don't want you. So you should blame the people for failing to elect people who are not believing in Raila's idea. You don't blame Raila for his idea. If people believe in me and believe in everything or everybody who believes in me, so you don't blame me or you don't blame my idea. You blame those people.
Leo, you are attempting to answer. I wish Tony PK, who has been in the struggle with me, can answer that question. But umejaribu lakini hakuna kitu umesema man.
Zalendo. So Ruto destroy openly career of one young man from Nandi Hills. Even when he won the nomination, they made sure that they destroyed his career. Why are you not talking about that? Openly, he won the nomination.
Keteri is my friend. He's a very good friend of mine.
We don't care whether he's your friend or not. We are talking about destruction of career.
But siasa is about numbers.
Sikia sasa, when it comes
What
to your people,
numbers
it's about numbers. When it comes
what
to
numbers?
Raila, it's double standard. It is about destroying of career. Let me remind you what happened in 2007. 2007, prior to that, Dalmaso Tieno was a darling of the Kanu regime. So he never won any election against Kanindo. I know Awendo and that area very well. He never won any election against Kanindo. But because he was the darling of Kanu, he was always dominated by Moi through proxy means. Ouko, in as much as we love him, Robert Ouko, he never won any election against Jobomino. But they stole it all the time. This guy, Ndolo Aya, never won any election. We know that. These people who are hyped, they were blown over proportion, and then they felt that they were the big men within that regime. But when young people like Kalume come up, young people like Ndeto who come and destroy their own lives, Augustine and Ndeto came by election when somebody died. That was a very progressive leader. Nobody killed their career. They killed their career themselves because of greediness. I can go on and on to tell you, this young person from CIA, he knew very well, time has not reached for him to contest for governorship. Then he goes for governorship after he had served in the park. You see, you also have to be strategic in politics. In politics, you just don't come from, just because you are a park leader in and you did very well, then you jump the ship and think that now you're going to governorship. It's a paradigm shift. These people destroyed their own careers when they were looking. But one person who almost destroyed but was saved by the grace of God is somebody like Ababu Namwamba. Ababu Namwamba has always been walking in eggshells. It's not like nobody has destroyed these people's career. It is themselves who are emboldened. And I'll tell you one young man who is destroying his own career. It is my friend, my best friend, Kibagendi. He's destroying his own career while we are looking broad daylight. He's going to lose the election in 2027. Then you will say somebody has destroyed his career. It is because they don't have cathedral thinking. They don't think beyond. Once you go read Dr. Shingi Munyezi, one of the few people that I listen from Zimbabwe. Go listen to his conversation with Trevor. Part 2, when he says the retainers and sustenance of power is the only thing that they think about. They don't think about the promises that they have made. It is the retainers and sustenance of power. Power gets to them and they forget that there is another election. Politics is not about what you think. It's also about what people elected you for. If they elected you because you supported Raila, you should not forget that.
Alex, add this. You know, Mzalendo is a victim of the same. He destroyed himself by Ali rebel kwa Baba. That's why he's bitter about Baba.
I didn't know Mzalendo contested, and if I knew that, I should never have told him that, because Mzalendo, it's hard to lose an election, and when you have used your money, I've been in that boat, so Paul and Dubiangu, just put your money lale.
When you are in an election or when you contest a political seat, you are there to win it. But when you are in a party that you believe that is democratic and it's not democratic, it's just hiding behind the word democracy. It's another thing. And when you are out and you want the government and you want to run for president, and yet you cannot get hold of your own house and have a credible election within your own political outfit, then that begs that tells a lot about your kind of leadership and the expectation that people have. Today there's a rebellion. What we are saying today could not have happened 10 years ago. Yeah, what you are seeing, and you know it, could not have happened in Luo Nyanza, for example. It could not have happened. Why are people talking right now? Because they are seeing that at least we can talk right now. This mzee, hey, nyewe umejaribu, but hey, it's time for you to, call it a day. People are talking. They could not talk. And some of these election losers have got no voice because they still hope that Baba atawashikilia mkono. Ati Baba akikushikilia Stony PK mkono, atashinda uchaguzi. Because
It is not you they are voting for, but they are voting for Baba. So the election, so long as you are inclined na mfuko yako ni mzuri, so long as utashikwa mkono, wewe utachaguliwa na mwananchi wa kawaida. I mean, that is all nonsense. Alafu unatuambia, hey, this guy is very, very democratic. He has fought for the country. He has done what? Look at his own backyard. Wanaiba. Luo Nyanza is the most underdeveloped of the most underdeveloped counties. Yes, yet he has not reprimanded any of his governors to come and sit down and say, you know, Azimio had got a policy. This is what we stood for. As my governors, I want you to help my people. How many industries does Raila have in Luo Nyanza? Zero. How many connections does he have? How many connections does he have internationally? Saa zingine pia wacheni kudanganya watu sana bwana. Ni siasa tu.
Before I invite
Ni
Stone
siasa.
PK,
Wacha nimalize kwa sababu mtanikatakata. Wacha
I think
nimalize.
the most progressive county in Kenya in the last term, that is 2017 to 2022, and now we are in the second one. If you look at independent
You will
reports,
just be talking about Kisumu. You will talk about Kisumu. I knew you talk about Kisumu.
That is no. Anybody who knows Luo,
I knew you talk about Kisumu. But Kisumu,
almost everyone. When you talk of Luo, you talk of Kisumu.
I am telling you 99%. 99%, only 1%.
How many counties are there for you
talk
to talk of
about?
99? How many counties are there in the Luo Nyanza? One was
You
headed by
Kisumu,
Obado.
we have
Obado has never been
Migori, we have
pro-Raila.
Homa Bay, we have Siaya.
We have Homa Bay, Siaya, and Migori. Migori
Yes,
had Obado
yes,
for 10 years.
yes,
Obado is a
yes.
Ruto's man. So I don't know how you're associating that one with Raila. And you know very well, Obado in Migori. So you need
I
to
have
tell
told
us what
you,
Obado
okay,
did.
just forget about Migori. Talk about the three that you
So
are
we
left
remain
with.
with three.
Which one is doing
I've
well?
talked of Kisumu. So
Which one is doing well? Talk about the three. Which one is doing well?
currently, Homa Bay, we saw yesterday launched a referral hospital within
What is she launching? She's launching a CT machine. What are you talking about? These are counties that have been funded
we
each
can't
and every
continue
financial
arguing
year,
with you.
7 billion. She's launching a CT scan. Heaven
Are you
said.
sure?
CT scan. She's launching a CT scan.
Can I give you the video of the previous
My
facility?
friend, I
The one
told
that
you.
was there yesterday.
What do you mean?
I can
She's
give you
launching a
Mzalendo,
CT scan.
Mzalendo, that was not a CT
CT
scan.
scan machine.
Mzalendo,
I'll play for you the video to see the
don't.
difference.
Mzalendo, that
Seven
was
is
not a
launching a
CT
CT
scan.
scan machine. That's another village bimbo.
No, you
Sonny
cannot.
PK.
No. You cannot call a governor bimbo. You have to withdraw that. No, in as
All right.
much as we go to the extremes, you cannot call somebody a bimbo. That one we disagreed, even when our able.
Sonny PK said that you elect some village bimbo. That's an example of one. I am sorry, but I withdraw.
No, I didn't hear him say I could have reprimanded him.
No,
We
he
cannot.
said
Yeah,
that.
let's not go to that extent.
Tony PK said that very tactically.
No.
But
Okay,
he was referring
then
to
you are
the leaders that you elect.
then
They
you
are
said
called
it
village bimbo.
untactically. You are not tactical then. Next time be tactical.
No, I just say it the way it is. That's how what we are taught. Say it the way it is. You don't have to hide. Chairman Leo, get that CT scan that you are launching.
I want to play for you the video. I should play for you the previous facility under Awiti, and I think it is even in public domain.
And also play for me the development projects under Awiti. And remember, he was to move up with Baba as a minister upstairs.
Remember, Awiti was one of the governors who was elected democratically. That is the first election 2013. When ODM did not him, ODM won them. And if you remember, those people are talking of Awiti Jagedo. In fact, when ODM rejected Awiti, the people of Homa Bay brought Awiti. So that is called democracy. So ODM now allowed them to have the Awiti. They overwhelmingly voted for Awiti. In fact, he's the one who won nominations with the largest margin in 2013. So
you leave somebody like Okundi, you leave somebody like Wakiaga, and then you bring somebody like like
The people of
how we
Homa
do.
Bay, that
I
is
mean,
democracy. The same
what
way
is now? What nonsense
Nairobians
is that?
left Igade and elected Sakanja,
Ati
they left
huyu
Gero and elected
huyu ni mtu wangu, ataangalia maslahi yangu. There's no election in Homa Bay. Wacha kudanganya watu bwana. It's a selection. Don't tell us that your people of Homa Bay elected somebody
Then we need to blame
democratically.
IEBC because ODM doesn't conduct elections.
It is
We
a
had other
selection,
candidates
and then what you are saying is that IBC
who
is
did
bad,
the
but
selection.
yet you agree that those people were elected
But
by.
Mr. Chair, didn't Ruto himself have almost 1 hour interview where he said that if I know you are not going to win an election, I will put a person personally I know that is going to win an election. Did he say that he's not going to have nomination? He's going to impose people that he knows that are going to win? Where does that come from that you cannot criticize your own? Start with your own internal democracy before you come to our internal democracy. Internal democracy is something that is so. Hold on, hold your
Alex,
horses.
it is only in
Hold
UDA
on
that
your
you can
horses.
find people like Toto elected.
Order,
Hold on
Alex
your
and
horses there.
You
just
can
a minute.
you can find people
Please.
like Toto elected in UDA.
Alex and
In your party, you
Mzalendo.
can't find anything like that.
Mzalendo, mute a minute. Just mute a minute. I don't want us to progress propaganda.
It's an honor for you to be here with us, together with the leadership of the Assembly, the leadership of the Executive, and that of the Department of Health. Because this is meant to be a very short function, I would wish to very quickly request the CAC in charge of health to just come and quickly introduce her team, those who have made this day.
Thank you so much. Matron, my ex-official, NK.
Health team.
Sasa.
Initiative.
John, Deputy Whip.
Come to the front. God mask Martin, ma'am. Coming now to introduce partners. We have also come officially dialysis dinyi tabu majatuo biroka madwaro yedhe ma basic ingeni samori yalo.
Sorry, let me get you the exact part that shows the whole thing, not the speeches.
No, she was talking about a dialysis machine. What are you talking about?
No, I'm getting you that I've played the wrong video. I'm just within a minute as you wind up on your submission.
Anyway, Leo, as you look for that embarrassment, what I want to tell you is that Awiti left no standards, and he was an ODM anointed leader. The lady you're about to play the clip was also selected. He was not. He was selected and imposed on the people, and that is why there's that court case going on. And I believe she'll be kicked out. She never won an election. On the video that you're going to play, just tell the viewers that that lady was launching a CT scan machine. She has spoken in vernacular, so I don't know utakuwa unawachezea Wakenya nini. She's speaking in vernacular in the whole clip. I've watched it, so you can play it for the sake of our viewers. Just play it; they will see it for themselves. So sometimes
no, I'm not going to play that one that you're saying that maybe here she's not speaking in vernacular. It's actually she's taking us through what has been built.
No,
anybody who went to Homa Bay before that will agree with me. And in fact, most people from Homa Bay used to go get medication in Kisii. That is a fact. And within this shorter time, this lady has really worked, and even Kidero himself have already given up. Even if court allows him to go for another election, Wanga will still floor him, and the margin will increase.
Anyway,
you want to tell me there was and this election was done by
let me just
Iebc.
remind you that you have not won any elections after the general election. You have not won any by-election.
I think there's somebody who brought that case here, and we even showed recently the last by-election that was done. Who won the MCA seat there?
Where?
Is it Malindi? Last one, the last one that was done.
Where? The last by-election you lost in Siaya.
I'm not Siaya. Okay. I'll play for you that one of Siaya, the independent one. Okay, just listen
Yes.
to this.
Didn't you lose in Siaya?
Yeah, we are going to start. Please give some space to the camera people who work on the camera. Excuse me. Speaker one.
We are praying. Waduogo bathe koni jaduong. Waneno tich maduong motimore. Kadend gi nya. Malich.
Triage areas and then actually triage one and two when they can do Anxieties. Outpatient consultation is there, lab, pharmacy, dental, poetic. Yes, but we move the chair. It requires. It is my
Yaani leo hata leo
after they have done that.
Right now we have
We have the
But the ones from the ward, they can go there?
Yes, those are.
Only the ones from the ward?
We'll be doing the casualty. The remaining people will be doing the main department.
So, for example, if we'll do them here, but the patients who are able to walk,
Why? Their teeth come out. They find that their teeth come out. Sarah.
For the prosthetics, we still don't have a dental nurse.
No, not prosthetics. What did you need to be done the day you lost their teeth? Do you remember that specific patient?
machine, we have two microscopes, we have water bath, electrolytes, and so all the basic tests that are needed as outpatient are able to be done here.
Who's the head of the lab? Yourself. So you have everything you need?
We have so far we have everything we need. Apart from awareness of the room. But so far we have everything we need.
So all your tests for this place you should be able to conduct. If you have reagents and everything. What about in the main lab? Do you have everything there, or are you sending people away for tests?
No. No.
Currently
we are well equipped in the lab. The issue which I know will come here is the issue of not because they have
How many lab techs do you need here?
Around 7.
Yeah.
Network shift.
Opposite 24 hours.
Weekend and all that.
Yeah, night and weekend, yeah, because people have to find services all the time.
And also we also have to keep our lab exam.
Samples are taken.
It's the main lab.
Yeah, because here you will need to test for the full blood, yes, full blood, malaria, mostly, isn't it? Yes.
And even blood glucose.
Yeah.
And every other test that a patient will need.
Yeah. To go to theater. Yes. Okay. All the best. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, I think that is enough, Mzalendo, to confirm to you that you are a great liar who lies while looking at others.
What have you shown us?
So that is the dialysis machine that you are talking of. I think everyone.
What have you shown us? What has she launched there? What was she doing there? What have you shown us? That's a PR exercise. What have you shown us really? Seriously, what have you shown us?
I think PR maybe. I don't need to
You've
explain.
shown us this lady was talking about a microscope.
We need to move on. If maybe you've only seen the microscope, I think
Do
we
you
need to
know,
move on.
Leo? Let me just tell you the story. Yeah? You know where that hospital is? You know where that hospital is? I live next to that hospital. I live next to that hospital, and I've stayed there since my childhood. I know the services that she's talking about. We used to have them even before devolution. Yeah, sincerely, she painted an hospital. She brought a CT scan machine, and today, that's a previous clip you're playing where she was walking around the ward.
We'll have to proceed. We'll have to proceed because the more we keep on engaging, there's nothing you won't accept. And maybe just to tell you, I know there's a crop of leaders in Luo Nyanza who, when they are not able to convince voters to elect them, they resort to blaming Raila.
There is no election in Luo Nyanza.
And you
exist. There is no election in Luo Nyanza. Just keep quiet. There is no election in Luo Nyanza. It is a selection. There is no election in Luo Nyanza. It is a selection between the party and Iebc.
Okay, yes. Mzalendo, first of all, this is a very international channel, and sometimes we take very big solace because there's people watching us here. One thing I will not do, and I'm so sorry, I will not let you tell the chairman to keep quiet. He has the authority. Even as some of us that even have admin rights, we come here and we follow what the chairman is doing, the person that is designated to be the chairman. So please, if you want to be here, but respect the person with the authority of saying. So when they tell you, you cannot just come here. If Stone PK or I am or Alex is, you come and tell us just be quiet. Why did you even come here? We allowed you to be here, or the chairman allowed you to be here. He can kick you out anytime, but he's so nice that he's there. You telling him to keep quiet, that's out of respect. Some of us are quiet here and we could say something. So please respect the authority and how it works. Maybe that's not something that you're used to, but respect the chairman. Don't tell him be quiet.
Anyway, you didn't set the rules in the beginning that we should respect the chairman. Even when he's going wrong, we cannot correct him. So I am sorry, Mr. Chairman. Leo is my friend, and thank you for reminding me of the house rules that the chair has to be respected.
A point of order.
Yes, Alex.
I really respect Mzalendo, and the reason I respect him is resilience, to be able to just sit and debate with us on issues that are remote and important to our country. But Mzalendo, today you seem to come with two characteristics that are scary. First of all, you seem to come out like a male chauvinist. Because the way you are describing Gladys Wanga, bimboism, and that woman, what is she doing? You portray a character of a person of hatred, of contempt, of prejudice against women. It's a form of sexism that is used to keep women in a lower social status than men, thus maintaining the role of male patriarchal diligence. Now, and then you seem again to have another characteristics that makes me fear if you had won an election. You seem to be a misogyny. You subscribe to the political tenet of misogynist attitude. When instead of say Honorable Wanga, you say that woman, you keep on just looking at her as a person who is below the bar of any kind of leadership. And yet she's still the governor. In as much as we may not like Ruto, that chauvinism must go away, because in the end, she's still your governor. Even if you stay next to that hospital, maybe you are biased enough to only look at that dialysis machine, and you're blind enough not to see the overall what she's doing. But so far, what I've come to see is that Gladys Wanga might be the gift that you people needed. So far, what I see, I don't know. But those two characteristics that I have said, I have become preeminence of you today. And I need you to come out not to be seen that way. Women have had a long, odious, insidious struggle to be where they are today. And as a matter of fact, if women in Kenya today were to stop working for 3 weeks, our economy will collapse. It is our mothers who raised us. And we have said this over and over and over here. So don't come too hard on Gladys Wanga. You never came out so hard on Awiti when Awiti was the governor 2 times. So I think today you have come up with 2 characteristics. You need to call your governor honorable, not that woman or bimbo. So Pole Sana for saying that. But I guess I'm afraid if you become a leader with that kind of attitude towards women, I fear we are going to go to retrogress back to the point whereby again we are going to start to go to Beijing for women rights. We can't go for second Beijing. That was done, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for making such corrections. I know, I understand. Initially I did not know that Mzalendo is a politician who contested, so I can now understand his feeling. That is why I'm so patient and lenient with him. I know such feeling that happens. You know, in politics, it is true, and specifically when you cannot convince people to rally behind you. We know people who lose elections and go back and I accept that we lost. This is the reason. But the question that I do ask people, and I know Muzalendo will be able, having declared interest, will be able to answer me. If you know very well that in ODM there are no elections, there are no nominations, which might be true or not true, but the constitution of ODM allows for that selection. It allows for consensus. It also allows for the direct nomination, which is not only done in ODM, all the major parties. In fact, ODM tries to do a nomination. There are some parties that we've never known. There are some parties like me, I come from Uganda. There is a party even called MDG. They don't do it. In fact, they don't consult you. They don't even consult the candidates. We know of several leaders who've not been nominated, but the better part of it that they allow you, ODM does not stop you from getting an alternative party or going independent. In fact, it is the most democratic party that allows you, they allow you to campaign. So If ODM is the problem, why can't you join the other party that you feel is not the problem? Then you convince people, because not unless
Leo,
you cannot do
I am
without
not in
ODM.
ODM. Just a point of correction. I'm not in
Then you
ODM.
don't need to meddle in matters of ODM if you are not a member.
I am not in ODM. And another point of correction is that I've seen in this forum people disowning the president and calling the president names. I've not seen you people coming out very, very strongly, like today Alex was on my neck about calling Wanga, whatever I'd called her. Alex, Oma Bay County has really suffered from incompetent leadership given by the so-called party ODM. Every year in, year out, Baba needs his lieutenants. Those are the things that we are told when you go for elections. He needs his soldiers, people who can toe the line, people who can bow down to the leader. And that is exactly what happens. And you all know, even Leo knows that the psychophancy level of the people on the ground is just too much. That's why I was telling Stony PK, you cannot change our political leaders unless we change the voters who vote for these people.
Yes,
You have to change
let
their
me
mind.
I'm supporting you in this. I just want you to answer this question as you continue. Who are the major contestants in 2017? Let us start from the nomination point in ODM.
ODM on the gubernatorial race.
Yes.
We had
Awiti and
we in 2017 or
yes,
let's go to this
2017.
one. I want to go to the most recent.
No, let me start from 2017. It will lead us to the most
recent. Sam Wakiaga was there.
No, forget about, I'm talking the major one. The main contestants was Awiti and somebody called Oyugi Magwanga. Is it so?
I am told you told me to mention them. Why
no,
are you
I've
rushing
told you
me?
the main ones. You are giving
The
me a wrong
main
answer.
ones, I'm telling you the main ones. The main ones were Sam Wakiaga, Magwanga, and Awiti.
Then ODM refused or denied who certificate? Magwanga, is it so? And he went independent. Is it true?
Yeah, ODM denied Magwanga and gave Awiti.
Mr. Chair, why are you telling him? Why can't you just
Then
let
after
him
that,
answer the
there's a
question?
point I want to bring to him. After that, it simply means that the people of Homa Bay wanted Magwanga. They did not want Awiti. But currently, I think that Magwanga, ODM has given them the Magwanga.
What?
Why are you still complaining?
Magwanga
is the deputy governor. Is it true?
Is the deputy governor. But now this is the most important part.
Goals. You can't keep on shifting goals.
Magwanga is the deputy governor. He ran as a running mate to Gladys Wanga. What is wrong with that?
So that was the darling. That was the darling that you're saying ODM denied them.
Yes,
now ODM
just wait. You know there's a genesis for all this. Why is the deputy? Do you know that? Do you really know why is the deputy? Or do you want me to tell you why is the deputy?
All right, let us not regenerate.
Yeah, because you can't face the fact. You can't face the fact.
This is a national platform.
These are national issues also.
Let us go back national. Stone PK, you can pick it. Mzalendo just remain. You'll proceed.
No. I don't. This one was too hard for you.
Oh, Mr. Leo, just point of order. Just give me a minute, please. Mzalendo, Asomo Sango Academy.
Which year?
Ana somo gi Alila gi jomoko, Mike Alila gi jomoko.
Oh, isomo gi Mike Alila, isomo gi Mana, okay, isomo gi.
Oh, so when it comes to Homa Bay,
isomo gi my sisters bay.
Yeah, most probably. That's why I told you to have a talk with you. You didn't know why. So I am privy with the politics of Homa Bay. The reason of that is that my mother was the MOH of Homa Bay District Hospital. We lived inside. We lived also in Sofia for a while.
Oh my God! You are my kid brother. So take it easy. I might know you.
Yes.
From
Odoyo was my best friend.
Odoyo?
Mtoto wa Mrs. Omolo. So I know you very well. So let me tell you. So
Okay.
Zalendo, I've looked at you. I did not know until you said what you said about Homa Bay. That is when I connected the dots. So I've known you for a while, and now I'm understanding your mind. Whatever you are saying, it is true, and I want to concur with you. But you must know that democracy is a myth. You cannot go to criticize why people elected Awiti. You must blame the people. You should not blame who? Raila.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
No, you are blaming Raila has destroyed the careers of so many people.
He selects them.
That's antinomianism. You can't blame somebody for antinomianism. That's a brochure of nurtureness. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the politics of Homa Bay is so complicated. It's because of the Suba issue. It's because of the Kanyada issue. It's because of, and we understand it. So you don't have to bring it here. We understand it. But to get the balance of it, some things had to be done the way they had to be done. Even this Kidero you are saying was taking advantage of his wife coming from the Suba community. So don't come here with white lies.
Which are the lies? Which are the...
You almost lied to us that Homa Bay is just a selection. No, let's be honest. The people of Homa Bay failed to understand that if Awiti did not perform the first term, they ought to have done something by all necessary means. Because when you allow internal democracy to take over, then we go back to what the late Kajwang said, fidelity to the party. And that is what even Ruto has done. So don't blame him for politics. It also goes on how also to look for votes. So I understand what you are saying. That is the same mistake we are also experiencing in Nyamira. That we had a governor called Nyagarama. For all time before he died, he did nothing. We are just like a sub-county. Keroka is bigger than Nyamira, by the way. And you must blame our people, not the ODM party.
Do you know how Nyagarama got there for the second term?
No, don't, let's not go there. I was correcting you that I think you are playing local politics. Let's go back to national politics.
Anyway, hiyo wacha tutaongea siku ingine.
Thank you.
Kando.
Aston PK, we are on you.
Aya, sasa that's why we say here in this forum, we should address issues candidly. I really laugh when people keep referring to, oh, that was politics, oh, this. And today Alex really tried, and he did. When he tackled Mzalendo with the definitions, it's good sometimes to go back to really get on the track, because in our country we've made things look trivial. I talk to people about we need to do this, we need to do that. Then somebody says, oh my God, Stone PK, I'm never interested in politics. Please, then Personally, I get saddened when I hear somebody saying, politics is dirty. I don't like politics. I don't like discussing about politics. I just sympathize because such a person, number one, is highly ignorant. Anybody thinking that he or she can live in isolation without ever coming close to politics makes me sad. The second thing that makes me sad is when people just generalize that politics is dirty. I have never agreed with that principle. Whether it's a principle or it's a whatever insinuation of people, I don't know. But it can never be, a way of life cannot be dirty. It is only you who makes it dirty. It is people. Because every Tom, Dick, and Harry thinks it's a politician. Yeah, just because it's a way of life. The fact that maybe end up there is this, you announce, you select yourself to go and contest or to go and wherever you think you are a politician. Let's demystify that. It is way of life, and there's nobody who doesn't live. Whether you want to sit on the side or not, it is the way things are supposed to be managed. So people should pay attention. People should concentrate. People should create interest. And it is that attitude that has resulted into sitting aloof. Then we leave fools to become our leaders. It is in that note that those people who can really reject the 50 bob never go to vote. They leave the people who will get 50 bob to and kind of celebrate turnout for voting. So when it comes to even foul play, who are in those polling stations, it is the people who have no say, the weak, all right? When it comes to those people who are going to be agents, who are there, it is the weak, the meek, the poor, the hungry. They are the ones who are there, as what we call agents and all that. So our political structure, our political activities are managed by people who are very vulnerable, people who can be swayed anywhere. That's why you had politicians being bribed in the toilet with shilingi elfu tano kumi. Mato can remind me when he comes. It is that sad. And it is what Ruto has ridden on. Going
What was that, John Piquet? Sorry.
No. I was saying you remind me how much money MPs were being given in the toilets. Was it 15K?
No, I think it was about. That was 20.
Around 10.
20.
No, around 10, 20, or whatever.
Yeah, it was. It was actually 18. Yeah. But if you were willing, it would be 20. And that was the Mandela lady.
Is it how many that were being given in the toilet to vote differently? Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to demonstrate how we have left the lives. Politics is a way of life. So we have left our lives to be managed by hungry, poor people. People who are even hungry and are even short of brains, short of working brains. And that's why we are where we are. And that is why Ruto has taken over. And he has even convinced these people that he won elections. That he goes around, he's going around, and that is coming out of his mouth very easily. Because all those who are surrounding him, including the MPs, have been given some money. He has so much money that he was able to buy, and he's able to continue bribing everyone. We have already forgotten the 3 trillion he has. In 100 days, is mekwisha. People have forgotten. As I always say, as Kenyans, we are short memory. Tuliambua tuko kama ngiri. Atuongei juu ya 3 trillion, sorry, not reason. This tells you how vulnerable this country is. That we can sit and even look. even if Gladys is going there launching or supervising painting of a hospital, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It doesn't have to be a multi-billion thing. We want that kind of hands-on. And even if it is UDA, governor, or whatever, that's the way we want them to deliver to Mwananchi. Somebody who goes to the ground to understand, ask questions, talk to the technician, the lab the nurses. Then they tell you firsthand, not using proxies who want to come and please you, madam, sir, and all that. I really hate that kind of approach. I like when you're on the ground, and even sometimes it's good to make impromptu things. You go, decide. And sometimes you should even tell people, don't surround me. You go alone. Nobody's going to wherever. I don't even know why they move around with the gangs of people, crowd. Unabebana na watu wote, all of them falling down to please you, yet they are whatever. Yeah. So for me, whether it's a small, whether it's a hospital machine, whatever, what that activity is, it's okay. And I'm sure it's not a PR. She doesn't need any PR. She's a governor. She has 5 years to go. There is no PR that she needs. If she will not perform, it will show. But I can bet she is known to be a performer. She has shown that she can do from when she was a women rep, from what I'm told by people from that area. Maybe Zalendo has a different because he has other issues. So let us try to ensure that the vulnerability, political vulnerability, is limited, is checked. Otherwise, we continue having this kind of crop of leaders. Like now, I can assure you, Ruto and his gang, it is the lowest imesurpass ya Moi. Although ya Moi ilikuwa na watu kama akina Mulu Mutesi, akina nani, akina this guy of Naivasha, Chotara Kariuki, those kind of people. Yeah. That we excuse it because by then, those were the so-called hot politicians. Yeah. And that time it was just mobilizing people, tingiza. But this time and age, you're having people who even have no clue. Technically, people who even academically or in terms of education hawana, wengi wao ni makaratasi ya uongo. They have not sat in the schools they say they sat, and really you expect results. People who even have no background, they have let's say community management, programs and all that. Umewapatia madaraka at just because they sang your song, and they are weak, they'll come and adore you, they'll kneel before you, and you expect them to wherever. This is the government that will have devalued what a CS is supposed to be, devalued who a governor is supposed to be. It is a government that has told us it doesn't matter, and it is true, they have confirmed. You can pick anybody from the street na unampatia kazi, because kazi ya CS na ya kufagia hospitali ni the same. Kazi ni kazi according to UDA. So anybody can sweep and anybody can become a CS. That is exactly what we have been demonstrated to have. So ni watoto nyara zinaanguka, ule ataangukia anachukua, ule atakosa anakaa. That is the serikali that we sit hoping that itafanya nini? Itasaidia. Unapatia unaweka nyani kwa karibu na shamba na haina fence na una expect utakuta mahindi. Mbuzi zako unaacha umefungua ile tunaita kiugo na haina iko hapo. Na umezifunga na kamba, haina iko hapo inaziangalia, and you expect to find them back. Ni shida kubwa tu sana. Lastly, I do not think Baba has destroyed anybody's career. The people who claim to have been stopped from wherever are people who have also been rejected by their own people. Because I would want to hear of one person, whether it's Nyanza, whether it's Western, wherever ODM is strong. I would want to hear somebody whose Baba denied a ticket, akaenda, akachaguliwa na siti ingine. I know somebody will tell me this George Mann. Is it whatever that this guy who tricked the electorate? Yeah, but I would want to hear of a clear cut. Somebody who Baba went and how he went and decided that he's not the one to get the ticket. You know, otherwise we heap blames, we heap machungu. Kwanza kuna hawa watu wa Nyanza wengine wana machungu ya Baba. Hata mtu akishindwa kwenda Lu anasema ni Baba, bibi yake akishindwa kupata mtoto anasema ni Baba. You know, it is a shame. When Baba will not be there, who will you blame? Back to you, Leah.
Yeah, that is true. There are crops of leaders who want to blame anything that happens to them. If they go for an interview and fail, they'll blame Raila. I've had several success stories. Yesterday, I was listening to this Ramogi FM. They were live. I was listening to this young man called Dr. Osian, David Osian. You all know him. He really explained, how Handshake made him the CIS in the Ministry of Industry. He explained what he did and how he managed to lift and change lives of different people. That is something that most people, in given opportunity, they don't do that. And that's a young man who Raila held his hands and took him to Uhuru, who gave him that opportunity. But currently, Ruto has killed that opportunity because Ruto did not want to work with everyone who worked with Uhuru. Then you go and listen to the second version of people whose hands were held. One called Mwalimu Odoyo Windi, who was made the chairman at the Lake Basin, did nothing. Not even his villagers can say what he did. There is nothing progressive. What he did was to benefit him and himself, not even his family members. So those are the people who are shouting loudly and telling you that Raila this, we want to deliver people from Raila this and that. You have somebody like Obado, somebody who's been a governor for 2 terms, a governor of Migori for 2 terms, did nothing to change the lives of the people of Migori. They're the same people who want to tell you how Raila is the one who is making the Luos to remain poor. Yet he was given that opportunity. He was given an opportunity, even when some people in ODM did not want him. We are having a former governor of Kisumu who was given 5 years, the first governor of Kisumu, through ODM, somebody called Jack Rangoma. This person did not do anything to change Kisumu city, and Nyong'o has proved him wrong. So they are the same people who are moving around the country telling you Raila this, ODM this. So in this country, I think if somebody fails, they blame Raila. But if they succeed, they won't tell you how Raila made them to succeed. So everybody wants to blame Raila. And I think Raila has led to the success of almost every politician here by either opposing or abusing him or supporting him. Wallo would not have been a ICT minister without Raila. Wallo, in fact, among the people who bungled, who mismanaged the ODM elections campaigns in 2013. He's among the secretaries, the ones who are in charge of finance and failed to pay the agents. After that, ODM did not send him away. He came back to contest in Kibera with Mudavadi's party when Mudavadi was still with NASA and NASA was still with Raila. People failed to elect him. So after that, he had to demonize Raila. Then that is what made Ruto to notice and pick him. Now he's a CS. So I think being Raila is hard, and the name Raila is a brand that has made several people in this country. And those people are saying Raila has destroyed careers. They don't know, because if you oppose Raila, you still become successful. The opponent will pick you. People like Ababu are successful for supporting and opposing Raila on equal measures. Aisha Juma will not have been appointed the CS if had she not opposed Raila. If maybe she supported Raila and lost the elections, that would have been her end. But because she opposed Raila and lost the elections, she is now the CS. So Raila is a brand, a name that should be respected. That is why we normally revere that name. Whenever names are mentioned in the country, we have to revere it because it needs maximum respect. I think we've been here and we are still here. We are not getting tired soon. Let me welcome, I can see who, somebody have joined, Geoffrey Ouma. Geoffrey Ouma, karibu.
Asante.
Mzalendo, I hope you're still around. Kenyan with love, you wanted to say something before I allow Geoffrey to give his submission?
No, Mr. Chair, go on. I'm still here. Go
All
on.
right. Thank you. So Geoffrey, you are welcome. We started maybe to brief you shortly. We were looking at, the IBC term has ended, and Chebukati is going home. So we're also weighing. We know after giving us some fake election results, bungling elections twice, he's now going home. So have he left his a negative footprint in the IBC, or he's going with them? Then maybe as a Kenyan, what do you think is your opinion as far as the IBC and the electoral bodies are concerned? Should we just be allowing people to come and bungle elections and go scot-free? Or maybe if you look at it in the Kenya Kwanza perspective, I know you will say that they already declared him a national hero, and you won't be surprised that he's going to be appointed elsewhere. So far, he's been rewarded, but they'll still want to reward him and give him some public office to keep on being celebrated. So is it that we are going to celebrate mediocrity and celebrate criminals and some people who mismanage the offices that they were given? Or what do you think as a Kenyan should be done to ensure that the future of our electoral bodies is saved and things don't happen the way they've been happening for the last electoral periods that we've been having? So that is what we are discussing, and you're also allowed to comment on the situation, current economical situation that we're having. Now the schools are going to open soon, and there's anxiety that all of us will have to agree that if you're having a student in the high school, you'll have to pay like 8,000, from 5,000 to 8,000 more than what was paid previously. Those ones who are doing university are still also hanging. They don't know anything can happen in between, depending with the pronunciations of the heads of state concerning the help and the cost of life generally, because for your child to reach school, you'll have to use the boda or you'll have to use the buses, and the fuel is high, and the food price is also high. So the schools are also likely to increase the school fee based on the amount that they're going to spend in buying the food items in school. So what is your take, Mr. Geoffrey Ouma?
Thank you, sir. Just give me like 2-3 minutes. There's something I'm working on. And then
No problem. I just had some nice video here that I would want my people to see how or what is in the mind of your
will you want your children to be? This is the question. It is not about you and me. It is about them. This is intergenerational. After we have elected them, you'll then see them sending their arrows ahead. You'll see Bill Gates come and meet your president. You'll see Tony Blair come and meet your president. You'll see Macron come and meet your president. You'll see all of them. And then they will never admit, but they'll be told, if you want money in agriculture, behave this way. If you want money in this area, behave this way. They will never tell that to the Chinese. They will never tell that to the Indians. They will never tell that to the Vietnamese. They will never tell that to the Koreans. But in Africa, they tell us. That is why, as I speak to you now, under this new scramble, the IMF and the World Bank are back, telling you who to hire in your universities, what to sell and what not to sell. It is a sad situation. So today, as I look at Africa in that new scramble, the Chinese are here, the Turks are here, the British are here, the French are here, the Qataris are here, the Americans are here. This time round, they are so subtle that we don't even recognize them, but they control us. What are we going to do about it? In order to develop, we must do something. It has also been demonstrated that it can be done. I've traveled across this continent and I've seen that development is possible. You go to Rwanda now. They are demonstrating that it can be done. Go to Kigali now. See what they are doing in the health sector in their own small way. See how they are collaborating in the area of mobile telephony in their own small way. It can be done. I've been to Botswana and I've seen what they are doing in their own small way. I've been to Mauritius, see what they are doing in their own small way. And they do not have the resources that other countries have. And I'm giving these examples to say that indeed it can be done, and it can be done within the continent of Africa. So what we must do is to begin to pull together. We have 55 telephone access codes. Nigeria 234, Ghana 233, Kenya 254, Tanzania 255, Uganda 256, Zambia 260, Zimbabwe 263. How can we, in this day and age, you cross into Benin, you cross into Togo, you cross into Guinea-Bissau, you have a different internet connectivity. Why can't Africa have a single satellite and a single telephone call, so that when I travel from Mogadishu in Somalia to Dhaka in Senegal, like the Chinese do, like the Americans do, like the Indians do, we can have the same, because communication is critical to development. And I'm saying this, part of my agenda is to prick your conscience with live examples, that you may go out there irritated, but irritated to do the right thing. And I'm suggesting that indeed, when we talk about development, this is what we must do. Is Africa conscious of our state? Yes, Africa is conscious. This is what makes me happy. That after all these analysis, it appears to me that Africans have now recognized that going forward, we can only defeat the conspiracies, we can only have development as we are talking about it by working as a team. It is only through industrialization that we are going to be manufacturers in all sectors. Make unity attractive. Because if you don't make it attractive, we will separate, and that will make us weaker. You are here, maximum 40 years, you will have gone upstairs. But after 40 years, in which kind of country will you want your children to be? This is the question. It is not about you and me. It is about them. This is intergenerational. Africa must change. Africa can change. And it can only change if we change our minds. And our minds we must change.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. The same happened is not only Africa, but Africa change starts with Kenya. Kenya can change, but for us to change, we have to change our mind. We need to change our mind from believing that what is happening currently is right to believing that we can do something and things should be done differently. It is possible. It has happened before. And nothing stops us from making it happen again. And revolution, as many will not want to say, is not started by maybe politicians or some people who are organized or some rich, but it started by the movement starts within somebody's mind and somebody's zeal and need for change. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the position you are or where you are in the society, but as long as you have that feeling, you have that urge to make things change and to make things differently, you can start a movement that will ensure that the country is taken to the right direction. But I'm happy. Everything that Kenya Kwanza is doing is just proving what people want. There are things that people want that they did not know. And those people will not come into terms to reality to realize that there is no plan, there is no economic model that is put in place, there is no better days ahead. There are some people who come into that reality and they've already started changing their thoughts. Though there are some who deep inside them, they know the truth, but they don't want to say it because of maybe pride, and some people also fear that people will laugh at you, that you supported the government. No, it is not too late. People can walk and chat the way, because we are having a government that is not concerned. We are having a government that their main concern is discussing one man, a government that is only concerned with the elections, a government that is still suffering from the last election. So that is what we have. Yeah, like let me show you what the deputy president thinks of when he wakes up.
Inspect the passing out parade in quick time with energy and vigor. I forgot temporarily and went back to the political world. And I was just wondering, as I saw your step in quick time, the energy, the vigor, and my mind was just wondering, what would have been the future of our parades for the military and discipline forces if things had gone the other way? That is a story for another day.
So those are the kind of the things that the people you are expecting to revolve and revive the economy think of when given microphone and the people seated in front of him. He's forgetting that the former president, Moi Kibaki, was elected when he was in a wheelchair. And apart from being tribal, I think that was the only shortcoming of Moi Kibaki. I think he is the one who foresaw the most tribal government that we had in Kenya. Economically, he delivered. And everybody will agree that economically, Kibaki delivered. His only problem was tribalism.
Point of correction, they delivered. They
delivered.
Point of
Yeah, in fact, one of the most progressive and the most progressive and professional ministers that we had was the one that we had during the time of Kibaki, whereby we had people like Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, people like Oparanya, we had people like Ngilu, people like Raila, who was the Minister of Roads. That's the time that Kenya saw some tremendous growth. And this one continued even after during Grand Coalition government. And most projects that we have in Kenya were incepted by the NAC government, then the later Grand Coalition government, when we had Kibaki and Raila. And in fact, NAC government at the beginning, when they were delivering the free primary education, delivering on the promises, they were together. And even Uhuru Ruto government that came in 2013, the projects that they were implementing were projects that were designed and put in place by Kibaki and Raila's government. They came up with something called Vision 2030. And I'm sure, had they been given time, we would have realized the Vision 2030. We are just, currently, we are 7 years to Vision 2030. And somebody is not even seeing that. So it is the Vision 2030 that has been running this government. They came up with the projects that saw the expansion of the infrastructure across the country. I imagine somebody like Raila pushing for the construction of the Thika superhighway. This highway doesn't lead to Nyanza. It doesn't lead to Western. But he had Kenya at his heart. He's somebody who knows what needs to be done. Uhuru Kenyatta's last 4 years, when he had a handshake, did some tremendous gains in infrastructure. Because when you expand the road, farmers and the mama mboga will benefit, because the mboga will have to reach the market in time. When you expand the road, Anybody doing business will be easy, because the major problem that we have in this country is transport. That is why if they increase the price of fuel, everybody suffers. The next day, the price of bread will have to increase, simply because everything depends on this fuel and transportation. For you to get that egg, or for you to get that cabbage from Kinangop, or to get that maize from Trans Nzoia to Nairobi, it has to be transported. So if transportation is improved, you have better roads, the fuel price is low, then I think life can be easy. As simple as that. But now you have a president who comes and tells you, no, that fuel subsidy is not helping us. The only thing that can help us is fertilizer. Are you going to eat fertilizer? Sasa wakileta unga, ipate kama fertilizer already kwa tumbo ndio mmea haraka, or what did he mean? Oh, this government is really joking. Even if you look at the people who've been given these ministries, they are people who cannot deliver. Those ministries, they are full of jokers. They are full of jokers. And they don't understand what they are doing. They don't understand what they are doing. So Kenyans need to call on these people. They were not ready. They told us they had the plan. The plan is not there. They've not delivered their first 100 days promises. They are not yet going to deliver the 5-year promise. So we need to tell them that as Chaka normally tells us, mbuzi pewe mwenyewe. Mwenye mbuzi apewe. And they are worried. That is why they run to the Western countries. They are looking for Raila each and every time because they are worried. They are really worried. I've seen some people commenting, telling me, saying that Raila threatened demonstrations and it did not happen. We keep on threatening. No, the government is worried, and if there's anything that disturbs them is what Raila is going to say. Raila have not been talking, but with them each and every meeting, each and every Sunday, the sermons have been turned into the gospel of Raila Odinga, the gospel of Amolo, the gospel of Bondo, the letter to Bondo, a letter to Raila, a letter to ODM. So that has been their gospel. And even in the churches nowadays, they don't preach, they preach Raila, and they've introduced a new church called the Interdenominational Church of Kenya, or the Interdenominational Republic of Kenya. And Ruto is soon being crowned the Pope of that church. It's really sad. Geoffrey, are you ready or you're still? Can we hear from you?
I'm almost.
Okay, why almost? Let me. I don't know how young are you, but there are a few things you've said there that I want to correct you. And I want to be kind enough. I don't want to use Kenyan literature. I want to use an independent writer, and I want to read something small here. When the world was watching in 2002 as the Rainbow Coalition came into power, one woman impressed the world. That was Charity Kalokilo. After visiting a rural hospital, when a woman outside stopped her, the woman held her son, who was 9 years old, sick with swamps of fever, and he had boils all over his body. I'll pass a paragraph saying, and she held that boy and took him to the clinic, and the doctor asked for money and said, you must pay before we treat you. Not knowing Gilu was there, that child was sent away. After that, Ngilu took that boy with a government vehicle to Nairobi and treated the boy. 2 days later, he asserted that Kenya must have universal healthcare. Iebc called him and told him that cannot be. However, Ngilu defied it, wrote a bill and sent it to Parliament. And he was asked, how can a country that has the poverty rate of 56% have universal health care. And that was the parting shot between Ngilu and the Kibaki government. While Ngilu believed that we could have universal health care, Kibaki said we cannot have it. We don't have the money. Ngilu asked, then how did we have free primary education? Kibaki did not have the answer. When you say that Kibaki delivered, sometimes I wonder what you say. If there was a president who had every opportunity, capacity, and every support from even the Human Rights Commission, it was Kibaki. He squandered it. He ended up the country being divided, and the problems we are seeing today emanated from the man called Kibaki. His legacy must be put into question.
Alex, thank you. Makofi. Amen.
We should not
kunywa chai kwa hiyo maneno. I have been singing this to these guys. They never got it. We are where we are because of that mzee Kibaki.
Okay, mzalendo, wacha Alex amalize.
So in finishing, I will say this. Let us not fascistize mediocrity and look back and think that we strove when actually we retrogressed. It is a pity that supersedes logic. Kibaki never performed. He tore us apart, and that is why we are seeing today where we are tribally. Kibaki had an opportunity, like the Nyerere era, to bring us together. He divided us, left us divided. We are still divided, and will continue to be divided until we'll go back. He should not have agreed to tribal counties. We should have gone to the Bombers draft, which was 14 regions, and Kenya would have been better. Never say here that he performed. He divided us. Unity is more important than anything. If we were united, we will be more better and much far. We should not be talking with Mzalendo what we are talking here today. We should be talking about fintech. We should be talking about green energy. We should be talking about issues that other countries are talking about, not planting 1 million trees. That should have been done with Wangari Maathai long time ago, because she received an international award, which was in terms of billions of money. But because of his hatred of that woman, misogyny, and male chauvinism, they took him out of that office of ministry, just an assistant minister, and had a parliamentary seat because she stood firmly with the Kenyans. So don't talk about Kibaki that he performed. He was a male chauvinist and a misogyny, a person who hated Wangari Maathai, only to come to recognize Wangari Maathai when he got an international award. But before that, he refused to support Ngilu. He refused to support Wangari Maathai. So, hii maneno mnasema he performed. We must speak truth to the spirit so that we can move ahead. Kibaki never performed. He divided us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for the correction. Mzalendo.
I mean, Alex, thank you, Alex. Thank you very, very much. This is something that I've been telling these guys for the longest time, that Kibaki only tried to perform because they were working with Raila, and it was a push and shove. Yeah, if somebody was watching what the other one was doing. That is the reason why they worked in 2000 after the post-election violence, when that seat for prime minister was created. You can ask yourself one simple question: why did Kibaki not even appoint Raila as the vice president when Raila said Kibaki tosha? Kibaki was the most tribal leader Kenya has ever had, and let me and you can attest this. If you go on Friday, when the Mali inaitwa Kennel during Kibaki's time, you will see the parastatal vehicles, the MDs, the
the cabinet ministers going back home. And he employed people from his tribe only. And the worst part of it, he was incapacitated. That guy, I don't think that he was fit to lead the Republic of Kenya. What he was saying, he could not, I think he was really being pushed. There were times that he was okay, but there were times that he was off completely. He didn't even know his name. So those are things that sometimes tunazipuuza too, but they are the reality. We had the chance to change this country in 2007, we didn't. We had the opportunity, and the opportunity came. And the same Baba said that hatuwezi mwaga damu anymore. The opportunity was there to change the country forever to a better Kenya, but we goofed. We didn't take the opportunity. So today we are back at it again, and I can assure you, for us to get that chance that we had in 2007, we might never get it. Maybe my grandchildren will see it, but this generation of ours, I don't think we will see it at all. I always say that your opponent is just maybe 1 meter away. You call Ruto evil, but you are just probably 1 meter away from being where he is. You're just following him very, very closely. Very, very, very closely. So let us watch. Sometimes when you celebrate these leaders, look at their past, look at what they have dragged us into. Look at what they have dragged us into. And even those people who you're seeing from Central supporting Baba, they're not really supporting Baba because they like Baba. They're supporting Baba because Uhuru told them to support Baba. They are Uhuru supporters who came to Baba's side. So tuangalie kwa makini siasa zetu, huenda tukajikua huku mbele.
Oh, that is true. That is true. Yeah. Some of these guys are supporting Baba just because they need to survive. It brings you back to what I was telling you. For you to succeed in Kenyan politics, Raila is the common denominator. You either make him your enemy or your friend. And that is what has kept most politicians alive. And a wise politician will not be able to hate somebody who made their political paths to be bright and brighter. So that's why it pains some of us when we hear some people talking bad and humiliating the name Raila, a name that they need to praise and respect each and every time. It's really wrong to do that and evil politically. Kenyan with love, you reached,
Raila
yeah?
is respected and hated in equal measure.
Why would you want to hate such a person?
Mzalendo, is Frederick Siego your friend?
You now you homeboy, just relax. But I have given you my number. You'll call me. This is a national TV. Yeah.
You just said a statement he just wrote a few minutes ago. He just wrote like 10 minutes ago. He was just saying the same statement. I'm like,
who is that? I don't even know him.
He's your person. He's the regional coordinator of Kenya Kwanza in South Nyanza.
Alex, you'll be surprised. I have never met any Ruto official. I have never met Ruto in person. In fact, I know Baba more than I even know Ruto. I have never met any UDA official. It's just me. I'm not a member of UDA and I'm not a member of ODM.
So when you guys each and every time you're saying that huyu ni mtu wa UDA, I see the panelists here thinking that I'm a UDA member. I only like what Ruto says. I like his boldness. I like his intelligence. I like what he stands for. That is what I like in Ruto. And it is my political decision to follow him. And in fact, the reason this guy has been battered by almost the deep state, the former president, the opposition leader, inaitwaje, Mutembei media, and name it. Huyu jamaa alikuwa amelemewa na kila mtu, then he comes from nowhere and beats everybody else. Surely huyo jamaa bada, mpigieni salute, mwambie you manze, tunakuheshimu bana. Yeah, media, you beat the media, you beat the forces, you beat everybody else. Yeah? And then you go even before God.
So,
And
Mzalendo,
even
do you still believe, maybe in your thoughts, do you believe that there is a deep state?
Deep state is there. Deep state is there. The deep state was Ruto. The deep state was Ruto. The deep
But
state
you're saying he managed to beat the deep state, and you're saying he was the deep state.
Yani, you know, you are being cheated. That you know my tribesmen are very gullible. You are being cheated that you're being given a red carpet, mkaona mumefika. Yeah. Yet this guy was even the president. Ruto is not even in his first term; he's in his second term as the president of the Republic of Kenya. Mukae mukijua hiyo ndio kitu mujawahi jua na mutawahi jua. Who was in control and who was in charge? People like kina Matiang'i were nothing, zero. Hawa walienda wapi? Immediately after election, Matiang'i is working here, I don't know, in New York or where, in the UN. Nasikia hivyo, alikuwa amejipanga mapema sana, that he knew that hapa this guy is in control. Somebody who tells the president, bwana mimi nitakuzaba kofi, then anawambia bwana, hebu niangalie mimi, mnaona ni kama mimi kura yangu mnaweza iba. Ukiniangalia hivi inaitwa mkuki wa kotelel, ikikudunga unaenda kabisa, haubaki. Ilidunga watu wengi kwa hii siasa. Watoto wa Moi wako wapi bwana, na hiyo bilioni yao yote?
Yes, Tony. Tony, unasema nini?
Huyu mzalendo ana confirm mambo yote. Hiyo mkuki ndio mutatiwa nayo, mzalendo, mutakuja mkiwika, mutadungwa, mutadungwa kwa mdomo itokelezee sehemu sitaki kusema.
Inaitwa mshale wa koitalal samoai. Akikurushia hivi unaenda kabisa kama umeenda nyumbani.
Hiyo ni nini itawadunga?
Wale wanaenda Ichwara, Gatundu wameenda, wale wanaenda Baringo walishaenda, wale wako on their way to Bondo bado wako njiani wanaenda. Sasa ni kumbembeleza tu bana, tunataka kuingia kwa hii serikali yako. Otherwise to 2027 hakuna competition, my friend.
Unapewa appointment lini mzalendo?
Mimi niko naridhika na ile sehemu niko sahi. Kwa hivyo kuna
ya propaganda.
Na sidhani kama
nilisikia na walipo mpaka wale mko huko US.
Analipa watu pesa. Mimi pesa ya Raila ndio nimekula, ya Ruto sijai kula. Na si ati kula kwa hongo, nilikula kwa kazi ambayo nilimfanyia. So ya Ruto bado mimi sijala. Na pengine ikikuja mimi siwezi kataa, ama Stone wewe utakataa. Utajifanya hapa ati mimi hiyo pesa siwezi kubali. Mimi you know me, mimi you know me Stone PK. Me that money I cannot take it.
Zalendo.
I cannot take it.
Zalendo. You don't know Stone PK. I'm self-sustaining, and if I was to eat campaign money, I would be one of the senior PSs in that country. But I'm not corruptible. I'm
No,
on record.
it's not eating. It's not eating money per
Corruption.
se. It's not corrupt. It's not being
And I
corrupted.
cannot work for a government kama ya Ruto bwana mzalendo. I have integrity of the highest order. You can seek my name everywhere. Top. I'm one of the top integral people in that country. Test me, put on me on any litmus. That I pride in. Google my dad.
Sasa, you know such brains, we need them back in the country. We need you to work in EACC. There are so many independent bodies that are not controlled by the government.
But they can't work. They can't deliver.
No, EACC was given to PLO Lumumba, but once they realized this guy was having integrity, what did they do? So don't lie to Stone. What did they do?
He's talking to me as if I'm not a Kenyan. I know that country since when I became active in understanding politics. It was, I think, Moi's time. So I know it very well.
Who is now the head of EACC in Kenya? Webukala, who is the chairman.
Useless, doing nothing.
Wabukala, who appointed Wabukala?
It doesn't, Mzalendo, you guys, you argue very funny.
No, it's not an argument. Me, I'm just trying to find out who appointed Abukala, that guy.
Kenyan politicians.
No,
like
how did he get to that position?
But that's the ridiculous thing.
This guy retired as an archbishop. Then all of a sudden, I was seeing him like he's the chairman of EACC.
But you guys are sending Chebukati there. He's the one to replace him.
Oh, he's the one to replace.
That's the rumor. It's not confirmed.
Oh, then that is news. You see, you are also in UDA more than me. Yeah, you know some things that I don't know.
No, I'm a Kenyan. I'm a very Kenyan, very Kenyan.
Hiyo ni siasa za UDA. Mi sijui who is replacing Wabukala as the chairman, but I don't think Chebukati can be in a hot seat anymore. That guy, ile shida amepitia ni mingi.
Hata hawezi ishi, ataanza kuvogodha kama nani. Huyu jamaa anaitwaje? Huwezi fanya dhambi hivyo uishi duniani.
No, unajua wewe ndio unajua, nyinyi watu wa Azimio ndio unaona alifanya dhambi. Watu wale wa UDA anaona alifanya kazi mzuri. So
watu wa UDA ni mashetani. Watu wa UDA ni mashetani. Devil worshippers. Yes, UDA ni shetani tupu, Satan.
Sasa Stony, hapo ndio sasa the junction where we differ, because you can say UDA ni mashetani, au pia wanasema watu wa Azimio ndio mashetani inugu, hata nyinyi wanaoita inugu wakubwa.
Exactly. So and alafu tutaona, we will see, because you can't fool people forever, bwana mzalendo. This game itakuwa game short very soon.
I have just told you, just rise up, create your own path. If you have got the good policies, good ideas, we will follow you. Don't wait for don't wait for Baba, who is going for retirement. Tafuta to your path. Look for your own path politically. Follow it, and you might be surprised that you will be the next president of the Republic of Kenya if you do your homework very well.
Can I tell you something? I cannot waste my energy. If 60 years we've not matured to what you are describing, do you 60 years? 60 years is a long time. And someone like Mzalendo, you are saying things are okay. Wewe sasa.
Things are moving to the right direction. I'm very, very positive about it.
You are saying that, and you listen to yourself saying that. And
yes.
And you say that country things will be fine, and you believe in it.
Yeah, things would be okay.
And you believe it. And you
after
believe
Ruto will line up things, and things will be okay. There will be a president after Ruto. And the president probably would be. Do you know the next president of Kenya after Ruto?
Gachagua.
No, 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 no. You are lost even in the politics.
No. Who will be? Who will you steal for? Mutaibia nani?
You keep on guessing, but the next president of Kenya is already in the making.
See, already, because of course there will be no election. You'll do your Kamango thing. That's obvious.
No, for Ruto, I don't think he has a challenger. There's nobody who can challenge him right now.
Ataenda bila kupingwa. Then by the time he's leaving, he will do a Kamango for whoever he wants. But unfortunately,
No, it would be open. It would be open. I mean, Ruto will leave it open.
Listen to this one. Unfortunately, God is taking him too soon.
Oh, Ruto.
I don't know who.
No, those are the things that sometimes those are prayers from Satan.
Yeah, we wish him very bad.
Yeah, sometimes when you wish people bad luck and bad things to happen to them,
yes,
and bad people stay forever. There's a saying in my tribe that the bad people you'll always find them around. The good one will go very, very fast. So we don't wish anybody death, whether they are good, whether they are bad, or whether they have done for us a lot of harm. We pray for them that they improve in their character. That is the only Christian way of thinking.
Let me tell somebody something. Somebody who really he thinks in reverse. Mr. Geoffrey Ruto, Stone PK is not a refugee, for your information. You seem to be. I think Ruto has very shallow way of thinking. Really shallow. Why don't you deal with with issues? Who told you I'm a refugee? Brother, I've moved very freely. Maybe I should share my CV with you. You see what I do, which I don't. My friends, we are not refugees like you guys, some of you. Me, I move to this world globe wherever I want because of my profession, period. So don't believe you're here thinking at Raila to win for me to go back Kenya. I was in Kenya, I came 2 days ago, and I'm going back again, unfortunately. Yeah. So brother Ruto, don't be so cheeky and so silly, Sorry, but you irritate, you disgust. Yeah. You really disgust. And I wonder what kind of thinking you are. Brainless. Anyway, continue Mzalendo. That's nonsense.
Hey, naona kama kuna mtu amepigwa vita kwa hii channel ni Mzalendo.
Unajua Mzalendo, I tell people to use brains.
Wewe umepigwa vita kidogo hivi unakasirika. Mimi I think from the time they see my face on the screen is that matusi anaanza tu hivyo.
No, me I don't take nonsense.
But anyway, me appreciate the bad comments. I appreciate the good ones. Because they shape your character. There are some things that you don't have to comment. If you go to any marketplace and you find some dogs barking, you don't go throwing stones to each and every dog in the marketplace. Just watch our pige kelele. Yeah, those things, they don't really affect you much, but the point is taken. Some when Ruto is also telling you about what he believes in, that is exactly what he believes in. Yeah, he believes in his man. He believes in Ruto's presidency.
No, let him talk about the Ruto president. It's not to say that I was expecting to go back to Kenya. Does he know where I am? Really? Discuss things. Don't be so trivial, man.
That was below the bar.
Below the bar. This man is an idiot. I'm telling you.
Let me play a video here.
You now in hizo video zako bwana. You've been repetitive for the last how many hours playing the same videos.
No, it is not the same.
Then you played
Mzalendo, we just told you that
general elections that we have had in this country, there was always something suspicious. Always something suspicious.
Always, you mean in every election?
In every general election, there was always something that people wanted to get clarifications on, shed more light in and so forth. In the last election, other than the 2022, people said that some of those people winning were winning with 54% vote, 54 generally, and they said that election was heavily rigged. Okay, very good. In the last election, this 2022 election, because of their statements, public statements, like for example, ninyi mnafikiria mimi naweza kuipiwa kura kweli? Mimi. Ngumu sana wajaribu. Now, that statement is loaded. All you are saying is, you are the one to control your winning. It is not about them. It's about me. It's about my processes. And I'm going to make sure that I cannot lose. Now, that particular statement is telling us everything. That even after the elections, people will still say, was it correctly done? And then the next thing is this, that somebody comes and says, this is the Lord of corruption. Now, Lord of corruption simply means that we coordinate every corruption process in this country. When it comes to my main thing, and that is the election, that's where I'm going to do it even better. Now, doing it even better simply means you are going to be involving all the government arms in this. You are going to be involving every official and officer in all these things, and therefore the decisions that they make will be made to favor you. That is the Lord, what the Lord means.
That is it. It's a new one, not an old one.
Zalendo, what do you say?
Yeah, this is very new, and that guy he has a point. He has a very, very good point. The only thing that is failing short to explain is that Ruto was not the president, and the president of the Republic of Kenya gets a briefing. Just listen. Gets briefing from NIS.
Ruto doesn't get.
No, listen. The briefings from the president of the Republic of Kenya inatoka from that intelligent body inaitwa NIS or NSAS. Even kabla kura ipigwe walikuwa wanashajua baba ameshashindwa na wakaambia Uhuru, but he could not do anything about it. There was nothing.
Okay.
Kabla hata ipigwe.
Okay.
I am
sawa, umeshinda. You guys don't argue with Mzalendo bana.
Mimi kabla hata
haya baba alishindwa.
Wanajua nani anaenda kushinda kura na walishampatia intelligence hii kitu inaenda hivi.
Haya Ruto alishinda basi.
Inaenda hivyo, wacheni ni ile tu Uhuru alikubali demokrasia iprevail, otherwise angeleta shida. Hakuna mahali Uhuru alikuwa anashindwa kubatilisha hiyo maneno.
Wacha tukufurahishe bwana. Tufunge kipindi vizuri.
Kenyan with love.
Poleni. I'm sorry Mr. Chair, nilikuwa kwa simu fulani it was an important call. But nimekuwa nikisikiza tu cause nimekuwa tu hapa. Stone PK Ruto alishinda, Uhuru alishindwa, na baba pia alishindwa. According to the book of Mr. Mzalendo. I'm tired kushindanikia na Mzalendo. We've been going through this back and forth. And you know what? With Mzalendo, I've come to realize the more you engage him, become a duke. They are the people who really don't actually really have anything in them for this country that we call Kenya. And I'm tired. I cannot. Mzalendo, whatever you say is true.
Yeah, so don't tell us Raila won anymore.
Okay, Raila never won.
Mato, Mzalendo is the crop of Kenyans who are thieves.
I don't even want to call him that because he will start arguing with me, and I don't want to.
A thief will never change.
No, he's a pastor.
Which pastor?
He's a pastor.
Leo, these Azimio dogs are now calling me a thief.
We are calling
You have unleashed all your dogs here now to me, opened
no
all their minds.
UDA
Can you
supporters
chat their
are
mind?
thieves.
I need to answer to only one. Can you talk, Mato?
And
Before
Zalendo also, I don't know, as a pastor, I grew up being an altar boy. And as an altar boy, when you go drinking that kadivai that we drink there, sometimes kanaweza kuchanganya hata kama tu ni kale kakikombe kidogo. There's no reason for you to come here and call people dogs. Okay? This is international TV. For you to come and call people like that, even when we argue with you, we don't call you that. But anyways, no, you're a pastor. You're right. Uhuru never did anything. Baba lost. Ruto won with the numbers that we gave you yesterday.
Yes.
And everything. And you know what? You have the presidency, okay? Everything that you say in this channel is right, according to me today, because I'm tired. I'm not going to indulge you in that kind of way of reasoning. All I can just say, I just want to give, Mr. Chair, if you allow me, because it's about my time, I'm past my time. I think today we've taken it too far, But if you indulge me, I will be signing out after this. This is going to be my final say for today. Tomorrow we'll still be here. And we'll come and meet the pastor, the Mzalendo pastor, and the winners of everything. I just, all I can say, I'm not going to be talking to the pastor. I'm going to be talking to the rest of the Kenyans who are not pastors, the sinners and the losers. Those are the people I want to talk to right now. We really need to look at where our country is going, and we have to be very genuine in what is happening with our country and also in Africa in general. The minerals that we have, the countries that we have, the constitutions that are being made, the constitutions that kind of interlock with also where we are, because at one point that Africa is going to be one. And that's why I keep on saying the East Africa. Gaddafi had seen these things. I think Bernard played that video. I think it was yesterday, where Gaddafi, when he was trying to do one currency for the whole country. At one time, the problem that they had is that every country wanted to have their own. They wanted their president to be the one that leads. At one time, we are going to have to decide it's one president. However we do that, we have a long way to go, especially with the pastors of the day, the Mzalendo pastors of the day. I'm not talking about the other pastors, the church pastors. I'm talking the Mzalendo pastors. As long as we have these kind of people, we will never go anywhere. Because why? They drag us behind. Whenever we're trying to do, that's what happened when we had one currency. And it is there. It's in the archives. It is there. When we had one currency. It's coming. But we have to take care of these pastors, the Mzalendo pastors. That's what I'm talking about. Because those are the guys that really are retrogressive and are making us not be the superpower. Yet, coffee, tea, minerals, they're coming from Africa. But we have no way of, we have no mechanism of actually using those things, like even tea. It has to come to the US or the UK for it to be sold back in sachets. And I remember we had pan paper, we had things, those parastatals that actually used to do that. Growing up, I remember going for education in those things. I mean, in those companies. If we don't watch ourselves in Africa, we will keep on here claiming that the Western is getting us. But the problem is not the Western, it's us who are finishing ourselves. The pastors, the Mzalendo pastors of today, the people who are right, with them, it's either we stop somewhere and just say, we don't care about you guys. You guys just be pastors, be right in whatever you do. If you want to live in your own country. We are moving on with or without you. Either follow us or stay where you are. But you're not going to pull us back. And that is what African countries are trying to do right now. Kagame already did it. He's on the way. I don't know if Kagame is on the East African wait list, but I think Djibouti is. I mean, no, Djibouti is already in. Congo is in now. And we have the East Africa. We are there where we can make an example of what a united Africa is. But let's be careful in what we do and how, and the people we listen. And also, this thing of stealing elections will have to end. And it has to end now. Now. Right now. I give an example of Morocco. Morocco is the first country to give military help to who? To Ukraine. As we speak today, almost every military vehicle you have, almost every phone that you have has a mineral that comes from Africa. There's no reason we should be a third world everywhere in Africa being called third worlds. It's because of bad politics and backward people and people who do not understand the geopolitical and economics of this world. And it's the pastors like Mzalendo that are putting our people down. And because they are okay and can sit in that seat, you can't even see him stand up or whatever. He will just sit there. And he doesn't understand there's a guy in Kenya living in a Mabati house. For him, because he's comfortable, he wants to come here and lecture us and tell us, some of us that even, tell us some things that I don't want to repeat. And it is people like this that really put us back, and really this is the problem that we have in Africa. This is the Musevenis of Africa. This is the people who have put our Africa down because of their way of thinking. Even when you come here and you find intellectual people, he wants, and he's being told by almost thousands of people, even on the comment section, people are telling him you're wrong. Dude, how many people do you have to, do they have to tell you that you are wrong for you to understand that you need to think twice? Mimi niambiwa na watu watatu, I'll start thinking twice. And that is what you call a human being. Because maybe there's something you're not seeing, but you're not welcome to see it. You just want to be there and create fracas and everything. And it's tiring. Mzalendo. For me, I'm tired. Unajua we talk. But, but man, I'm tired messing with you. If you don't see it, inshallah, daddy, wacha sisi tuendelee na maisha yetu. Wewe tutapatania kule tutaenda. Kama utaenda Ukraine, sawa. Kama utakaa tu hiyo Kenya yetu, sawa. But mimi, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, but I'm going to just be here unless somebody has any questions for 2 minutes, and then I have to retire. But I do appreciate for you giving me that time, and I do want to appreciate the people in the comment section, the people who have been listening to us. Kama kuna mtu tumekosea mahali, tusamee, lakini kama tumesema ukweli pia tuko hapa, and I appreciate the panelists and everyone in this channel. So with all that said, ladies and gentlemen, I think this will be my end of it, and I'll just sit here for 2 minutes just to listen. I have to retire. There's something I have to do. I'm so sorry. But yeah, We are here. Mzalendo na kila mtu, inshallah, Mungu awabariki, alamsiki.
Thank you, Kenyan with the love. That's great. At least we've been here for long, and what I can say is that this program is bearing some fruit. Even the return of the Pesa Lawaze, the clarion call was from this place, and I like it. Even the people who are currently active in the opposition, like Opio and I, they get information here that they go call the press conferences there. So it's really a good idea. Mr. Ouma, karibu sasa.
I think I just have something to tell Mzalendo. I don't know why it's just Mzalendo mwenyewe ambaye amesema kwa akiingia tu watu wanaanza kumpiga vita. How comes moja tu peke yake anakasika mpaka anaita watu mbwa? Inakuwaje mpaka ufikie hapo? I think Mzalendo, there's something I want to tell you. Hakuna vinaweza kuja ukatuambia kuwa hii election ilikuwa free and fair. There's no way. Alafu tena unatuambia kuwa Raila ati Uhuru alijua mapema before hata tupige election. How comes? In fact, kama kuna mtu alikuwa na fight Raila achukue, alikuwa na Uhuru, but Uhuru alichezwa na deep state. Although pia tunafaa blame because he had chance to give the seat to Raila, akamesi pia kwa sababu alikuwa anataka kuacha legacy, ambao legacy yenyewe sijui legacy gani mpaka sasa anaibika kila wakati. Mzalendo, if at all this election was fair and fair, Chebukati angeprove himself. Mbona aliulizwa afungue server akakataa kufungua servers? Because kama ukweli ilikuwa iko right, true and fair, angefungua servers zote akaziweka wazi na kila mtu aone kweli hicho kilikuwa free and fair. But haikuwa free and fair. The last minute jamaa alipotea the whole day. Anakuja na results zake amokota kule, sijui alikuwa amokota wapi. I think ni Ruta kama mpatia kumwambia ndio tangaze hii. Listen to the video, that clip ambayo ilitolewa na kina Ledana the last minutes before waenda watangaze. Alikuwa anaambia Ledana, alikuwa anaambia Ledana mfanye kumtaka mimi naenda kutangaza these results. Mbona alikuwa hataki kwanza wa verify results before aenda tangaze?
Hiyo clip iko wapi? Hebu tu refresh Uma. Iko nani uko nayo?
No, wacha nitafute, nikipata naenda kuicheza.
The last minute walikuwa pale kwa ofisi na Chebukati wanamuongelesha, jamaa anasema hakuna, hii ndio mimi naenda kutangaza. Mpaka anaambia hauna hata conscience. Ufikirie kwa kitu unaenda kufanya una mess, unaenda ku lead the country in a wrong direction. Akasema nyinyi mfanye mnataka, mimi naenda kutangaza results. So Mzalendo, don't lie to people kwa results zilikuwa free and fair. No, the guy will mess up and he will never be a hero. Hata Ruta kumsifu mara ngapi. Chebukati ni shetani mkubwa, anafaa aoze kwa jela.
Ukweli utajulikana Uma, don't worry. There is no truth unaweza feature for nini. Si tulikuja tukajua watu hawakuenda kwa mwezi. You know that? Si tulikuja kujua. Ilikuja kujulikana watu hawakuenda kwa mwezi bwana. Imagine if hiyo ilikuja kujulikana, ni gani itafichika?
Sasa hivi Mzalendo anatuambia kuwa anakubaliana na every idea ya Ruto. Ruto ana kitu gani ambacho nitasema itasaidia Kenya? Exactly. Kitu gani ambacho anafanya ambacho at least unaweza ona this is the road ambayo inaenda kusaidia Kenya? There's nothing. Mtu ambaye anaua mpaka subsidy ya education. Look at how people anaenda ku lose those chances sahi. Wale watu maskini ambao wanasaidiwa. Angalia hiyo chance wanaenda kupoteza. Alafu unasema unakubaliana na huyo mtu.
But how? Unajua, you know, if you know a leader, a truthful leader, anategemeanga his beliefs, what he believes in. What does Ruto believe in? What? Anybody?
No, he doesn't have anything. Na hiyo ni swali ukishinda ukiuliza, nobody will ever.
Yeah, hata Mzalendo aniambie tu.
From the point he joined politics in 1992,
yeah,
he
since
did not believe in anything. You know, there's something that there's normally a brand that somebody will identify you with. Like some people tell you, Raila has always been a pro-reforms, such like things. We have leaders like Muite. Somebody will tell you this is what drove them to be to join politics. We have people who've been activists, people like the one you are talking about, the other one, Agustino Neto. Those were activists.
we had such people. So they had some things that they believed in even before and after they've joined politics. But if you ask what really drives Ruto, what are his political ideologies, there's nothing. Nobody can explain that. He's just in politics for some economic or for some he needs to gain financially.
Yeah, there is one thing he believes in: stealing. Ilidemonstratiwa mpaka hata primary school. Stealing, you know, that's hiyo ni kitu ni muhimu. He believes in it's yani building pesa ya kuiba, grabbing anything that he can lay his hands on, and that's true. Look at the people he appointed, amerudisha huko kwa KPL, yani kila kitu ina support, and these are people I know. You know, when I talk some of these things, these are people I know. Some of them we've worked with elsewhere, yeah, and they are known. Wherever they work, scandals and all that. We don't want to name things. We know, you know, some people are chased from humanitarian world because huko ikiwa mwizi mpaka uwe mwizi wa hali ya juu sana, you know, and it is so difficult. Yeah, some of them were chased, and because like in those organizations they don't make noise, they don't announce, because those scandals they taint, you know, they taint those organizations. So people wanatoka huko wanakimbia kwa umwizi Ruto, they are appointed and all that kind of, we know all these things. Uchafu ile iko na Ruto, it is beyond, you know. Look at even wewe unaambiwa mtu aliuza ali invoice t-shirt 100 for 1 million sincerely, and it's a fact. Mimi hata nashangaa na watu kama ndugu zangu akina Mzalendo. That's why I'm saying ukiona mtu ana support mwizi, hata yeye ako kawizi, I'm telling you, unaweza kuwa hujaiba kitu ya mtu, but you iko kwa brain, given a chance you would you know, sweep kila kitu. I've asked how many people in those churches Ruto anaenda, unaweza waangusha wallet yako hapa, mtu akwambia hey, Mzalendo maze, pole umeangusha wallet, shika. How many? Where?
Well, Tony, you know you're acting God. You're acting Jesus of Nazareth. You're acting Angel Gabriel as if you know that what will happen is wallet yako ikiangushwa church. Why are you acting like you're holier than thou? You know, you are acting.
That's
so
true. Ukiangusha
I mean,
wallet,
that is, unaona hiyo ni between wewe na Mungu wako.
Hii mambo ya Mungu Mzalendo. I find your wallet down, I'll give you. It's not God who will make me give you. No, don't bring God there.
Hiyo ni wewe na Mungu wako. Hatuja kuona in that scenario. Unaona?
I don't bring God there. I'm telling you what I am. You have to, ni mimi nakwambia. Because I know myself better, I can't talk about somebody else. I'm giving you examples of what cannot happen in most of those churches. All right, they believe in wizi and all that. You are given money, you start saying pesa hata iwe imeibiwa ikija unaiombea. They confirmed that. They said msiseme pesa imeibwa, sisi pesa ikija, and these were in quotes high level priests, wale au pastors wali clean, wakasema msiseme kuna pesa inakuja kanisa ya wizi. Hakuna pesa ya wizi kanisani. They said it. It's on record.
Mpaka mukabadilisha currency ya Kenya.
It's on record.
Lakini Ruto amelemewa. Nasikia pesa ya Kenya ilibadilishwa juu ya Ruto. Mpaka pesa inabadilishwa juu ya mtu mmoja.
Central Bank
ni mwizi kabisa.
Central Bank haikuwa na anything.
He's a serious thief, Mzalendo. He's a serious thief. Hata wewe bibi yako akiwa karibu na yeye anapita na yeye.
Wacha tu nikuulize. Yaani pesa ilibadilishwa juu ya Ruto?
Yes, that's true.
Na baada wakawashinda kura.
Hakuna kura alishinda, aliiba. That's true.
Yaani mpaka mnamnyang'anya pesa, mnafanya nini na baada anawashinda?
According to
bado mnaenda kucompete na yeye yuko kwa kiti.
According to you.
Wacheni kuota bwana, mnaota ndoto. Oteni zidi kuota. Unajua, dreams are valid. You can dream
You can think of anything that you want to think of. Dreams are valid, you know. Nevertheless, sioni naota tu ndoto, hizo ni ndoto za mchana. Sasa sijui usiku unaota gani hizi ndoto
Naota,
zenyu.
mi naota hizo tu. Ndoto zangu ni the same.
Kipo,
Usiku, mchana, ni the same.
you know, Sony, just come to think of it. Come to think of it. Yani, Kenya sat down and said, we are removing this currency.
No, Mzalendo, I think you are missing the point here.
Mzalendo is very trivial.
And I think you're making a joke of a serious talk and trivializing things as if we had a way of. I come from the background of economics. And if you remember the famous speech of Magufuli on how money laundering was going from Kenya to Tanzania, to a point that he had to give a presidential decree that there is no currency that now is going to be shipped from Kenya to Tanzania because of the influx that it was causing inflation in itself. The ballooning of the amount of liquidity of money at that particular time was showing that billions of money were being shipped to Tanzania, yet when they look the overall economy and the overall GDP, they wonder, it's like the same quagmire that we are experiencing in Kenya, that we are holding two economies. We are holding Southern Sudan economy. We are also holding the Somali economy. We make our budget, but then you find that the amount of money that is coming in and the amount of money that is coming out in terms of dollar makes our country weaker, because technically Somalia has no what? Currency. And when that looting and money laundering started, it was well coordinated with Uganda and Tanzania, to a point that there is a currency that we carry as a country of dollar form that should be minimal. Even that had already been looted to a point that we were basically bankrupt. If you could go to look for dollars in our country, you could not find, because all of that had been looted. For us not to go to Zimbabwe way, something had to be done. So don't just trivialize it that it was about Ruto only. It was it was eminent, my friend, economically. Even people like David D, who did not support the government at that particular time, they said the liquidity of the money had gone so low to a point, had we not done something, we could be carrying now, our currencies could not be like the ones that we have, that we are privileged in Africa, whereby we are some of the few countries in Africa that we are privileged, that tunaweza kuwa na noti ya 100. Some countries don't have that. People have 100,000 notes. So don't trivialize that to take it politically. We were facing imminent danger at that particular time. But it's unfortunate that you're trivializing it, that we changed it, because it was a large-scale corruption of money laundering that was not only for Ruto, it was people from all over the world. There was money laundering in terms of drugs, and there was the center was not holding. Our country had been taken over long time ago, because you have proved here that he was the president, both the first and the second term. He allowed it to happen. So it's not about that only. It was beyond that. So don't trivialize things.
And it will get to us
No,
now.
Alex, thank you for educating Azimio supporters. At least now they know it was an economic crisis. It was not about Ruto.
And the other
Thank
thing,
you. Thank you for that. The only thing I wanted to ask you, Alex, because you come from an economic background.
Let me finish, then you will ask me. You see, I respect listening to you. You and Black, Duke sometimes, and Misa sometimes. But don't degenerate. You see, there is an unfortunate statement Ndozi one told Lulu Johnson in Parliament, that you were a young lion. That's the time they were both in ANC Youth League. And he told him a very unfortunate statement, that you were a young lion who has graduated to a cat that mews from the back benches of the ANC. Don't get to a point whereby you see, from being a lion of supporting your UDA party to becoming just a little cat that mews from the park benches because you just have to support UDA. Don't do that. Because I think I've listened to you for the last 20 minutes. You're just making sarcasm. There is no concrete or robust points that you're bringing out. You're just saying, akafanya hivi, akafanya hivi. You know, I know, we all know. And whether you like it or not, the only election that we ever held that we can be proud of was 2002. You know it. Stop living in limbos. Let's agree that we have degenerated to a point that we are not having elections, and it's unfortunate for our country. Once we agree on that, then we can move ahead and then we can form a country whereby all of us will be proud. But let us not trivialize very important things that can bring us down as a country and start saying we won election when we know the truth that the elections were not there. So when you speak from the point of not only reality, but the advantage of those people who want to learn. We are not here just talking, we are learning. I learn here every day. And you make me learn some things. Like today, you made me learn that we never had the presidents. You people had had the president throughout. And you convinced me. So, but sometimes then you become like a cat that mews from the backbenches of UDA. It's unfortunate. So Mzalendo, continue to be who you are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, that's a fact. Mzalendo amesema fact, which we all knew by the way. Let me not say we all. Personally, I knew that Uhuru was never the president. That I knew. And you remember even when I came to Mtembei, I used to say that nikuwa na chapwa sana na my fellow Azimio people. That I said it because where I started with, I don't like spilling so much beans. Where I started with Uhuru on a personal level, I know. Okay? So I know when I know him directly. I can tell you what he will be in the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Yeah, it is that close. And I can tell you what he can. Anaweza kuua chawa ama hawezi. Anaweza kuua inzi ama hawezi. I used to tell people these things. Watu wanafikiria I'm just is a guy that is extremely too, how many vocabularies, too sweet, too nice to be a leader. Too sweet, too nice, and all of you have seen it. Mtu mpaka anaambiwa ningekuchapa kofi. Isn't that a super nice person who should not be given leadership position? Because leadership, you have to carry that kiboko, a sword and a kiboko. Lazima at times unakondoa macho. Uhuru is just too good, and that's why he had refused to this seat. He was forced into this thing. You guys should go back to history. Why? He doesn't like to be in that position. Even their own businesses. Uhuru does not want to sit where he's the one leading. He's too sweet, too easy to kubali maneno hivyo. That is the truth. And you can go ask other people who are close. Go ask Murathe. He'll tell you. He annoys even Akina Murathe. Yeah. So this idiot from Sugoi took advantage of that. And that is when the country went haywire. Uhuru never ruled Kenya. Never.
Thank you.
Yes. He never. He regretted. And you people, if you listen, remember when Murathe was talking about that after the first term, he was lamenting that Uhuru will change after the first term. Change to what? You change from a certain form to another. I never wanted to talk this whatever because it is too deep. And that's why Ruto knew kabisa. He was laughing. Ulikuwa unasikia ati mnasema mta. Who says that? Which world does a deputy dare a president? Which world, even in a department ndogo to anywhere where you work, where you undermine your boss, whether it is the lowest position, unasema huyu hakuna kitu atafanya. Where can you dare that? Hata kama ni kwa kanisa, we pastor, bali mnasema amen, amen. Uwe ni in charge of that church, then your junior comes and undermines you kwa sermon. Utamuchoma very quickly. Ever, it doesn't happen. It has happened in Kenya. I always tell people, Kenya is the country of records. Extreme foolishness, extreme cleverness, we will find in Kenya. It is in Kenya where somebody goes public kusema ningetandika huyu rais kofi. Na watu wana clap. And people clap. Kenyans, it is in Kenya where people disown their own son, their own president, who you elected. You start saying, oh, atumutaki, blah, blah, blah. It's only in Kenya where you insult a president that much. At the US, people don't do that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is unfortunate that our country slid into this very deep hole in 2013. That is when things fell apart. Some of us started crying then, but people didn't know. We talked to even the Kumira. We told them, you have sold the country. You have put this country where it will take us more than Mau Mau to get it back. Now you are seeing. You hear what Mzalendo is telling you. That is what they are talking. And that is what their thinking is. You start talking of 2027 in 2022. That is sickness of the highest order. That is the disease that has been planted in Kenya. Foolishness. How can you talk of 2027 when you have been screwed up in 2022? You know, you guys, you have to see. When Mzalendo talks here with all that confidence, he knows. Anajua wanarule na hiyo ujinga na kifua na nguvu. Then wanaita ujanja. Okay? Because
let me show him how they rule. Somebody has just told them how they rule their party. Somebody who was one of them, I think, Arap Kiro, if I'm not wrong.
Because the parties, yes, like UDA, was partly popular because of the presidential candidate who traversed this country and worked very hard. But I do not know whether UDA would survive without William Ruto. So my take is that let us build strong institutions. Let ODM survive after Raila.
Right.
Let Azimio survive after Uhuru does an exit. So that we build institutions that leave us behind, knowing that regardless of the community I come from, if I choose to be in party A, that party will respect me and will appreciate me fully. And they will reward me according to the effort I put in building that party. I know, and I have said it in this studio, why I left UDA.
Okay.
I left UDA partly because there was a lot of toxicity within the inner circle. I was part of the political bureau. And I realized here, my future may not be well catered for. And I joined my colleagues. You realize most of the ministers in Kibaki 1 were in Azimio. So those are some of the reasons that I realized this house is getting too smoky. And therefore, because of my poor eyesight, I realized I have to give way to those who know how to deal with the smoke. And as we've heard what Mheshimiwa Kimani is saying, we need to improve the hygiene in parties so that at the end of the day, if I'm doing well for the party, I be rewarded. I remember even in Trans Nzoia, for example, I was in UDA almost up to the tail end. There is a lady who was nominated called Waruguru. She's the one who fought for the party throughout. And when she was in the nomination list and she was eventually nominated, I say this is a deserving case. But there are some other cases where somebody either brings his peer, brings somebody that is related to him or her, and puts in the party list for purposes of nomination.
All right.
I feel we should have some sense of discipline.
Haya.
We have. I mean, we have talked about this in ODM. Now we are talking about it in UDA.
No.
I mean, that is what happens in political parties. We've told you time and time again. These are personal kiosks. These are not political parties. They belong to those individuals. They stand for nothing apart from their own pockets. We've told you from time and time again, we don't have any political party in Kenya
Mzalendo,
that can stand the test of time.
ndugu Mzalendo, where do we have parties that don't belong to owners?
No, maybe just from that,
Where?
before he continues, you've said this thing happened in political parties. But the moment somebody leaves to one political party to another one, it means he went to a better one. So are we in agreement that ODM is better than UDA? I don't want to talk of UDA because it will not be
Did you hear his parting shot? What is in ODM? Some
but I'm
party
telling
that
you,
rewards
despite
that will
those
reward
challenges,
me. He was going there because he was going to
ODM
be
has been there
rewarded.
for the longest time, but I don't think UDA will be there in 2027 because the
No.
amount of conmanship will not allow them. They'll have to mutate the way they've been doing. But
I have
ODM,
told you, as a Mio supporter, stop acting Angel Gabriel and stop acting God, please. See, whatever you know, keep it to yourself, and let us wait. Let us wait and see whether it will be there tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Tumulituambia maandamano itakuwa kesho, bado tunaingojea tu.
Maandamano itakuwa, guys, let us give Rhoda's time. She joined and
Uzalendo unataka unajua uko comfortable wherever you are. I don't know where you are.
Mimi sio comfortable, ni vile mnanifurahishaga tu nacheka. I'm not comfortable at all wherever I am. It is only that I really sympathize with you, especially when you hold your head like this.
No.
You don't even have you know there's a bright future in our country.
No, I sympathize with you.
Guys,
because...
order. Stone and Mzalendo, I'm just requesting, let us be gender sensitive.
Mzalendo, you think that Kenya
welcome
is...
Rhoda karibu.
Mzalendo, you think Kenya is not in Africa? You think Kenya, we are not in Africa? Kenya is in Africa. You have a lot of cases. Some country in Africa, they have done coup, like Burkina Faso. They removed the president who was dictator. Why not Kenya? We cannot do that. Kenya is the same like a Burkina Faso. We can remove Ruto, and Ruto must go because he's not ruling our country according to the law, according to the constitutions. He's a criminal. He must go. Ruto must go. Ruto must go in Kenya. Ruto must go. And I could tell Kenyans, remove him. Mtae. Mfanye kama Siridaka way. Ama you do Burkina Faso way. Remove him. He is a criminal. He was forcing Uhuru to be the president 2013, and he knew that because he had a case in The Hague. Ruto had been killing a lot of people. He's a criminal. I don't understand how he came the president. Somebody have a case in ICC. So Ruto must go. Huyo ni mtu mbaya hata ukimwona kwa uso. Naka dictator. Ruto must go. You Kenyans, wake up. Na mumtoe. You Africans, you're not stupid. Whole world know Africa, we are smart. We don't entertain nonsense. We don't entertain shit of dictatorship. Go and remove him. Mtoeni na kuingia rahisi ule anapenda nchi yake. Rahisi ule anaduru Kenya yetu na according to the constitutions na according to the law. Si kama hii ujinga Ruto anafanya. He's doing nonsense. He's doing stupid. He's doing nothing. So you Kenyans, you're not stupid. Watu wakamukoji amkeni everywhere. Waka wagware, everywhere. You can go. You're not stupid, Kenya. You Africa, you're very clever. Whole world, they know Africa. You get tired. The people, they think that Africa, we are stupid. We are not stupid. Black people, we are clever. You see people like Martin Luther King. He make it. Why you cannot make it? Go. Remove this guy. He hate Kenyans. He hate Katiba. He hates our constitutions. He hates us. Go and remove him. Ruto must go.
Yes. That is Rhoda. And the good thing I like from Rhoda is that she says it the way it is. Mzalendo, however much you might not accept or you might try to run away from the truth, the truth of the matter, and if you do talk to those people who are in Kenya, or the ones, forget about the ones who are in the village, sometimes might not be feeling it because in the village, the life in the village, it takes time for them to realize. Specifically, these are harvesting time. They have maize, they can get some food.
Get that person who lives in the urban poor. Forget about those ones who live in Karen. Get that urban poor and talk to them. Nobody wants to hear the UDA. I'm telling you. Talk to these guys we call the urban poor. They'll tell you. And if they hear people like Rhoda, they get some energy. They just want somebody to tell them. Like the day Raila talked of demonstration, why did he have to stop it? It was going to be, everyone was really going to come out.
It was going to be
People
fire.
waiting.
It was going to be bad.
I'm
It
telling
was
you.
going to be bad.
And soon, if that is what you want, that direction, I think we'll take it. We will take it.
We mbona leo mkucheza nini clips za Venezuela, mfundishe mzalendo. He doesn't like looking at those nini, those clips. He thinks Kenyans are docile, ni mafala. Unajua Ruto amepuliza hiyo urogi ya UDA. So watu wamelala. Lakini sasa tunatafuta dawa ya hiyo. We are looking kwa dawa ya hiyo.
I thought Stony PK, you had the antidote, and with people like Rhoda here, you can move, you know.
We are moving.
Mnaweza revolution ile kali sana bwana. Rhoda, you're so mad with Ruto, eh?
Tunaenda. Do you know tunaenda mzalendo? And by the way, something that is gonna happen, you will not even come to this TV, bro.
Mimi.
Yeah, you'll be so ashamed.
No, ni ile tu, most likely you lock me out, but
no.
I'm not afraid of you guys.
You'll not
I
come
can
here.
always come.
Not afraid of us. You'll be embarrassed by what will happen. What is about to happen.
What will happen? I've told you.
I can't tell you.
Mumeanza kukula tu maneno yenyu pole tu hapa. Things are starting to happen, eh?
No.
Eh?
No. What we are saying, there are always two sides of a coin. That you can't deny. Yes.
And Baba will lead the revolution.
No, don't put words in my mouth. Let me tell you what, because you don't know what is my mind. There are two sides of the coin. Okay, it's either you are a thief or not a thief. You can't be in between. That's one. All right, and you can accept to be with the thief, or accept not to be with the thief.
So explain to me, who are these guys who are on the side of not of the thief? Tumejua ni kina UDA na hii side ingine. Hebu niambie hawa jamaa wale si wezi pande hii.
Raia wa Kenya.
Raia. Na viongozi nao. Viongozi unawaacha nje.
No, don't put words in my. I've talked here. I don't see any kiongozi that is on the side of raia. I stood
sasa unajua shida ili iliyoko. Na unisikize kwa makini. Shida iliyoko hapa ni ya kuwa pande hiyo wale wanaegemea pande ya Azimio wako na idadi ya watu nusu ya inchi watu wa Azimio. Wewe na wale wazalendo.
I'm not an elected leader.
Wewe na wale wafuasi wako.
I'm not elected.
No, you are not elected, but unaegemea pande moja.
Yes.
Ya mwerengo, si ndio?
Ya
raia, pande hiyo ya raia. Haya, kuna hii pande ingine ya raia pia wanaamini Kenya iko sawa. Unaelewa?
Wagani hao?
Hiyo ndio shida iliyoko.
Wagani hao?
Unajua nyinyi wale wako milioni 7 na wale wanaegemea pande ya Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Wale wanaegemea pande yenyu pia ni milioni ingine 6.5. Sasa si mtakutana tu. Ni kukutana tu ana kwa ana, mkipanga pia wao pia wanapanga.
I to you that when you speak, I don't know, Mzalendo, you are a smart person, and I heard that you are a pastor too, but you're disappointing, man. You are impossible. You just talk for the heck of talking. You see, it's not tit for tat. We have flaws. Nobody here is an angel. We are all gullible. We are all vulnerable. And we are speaking of a collective problem, trying to find a collective solution. For you, it's tit and tat. If somebody comes with a concrete and robust point,
I have told you, it's you people in Azimio, you think that we have a problem. People in UDA, they are not seeing the problem. So don't say that it's a general Kenyan problem. It is not. It is an Azimio problem. When you have a problem, say, we in Azimio feel this way. Don't say it is Kenyans. No.
everybody, you are so domineering. We listen to you. You see, you have to rebut every other person. You become so perpetual and to a point that listening to you becomes annoying. You don't have to answer everybody. This is a debate. This is not a talk show. For heaven's sake. You don't have to rebut everybody that if I'm hell-bent to Azimio and I speak before I finish, you just have to gullibly come in, disrupt rudely. You just have to get to a point whereby you listen. There's value in listening. There's civilization in listening. You don't have to rebut every other person. This is a debate. It's not a political talk show. Get it right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, now we'll have to play by the rules. No rebutting, no interfering with people's presentation. So let us move in an organized manner. You can see many people are interested and some are still joining. Chaka Mdune, karibu sana. Watu wamemiss sana Kiswahili chako. And we are now changing the conversation. And the conversation is clear where we are heading, and everyone knows what we people want. Maybe if I can just remind those people who don't know where Kenya is heading. We are heading somewhere here. Just see. Yeah, so the only difference will be that in Kenya, we'll be having a red and orange and blue who will be demonstrating against the yellow. So it is only the matter of uniform. And those are whites, and we are Africans. So if they can go on the streets, I don't think there's anything that stops us from going to the streets. I see people like Geoffrey Ruto celebrating that the worst thing here is that Raila lost his violent base. We've never been violent. I think all the demonstrations have always been peaceful, and the government or the police are the ones who've been turning violent. So Raila did not lose the violent base or the young, vibrant youth. They are still there. We've just been lenient, and we've given this government enough time so that you don't say we pushed you to the wall earlier enough. So we've given your government time to deliver, but since they're failing to deliver, we'll have no option, but we'll now have to go back to using and exercising our sovereign power directly, because there's only one way we can exercise that power. It is through demonstrations, and that is where we are heading to. Remember, Baba told you there's a gospel according to St. John that is yet to be released. That fraudster called Chebukati'S is going. So now from that, we are now free, because he's going, and if not told us, if not accounted for the elections that he bungled. So from that, we are now going to take it to the streets, and soon and very soon, vitu ni mdogo mdogo. The year is still two weeks old, not even 2 weeks old. So we are coming. You know, you are calling for it, but once it comes, you people are the ones who are going to tell us to stop. We are coming. So let me welcome Chaka to say something.
I know all of us here have talked and we are just rewinding. So let me allow Chaka. Chaka, karibu.
Asante ndugu yangu Nyabaya. Mzalendo kwani ameingia mitini?
Mzalendo yupo anakusikiza. Umejua ukija na Kiswahili sasa maneno yatakuwa ni shwari. Hawezi akadanganya kutumia Kiswahili. You know, it is easy to cheat and lie in English, but in Swahili your lies will obviously be seen.
Na mimi nimwambie tu kwamba siku zote kuaga njia ya muongo ni fupi, na kapu iliyojaa uongo chini yake ina shimo, unavyonyanyua uongo wote unabaki pale. Ela ya ukweli siku zote huwa iko ndi, unachungulia jua hii ndio ukweli hii. Sasa hii tunaona hii ndio kweli hii. Sasa hii ya uongo hii tena bado mtu bado yuko hapa na ni kitu gani mzalendo anafurahikia hapo? Hivi ndani ya roho yake anaona ule mzigo unabebeshwa wananchi wa Kenya? Anaona pale mahali tupo kwa sasa hivi? Ni kipi ambacho pengine anaweza tueleza kwamba tuache tu maswala na siasa, sacha na Raila, tuangalie tu hii serikali haswa, kipi ambacho unaweza jivunia kwayo? So ache kutudanganya hapa na mambo mengi. Ananikwaza na anakwaza wengi. Jina lake haliambatani kabisa na matamshi anayozungumza. Sisi tumechoka na uongo. Wakenya wanahitaji kufanywa kazi. Wakenya wanahitaji kupunguziwa mizigo. Hii Kenya si nchi maskini. Pesa zetu zinaishia kwa watu ambao ni wale tunawachagua watutumikie kule, kisha baadaye wanageuka tena kuwa waizi na kuiramba hii nchi. Alafu warudi hapa tena kwa wananchi waseme fulani ndio kaiba, fulani ndio kafanya hivi. Hayo hayatusaidii. So mzalendo hapa situkwaze tu bure wala situeleze uongo. Ni kitu gani ambacho tunajivunia? Iko wapi hasa fund? Ule moto ulikuwa nao wapi? Na si ajabu mwisho wa siku kwamba ni kweli watu Kenya walishindwa kulipa na tukaamua kutoa hiyo fund. Na hilo ndio nataka kuwajibu kwa hawa wajanja wenye kucheza na akili za watu ambao wanabadilisha uongo kuleta kuonekana kuwa kweli. So the only healing solution here is Ruto must go. Na tusisubiri baba aanze, sisi wananchi tutoke sisi wenyewe baba tufuate mbele. Na yule anataka atufuate. Hatutakubali tuongozwe namna hii.